person who had spotted Ning Xi. It was probably my mistake. But she does look a little like Ning Xi. Didn't you guys think so too? How are they alike at all? That Ning Xi is a cruel and wicked woman. This lady has a noble and refined air, and she's clearly a good wife and mother. How could they be the same person? That's right. She looks like such a sweet lady, and she's so cute. How could she possibly be Ning Xi, that bewitching bitch? At this moment, the elevator arrived with a ding. The reporters were still lamenting on the spot when the family of three had already disappeared into the elevator. Wow, did you see that little boy just now? He's too cute. He looked like he was carved from the same mold as that man just now. They're definitely father and son. What relation does that man have to the Liu family? His aura was so scary. I keep getting the feeling that that man looked a little familiar. Why do I feel like he seems a little like the god of fortune himself? Now that you mention it, they do look similar. That boy, could he be the legendary little prince? Chapter 171, The Prettiest Princess. That guess was like a stone thrown into a calm pool, sending up ripples of fervent comments. How could that be? Liu Tingxiao is single, all right? Although he has a son, he doesn't have a woman by his side. If that's really him, then it would be explosive news, TSK tisk. No matter how explosive it is, what can you do about it? Would you dare to report it? Have you forgotten how the magazine publishing company VIO went bankrupt back then? Of course I remember. It was because they secretly took a picture of Liu Tingxiao and they even dared to publish it. After that reminder, everyone quickly gave up on the temptation of reporting the news. Those who had taken photos also started deleting the photos with trembling hands. Liu Tingxiao was famous for being low-key in the media circle. He never accepted any interview offers from any magazine or media outlets. The little prince was protected so tightly that not even a fly could get through. No matter how curious they were about what had happened today and that woman's identity, not a single media outlet would dare to walk this road to death. In the elevator, Ning Xi raised her head from within Liu Tingxiao's embrace. She glanced at the big bun, then took a look at the little bun, her heart full of mixed feelings. So this was what it felt like, to be protected by someone. Are you all right? I'll move you to another hospital at once. Liu Tingxiao's expression was still a little dark. He had been too rushed when sending her to the hospital. It was only just now that he had found out about the unhappy coincidence. There's no need to take the trouble to do that. My body's fine now. Why don't we return home? Actually, I really hate staying in the hospital. All right. Speaking of which, where did those two bodyguards come from? Ning Xi asked with suspicion. They've always been nearby. Your situation's a little special now, so I let them follow you just in case. He wasn't going to let another incident like that time when she had been attacked and hurt by fans happen. I haven't even officially signed a contract with Golden Age, and I'm already enjoying benefits like that. Ning Xi felt humbled by the favor. After she finished speaking, she caught sight of herself in the mirror in the elevator. Ning Xi faced the mirror and touched her face. Oh, were those reporters blind? I was standing right in front of them, and none of them recognized me. They even said that I looked like a good wife and mother, a noble and refined air, a sweet lady, and that I looked cute. Aren't I clearly more like Snow White's stepmother or the wolf acting as Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother? While speaking, she looked herself up and down in the mirror and finally realized what her current appearance was like. Dressed in a loose hospital gown, her hair tied up in a convenient, casual braid, and the pink hair clip that Little Treasure had given her, with a gentle, refined, and soft expression. Damn, she really did look like a sweet lady. Ning Xi was surprised by herself. Had she always looked like this in front of the big bun and the little bun? It wasn't like her at all. At this moment, after he had heard Ning Xi's words, the little bun quickly brought out the pocket-sized notebook he always carried around. He busied himself with writing for a long while before hurriedly bringing over for her to read. Darling, what do you want to say? Ning Xi accepted the little notebook. After reading it, she blushed. What's wrong? Seeing that Ning Xi's expression was a little strange, Liu Tingxiao asked as he stood by her side. Ning Xi covered her burning cheeks, her eyes full of complaints. Liu Tingxiao, it's all your fault. Look at what your son did. What did he do? Liu Tingxiao felt rather innocent in the face of her complaints. Thus he checked what Little Treasure had said. Upon reading it, he became silent. On the little notebook, in carefully written letters, "You're the brightest star in the sky, and your eyes are warmer and sweeter than chocolate. When I'm looking at you, it's like I'm looking at a fairy tale princess with everlasting beauty. Chapter 172. His son surpassed him. After hearing Ning Xi's self-deprecating words, Little Treasure had decisively brought out the big guns. Ning Xi was both touched and worried at the same time. Tingxiao, Little Treasure definitely inherited this from you. Isn't he a little too good at making girls happy? What will we do when he grows up? I don't even dare to imagine how much I'll be wrapped around his little finger if he could talk. Especially that last line, it had poked her right in her soft spot. He had actually called her a princess. She had always wanted to become a queen, because that was the only way she could face all the tough and dangerous times she had gone through without fear. When looking at the princess word that Little Treasure had written, the young girl's heart that had been buried deep within her had been drawn out. Would any girl not want to be a carefree princess? She simply had no other choice. Tingxiao looked at his son with laments in his heart. This had already gone beyond inheritance. His son had already surpassed him. Seeing Little Treasure standing there with a serious expression, looking up at her, Ning Xi could only chuckle helplessly before bending down to hug him. All right. I get it. I know that I'm the most beautiful person in your eyes. I won't undervalue myself from now on, okay? It was only then that Little Treasure was satisfied. Copying how she usually rewarded him, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Ning Xi couldn't resist hugging the little bun and snuggling her cheek against his. What should I do? I really want to steal you away when your dad isn't looking. Little Treasure blinked a few times and looked like he was looking forward to it. He even nodded in approval, as if saying, hurry up and steal me away. Ning Xi, Tingxiao. Why did he have the DJ VU of being a third wheel? At the same time, in Ning Xiaoluo's ward, since the reporters weren't able to catch Ning Xi, they could only return to interviewing Ning Xiaoluo. Everyone was going crazy looking for Ning Xi now, but she seemed to have evaporated off the face of this world. There wasn't even a trace of information about her. The reporters couldn't find her at her apartment, the set, or even her company. If they found out that Ning Xi had been staying on the same level as Ning Xiaoluo and had even had a brief encounter with them just now, they would probably go mad. Out of concern for Ning Xiaoluo's health, Su Yin interrupted them after they had asked a few more questions. I'm sorry, everyone. Xiaoluo is still injured and her body's still a little weak. Let's stop today's interview here. Oh yes, my body isn't too well. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Although the reporters weren't too happy, they could only express their understanding and pass on their well wishes before leaving. Changli escorted them out politely. Thank you for your concern towards Xiaoluo, everyone. I believe that everyone understands what is just and fair, and that everyone has a measure in their heart. It wasn't easy for all of you to come over on such a hot day. This is a little convenience fee for everyone's efforts. After saying so, the assistant Chui Kaijing started handing out red envelopes filled with money to each of them. The reporters were well aware of what was going on. They each expressed that they would definitely demand justice for Ning Xiaoluo. On the hospital bed, Ning Xiaoluo seemed to have thought of something as she displayed her suspicions on her face. Ying Gij, what happened to the reporters just now? Why did all of them suddenly run? Outside, did Ning Xi really come over? It wasn't. They got the wrong person. Su Yin pulled her covers a little higher absent-mindedly. Most of those reporters had never seen Ning Xi in person, but he was different. Just now, he had caught a blurry glimpse of that figure, and she did look like Ning Xi. He was practically certain that she really was Ning Xi. But how could that be possible? Why would Ning Xi be so intimate with a man, with a kid beside them? Chapter 173, A Quick Lesson. Late night, in the Liu residence. After catching up with some entertainment news online, Ning Xi was preparing to sleep when a bunch of messages popped up on MSN. The messages were from Su Yin. Su Yin, Xiao Shi, where are you right now? I saw someone at Xiaoluo's hospital today. Was it you? Su Yin, you really went overboard with this matter. You can't keep using the guilt that we feel towards you to act without any restraint. Our tolerance is wearing thin. Su Yin, escaping from your problems doesn't solve anything. You owe Xiaoluo an apology. Ning Xi scoffed lightly before mashing out a reply. I bought a watch last year. At that moment, 3 knocks sounded from the door. Come in. Tingxiao pushed the door open and walked in holding a mug of warm milk. Seeing that she was still sprawled out and using her laptop, He immediately frowned. Why are you still surfing the web? You need to rest. I was about to sleep, but I got disgusted with something right before bed. Ning Xi complained. Tingxiao walked over and passed the mug to her. What happened? Ning Xi received the mug of milk with thanks. Without any thought of hiding what had happened, she then moved the laptop over to show him the chat logs on screen. Tingxiao's expression turned slightly darker after he glanced at the screen. He showed a doubtful expression. I bought a watch last year. What does that mean? Uffed. After hearing Tingxiao read out that phrase in such an upright manner, Ning Xi almost spat the milk out. She explained awkwardly while coughing. It's some internet slang. It's a classic phrase used to openly scold someone else. Is it? What does it mean? Tingxiao modestly requested her explanation. Ning Xi had no other choice but to start teaching him earnestly. The abbreviation for I bought a watch last year is WQNMLGB. Do you understand? Tingxiao nodded after understanding the meaning in just seconds. Ning Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the great demon king had a high IQ. Otherwise, she would really have been a little embarrassed if she had to say a curse like asterisk your mum out loud. Over at Su Yan's side, upon seeing Ning Xi's reply, he immediately sent over another wave of messages, mostly along the lines of it's not too late to repent. Without even bothering with the messages, Ning Xi signed out of MSN and turned off her laptop. Seeing how Ning Xi had neatly ignored the messages, Tingxiao's mood seemed to lift. I've already contacted Ning Xiuloa for you. Really? What did you say? Ning Xi immediately asked. Tingxiao pulled out his phone, opened an email, and showed it to her. Ning Xi hurriedly moved closer to him to look at it. When she finished reading it, she turned completely speechless. In Tingxiao's email to Ning Xiuloa, other than the evidence and an account number, there were only a few words, and there wasn't even any punctuation. 8 million yuan in 24 hours. It was extremely like Tingxiao's way of doing things. Not bad, not bad. The simpler it is, the easier it is to cause panic. This is pretty good. Ning Xi made a show of taking things seriously, nodding as she praised him. You can terminate your contract with Starlight when the money comes in. I'll send a lawyer to accompany you there when the time comes, so they can't cause any trouble for you. I've already gotten Jingli to prepare your contract with Golden Age, and I'll show it to you tomorrow morning. If there's anything you want to change, we can discuss it later. After signing with Golden Age, the company will arrange for a press conference at an appropriate time and reveal the evidence. From there, we'll start on the legal proceedings. Tingxiao's low voice resounded like a cello as he spoke calmly of the upcoming plans and arrangements. Ning Xi was in a daze while listening to him. She could only nod and nod before finally asking, is there anything you need me to do? Eat, sleep, and rest. Okay. Chapter 174, A Midnight Scare. The First People's Hospital. Ning Xiuloa laid in her hospital bed contentedly with red wine in one hand and her phone with the other. She was in absolute delight as she scrolled through Weibo, reading online comments flaming Ning Xi. Cui Kaijing massaged her calves while speaking in a flattering tone. Shuajia, your legs are so shapely. They're so long and so straight. Actually, they were only slightly better looking than the legs of most people. The amount she spent on maintaining her shape every year ran into a few 100,000 yuan. How could her legs not look good? However, Ning Xiuloa clearly enjoyed the praise. Pleased with herself, she said, I was born like this. For some reason, Changli felt uneasy and spoke up with concern. Xiuloa, Ning Xi hasn't appeared for so long. She couldn't possibly be scheming against us, right? Hearing that, Ning Xiuloa replied with undisguised ridicule and disdain in her voice. You're overestimating her. Even if she sells her body to 100 men, she won't be able to turn the tables on this matter. That's true. In the entertainment circle, artistes with a bad track record like this usually end up in a situation worse than Jia Qingqing's. It'll be useless even if anyone tries to help her clear the air. Chang Li's heart calmed down a little. Right? I just sent Ning Xi an email. I gave her an ultimatum. She has to come down to the office tomorrow before 6 p.m. or we'll crush her public image. I believe she'll come out of hiding tomorrow. Remember to arrange for some reporters to wait for her. Ning Xiuloa was all smiles. As she was replying the concerned comments of her fans, a new email notification suddenly popped up on her screen. Who would send her an email this late at night? It was her personal email as well. Ning Xi didn't think much of it and casually opened the email. However, with one glance, she immediately froze in shock and spilled red wine all over herself. Oh no, Shuojia, what happened to you? Chui Kaijing hurriedly brought over paper towels for her to wipe away the spilled wine. Shuolua, what happened? Changli asked with suspicion upon seeing the frightened expression on Ning Shuolua's face. See for yourself. Ning Shuolua threw her phone at Chui Kaijing's head with hands trembling in rage. How did you handle everything? You left such a huge trace behind. Why did you send that email from my apartment? And didn't I tell you a million times to use an anonymous account to send the money? Dazed, Chui Kaijing took a long while to recover from getting hit in the head. She held onto her forehead as she read the email, before freezing in shock. With a panicked expression, she exclaimed, Shuolojia, this isn't my fault. I used an anonymous account. As for the email, you were there when I sent the email, and you didn't say anything then. Ning Shuolua threw the wine glass to the floor. Immediately after that, the sound of shattered glass echoed in the ward, accompanying her shouts. Even if I didn't mention it, couldn't you have thought of it yourself? If you need me to tell you everything, then what's the use of having you around? When Changli finished reading the email, her expression turned grave. My biggest worries came true. I was afraid that someone would discover some traces of evidence. Who sent that email? Could it be Zhang Chang? Ning Shuolua's face seemed dark and sinister as she replied confidently. That's impossible. Zhang Chang is just some hoodlum with barely any education. He wouldn't know anything about IP addresses and anonymous accounts. Then this is rather strange. No matter what, Zhang Chang is the only one who knows about this, excluding us. He must have been the one to leak the news. Could he have conspired with someone else? But Zhang Chang already ran off ages ago. We can't contact him to ask. Changli said anxiously. Ning Shuolua violently paced back and forth in the ward. What's the use of saying so much? Most importantly, how should we solve this problem? Chapter 175. She finally appeared. Changli stabilized her emotions before reassuring her. Shua, calm down. The email said that we have to send 8 million yuan to that account within 24 hours, so they're clearly here for money. Just give them the money then. A problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all. Ning Shuolua replied irritably. 8 million yuan. In a day? Where am I supposed to get that much cash? Although she earned a lot of money, she spent a lot of it as well. She had to keep up appearances, curry favor with the Ning family, and people within the entertainment circle. All of that took money. If you gather it from various sources, you should still be able to gather that amount somehow. Changli muttered to herself. Inwardly, she thought to herself that the blackmailer had really picked the right price. It was just about the maximum amount that they could raise. It was at this moment that Ning Shuolua thought of something. Since they can trace our information, why can't we do the same? Changli shook her head. Are anonymous accounts that easy to trace? You have to hack into the bank system. Even if we spend the money to hire someone to do that, we won't be able to find a hacker of that caliber in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, even if we find out who it is, what can we do? The evidence is stacked against us. This sum, we still have to give it to them no matter what. Damn it. Ning Shuolua glared fiercely at Chui Kaijing, who was trying to burrow into a corner. What a failure. She had blackmail against Chui Kaijing in her hands, so she felt safer using her for tasks like this. If not for that, she would have driven her out long ago. Chui Kaijing wanted to retort, but she didn't dare to speak protests despite the anger in her heart. She was really innocent, okay? Ning. Shuolua worked hard to recover from her earlier fright. With a forced calm, she urged, Changjia, help me withdraw money now. Hurry. Also, hire more fans to attack Ning Xi online. We have to force Ning Xi into a dead end in a week. Shuolua, we have Zhang Chang's verbal testimony anyway. Do you think we should throw her into jail and be done with her once and for all? We can't. Although the Ning family doesn't look too kindly on her, it's not to the point that they'll let her go to jail. Remember, don't let her terminate her contract. Make her stay in the company for the rest of her life to pay off her debt. Otherwise, if she gets desperate and runs back to the Ning family, it'll be hard for me to control her then. Also, to prevent any unforeseen incidents tomorrow, I'll arrange for a good lawyer to meet us there tomorrow. Ning Shuolua racked her brains and gave them orders. After making sure that there weren't any gaps in her plan, she finally settled down. Everything had been going so smoothly. She hadn't expected such a huge wrinkle to appear in her plans. Luckily, it was just as Changli had said. A problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all. She absolutely wouldn't allow anything else to go wrong from now on. The next day, Ning Xi received the 8 million yuan without a hitch. At 6 p.m. exactly, she entered Starlight Entertainment together with the lawyer that Tingxiao had arranged for her. It just happened to be the time that everyone was knocking off work. When they saw Ning Xi, they immediately stared at her in surprise before hurriedly running off to report. They posted news and photos in their chat groups, online, and on their Weibos. Ning Xi, who had seemingly disappeared off the face of the planet, had finally appeared again. Heaven! Ning Xi. It's really her. She actually dared to come out of hiding. Yeah, she's pretty gutsy. If it were me, I would definitely have run away. What would I come back for? That's right. There's no way she's going to be able to continue staying in the entertainment circle after that incident. If things get worse, she might even be sued and get sent to jail. It would probably have been better if she had just run away. Did you see that man by her side? He looked pretty elite. I wonder what his background is. He doesn't seem like a lover. Could he be an assistant? How could that be possible? She's already in such dire straits. How could she afford to hire an assistant? She could probably sell herself out to a rich master for money, after all. Hee, I'd like to see what kind of master has the ability to settle a huge matter like this one. Chapter 176. I want to change my company. At the reception, when Changli saw that Ning Xi had finally arrived, she gloated in a very predictable manner. Our big celebrity Ning has finally decided to grace us with her presence. You've certainly made me wait for a long time. While speaking, she shot a funny. Look at the stern man walking next to Ning Xi. Who is this? Don't you know that you're not allowed to bring outsiders into the company as you like? Ning Xi gave Changli a sideways glance. My lawyer. Ho, you even have a lawyer. Changli assumed that Ning Xi had just casually hired one for appearance's sake, so she snorted disdainfully. I can't believe that you're still being unreasonable and putting on airs in front of me, even though we've reached this point. Haven't you realized how big a mess you've made this time around? If I hadn't kept pleading with the company to go easy on you, you would have been cut loose long ago. Ning Xi raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. Huh, you pled on my behalf. I'd like to know what resulted from your pleas. Changjia. Changli threw a document at her. The company will hold a press conference soon. As long as you issue a public apology at the press conference and voluntarily withdraw from the cast of Land Under Heaven, Shuala is generously willing to drop any legal action against you and give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, even if I try to guarantee your good behavior from now on, there probably won't be any production that would dare to use an actress with such a wicked character. After threatening her with the stick, Changli then switched gears to give her the carrot. Wearing an earnest expression, she spoke. Don't lose heart. The company won't cast you aside if you truly repent. You should know that some directors don't care about scandals. As a matter of fact, I've already accepted another role on your behalf. As long as you cooperate, there's a chance that you'll be able to make a comeback. Ning Xi looked at her with a faint smile and spoke softly. A big production, huh? I wonder which project Changjia has accepted on my behalf. Seeing that Ning Xi had taken the bait, Changli sneered at her before replying. What? Are you scared that I'll screw you over? You must have heard of blooming like it's spring before, right? Ning Xi's finger tapped idly against the armrest. Jiang Penghai's new project? That's right. It's by director Jiang. You should know that every single one of director Jiang's movies has become a box office hit. When he was making movies in Hong Kong, Guaqixing wasn't even on the radar yet. Ning Xi almost couldn't resist the urge to laugh out loud while listening to Chang Li's earnest praise for Jiang Penghai. A sharp glint suddenly flashed through her eyes. Changjia, if you want me to sell myself, you can just tell it to me straight. There's no need to beat around the bush. Jiang Penghai had started his career by shooting pornography. Later on, he had tried to clean up his image, but he wasn't very successful. The part that most people took issue with was Jiang Penghai's behavior. This guy was extremely lecherous, and he had slept with almost all of the actresses who starred in his productions. Last year, he had almost been taken to court because he had relations with a minor. She really had to thank them for going the extra mile to find a role like this for her. It must have been a lot of trouble finding a big production with such an illustrious director at the helm. Changli frowned after hearing Ning Xi speak. What do you mean? I want you to sell yourself. Isn't the rating just a little more on the mature side? What? You're not willing to do it. If not for my recommendation, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to take in trash like you. Just think about how much of a loss you've caused the company this time around. Are you thinking of freeloading off the company if you can't land any roles? Sorry, but I won't be accepting this role. Ning Xi didn't feel like listening to Chong Li as she continued to reach new lows, so she simply stated her refusal outright. Chong Li flared up on the spot and slammed the table with force. Ning Xi, you've been disobeying me time and time again. Are you so stuck up that you won't even listen to your manager anymore? I'm telling you now, you're going to act in Director Zhang's movie, even if you don't want to. My manager? Ning Xi sneered. That's a title you won't be holding any longer. Haha, you're still trying to change managers? You'll have to see if anyone in Starlight is brave enough to take you on. Chong Li said fearlessly. What I want to change is the company. Chapter 177, An Unexpected Reversal. You want to terminate your contract. Chong Li's expression finally showed some change, but she quickly returned to a calm state. Ning Xi, don't use the contract to threaten me. Do you know how much the penalty for breaking a contract is? There are still 4 years left in the contract you have with the company. The penalty is 2 million yuan for every year, coming to a total of 8 million yuan. Ning Xi shot a look at the lawyer waiting to one side. The expressionless lawyer pulled out a black briefcase and flipped it open, whoosh. It was filled with money, cold hard cash. Ning Xi pushed the briefcase to Chong Li. Here's 8 million yuan. Do you want to count it all? You. Chong Li stared, flabbergasted, at the pile of cash before her. Where did you get so much money from? Ning Xi spoke with impatience. That has nothing to do with you, does it? Yeah. Didn't you just get it from sleeping around? What are you acting all arrogant for? Did you think just 8 million was enough? Chong Li tossed a thick document at her. An agreement for terminating her contract. It seemed like she had already been prepared. Ning Xi took the agreement and skimmed through the pages. As she continued reading, she became more and more amused. Chongjia, why didn't I ever realize I was worth so much? The penalty they were asking for was $60 million. She knew that it wouldn't be easy to terminate her contract. They would definitely come up with some way to make things difficult for her. Chong Li recovered. Her unperturbed expression. This is the estimate that our specialized lawyer came up with. It stated clearly in the agreement that you have to pay for damages to the company in addition to the 8 million yuan penalty for terminating the contract. The damages include the postponement of our activities, the discontinuation of our investment, and the grievous injuries suffered by our most valuable actress. After calculating everything, this is already the bare minimum you have to cough up. If you can't pay up, then we'll meet in the courts. Ning Xi's brows knitted together after hearing this. She didn't know how good Lawyer Chen was, and whether he would be able to settle everything. Lawyer Chen simply glanced at the agreement. After that, his expression remained cold and respectful as before, without any visible changes in emotion. Seeing that Ning Xi was hesitating, Chong Li immediately softened her tone. Ning Xi, think carefully. Do you really want to terminate your contract? Actually, it's not like we can't discuss about this. If you're not willing to take on blooming like it's spring, we can make other arrangements. I have a few screenplays on hand, and they're all big projects. I'll let you pick from them. Ning Xi sneered inwardly. What big projects? They were likely the same kind of setup for her, just under different names. Ning Xi was clearly desperate to make her stay at Starlight so that she could keep her under her thumb and keep her in shackles for the rest of her life. However, she was also afraid that Ning Xi would give up and return to the Ning family if she was pressured too much. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from the door. Starlight's lawyers had arrived, and there were even 3 of them all at once. Ning Xi even recognized one of them, one of the top lawyers at Ning Corporation, Tingxiao. Damn, Ning Xi was really putting her all into making things difficult for her. Ning Xi looked at the lonely lawyer Chen on her side, and uncertainty rose in her heart. Now that Chong Li had gotten her back up, she crossed her arms over her chest and looked haughty. Ning Xi, it's not too late for you to change your mind. There were specialized ways to counteract these legal measures, but Ning Xi really had no idea about legal matters at all. She could only look towards Lawyer Chen with hope. Lawyer Chen remained silent. Ning Xi was about to go crazy from desperation. Weren't all lawyers supposed to be really eloquent? On top of being so stiff, Why did this guy have to act like he was mute? Was it going to be okay or not? However, the events that followed made Ning Xi feel like she was watching a drama. Lawyer Chen slowly stood up and took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. He finally spoke up. Firstly, as far as I know, your company discontinued your investment in order to threaten the production team. It has nothing to do with my client. Secondly, Ning Corporation has no relation with my client, so their losses shouldn't be borne by my client. Thirdly, your company's employees suffered injury on set, so this should be borne by your company, the production team, and the insurance company. Since my client hasn't been deemed guilty by any court, my client has no responsibility to bear those costs. Furthermore, from the medical report of your company's actress, Miss Ning Xi, she only suffered mild superficial wounds. At most, we will compensate her with 252.40 yuan. As for the other expenses such as the stay in the high-class ward and maintenance fees, those shouldn't be borne by my client. While facing 3 other lawyers by himself, Lawyer Chen fired off his rebuttals in quick-fire succession. He spoke for half an hour without getting short of breath, leaving the 3 lawyers on the other side speechless as they sweated profusely. He successfully helped her to terminate her contract, and except for that 8 million yuan, they didn't spend a single cent more. Oh wait, they spent an extra 252.40 yuan. Chapter 178. Ning Xi's backer? In the end, the results were, the other party was willing to settle the dispute in private and didn't dare to mention bringing it to the courts anymore. Ning Xi looked on with a stupefied expression. So Lawyer Chen had only been saving his strength to bring out his finishing move? Chong Li was even more flabbergasted. The 3 lawyers facing them were in a similar state too. Just as Ning Xi and Lawyer Chen were preparing to leave, the lawyer from the Ning family, Kai Yingyong, abruptly stood up in excitement. With an expression that was equal parts shock and suspicion, he asked Lawyer Chen, "Please wait a moment. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you, by any chance, the great Lawyer Chen Jing?" The other 2 lawyers standing at his side displayed their shock on their faces upon hearing that. What? Chen Jing? Which Chen Jing? It couldn't possibly be that Lawyer Chen, could it? They had completely looked down upon the mystery lawyer that Ning Xi had brought in just now, so they hadn't asked for his identity. However, the more they thought about it now, the more it seemed like something wasn't quite right. Although they had never seen Chen Jing with their own eyes before, they had long heard of the way he worked. He was a man of few words to the point that people would think he was mute, but once he started working, it was as if he had flipped the crazy switch. Rapid-fire speech, irrefutable logic, words straight to the points, explosive fighting power. Lawyer Chen completely ignored Kai Yingyong and walked out of the meeting room without a single pause in his stride. Left behind in the room, Chong Li collapsed onto a chair, all the blood drained out of her face. They were done for. Ning Xi had repeatedly told them not to let Ning Xi break her contract, but now, their plans were all spoiled. The lawyer that Ning Xi had hired turned out to be the #1 lawyer in the capital, the great Lawyer Chen. Why would the great Lawyer Chen come all the way here just to help Ning Xi negotiate a matter as small as terminating a contract? This lawyer charged by the minute, and it cost an arm and a leg to hire him. Could it be that Ning Xi's backer was this lawyer? Even until she had walked out of Starlight's building, Ning Xi was still a little dazed. She hadn't expected that this stuffy and stiff-looking lawyer could actually be that fierce. Were all the lawyers in Golden Age's legal department so epic? While lost in her lamentations, a large group of reporters suddenly swarmed around her at the entrance to the building. Ning Xi, have you come to give yourself up? Do you have anything to say about how you attempted to kill Ning Xi? Ning Xi has generously announced that she'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf as long as you apologize. Do you feel ashamed for your actions? May I ask if you were also the one behind the previous matter with Jia Qingqing? I heard that Starlight Entertainment is going to terminate your contract and blacklist you. Is that true? The reporters kept pushing forward in a craze, squeezing Ning Xi in. She only had 2 arms to defend herself against the swarm, and it wouldn't be very good for her image if she started beating up the reporters, so her hands were tied. Just as she was trying to think of a way to extract herself from the crowd, 5 well-trained bodyguards in black suits came out of nowhere and controlled the crowd in no more than 10 seconds. They protected Ning Xi in the center without letting anyone through. The reporters exchanged glances. What was happening? Where had these people come from? How could a little actress like Ning Xi, without any power, money, or background and in dire straits, hire bodyguards like these guys? There were even 5 of them all at once. In order to avoid causing a scandal and unwanted rumors for Ning Xi, the bodyguards didn't carry any emblems identifying that they worked for the Liu family. However, it was enough to scare off those reporters. Ning Xi stood within the bodyguard's protective circle and faced all the reporters with a cool and calm expression. She pitched her voice so they could all hear. Firstly, I'm innocent, so I don't have to give myself up. There's also no reason for me to feel ashamed. Secondly, the truth for Jia Qingqing's incident has already been made clear. Please don't try to obscure the facts and mislead the public, otherwise that's slander. Thirdly, I have terminated my contract with Starlight just a few minutes ago. However, I was the one to initiate the termination and they weren't the ones to cancel my contract. Lastly, if they want to blacklist me, then I'd like to see them try. Chapter 179. That person's sexual orientation is undetermined. After she finished speaking, Ning Xi simply ignored the uproar behind her and entered the black car that had just driven up and stopped nearby. It was all thanks to Liu Tingxiao's perfect planning. He had most likely predicted that the reporters would come swarming at her today. Even the bodyguards and driver had all appeared in the nick of time. Miss Xi, where to next? The driver asked. Let's go home. Ning Xi paused for a moment and couldn't resist asking, why do you call me Miss Xi and not Miss Ning? When she thought carefully about it, the servants in the Liu residence, and even Liu Tingxiao's subordinates all called her Miss Xi or Miss Xiao Xi. It was CEO Liu's orders. The driver replied. So that's why. That guy was too attentive. He probably knew that she didn't like the surname Ning. At the same time, at the Liu residence, Liu Jingli was collapsed on the sofa like a dead fish. Bro, you've already been browsing through those for an entire day? We have so many brilliant managers at our company, and you didn't take a liking to any of them? What about Lei Ming? He's been in the business for a long time. He has lots of experience and connections both here and abroad. He's already familiar with Ning Xi too. Liu Tingxiao, he's Jiang Mai's manager. Liu Jingli, all right. Then what about Hao Shuai? At least he has nothing to do with Jiang Mai, right? Liu Tingxiao, no males. Liu Jingli's mouth twitched. Then Yi Shenglan, one of our top managers. Her capabilities are top-notch. Liu Tingxiao, her sexual orientation is undetermined. Uft. It's rumored that she likes women. Crap. Bro, isn't your info a little too detailed? Liu Jingli's expression was falling apart. Then Zhao Meixin should be okay, right? She's female, has a boyfriend, and she's the manager of Su Yimo, the #1 actress in our company. Liu Tingxiao. Her character fails to meet the standards. Liu Jingli was completely speechless. Even the emperor wasn't as picky as you when he was selecting his concubines. Then what exactly do you want? Liu Tingxiao muttered to himself for a moment before asking, why didn't you give me Lin Zizi's information? Lin Zizi's on break. She said that she doesn't want to take on a new artiste anytime soon. I'm guessing it's probably to avoid Jiang Mai, TSK Tisk. Then she'll be Ning Xi's manager. Liu Tingxiao said decisively. Bro, you're too evil. Liu Jingli couldn't help but have a moment of silence for Jiang Mai in his heart. When he was done, it was time to mourn for himself. You're really good at giving me extra work. Lin Zizi's already said that she doesn't want to manage any new artistes. As the two of them were in the midst of discussion, Ning Xi returned from outside. I'm back. Is anyone at home? Just as her voice finished echoing in the house, her leg was hugged by a soft little bun. The little bun even had an aggrieved expression on his face, as if they had parted for 3 years and not 3 hours. The little bun had become really attached to her recently. It was only after Ning Xi hugged and soothed him for a long while that he finally cracked a smile. You're back. Did everything go well with terminating your contract? Liu Tingxiao walked over to ask. When he mentioned the contract, Ning Xi got excited. It went super well. The lawyer that the company arranged for me was really awesome. He fought alone against 3 lawyers and came out victorious in a war of words. Changli was trying to demand an exorbitant 60 million yuan from me at first, but I didn't have to spend a single cent in the end. Oh wait, I only spent 250 yuan on Ning Xuelua's medical fees. He was brilliant. Are the lawyers in Golden Age Entertainment's legal department also awesome? I heard them call him the great lawyer Chun. At this moment, Lu Jingli slowly spoke up from behind them. What do you mean the legal department of Golden Age? Chen Jing is the top legal consultant for the Lu Corporation. Uffed. Ning Xi was so shocked that she would done a spit take if she had been drinking. She turned to Lu Tingxiao in utter disbelief. Lu Tingxiao, you sent a specialized company lawyer who handles cases covering billions of yuan to help me settle a puny 8 million yuan case? Chapter 180. I'll help you count the spoils. This felt completely like the emperor, Lu Tingxiao, had sent a grand official to help a poor citizen, Ning Xi, with the case of a pig being stolen. Just in case, Lu Tingxiao replied with an unperturbed expression. Anything that had to do with her wasn't a small matter at all. Ning Xi didn't want to say anything anymore. The great demon king always did things removed from common sense. Have you finished looking through the contract I passed to you this morning? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi ran a hand through her hair. It was so thick, I felt dizzy just reading it. Anyway, I glanced through most of it, and I've already signed it. I'll pass it back to you later. Lu Tingxiao frowned slightly. You're so trusting towards me. Ning Xi shrugged. I'll even help you count the spoils if you sell me off. Lu Tingxiao smiled with a doting expression. Lu Jingli, ow, my single dog eyes. I'm going blind from all these displays of affection. It's becoming impossible to live in this house. If no surprises pop up, you can report at the company the day after. You rest at home for a day tomorrow. Okay, that's great. Ning Xi nodded. Lu Jingli wanted to smash his head against something after hearing that. The day after? Didn't that mean he only had one day to convince Lin Jiji? How heartless of his bro. Lu Tingxiao seemed to have seen through Lu Jingli's inner complaints. He turned to his little brother and said, after you complete this task, you can go on holiday. All right, I'll go right now. Lu Jingli recovered all his spirit. That night, in a VIP ward in the First People's Hospital, Ning Xiluo was staring dead-on at the woman on the TV screen. Outside Starlight's office building, despite disappearing for so many days, Ning Xi didn't look weak or haggard at all. Conversely, she looked radiant and practically glowed from the inside. Surrounded on all sides by 5 bodyguards in black, she faced the reporters' attacks with a domineering expression. Firstly, I'm innocent, so I don't have to give myself up. There's also no reason for me to feel ashamed. Secondly, the truth for Jia Qingqing's incident has already been made clear. Please don't try to obscure the facts and mislead the public, otherwise that's slander. Thirdly, I have terminated my contract with Starlight just a few minutes ago. However, I was the one to initiate the termination and they weren't the ones to cancel my contract. Lastly, if they want to blacklist me, then I'd like to see them try. When she heard Ning Xi's last words, Ning Xiluo abruptly threw the desk lamp by her side at the screen. After the impact, the screen fizzled and some smoke rose off the top of it, before it went completely dark. Chongli, what's the meaning of this? It was enough that Shui Kaijing committed such a low-level mistake, but now even you're making mistakes? What did I tell you? You absolutely can't let her terminate her contract. Ning Xiluo was the kind of person who would react to problems by scolding others. Chongli was used to Ning Xiluo's personality, but even so, her expression turned a little ugly now. I've already told you long ago. With Ning Xi's looks, if she managed to find a backer with power and money, I wouldn't be able to keep her suppressed any longer. Since you forced her to that point, this kind of result is within our expectations. Then are you telling me to just watch her change her fortunes just like that? I paid such a huge price, and even spent 8 million yuan for nothing. Ning Xiluo was in hysteria, unable to accept their plans failing for the umpteenth time. Xiluo, it's not as bad as you think. Ning Xi's reputation has already been completely ruined in the entertainment circle. Even if she found a backer, she can't recover her reputation anymore. Besides, who would dare to use an artiste that our Starlight has blacklisted? Her career in this industry has come to an end. Not only that, just think about it. She caused such a ruckus this time and simply tossed out 8 million yuan just like that. She was even picked up by bodyguards in a branded car. Is there anyone in the world who wouldn't be able to tell that she's being kept? How would the Ning family even be able to accept her? Can she even enter high society like that? After listening up to this point, Ning Xiluo's anger had finally subsided a little. Have you sent orders to the fan army? Don't worry. When this happened, I already sent orders down to them. Besides, Even if we don't do anything, those reporters will surely frame things that way. Chong Li was absolutely confident. Chapter 181. I've never regretted it. Ning Xi used her phone to scan through the latest headlines, only to see her screen filled with titles like, Ning Xi arrogantly bullies others after getting a backer. Ning Xi seems to be a kept mistress. Ning Xi refuses to admit her crime and show remorse. She finally calmed down. All right, you should settle the matter of public opinion. I don't want to see any more problems. Just as she finished speaking, 3 knocks sounded from the door. Ning Xi immediately shot Chong Li a look filled with nervousness. Chong Li hurriedly hid the broken desk lamp and covered up the TV with a dust cover before going to open the door. Outside the ward, Su Yan looked at Chong Li with some surprise, finding it curious that she would appear at Ning Xi's ward at this hour. Talking business? There were some issues at work that I had to discuss with Changjia. We just finished talking. Yinggij, why have you come this late at night? Ning Xi changed the topic. You guys continue talking. I'm leaving first. Chong Li said her goodbyes and cast a look loaded with meaning at Ning Xi before leaving. Su Yan didn't notice their interactions. He pinched the bridge of his nose and looked particularly grave. Ning Xi noticed his expression and tried probing. Is it because of Ning Xi's matter? Su Yan didn't speak. Ning Xi bit her lip as her body started trembling. Yinggij, are you blaming me? Blaming me for forcing Ning Xi to this point. Su Yan sighed. You like to let your imagination run wild. This was her fault in the first place. Why would I blame you? I'm only blaming myself. I didn't handle all this properly back then. That's why she's in this kind of state now. I didn't expect that she would rather sell her body than come and apologize to me. Why does she hate me so much? What can I do to make her let go of her anger? Don't tell me that I really have to leave you to make her happy. Ning Xi's face was filled with agony at the thought. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. With a severe expression, he said, Xiaoluo, I forbid you from saying things like that. It wasn't easy for us to get together. Are you really willing to give it all up just for a small matter like this? Ning Xiaoluo hurriedly nestled into his embrace with a terrified expression. I'm sorry, I won't do it anymore. I'm just scared that you'll regret it. Regret getting together with me. Shock flitter across Su Yan's face before he told her in a firm tone, I've never regretted it. As the two of them were speaking, a knock sounded on the door again. Su Yan went over to open the door and saw that it was Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu standing there. With some surprise, he greeted them. Uncle, Annie, Dad, Mum, has something happened? Ning Xiaoluo displayed astonishment on her face and hurriedly got off the bed to welcome them. Zhuang Lingyu pressed her back down on the bed gently. Don't move, you're still injured, just lie down properly. There's nothing wrong. We're just here to visit you. Ning Yaohua's face was darkened. Don't worry, Xua. I've come here to tell you that I'll definitely seek justice for you. Even if I have to tie her up, I'll do it and bring her here to apologize to you. The corner of Ning Xiaoluo's eyes were damp. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom. Actually, I don't mind it at all. I only hope that Jie can find her way eventually. With how she's acting now, she's going to ruin her entire life. Zhuang Lingyu's expression turned extremely ugly. I didn't expect that she would actually do something this shameless. What kind of bad karma did our Ning family accumulate to create a bastard like this? If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have brought her back. It's fine, we just have Xiaoluo, but the old man wouldn't listen. See what happened now. Ning Yaohua looked impatient. All right, that's enough. Stop nagging. I'll handle this matter. Also, don't let the old man know about this. He was in the middle of a crucial period in the fight for the right of inheritance against his younger brother now. Chapter 182. Because she didn't care. At the Liu residence. After she had coaxed little treasure to sleep and applied a face mask, Ning Xi was preparing to have a good night's sleep when her phone screen suddenly lit up. There was an incoming phone call. The caller ID displayed the name, Ning Yaohua. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes slightly and walked out to the balcony to take the call. Hello. What kind of greeting is hello? Don't you know how to address your father with respect? Where are your manners? Are you sure you want to fight with me over this again? Actually, I wish that you weren't part of the Ning family, but our family's blood runs through your veins. That's a fact that I can't erase. Whatever filthy things you've done outside will ultimately bring shame to our Ning family. The filthy things that I've done. Was that something Ning Xiaoluo said again? Shuilaw didn't even need to bring up something like that. Everyone on the internet is saying that. They're saying that you're poisonous and unrepentant, and that you're a kept woman who glorifies her shamelessness and flaunts her filthy deeds in front of everyone. Don't tell me that I'm accusing you wrongly. I sent someone to wait outside your apartment for quite a few days, but you never returned. Why don't you tell me where you've been staying these past few days? And where did you get that money? I'm warning you, Ning Xi. I'm giving you one last chance. Come back right now and apologize to Shuilaw. Furthermore, I've already arranged a decent job for you at a branch company in Singapore. Your plane tickets have already been booked. Pack your things and leave the day after tomorrow. He had exiled her once 5 years ago. 5 years later, he actually wanted to exile her again. Ning Xi emphasized each word as she spoke. Chairman Ning, while I do have the Ning family's blood running through my veins, aside from contributing a single sperm cell, you've never raised me for even a single day. Even if my reputation drops to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, you don't have the right to criticize me, and you have even less of a right to get involved in my life. Ning Xi, how impudent. You had better think hard on the consequences of provoking me. You. Ning Xi immediately hung up, cutting off the roaring coming from the other end of the phone. This time, her heart was strangely tranquil. She wasn't angry. She wasn't disappointed. She definitely wasn't sad. Ning Xi, a gentle voice suddenly called out to her from nearby. Ning Xi turned her head only to see Tingxiao anxiously looking at her from the neighboring balcony. Ning Xi spoke with some surprise. Tingxiao, you haven't slept yet. Tingxiao walked up to the edge of his balcony, on the side closest to hers. I heard some noises coming from the balcony, so I came out to take a look. Are you okay? Ning Xi casually shrugged her shoulders. I'm fine. Ning Yaowa gives me the same lines every time he calls. I can probably recite it from memory by now. Tingxiao wasn't very good at comforting others. He reached across the gap between the balconies and rubbed her head. Don't feel sad. Ning Xi laughed. Beneath the starlight, her expression was calm and serene. I'm not sad. In this world, the only ones who can hurt us are the ones that we care about. The more we care about them, the more it hurts. But now, I'm not going to get hurt anymore. Because she didn't care anymore. That time in the hospital was going to be the last time she would feel sad about those people. Never again. All right, I'm going to bed now. I still have to get up early tomorrow. Good night. Ning Xi waved at him. Getting up early? There's nothing planned for tomorrow. You can sleep in a bit. I'm getting up early to buy groceries. Why are you buying groceries? Tingxiao didn't understand. To prepare a meal, of course. I promised that I would cook for you and Little Treasure last time, but I've been postponing it for so long that I still haven't made one yet. You've just recovered. There's no hurry. It's just buying some groceries and cooking a meal. That's not tiring at all. Also, I just happen to have some free time tomorrow. All right, that's settled. Oh yes, remember to eat less for breakfast tomorrow so you can save some stomach space. I'll definitely have you two wishing that you had an extra stomach. Tingxiao chuckled when he saw her confident expression. All right. Chapter 183, Someone's Wife. In the early morning of the next day, Ning Xi put on a light pink dress with a pair of low-heeled white sandals. She applied some light makeup and straightened her natural curls, letting them cascade over her shoulders. As usual, she placed that pink heart-shaped hair clip on her head. In short, she looked exactly like a good wife. Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper. His expression momentarily went blank when he saw her. Your outfit. If she didn't have to attend any special events, Ning Xi was usually dressed in a very simple and casual style. This was his first time seeing her dressing this girly. Ning Xi was bouncing with excitement in front of him. How is it? How is it? Don't I look like someone's wife? As he looked at her, Tingxiao's eyes held a deeper meaning. Very much so. Someone's wife. Those two words were extremely beautiful to his ears. That's good. I won't get cheated if I go to the market looking like this. Ning Xi nodded her head with satisfaction. I'm heading off now. Just as she tried to take a step, she found that she couldn't move her leg. Little Treasure was clinging to her leg. Ning Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she looked at her new leg accessory. Darling, why are you up this early? Little Treasure rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched out his arms to show that he wanted a hug. With that appearance, Ning Xi couldn't resist picking him up. I'm just going out to buy some groceries. I'll be back very soon. Little Treasure continued clinging stubbornly to her neck. Can we go along with you? At that moment, Tingxiao asked from the sidelines. Ning Xi blinked. You guys want to go too? We can take little treasure out for a walk. Tingxiao suggested. From the side, little treasure nodded with all his might. Ning Xi scratched her head. Of course you can. It's just that the wet market might be a little dirty. The place I'm going to isn't a supermarket. It's a big marketplace that's a little farther away. The food there is the freshest. That's fine. Let's go. Tingxiao put down his newspaper and picked up the car keys. Just like this, Ning Xi's solo trip became a 3-person trip with a little bun and a big bun. In the underground garage, Ning Xi had to swallow her drool as she looked at the row of dazzling luxury cars, especially when she saw her dream man, Little White. When he saw that Ning Xi had her eyes fixed on the white Bugatti sports car, Tingxiao asked, "Shall we drive this one?" Ning Xi regained her senses and quickly shook her head. Of course not. We're just going to the wet market. Driving a sports car would be way too excessive. Do you have a car that's more low-key? She glanced around the garage and found that there really wasn't one. How could that be? However, Tingxiao nodded his head. I do. After saying so, he pressed a button somewhere and a black car was transported over from another partition. It was a sedan that cost about 500,000 yuan, and it looked completely new. Ning Xi nodded excitedly in approval when she saw it. This car is awesome. However, why did Tingxiao have a car that looked so out of place here? As if he knew what she was thinking, he explained, "This was prepared for you when you first came. You've just never driven it before." So this was the sedan that Tingxiao had prepared for her back then. Seeing Tingxiao's slightly despondent expression, Ning Xi felt as though she had committed a huge mistake and rushed to explain. That's because it's usually more convenient for me to take the subway. I can even avoid traffic. After that, she quickly changed the topic. Let's hurry up and go. If we wait any longer, the good stuff will be taken away. If that happens, my performance will be affected. Chapter 184, A Special Date. On the road over, Ning Xi opened the car window. The early morning breeze was slightly chilly and blew comfortably across her face. Simultaneously, it dispersed the frustration that had built up over the past several days. Tingxiao turned on the radio, and, immediately, the tones of light music drifted throughout the car. Confession balloons blown to the street. Flying and smiling in the sky. You said you're rather hard to chase. Wanted me to give up before it was too late. You wouldn't let me choose the most expensive gifts. All you wanted were the fallen leaves from the champ slices. Planning a romantic date. Unafraid to ruin everything. Having you is like having the entire world. My dear, from that day I started loving you. Happiness came so easily. My dear, don't be headstrong. Your eyes are saying I'm willing. This song's melody was very sweet, and it carried a bright and lively summertime vibe. However, when Ning Xi heard it, she kept thinking that something was off. They had clearly only come out to buy groceries. Why did it seem like a date? Also, these lyrics. For some reason, hearing them made her feel a little self-conscious. After half an hour passed in this ambiguous atmosphere, they finally arrived at the wet market. Do you want me to buy a mask for you? Tingxiao asked, feeling a little worried. In order to avoid being disturbed, he hadn't let the bodyguards follow them this time. Nope, no need. The workers who come here don't have enough time to be concerned about gossip. Plus, I look like such a virtuous lady today. I'm sure that no one will be able to recognize me. The way I see it, it's you and Little Treasure who need the masks. Ning Xi joked. Even though it was still very early, there were already many people inside the wet market. People were hustling and bustling in and out of the market. Ning Xi was worried that Little Treasure would feel uncomfortable, so she bent over and picked him up. It was Little Treasure's first time coming to this sort of place. He looked at everything he could along the way. His little head switched between her shoulders, leaning on her left shoulder, then her right, as he observed with extreme concentration. However, the little bun had recently gained more weight and was actually a little heavy. After carrying him for a while, Ning Xi grew more tired. Seeing this, from the side, Tingxiao promptly took the little bun from her hands. Let me hold him. The little bun's body was already in Tingxiao's grasp, but his hands were still wrapped firmly around Ning Xi's neck, refusing to let go. Tingxiao's expression turned grave. Don't you know that you're really heavy? Upon hearing those words, the little bun looked like he had been dealt a blow, as if he was a girl who had just been called fat. Even though Ning Xi felt that this was pretty funny, she still hurriedly tried to comfort him. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You're not heavy at all. You could even gain a little more weight. However, you'll be more stable in your dad's arms, and he's rather tall, so you'll get a better view if he holds you. Little Treasure was consoled somehow, but he wasn't in the mood to look at the scenery anymore. He stared unwaveringly at Ning Xi the entire way, afraid that he would lose her in the crowd. Whenever he saw that the distance between them had increased too much, he would reach out towards her. Wow, the fish over there looks really fresh. Ning Xi hustled over to the front of a booth like a mudfish. Tingxiao glanced at the girl. Then he freed up one of his hands and picked her hand up. Ning Xi blanked out and subconsciously looked at the hand that had been grasped. Her palm felt extremely warm. Little Treasure is really worried that you'll get lost. Tingxiao looked as if he had had no other choice than to hold her hand. Ning Xi looked at Little Treasure and realized that the little guy's face was filled with anxiety. Hey ma'am, do you still want this fish? At this time, the fishmonger auntie asked from the side. Ning Xi hastily spoke. Yes, I do. I've already walked one circle around this market, and the fish you have here are the freshest. Auntie. Ma'am, you have really good eyes. Just ask around. Everyone knows that I have the best fish in the entire marketplace. The auntie beamed with pride. Ning Xi only realized that something was off after listening for quite a while. This auntie had just called her ma'am. She had clearly mistaken them for a family of 3. Chapter 185. Your entire family is handsome. Forget it. It would be a pain to explain, so Ning Xi didn't waste her breath. Auntie, give me one fish. Alrighty. The auntie used the scale in a very honest manner and even gave Ning Xi quite the discount. After selling the fish, that auntie looked at the man standing next to Ning Xi, carrying a child. Mrs. You're so lucky. Your husband and son are both so handsome. Even though he was standing in a wet market, holding a kid in his arms, Tingxiao's bearing remained as extraordinary as ever. It must be some sort of innate talent. Haha, is that really so? But I'm really handsome as well. Ning Xi joked. Yes. You're all handsome. Especially this little darling of yours. He really makes people want to spoil him. He's completely inherited all of your best traits, and your husband's as well. Come, I'll give you a smaller fish as a free gift. Ning Xi subconsciously touched her face. He had inherited the best of her and Tingxiao. It seemed like this wasn't the first time she had heard something like this. Following that, Ning Xi, Tingxiao, and Little Treasure practically turned into the focal points of the wet market. No matter where they went shopping, all the shop owners would gift them something. Green onions, garlic, eggs, fish, and shrimp. They got a little bit of everything. Ning Xi's basket was almost filled to the brim. Ning Xi felt like she had just discovered a new method to get rich. She spoke with excitement. I really didn't expect that we'd get so many benefits just by bringing Little Treasure along. Let's bring Little Treasure next time too. Little Treasure nodded a few times. Tingxiao, okay. Finally, the 3 returned home in triumph. Ning Xi was in a great mood on the way back. When they were halfway there, she suddenly recalled something and shouted, Tingxiao, do you know where my apartment building is? Turn left at the next intersection. I do. Do you want to go back? Tingxiao drove the car to her apartment building with familiar ease, even though he had only come by once before. Yup. I'm going to grab my super secret spice mix. Wait a moment for me, you too. Okay. When Ning Xi ran into the apartment building, she quickly grabbed the spice mix and came back down. When she passed by the lobby, the young lady at the front desk urgently stopped her. Hey, wait, aren't you Ning Xi? You have 2 express deliveries. They've been left here for quite a few days. Do you still want them? After speaking, she sized up Ning Xi without restraint as if seeking something to gossip about. She thought that Ning Xi had probably become a kept woman a while ago since she hadn't returned for so long. However, Ning Xi didn't notice the young lady's measuring gaze. She simply grabbed the 2 boxes and walked out. When she walked to the entrance, she could see that Little Treasure was leaning against the window waiting anxiously, even from a distance. Ning Xi's gaze turned warm. A second later, 3 men wearing black suddenly barged into her sight. With just a single glance, she could tell that they had come with ill intentions, and they were charging straight towards her. Ning Xi's eyes flashed with trained vigilance. She immediately set down the objects in her hands and ripped apart her skirt with force. Next, She directed a kick at one of the men who had charged over. That person had completely let down his guard, so the kick sent his entire body flying into the air. The two men next to him stared blankly for a good moment before recovering their senses. Their expressions turned vicious as they rushed to attack her even more ferociously. Ning Xi's outfit today was too ladylike, so all of her movements were restrained. She couldn't settle those two immediately. While she was fighting with the two men, another man charged over from behind her. He trapped her arm with his hand and tried to use a rope to tie her up. Ning Xi was about to strike back when that man suddenly released her arm and let out a blood-curdling scream. She could even hear a cracking sound as the man's arm broke. Ning Xi's gaze moved along that person's arm, only to see that Tingxiao had rushed over from the car at some point in time and was currently wearing a frosty expression. He was emitting a murderous aura and his hand was exerting some strength as he gripped that person's wrist steadily. Tingxiao's hands twist a lot, and then I saw the person who was thrown sideways in a circle fly out and fall to the ground like broken sacks, motionless. Probably because Tingxiao's shot was too brutal, the other three all looked at each other and subconsciously take a step back. Are you okay? Turning to Ning Xi, Tingxiao's eyes still had a little hostility. Ning Xi nodded. I'm fine. She had never even seen Tingxiao's hits. Most of the time she even thought that Tingxiao was elegant. She did not think his physical skill was so amazing. At this time, a black Ferrari slowly stops over, and from the car comes down one person. Out steps Ning Yaohua in a Giorgio Armani suit. Ning Yaohua looks as if he is staring at garbage while looking at the man next to Ning Xi, but also contemptuously looking at the car parked in front of the apartment. Ning Xi, this is what you hang out with these days. A man who couldn't take you home? Spending hundreds of thousands for a broken car. Ning Xi heard this and almost laughed. For you, you judge a man's standard by how much money he spends on a car? According to him, he doesn't care about her being kept, but cares about her backers not being powerful enough. If she had a Bentley, is it more noble? Disregarding the car, do you not see the face? I thought that you had found a strong backer behind you. You actually found a small, half-baked, kept man/a bitch, man. You're really regressing. Ning Yaohua shouted more abuse. Although the man looks good, but to show this car, he is at most just a small company owner. He actually said Tingxiao is a small, half-baked, kept/a bitch, man. Ning Yaohua continues scolding Ning Xi and turns to see Tingxiao. Who are you? Do you know who she is? She's my Ning Yaohua's daughter, and you dare to play? Believe it or not, I'll let you in if I fail to make you meet God/Emperor. Ning Xi. Tingxiao in front of outsiders cherishes his words like gold. Now facing Ning Yaohua's condescending arrogance, even he has a glare. Ning Yaohua wants to continue to humiliate him, but he doesn't know why his ear felt a chill and he suddenly couldn't speak. Why does such a small boss have such an imposing manner? Well, he's not this daughter that is allowing herself to be fooled by his looks. Ning Xi, what I said last night is still valid. You can choose now to go back with me. Ning Yaohua said with a charitable tone. Ning Xi's lips smirk while she hooks intimate arms around the side of the arm of Tingxiao. I am sorry, I choose my family's half-baked man. You go back where you came from. Ning Xi, you'll be sorry. Looking at the two people hold hands sets Ning Yaohua in a rage. Then with a gloomy face he told the bodyguard to keep up with them. Today let him experience too many unexpected things. One is Ning Xi's skill. The impression that his daughter is physically weak is nothing but a lie. Originally said tied to the power of chicken. In addition, what is the identity of this man? He always felt that something is wrong. Back to the car, Ning Xi scratched her head while apologizing to Tingxiao. I am sorry, I involved you inexplicably and got you scolded. It's nothing. Although scolded, Tingxiao is not angry at all. The reason why is naturally because of Ning Xi's last hug, and even the small half-baked man, because she added in front the words my family, this attribute turning it into a sweet nickname. Darling, you haven't been scared, right? Ning Xi sent a worried glance at Xiao Bao, Little Treasure. Little Treasure shook his head, holding onto her arm tightly. His face doesn't look scared, but somehow seems depressed. Why was he only 5 years old? He really wants to grow up quickly, so that he can protect her and not just look on from afar. Tingxiao apparently sees through his son's idea. This is your father's job, don't try to take it. Only a few people know that this is my address. Who sent me a package from? Ning Xi mumbles while picking up one of the boxes to see the sender. Unfortunately, the writing is too vague to see. Tingxiao was just about to ask her if she needed a knife, but Ning Xi has skillfully torn open the package with her hand. This is probably every girl's essential skill. After opening the outer layer of the package, Ning Xi saw an exquisite gift box. Lying in a bottle shape inside is a very nice perfume. Along with it, there is a very simple note. Happy birthday. Tingxiao from the rearview mirror sees that Ning Xi looks very happy. A friend? Ning Xi carefully put the perfume back and then began talking. It's from my cousin. Did I tell you my uncle has 1 son and 3 daughters? The son is not his, and 2 of his daughters are from an illegitimate woman. Actually, my aunt only gave birth to 1 daughter, Ning Tianxin. Tingxiao looks slightly calmer. It's originally from a cousin. A cousin is good. Ning Xi showed an expression of nostalgia. In the Ning family, Tianxin is the only who was good to me, although her personality is a little distant. Unfortunately, at the beginning because she looked a little cold, I didn't get close to her. But she was determined to remind me several times to pay attention to Ning's Wello. I didn't take it to heart. Speaking of my sister's character, you're actually quite similar. Even though the appearance looks very cold, it's in fact very good. Tingxiao. He was boasted about, but he doesn't know if he should be happy or not. Can this be considered the legendary good card? Ning Xi finished with the first package, then continued to the second one. The writing on this one is not fuzzy, but there is simply not a sender written in. An anonymous package. I have recently been hacked badly. This time I shouldn't be demolished by an anonymous package? Ning 11 said as she shook the box. There's no sound at all inside. She can't hear anything. I'll help you with the demolition. From the driver's seat, Tingxiao reaches his hand out. What? Ning 11 was about to say how will you drive and help me dismantle the box, but sees that Tingxiao's hand has left the steering wheel, but the car is still driving smoothly. Even in front of an intersection and when he turns a bend. Ning Xi is just watching amazed. How is it this car is? Tingxiao indifferently replied. I made some changes to the system. Ning Xi. Although unmanned vehicles are rare, but not surprising. You changed it yourself? At this time, she discovered that although the car is a very popular mid-range car similar to hundreds of thousands of cars, the interior and the construction is not the same. Tingxiao didn't just borrow the car shell, he changed the entire interior too. On the seat under her, but this isn't quality leather, right? This metal handrail that looks so shiny and good is not some high-tech material, right? Hanging in the front is a beautiful jade that is so crystal clear, it can't be. It needs to be ice. She didn't dare continue to think about it. Ning Xi finally recovered, and then nervously reminded Tingxiao in the front. Tingxiao, you need to be careful. In case that package really. Her voice faded away as a bang sounded. Glitter-like sequins explode and surround Tingxiao like a mushroom cloud. A moment later, Tingxiao's head and clothes are covered with them. Staring closely will show that what blasted out and is littered over him are a lot of shiny things. On closer look, they seem to be diamonds. This familiar way of sending things, there's no need to even ask who it is. This is just too wicked. Others spend money to hit people. What's it for him to use diamonds to hit people? Must be nice. I want to be on that level XD. Although the number of carats aren't large, but having so many together, someone can make it into a ring. This would cause hundreds of thousands of men to come and propose. Not only is Tingxiao covered in them, in the back seat Ning Xi and Little Treasure have also been affected and are covered with the sparkling crystal. Ning 11. Tingxiao. Little Treasure. Ning Xi wiped her face, then helped Little Treasure wipe his face too. She then quickly leaned over to help Tingxiao pick off the things messily stuck to him. I'm sorry, are you okay? Did they get in your eyes? Xiaoting shook his head, shaking off a layer of diamond pieces and a small piece of paper. Ning Xi opened it and read, My dear, happy birthday. Are you satisfied with what you see? Yes. Tingxiao gave her a slightly complex look. Do you like it this way? He began to self-reflect. Compared to other people, wouldn't his expression be considered rude? Ning Xi looked speechless. Do I look like I like it? I can say that I'm surprised, but how can I be happy at this reign full of horror? Tingxiao, although you are rich, don't act like this when chasing a girl. If you need help, I can teach you the type of presents to send. When Tingxiao heard this, his mouth hooked into a smile. Of course, this is what he wished for. Well, he starts. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a car that followed them this whole time in the rearview mirror. It seems to be Ning Yaohua's car. Ning Xi, seeing that Tingxiao looked right, followed his line of sight, and also found the car. Fuck. This guy is not finished yet. Do you need me to throw them off? Tingxiao asks. Ning Xi thought about it, then shook her head. Forget about it. They can't get us anyways. Besides, little treasure is still in the car. Driving fast is too dangerous. 10 minutes later, at the Platinum Palace. Extremely incompatible from Tingxiao, and from her motorbike, a luxury black car slowly drove to the front gate. They were a few meters away when the guard respectfully saluted, then graciously opened the gate, allowing them to drive through. Before long, the car cannot be seen. Then, trying to follow into the gate opening, Ning Yaohua was immediately stopped. Hello, please show me pass, the guard asks with a businesslike expression. Ning Yaohua, anxiously looking at the car, turning the corner, impatiently replies, What pass? You don't have a pass? The guard asked. Then which resident should I call to give you entry? Ning Yaohua frowned. Why can that car just easily go in? He is one of the residents, the guard replied. What? Ning Yaohua's face instantly changed. How is this not wrong? This is the Platinum Palace, the gathering place of the empire's richest. There's no market. How could that bitch with a broken car live here? Is he a butler or special assistant? Or someone's illegitimate child? After so many twists and turns, the three finally arrived home smoothly. After carrying the big grocery bags into the kitchen, the first thing to do is not to cook, but to take a bath. Three people who have varying degrees of sticky layers of glitters, sequins, and small diamond pieces. Just walking down the road, they would be sinfully dropping tens of thousands of dollars, which led to Ning Xi paying attention to where each foot fell. After showering, Ning Xi deliberately changed into more convenient mobile clothing. Her posture was one of going to war. Need some help? Tingxiao and Little Treasure were both downstairs too. Ning Xi holding the freshly washed little bun and rubbed him lovingly. Call the servants over to help me start cooking. You two go and watch TV and wait to eat. You just got cleaned, don't get dirty. There are no servants today, they are all on holiday, Tingxiao said. Holiday? Ning Xi thought to let Little Treasure get personally involved then. Now that you came over, do you have an apron? I forgot to get one when we went out. There should be, Tingxiao replied. From the recently bought bag of groceries, he pulled out a plastic package. After opening it, there are 3 aprons of the same style inside. 2 large and 1 small. Huh? When did you buy this? Ning Xi asked, looking surprised. A little girl selling crabs gave this to us. Okay, really now? Who gives that kind of thing? Ning Xi took the little apron piece while speaking to Little Bun. Little Treasure, come over. I'll help you wear your apron. Little Treasure, with an expression of great anticipation, held his small hands out. After Ning Xi helped him put it on, tying a cute bow, she leans back and sighs, Darling, even while wearing an apron you still look so cute. Her voice fading, she turned to see Tingxiao, wearing a casual clothes with a bright pink apron over it. Surprisingly, he still looks quite handsome. This kind of unexpected contrast of a man and Mo, Japanese for cute, is too great. No, I can't suppress the urge to take pictures, Ning Xi said, but she couldn't decide the pose to choose. From time to time, she handed different tomatoes to Little Bun and ribs to Tall Bun to use as props. Posing the cute Little Bun next to the cool-looking Tall Bun should be a very illegal picture. They have different frames, but are very loving. Do you want me to take a photo of you? Tingxiao suddenly asked. I don't have. I'll help you with Little Treasure, Tingxiao said while walking over and helping her put on her apron. Little Treasure has been unable to wait and rushes towards Ning Xi. In fact, Ning Xi's private heart doesn't want to leave too many traces and memories, but she is helpless and cannot stand the longing in Little Treasure's eyes. Well, there's no point in thinking about it so much. At present, they're wine drunk. So let's leave tomorrow's worry for tomorrow. Ning Xi and the Little Bun style is more consistent. The small bun does a lot of lovely, funny poses while she does the action ones. For example, she let Little Bun hold a lot of lotus roots and make a shockwave position while Ning Xi pretends to be hit like a fly. They played so much that she forgot she came down to cook. I'll say, Lu Tingxiao, you are simply a 10 all around. Even the pictures you take are so nice. The light composition is too perfect. Ning Xi turned the phone around. In the photo, little treasure face looks amazing. She really wanted to use it as her phone background, but she can't. After all, he has a special identity, and she is usually very careful not to disclose any information about little treasure. If she had such a lovely son, she would show him off to everyone every day. With the three's coordination, soon there is a table full of food. Salt and pepper trotters, Maotai crayfish, spicy flavored crab, roast leg of lamb, fried steak. Most of the vegetable dishes are mostly for Ning Xi, as she needs to keep fit for acting. The meat dishes are mostly for the little bun, who is still a bit thin, and Lu Tingxiao, who is usually tired from work. Looking at the table covered with colorful dishes and tasting them, Lu Tingxiao looks quite surprised. Now I believe you when you said those words, he said to her. What words? I'm a good cook. Ning Xi laughed. Huh, you thought I was exaggerating. Although, I'm a bit rusty, I've practiced for many years. Do you want to start a restaurant? Lu Tingxiao asked, puzzled. Ning Xi's smile is slightly bleak. You can't laugh at me. I don't want to be a cook. I wanted to be that person's wife. Lu Tingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, making it difficult to detect the chill. Want to be that person's wife? Such moving words, but that person is not him. It was a silly and naive thought that if you seize a man through his stomach, you can catch his heart. Little did I. No, Ning Xi suddenly stopped. She glanced at little treasure, saw that he was focused on staring at the soup pot. She then leaned towards Lu Tingxiao and continued speaking in a low voice. But as everyone knows that 3 inches below the belly button is where the man's real heart is, the thing below the belt. I did so much preparing to make his meals, preparing to be a wife, but he'd rather have Ning Xuelo accompany him to bed, to do you know what. Isn't that very sad? Sadly, he will regret it, Lu Tingxiao truthfully said in a comforting tone. Ning Xi admitted that he had really comforted her and laughed lightly. Well, I had so much fun today, so no need to mention those disappointing things. Here, this soup is finished, and we should put some fried vegetables on it. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the basket. We didn't buy any vegetables. I didn't buy any. Ning Xi replied, dumbfounded. No cauliflower? No radishes? I can't afford not to have any. Eating like this will make you dead tired. I want some eggplant to fry and They currently have 8 meat dishes and just 2 vegetable dishes, a mix of sugar lotus root and a sliced tomato salad. Why don't you go to Jingli's garden to pick some? What? He has that kind of thing? Ning Xi asked, surprised. Yeah, he has a vegetable greenhouse in his yard. That's great. But I'll go since you won't know what to pick. Well, I'll look after the soup then. Take little treasure with you, otherwise the guard won't know who you are. Lu Tingxiao told her. No worries, we are going through the back. Because there are small bushes, Ning Xi carried the little bun and walked quietly into Lu Jingli's backyard to the vegetables location. Amazingly, the vegetables look good. The eggplant looks really juicy and fresher than those at the supermarket. Of course, it is also because they are freshly picked. That guy Lu Jingli, just hiding here eating good things. Leaving the basket with little treasure, they suddenly heard a sharp warning sound. Ning Xi raised her head and looked around. What's the matter? Behind them came a loud shout. Thief! Which little thief dares to steal my food? It is little treasure, and Ning Xi. Lu Jingli came out wearing pajamas and wrapped in a blanket, saw the two, one small and one big, looking dumbfounded. Ning Xi picked up the vegetable basket, her mouth twitching. What kind of person has a vegetable garden with burglar alarms installed? How much you value it is interesting. Is there gold buried underneath? Chapter 191. Lu Jingli stared at her bitterly. You idiot! How dare you? Give me back all the cauliflower, cabbage, turnip greens in your hands. These plants are all my own species. I personally water and fertilize them. Every day I play music for them, read them stories, and tell them jokes. They're my pride and joy. They're 100 times more precious than gold. You haven't seen them grow as big or as juicy in anyone else's home. Putting it in general cuisine would be such a waste. Ning Xi. She thought he was growing them because he wanted to eat them. Besides, she never thought that Lu Jingli would have such a fantastic hobby. Put them down immediately. Ning Xi blinked. It's too late. I've already picked them. Do you want me to give you money for them? You actually dare to use money to insult my little babies. Ning Xi, I will fight you. Lu Jingli rolled his sleeves up and started rushing towards her. Ning Xi nervously pulled up little treasure. Run, she shouted, and the two ran away panting. Ning Xi headed towards the house door and started calling. Lu Tingxiao. Help dash. Welcome back. How did things go? Lu Tingxiao asked, coming out of the house. Ning Xi immediately grabbed little treasure and hid behind him. Just then Lu Jingli arrived and started complaining. Brother, you don't know, but those two naughty children in your family actually went to my vegetable gardens and stole my food. Lu Tingxiao, I sent them. Lu Jingli. Really now, behind the naughty children is a naughty parent. You are too much, Jingli shouted. I don't care how you do it, but give my little babies back to me. Ning Xi poked her head out from behind Lu Tingxiao's back. But your little babies are already dead. You dare to say that? I'll bury them and pray for their salvation. Isn't that enough? Well, I think eating them is also pretty good. You this cruel woman. I'm going to beat you and die with you. The raging Lu Jingli started rushing over when suddenly a handsome robot appeared to block his way. Standing behind the robot was Little Treasure looking coldly at Lu Jingli, as if warning him not to bully his Aunt Xiaoxi. Looking at the three children plus a robot ready to fight, Lu Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Lu Jingli, don't cause trouble. Just come for dinner. I do not want. Lu Jingli started, but suddenly smelt the aroma of delicious food. Brother, didn't you make all the servants leave today? Then who made the food? I did. Ning Xi immediately raised her hand. Lu Jingli's face was one of total disbelief. You can cook? Can we actually eat the food? Leading him to the table, the results were clear. The kitchen table was covered with dishes comparable to a restaurant's head chef, causing Lu Jingli to be dumbfounded. You really made this? Ning Xi quickly took Lu Jingli's stolen vegetables and immediately fried them up. After witnessing it personally, Lu Jingli had to believe that she had made the food. But because he couldn't forgive the fact that she had stolen his food, he didn't give her any credit. What year do you think this is? Thinking that you can get a man's heart through his stomach. I hope you're not thinking about those stupid words. 3 inches below the belly button, the thing below the belt, is the key, okay? Ning Xi had no choice but to laugh. The fact that she and Lu Jingli were thinking the same way was really amazing. Though, the only one allowed to malign her is herself. How can she let others say that? Oh, is that so? Ning Xi tastefully raised one eyebrow, then picked up some rice and meat and stuffed it into Lu Jingli's mouth. Chapter 192, My Future Sister-in-Law. What did you put in my mouth? Poison. Lu Jingli was about to spit it out, but in a second, his face changed. Shit, this is really good. What is it? Crispy on the outside, but it melted in my mouth when I bit into it. It's delicious. How can it be this yummy? You still think through the stomach is useless now? Ning Xi crossed her arms and asked calmly. Lu Jingli nodded enthusiastically. It's useful, it's useful. I would definitely go home to eat every single day if I had a wife who is this good at cooking. At first he had felt sympathy for his brother, but now there was some merit to marrying Ning Xi. Now do you still want to bury your little babies? Lu Jingli said earnestly. No. Your pot is their perfect tomb. From now on, you can pick all the vegetables you want, as long as you let me join the dinner. Whoa, the crayfish so good. And the beefsteak is great, too. What spices did you use? I've tasted good food from all over, and haven't eaten anything tastes this special. It's a closely guarded secret. How can I tell you the recipe? Hey. Enough, slow down. The three of us were busy cooking until now, and we haven't had a single bite. Cough. Excuse me, you guys sit. Eat up. No, wait. I need to take a picture and post it in my WeChat moments. It's so freaking tasty. Xiaoxi, I really would never have been able to tell that you have such a talent. Lu Jingli took a few pictures as he spoke and posted in his WeChat moments with captions. Everyone, let me tell you, my future sister-in-law cooks so well. I am seriously so jealous of my brother. What are you posting? Curious. Ning Xi came closer to take a look. Lu Jingli immediately put his phone away. How can you invade someone else's privacy? Privacy, but you already posted it in your moments. I'll take a look myself. Ning Xi took her phone out and opened WeChat. since she had added Lu Jingli as a friend there anyway. In the end, she didn't find anything. F*******. Lu Jingli. What on earth did you write that is so secretive? You actually set me as invisible. What do you care what I wrote? I'm free to write whatever I want. But I was the one who cooked the dishes in your pictures. While Ning Xi and Lu Jingli squabbled like kids, Lu Tingxiao took a look at his phone without being noticed, then saw what Lu Jingli had posted, and the words, future sister-in-law. No wonder he had set it up so that Ning Xi couldn't see it. It had only been a few minutes since it was posted, and already so many people had commented. Mo Lingtian, holy shit. I thought you weren't being serious last time. He really has a girlfriend? Looks like she has pretty good skills. I never thought Lu Tingxiao would be interested in the housewife type. Qin Mufeng. That's unexpected. She can actually cook? As someone who analyzes people professionally, I really can't tell that she's the housewife type at all. Master Lu, not bad. Madam Lu. Ayaya. This girl is really not bad. Nowadays there are not many girls who can cook. Is that my good grandson Little Treasure's hand in the bottom right? It looks like he's gained weight. Good. And there were many other comments saying things like Lu Tingxiao being a lucky guy and asking when was he going to introduce her to them, and when could they come over for free meals. By the way, Xiao Shishi, your manager has been decided. Lu Jingli quickly changed the topic. As expected, Ning Xi's attention was immediately diverted. Really? Who? He not telling you. Unless you promise to cook me another meal. Lu Jingli looked like he was happy to keep her guessing and needed to get beaten up for it. Ning Xi gave him a disdainful look before turning to Lu Tingxiao next to her. Lu Tingxiao, who is it? Chapter 193. What am I going to do after you're gone? Lu Jingli gave his brother a meaningful look, but Lu Tingxiao didn't give him a single glance and was unsympathetic to Lu Jingli's ploy when he answered. Lin Jiji. Lu Jingli. My poor little heart. Didn't your wife feed me? Just one rib? And even for that you needed to immediately take revenge. Hearing this, Ning Xi was astonished. Lin Jiji? Who single-handedly made a plain nobody like Lung Manyun into an international movie star? That Lin Jiji. She's my manager? Lord Boss, don't tell me you opened the back door for me again. Isn't Lin Jiji managing Lung Manyun only, and not taking on any new artistes? Lu Jingli's heart was full of unspoken criticism. No kidding, of course he opened the back door. Because his brother had ordered him to. Last night he had flown to H City and spent the whole night persuading her. Because Lung Manyun wants to retire, Lu Tingxiao said, as if it was just a coincidence. He didn't mention the fact that Lin Jiji was on leave and had refused to take on new artistes. Ning Xi was a little alarmed. So the rumors are true, that Lung Manyun is retiring? Yes, she decided not too long ago. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Regret was written all over Ning Xi's face. Then that's a real pity. At the peak of her career, she chose to get married and have kids, but she had the best chance of breaking Senior Song Lin's record of 12 awards to become the first actress to win every major acting award. An actress who would win all the major awards. That was also Ning Xi's ultimate goal. After saying this, Ning Xi. But everyone has different goals. It's not for other people to judge. So, Lin Jiji agreed to manage me? I heard that she's very strict. She did, but only if you pass the test, she will set for you later. Only then can she decide on how to develop your training and image, Lu Tingxiao answered. Oh, okay, I will do my best. Hearing Lu Tingxiao mention that she still needed to take a test later, Ning Xi conversely felt a little relieved. Nearby, Lu Jingli tooted as he listened to their conversation. It looked like his brother had already set his heart on Ning Xi for life. Every time he helped her, he would rack his brains for an honorable and fair way of doing it. He didn't give her the slightest pressure or make her feel indebted to him. He really was infatuated. Seeing how Ning Xi was starting to trust his brother more with each passing day, he felt that the day he could call her his sister-in-law for real wasn't that far away anymore. Great. Then he could eat good food all the time after that. At night, Little Treasure slept early after playing hard all day. It took Ning Xi less than 5 minutes to put him to bed. Ning Xi kissed the little guy on the forehead gently, then softly closed the door behind her. Lu Tingxiao was leaning on the banister outside the door and looked up when he heard the door shut. Little Treasure's asleep? Yup, sound asleep. Thank you for today. It was nothing. I also had a good time. That was the first time that little treasure ate 2 bowls of rice. Tingxiao looked gratified. Ning Xi laughed. I must thank little treasure for his support. As long as I'm not busy, I'll definitely cook lots of good food for him to eat. Tingxiao frowned, then refused. No. Why not? Ning Xi didn't understand. Tingxiao looked at her, and there was a lingering sense of melancholy about his appearance. If you feed him so well now, what am I going to do after you're gone? What am I going to do after you're gone? It sounded like any normal sentence, but the meaning behind it hit her heart hard like a heavy hammer. Chapter 194. First day at the company. Ning Xi hadn't slept well after hearing Tingxiao's words last night. She had weird dreams the whole night, even dreaming of that night when Zhu Xiangqing had drugged her. She dreamt that she had lost control and pushed Tingxiao onto the bed, and the scene had continued to spiral completely out of control. Why would she have this kind of dream? Ning Xi grabbed and pulled her hair. Turning on the tap, she splashed her face with cold water. Cheer up, today was the first day at her new company. Just as she was leaving, Big Bun and Little Bun gave her encouragement. Tingxiao, good luck. Little Treasure raised his tablet. Fighting. The robot next to Little Bun let off fireworks, and also said in a mechanical voice, fighting, fighting. Thank you, thank you. Ning Xi kissed Little Bun and bowed to Big Boss, but was unable to look him in the eye, because in her dreams last night, she had almost assaulted him. Finally, she reached Glory World. Entertainment. Standing in front of the grand, tall building, facing a whole new beginning, new opportunities, and new challenges, Ning Xi's blood boiled in her chest and pumped her up. As she walked into the Glory World building, she only had one thought in her mind. No. Freaking. Mercy. This resplendent and magnificent decor. She didn't even need to think about it to know that this was that dumbass Lu Jingli's taste. Following Lu Jingli's instructions, Ning Xi took the lift directly to the 17th floor and made her way to the last office on the level. Come in, a woman inside said in a formal tone. After entering the room, Ning Xi felt that her eyes had been purified. She had nearly been blinded by the decor earlier, while this office was mainly in black, white, and gray hues, and was decorated in a very simple style. She saw a woman wearing black-framed glasses and a champagne-colored suit sitting at the desk. Hello, Sister Lin. I'm Ning Xi. I've come to report for duty. Hello, Ning Xi. From today onwards, I'm your manager, Lin Xi. I think you already know that I wasn't taking on new artistes, but now that Mannion has decided to retire, the company needs to nurture a new person to succeed her, Lin Xi explained simply. At the same time, her eyes swept her from head to toe like a searchlight. While it gave Ning Xi a sense of pressure, it didn't make her feel uncomfortable. The girl in front of her was completely different to Lung Manyun, who was plain in appearance. At first glance, this girl was beautiful, and it was an extraordinary and unbridled beauty. This quality would undoubtedly be her selling point in the entertainment industry, but at the same time, it was also a double-edged sword. It would be easy to slap the label Flower Vase One on her, and even easier to become entangled in messy gossip and sex scandals. Ning Xi was a bit alarmed when she heard Lin Xi's words. She was to be nurtured to succeed Lung Mannion? Wasn't this standard a bit too high? However, the more difficult it was, the more excited she became. Plus, this had been her goal all along. Although the company will nurture you towards becoming her successor, let me be straight with you. The test period is 6 months. If you can't meet my expectations by then, you are out. You can stay in the company, but I won't be managing you anymore. Understood. Lin Xi spoke coldly. Ning Xi immediately nodded her head seriously. Understood. At this time, someone knocked on the door, and a chubby, amiable-looking girl walked in. This is the assistant I've arranged for you. Sister Xi. Hello, I'm Hu Tao. You can call me Little Peach. The girl introduced herself timidly. Hello. Ning Xi had a very nice first impression of her chubby little assistant. Chapter 195, Not Allowed to Date. After introducing the assistant, Ling Xi gave her a bunch of keys. This is the apartment that the company has arranged for you. Move in as soon as possible. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Xi glimpsed the small characters engraved on the key. Regal Riviera Hotel. God. Arranging for her, a newcomer in the company, to stay at Regal Riviera Hotel? The most expensive villa residences in B City was Platinum Palace, and the most expensive apartment building was Regal Riviera Hotel. Both were projects developed by the Lu Corporation. She remembered Ning Xi also lived in Regal Riviera Hotel. As expected, Glory World had deep pockets. Ning Xi looked a little troubled. "Thank you, Sister Lin, but I might not be able to move in for the time being." Ling Xi gave her a glance. "Have a boyfriend?" Seeing that Ling Xi had misunderstood that she was living with a boyfriend, she hurriedly explained, "No, not because of a boyfriend. I have to stay with friends for a while because of a particular matter. Once things are sorted out, I'll move in. I guarantee that it won't affect my work. Also, the place I'm staying at now has very good privacy." Ling Xi did not ask any more questions after that, but she looked serious. "As long as you are clear about it in your heart, I won't interfere too much in your private affairs, but I have one basic condition that you have to follow. At this stage, you're not allowed to date anyone. I don't have to explain the reasons for it, do I?" Lung Man-yoon, whom she had nurtured as a newcomer, suddenly wanted to retire for a man. This had been quite a blow to her. The feeling of being abandoned by a teammate, after everything they had been through together, had left her very disheartened. "Sister Lin, you don't have to worry on this point. Right now, I'm only focused on doing well as an actress," Ning Xi said in a determined tone. After Ling Xi heard this, her expression remained bland, and she had nothing special to say. As soon as a woman encountered love, she would lose her head. Even if Ning Xi vowed it to her 100 times now, it would still be useless. Next, Ling Xi briefed her on the company's rules and regulations and handed her a document. "Today, Starlight Entertainment is holding a press conference with the main intention of announcing that they have blacklisted you. We are also going to hold a press conference on our end. It'll be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the procedure and matters that need attention, as well as questions that the reporters might ask at the press conference. Go back and read it carefully." Ning Xi took the document. "Sister Lin, don't worry. I'll try my best to do well." Though Ling Xi always looked cold and seemed to be very strict, Ning Xi didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and instead, actually felt extraordinarily safe. With the company arranging and settling everything behind the scenes, she only needed to focus her energy on acting well, which would be much easier to do now than before. Seeing the sincere gratitude and sheer fighting spirit in the girl's eyes, the good feeling which Ling Xi had about her increased even more. Forget it. She would give it a try for the time being. While Lu Jingli was usually not very reliable, at least his eye for people was good, and all the people he had scouted had all become well known. You can leave. There are some other details which I'll slowly tell you about later. If there is anything that you don't understand, you can give me a call anytime. Okay, then see you later, Sister Lin." When Ning Xi came to Glory World today, she had driven the black Audi which Lu Tingxiao had prepared for her. Her recent exposure was so high that it would be very troublesome if she was recognized on the subway. On the way back, Ning Xi excitedly tried the auto-drive function, and after determining its position and navigation, the car began to drive itself automatically. She leaned back against the driver's seat and did whatever she wanted. As expected, it was so cool. Technology could really change lives. Starlight Entertainment's press conference should have ended by now. Ning Xi picked up her cell phone to open Weibo and scroll through the reactions on the internet. Chapter 196, Complete Pandemonium. After the press conference, netizens' anger had reached unprecedented heights. Starlight Entertainment did a splendid job. This kind of bitch really should be blacklisted. She's still so arrogant after her wrongdoing. Are you kidding me? It's just a shame. For the world, which had such a great script. Why are you all just scolding Ning Xi? I hope someone stands up to hit her. I think Ning Xi is too soft-hearted. She should just file a case against her. Who the hell is the sponsor helping Ning Xi do all this? Dox him. Not only that, if somebody stood up for Ning Xi, everyone would rush to attack that person, making it so that no one dared to disagree. She had probably made Ning Xi desperate. It was obvious that she wanted to finish Ning Xi off with one blow and suppress her to the point that she would be unable to recover. As Ning Xi refreshed the page, she realized something was wrong. Her Weibo account was suddenly going crazy with people mentioning her, and the comments were starting to pile up rapidly. What happened? The screen on her phone blacked out several times before Ning Xi was finally able to open it with difficulty. Then she finally understood what was happening. Just now, Lu Jingli had posted a message on Weibo. Fancy little carp prince. Welcome, classmate Ning Xi, to our Glory World family at Ning Xi. Bloody hell. Ning Xi couldn't stop staring wide-eyed at the message. She even thought she might have misread it. Lu Jingli, this guy, wasn't he a little too high profile? As soon as it was posted, all of Weibo exploded, and all the netizens came flocking in. F********. What did I see? Ning Xi, that bitch, actually joined Glory World Entertainment. I don't believe it, I don't. Believe it, I don't believe it. Someone must have hacked into my adorable little Carp's account. That must be it. That's right, that's right. In the industry, Glory World Entertainment is well known for its good reputation. There is no way they would sign Ning Xi, this despicable, shameless bitch. If this is true, then Glory World's reputation will be forever tarnished. I'll never watch anything starring Glory World artists ever again. I always thought well of Lu Jingli. I never thought that he would be the one helping her behind the scenes. That's so disappointing. They could sign anyone. Why sign this kind of person? Just because she's beautiful? Shit. Don't tell me Ning Xi slept with my carp prince male god. No one stop me. I want to kill her. Ning Xi facepalmed. She knew it would be like this. Did Lu Jingli, this guy, have to be this impatient? Why didn't he wait until after the press conference to announce it? This was just asking to be scolded on purpose. Seeing the furor of the crowd, which was even affecting other Glory World artists as online users started to scold and curse them on their Weibo accounts, Ning Xi was wondering whether she should do something or not, when in the next second, she suddenly saw something that utterly dumbfounded her. What did she see? She actually saw that Lu Tingxiao's main account had forwarded Lu Jingli's Weibo post. Lu Tingxiao's main account was lifeless, full of generic things such as the corporation's anniversary, the setting up of new departments, the completion of important project collaborations, or professional economic theory that nobody could understand, but seemed awesome anyway. But Lu Tingxiao had a lot of fans. He was a male god, so even if he only updated after half a year, and it was all advertisements, there were still brainless fans who followed his account. Now, Lu Tingxiao, who was only concerned with big corporation news, had forwarded Lu Jingli's Weibo post, and had even typed a few words. Welcome, Ning Xi. This wasn't just something as simple as pandemonium anymore. Traffic on Weibo immediately surged. The system couldn't bear the load, and even crashed for several minutes before it could recover. Chapter 197. The one who has been swayed by sex is you. Furthermore, online public opinion had been instantly and magically reversed. God, what did I see? I need to go to the washroom and eat 3 caddies one of shit to calm down. If it was just one, the account could have been hacked, but how can it be false if even Lu Tingxiao forwarded it? Glory World Entertainment really signed Ning Xi, and even Lu Tingxiao has made a move. What is the world coming to? Since Lu Tingxiao forwarded it, it means that he must know the truth, and even agrees with Glory World's decision. Lu Jingli's head might have been turned by sex, but there is no way Lu Tingxiao would be. So something smells fishy. Yes, something is definitely fishy. Glory World might be about to do something big. Wait quietly for the reversal. I won't say anything. I'll wait quietly for the reversal. I firmly support my male god. I'm waiting for the truth. Trust my husband. In short, after Lu Tingxiao forwarded the post, public opinion, which had been one-sided before, had pulled back, and the netizens were starting to adopt a neutral stance, and finally beginning to come back to their senses. As Ning Xi browsed Weibo, this progression of events made her gasp in amazement. As expected, when the big demon king made a move, it was an exceptional one. It was mainly because Lu Tingxiao's image was too perfect. Since taking over Lu Corporation, he had never made any wrong decisions. In the economic crisis 5 years ago, numerous companies declared bankruptcy, but the Lu Group not only remained standing, it even bucked the trend to climb to the top. He was basically like an oracle, and there was no one who wouldn't believe his words. In the meantime, in the living room downstairs at the Lu residence, Lu Jingli was holding his cell phone as he rolled around screaming on the sofa. The shit these bastards are spouting. Well, my head can be turned by sex, but you absolutely won't. This injustice is just too much. The one who has been swayed by sex is you. It's you. Ow, this is snow in midsummer. I've been wronged. I've been wronged more than Doi too. As he was howling, Ning Xi came back. Second young master, I could hear you howling from far away. What are you going on about? Nothing. Lu Jingli instantly sat up. Even if he had been wronged, he couldn't say it. Lu Tingxiao, who hadn't spared Lu Jingli even a single glance as he rolled around hundreds of times, immediately raised his head from the book he was reading. You're back. Have you seen Ning Xi? Ning Xi nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Sister Ling is very nice and completely the type I like. I feel safe when I see her cold and unhappy face. Lu Tingxiao. It sounded like everything went well, but why? When he heard it, did it make him feel insecure? With these words, Ning Xi immediately stared at Lu Jingli. Second young master, you're also too impatient. Why did you announce that I signed with Glory World now? Lu Jingli gave her a sagacious look. Of course it was to increase your popularity. Look at how famous you are now. Everyone is talking about you. Ning Xi snorted and looked askance at him. If it wasn't for Lu Tingxiao coming to the rescue, we would both have been cursed out for being an adulterous couple, okay? When Lu Jingli heard this, he finally felt a little guilty and quietly muttered, if they want to scold, let them. The truth will come out tomorrow anyway. He had expected that the netizens would be angry, but hadn't thought that their abuse would be so ugly, even thinking in that direction. Just now, his brother's face had turned green after reading those comments. Now, you can post on Weibo announcing the press conference tomorrow, Lu Tingxiao reminded him. Oh, right, I'll do it now. After Ning Xi posted on her Weibo account, Lu Jingli forwarded it, and not long after, so did Ling Xi. At this moment, the screen of her cell phone flashed with an incoming call. The caller ID Jiang Mai. Chapter 198. He kissed you right in front of me. Hey Jiang. Ning Xiaoxi. You actually signed with Glory World. Why didn't you discuss it with me? Did you see the email that I sent you or not? Jiang Mai roared down the line. Aren't you busy? I didn't want to disturb you. Anyway, what does it have to do with the email you sent me? Jiang Mai's voice was really too loud. Ning Xi smiled at Lu Tingxiao awkwardly, and then took the phone with her upstairs. Behind her, Lu Jingli touched his chin and gave his brother a meaningful look. Brother, it seems that someone wants to get in your way. That poor thing, to actually like the same woman as you. Fortunately, Xiaoxi is not my type, TSK. Rivals in love were too scary. On the phone, Jiang Mai was about to die from all his anger. Until now you still haven't seen the email? I'm sorry, I forgot. Is it very important? I thought it was another spoof video or something. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and said very slowly, You. Now. At once. Immediately. This very second. Open your inbox and look at what I sent you. Don't hang up, open it right now. Okay. I'll take a look at it now. Ning Xi turned on her computer resignedly and found the email which Jiang Mai had sent to her. She then downloaded the attachment in the email. It contained an image and an audio file. She opened the image first. It was a screen cap of a WeChat chat. Aya, my good grandson is too cute. Aya, my son is too handsome. Tingxiao, who picked the clothes for you and little treasure? Was it the girl you like? Yes. I knew it. You would never choose this style. Look at how bright the color is. It looks so good. It's nothing like the dull clothes you wear all the time. And little treasure has to suffer the same dull style too. As expected, this house does need a woman. She also took these photos. Yes. Not bad. Damn, my future sister-in-law is unbelievable. She can actually make you wear this color, and you even let her take photos. I gave you some clothes in a similar color before, and you looked at me so scornfully. You even belittled my taste. Looking at the chat, she saw that it was Lu Tingxiao, the two Lu family elders, and Lu Jingli. Are you looking at it? Jiang Mai urged her. Yes. Ning Xi nodded, a complicated expression on her face, and then clicked open the audio. After a few rustling sounds, Jiang Mai's voice came out. Uncle, what exactly are your intentions towards Ning Xi? Then there was the sound of Lu Tingxiao's voice. Towards Ning Xi. Yes. Don't you think your attitude towards her is too strange and too intimate? Jiang Mai asked. Lu Tingxiao's tone was both languid and dangerous. I thought I was already obvious enough, but since you still don't understand. Listening up to this point, Ning Xi's heart was suddenly in her throat, as if she could feel Jiang Mai's mood while he waited for Lu Tingxiao's reply. Lu Tingxiao, what would he say? She waited for 3 seconds, which felt like 3 centuries. Then Lu Tingxiao's voice finally sounded again. He said, understand. Ning Xi was confused. What situation? Understand what? Just as Ning Xi thought she had missed something and was about to replay the video, Jiang Mai's cold voice came through the phone. You don't need to listen to it again. You didn't hear wrong. He really did only say that one word. But before he said it, he kissed you in front of me. Chapter 199, Don't Just Care About You. Wow, what? Ning Xi was dazed. How come even I don't know about this? You were drunk that night. It was when the production crew had dinner to welcome me. Jiang Mai reminded her. Ning Xi finally remembered. It was the night that she had walked into the wrong room, and Zhu Xiangqing had tried to take advantage of her. Later, Lu Tingxiao had personally walked her back to the production crew's room and told her to wait for him after she was done, and they would go back together. Much later, she had been so drunk when she saw Lu Tingxiao that she had no memory of what happened after that. At that time, Jiang Mai was next to her, so that was most likely when he and Lu Tingxiao had talked. Noticing that Ning Xi hadn't said anything for a while, Jiang Mai, who hadn't been very hopeful to begin with, became even more downhearted. You still don't believe me, is that it? I know these are not really conclusive as proof. You can take the screenshot as Lu Tingxiao just placating his parents. And with the audio, I didn't even record the most crucial thing. You only have my word for it. After quite a long time, there was a sigh on the other end of the line. Jiang Mai, whether I believe it or not, it doesn't affect my decision to sign with Glory World. Even if he really had feelings for me, he would make a clear distinction between work and personal matters, and he wouldn't use his position against me. More than that, he would never force me. When Ning Xi said this, Jiang Mai knew it was over. He had never thought that Ning Xi would trust Lu Tingxiao to this extent, even though they had only known each other for a few months. Ning Xi continued, Thank you. I know you're worried about me. There's going to be a press conference tomorrow, and I need to concentrate on preparing for the final battle. When this is over, we'll talk more. When this is over, you'll be in Lu Tingxiao's trap and won't be able to escape anymore. No, she was already in his trap right now. So what if he knew? He couldn't do anything. And I don't just care about you. What right did he have to despise Lu Tingxiao's methods when what he was doing was no more honorable? A deep sense of powerlessness came over Jiang Mai. All right, you're busy. I'll see you later. Bye. Ning Xi hung up the phone. Suddenly, it felt like her body had been completely drained of strength. She threw herself feebly onto the bed, her expression blank as she stared unseeingly at the ceiling above her. She was still recovering from Jiang Mai's remark, He kissed you in front of me. It was probably because an actor had a better sense for framing scenes and picturing narratives. She could almost completely reconstruct the scenario of that time in her mind. Her heart beat faster and faster. Ning Xi picked up her phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Lu Tingxiao. Boss, I want to go through and memorize the plan for the press conference, so no need to call me for dinner tonight. It's enough for me to have some fruit. I ate too much meat last night, so just nice. I should lose weight, smiley face. She tried hard to make it sound like nothing was wrong. With this, he shouldn't be able to tell, right? Even though the thing she was best at was pretending, she had no confidence in front of Lu Tingxiao. Downstairs in the living room, Lu Tingxiao looked at the WeChat message that Ning Xi had just sent him. He lifted his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of Ning Xi's room with an indecipherable expression on his face. Lu Jingli quickly flew closer to sneak a peek, then showed a disappointed expression. Damn it, sister-in-law's not cooking tonight? I looked forward to it for nothing sad. After saying this, something occurred to him, and he put his arm around his brother's shoulder and said meaningfully, Is Jiang Mai that kid feeling cornered? Were we too terrible in what we did this time? Chapter 200, A Critical Hit. Lu Tingxiao looked away, his face like a lake that had been stirred by a breeze, rippling but quickly becoming calm once again. He knew that sooner or later, this day would come, and he had been waiting for it. He had been walking on eggshells during this period, but had weathered it without mishap. This was already the best situation that he could have hoped for. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Looking at his brother's expression, Lu Jingli couldn't help worrying about him. His brother had almost used up his whole life's worth of endurance and restraint in the last few months. If something went wrong, he didn't dare imagine what he would be like then. Since meeting Ning Xi, he had changed, and not just a little. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a whole transformation. Lu Jingli really didn't want him to revert back to what he had been like before, or to become even scarier. He had decided he would go to the temple tomorrow to pray for his brother and kneel for a longer period of time for him. Ning Xi, who had said she wanted to memorize the plan, had been in bed for at least 2 hours. Her mind was completely empty and was completely clear of any thoughts she might have. Whenever she encountered something extremely difficult to solve, she would relieve the pressure in such a way. When this way couldn't help, she could only choose a slightly more extreme method. But it had been a long time since she had been bothered by something to this extent. It was only when she saw on the wall clock that it was almost 10 o'clock that Ning Xi got up and spent an hour memorizing the data that Ning Xi had given her. Her knowledge of lines that actors used was solid, so this was quite easy for her to memorize. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that Little Bun hadn't come looking for her the whole night, likely because Tingxiao had explained to Little Treasure that she was busy. After memorizing the data, Ning Xi was ready to check on Little Bun. At the door to Little Bun's room, Ning Xi was sure he would be asleep already, so she straightaway opened the door quietly. But when it was open a crack, she saw that the warm yellow bedside lamp was on. She saw Little Bun leaning against the headboard, playing with a Rubik's Cube with fixed, single-minded focus. Tingxiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, a hint of helplessness on his cold, hard face. "It's 10:54. In 6 minutes, it'll be 11 o'clock, said Tingxiao, meaning that it was already very late. It was time for bed. As if he hadn't heard him, Little Bun continued to turn the cube in his hands, assembling it within seconds so that the colors on each face matched, before shuffling it and reassembling it again, in a repetitive and tireless process. Tingxiao picked up the fairy tale book which Ning Xi had bought. It had a colorful drawing of a little rabbit and a wolf on the cover. Tingxiao asked expressionlessly, "Which story do you want to listen to?" Little Bun finally lifted his head to look at him, but his eyes seemed somewhat disdainful. Tingxiao pinched the skin between his eyebrows, then picked up The Prince. Little Bun was dismissive. Tingxiao picked up A Brief History of Time. Little Bun was still uninterested. Tingxiao finally gave up. Looking at his watch, his face began to darken. "It's 11 o'clock. Noticing that Tingxiao was about to lose his temper, Ning Xi quickly coughed and knocked on the door. "Little Treasure, darling, aren't you asleep yet?" As soon as she said the words, Little Bun, who had been as unmoving as a mountain on the bed, threw the Rubik's Cube away and ran towards her like a little tornado. He clung to her leg and tilted his little head back, his big, expressive eyes blinking up at her. Ning Xi clutched at her chest, as if she had suffered a critical hit. Chapter 201. Good night, I love you. Seeing that Ning Xi had come, Tingxiao looked relieved. "Are you done?" "Well, I've almost memorized the whole thing." Ning Xi nodded, carried Little Bun to the bed, and tucked him in. Little Bun immediately stretched his hands to pick up the colorful fairy tale book, which he had rejected, gesturing for her to read it. "Continuing from where we stopped last night?" asked Ning Xi. Little Bun's little hands gripped the edge of the quilt, and he nodded sweetly. "Well then, today let's read A Polite Little White Rabbit." Ning Xi cleared her throat and began to recite the story. On the hot summer day, the bird cried in the tree. "Hot, hot." The beautiful little white rabbit wearing a beautiful floral dress hummed a song while skipping over a bridge. It was on its way to pick mushrooms. While Ning Xi read the story, Tingxiao sat in a chair next to her, tilting his forehead and listening quietly to her soft, sweet voice. He seemed to understand why his son insisted on listening to such childish stories every night before bed. What mattered was not the story, but who was reading it. After less than 5 minutes of listening, Little Bun became sleepy-eyed, and Ning Xi patted his back. Very soon, the little boy was sleeping soundly. "Sorry to trouble you," said Tingxiao, thanking her. "No trouble," replied Ning Xi with an expression of mixed emotions. "Tingxiao, did you know? Actually, I used to really hate children." "Hate?" Ning Xi nodded, but did not tell him the real reason. "I just thought kids were very annoying. I wanted to hide every time I saw one. I never thought that I would come to like Little Bun as much as I do. It's hard for me to express it, but I always feel some kind of special connection between us. It's probably fate, like in the stories." Tingxiao looked at her deeply. "There are no impossibilities in this world, only what you have yet to experience." Ning Xi was slightly stunned and vaguely replied, "Probably." It's late. I'm going to have a bath. Boss, you should also sleep early. All right. Tingxiao nodded and suddenly leaned towards her. Ning Xi was startled and reared back subconsciously. Tingxiao came so close that he was nearly cheek to cheek with her, but he just moved past her, kissed little Bun behind her, and quietly said, "Good night." Later that night, while Ning Xi was half asleep, she felt like she had a dream. She dreamed that Tingxiao was sitting on the edge of her bed, kissing her lips and saying, "Good night. I love you." Well, another strange dream. Why did it feel so real even though it was just a dream? Meanwhile, at the Regal Riviera Hotel, it was already late, but the lights were still bright in Ning Xi's apartment, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chong Li and Chui Kaijing sat in a corner of the sofa, neither daring to make a sound. Since it had come to this, was she going to blame them again? Who could have expected Ning Xi to sign on with Glory World Entertainment right after being driven out of Starlight? It would have been easy to deal with her if it were any other company. Those other companies would not have been able to promote the artiste who had been blacklisted by Starlight. But this was Glory World. In front of Glory World, Starlight Entertainment's ban was just a piece of worthless paper. Chong Li wanted to comfort Ning Xi, to tell her that Ning Xi was so infamous, even Glory World wouldn't be able to do anything. However, she really didn't have the confidence to say anything. After all, this time, even Tingxiao had come out. Chapter 202, Lineup of a Lifetime. Not only did they underestimate Ning Xi, but they had underestimated her to a ridiculous degree. To them, the press conference being held by Glory World at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning was like a time bomb. Anything could happen. Starlight's press conference had only just ended, but Glory World's reaction was so fast that there could be no doubt it had been premeditated. At present, even their water army was unable to reverse public opinion. What people everywhere were waiting for was tomorrow's press conference. All of the city's media correspondents would probably attend. Irritated, Ning Xi paced through piles of smashed objects, looking like a caged beast. What exactly is Glory World's press conference supposed to be about? You haven't heard anything. Chongli shook her head. We've tried all kinds of methods, but Ning Xi's matter is probably only known by some members of Glory World senior management team. No one else heard anything about it until they read Lu Jingli's Weibo message. We can't learn anything at all. What about Lin Jiji? Didn't she forward Ning Xi's Weibo message? She must be her agent. She must know something. Chongli noticed Ning Xi's obviously chaotic appearance and sighed. Before, when Lin Jiji was also in charge of Lung Manyun, we fought and grabbed her role. How can we possibly learn anything from her? Ning Xi was infuriated. This doesn't work, neither does that. Do we have to just sit and wait until morning? Chongli would have liked to reply that there really was nothing they could do but sit and wait. Ning Xi downed the rest of the wine on the table, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. That bumpkin. So what if she joins Glory World? So what if she has them backing her? Does she think she'll be able to rest easy after joining Glory World? Chui Kaijing hurriedly seized the opportunity to approach and say something nice. Yeah, Sister Shualoa, as long as she still has that stain, she'll be unable to lift her head before you all her life. Besides, there must be an inside story to her joining Glory World. We'll have plenty of chances to catch her doing wrong. With people like her, Glory World would also be incriminated by association sooner or later. The next morning, Pearl Hotel Banquet Hall. All the reporters and media correspondents were ready and anxiously waiting for the main attraction to show up. The entertainment industry hadn't had such big news for a long time. They felt that any selling point today could become a headline. In addition to the reporters on the scene, all the people who were following the matter with interest were sitting by a TV, waiting for the live telecast. At 9 o'clock, the people of Glory World took their seats one by one. In the middle sat Ning Xi with Lin Jiji on her left and lawyer Chen Jing on her right. The director of the Public Relations Department, Liang Feixing, and Lu Jingli were also present. Just the lineup alone had already stunned numerous reporters. God, my dog eyes. Ning Xi's agent is actually Lin Jiji. This is like covertly announcing that Lung Manyun's retirement is real. What does Glory World mean by arranging Lin Jiji to be Ning Xi's agent? Do they want her to be Lung Manyun's successor? Why does the man on Ning Xi's right look familiar? Isn't he that lawyer, Chen Jing, who handled that big economic case some time ago? Liang Feixing also appeared in person. So what if it's Liang Feixing? The general manager, Lu Jingli, is also sitting there. Okay. God. This lineup. How amazing. A lifetime series. Yeah. Which press conference for an artiste has ever had this kind of turnout? Chapter 203. A huge plot reversal. The first to speak was Lu Jingli. First, allow me to introduce you to the newest member of our glory world, Ning Xi. Ning Xi stood, bowed to the media and the cameras, then sat back down. The photographers shot photos one after another. Today, Ning Xi was wearing a black woman's suit with neutral makeup on, very suitable for formal occasions. Lu Jingli continued. Next, the questions regarding our Lung Manyun that many netizens have asked will be answered by her agent, Miss Lin Xi, one by one. If it had been before, anything about Lung Manyun would definitely be the focus of attention, but now it unexpectedly became a topic that everyone hoped would finish as soon as possible. Luckily, Lin Xi's style had always been very efficient. She used a few words to simply announce Lung Manyun's marriage and her intention of focusing on her family in the future, which affirmed people's guesses that Ning Xi was indeed being trained as Lung Manyun's successor. At that moment, a reporter spoke up, asking, "We only want to know why Glory World wants to sign an artiste with no morals, and even set her up as Lung Manyun's successor. Isn't Glory World afraid that doing so will ruin you?" He was echoed by other reporters. "Aren't you ruining Glory World's good name? A single rotten apple can spoil the whole barrel. Have all your senior managers been bewitched by witchcraft? Glory World, I would like to see if you can explain this properly." Lu Jingli and Chun Jing eyed each other. Now we will be hearing from Lawyer Chun. Please, keep quiet. Lawyer Chun. They had been wondering why a lawyer would be invited to this press conference, so they all curiously turned to Chun Jing. Chun Jing used his mouse to click something on the laptop screen before him. Then everyone heard a voice through the speakers. It wasn't Ning Xi. Ning Xi wasn't the one who bribed me. It was someone else who asked me to tamper with the prop. But I don't know who that person is. I received an anonymous email with all the instructions in it, and 10,000 yuan was deposited directly into my account. They said that I would receive another 10,000 after it was done. The voice paused, and there was 3 seconds of silence. Then the audience screamed. Lu Jingli's eyes became cold. "Keep silent, please." The reporters reined in their shock and breathed hard, staring. Then, the big screen behind Chun Jing lit up to display 2 images. One was of the IP address which sent the anonymous email. It was unexpectedly at the Regal Riviera Hotel where Ning Xi was staying. The other image was of the anonymous account which had been cracked. It belonged to Ning Xi's assistant, Cui Kaijing. At that moment, the shouting could no longer be suppressed. However, it wasn't over yet. Chun Jing next displayed Ning Xi's certificate of injury and her doctor's diagnosis report, proving that at the time of the incident, Ning Xi had quickly pulled back her hand, withdrawing her strength almost immediately after realizing that something was amiss. As a result, Ning Xi had only sustained a very light skin injury and could have left the hospital that same day. Despite this, Ning Xi had remained in the hospital for several days, pretending to be very weak due to her serious injury and blood loss. After displaying the evidence, Chun Jing brought out a lawyer's letter and said that he had filed a formal complaint against Ning Xi for slandering Ning Xi. Chapter 204. We certainly have a special relationship. Compared to Lu Jingli, who had the distasteful hobby of keeping others guessing, Chun Jing's quick and efficient presentation of evidence took only 3 minutes, leaving everyone on site confused and disoriented. It was like atomic bombs had been set off one after the other. Sitting beside him, Liang Feixing suddenly found that there was not much left for him to do, so he touched his nose and said, "Okay, let's move on to the question and answer session. You can ask anything you want." Reporters. What could they freaking ask? The dramatic reversal had been like a tornado. They had no idea what to ask. In fact, they had guessed from the start that Glory World might have been planning to clear Ning Xi's reputation, and they even considered the possibility that Zhang Chong had been bribed to frame her. But no one could have guessed that the person who had bribed Zhang Chong was Ning Xi herself, or that this whole charade had been directed and acted out by Ning Xi from behind the scenes. Had Ning Xi been fooling those reporters who prided themselves on being righteous, together with all the enthusiastic netizens who had denounced Ning Xi all this time? It was extremely difficult for them to accept this fact, but the irrefutable evidence was right in front of them and couldn't be denied. Finally, after a long time, one hand was weakly raised from within the crowd. Liang Feixing signaled for him to ask his questions. The reporter who had raised his hand stood up and looked at Qin Jing. I would like to ask the lawyer, how did you get this evidence? Is it legal? How can you prove its authenticity? Qin Jing glanced at the reporter and then spoke. I am here. That is enough to prove its authenticity. The reporter was speechless and unable to contradict him. After all, Qin Jing's authority and professionalism were well known, so his asking such a question was really just him embarrassing himself. The channels through which we acquired the evidence are also legal. The police have already been involved in this matter. Qin Jing's face as he said these words looked impartial and trustworthy. He didn't bat an eye. All the reporters nodded and no longer doubted the validity and authenticity of the evidence. Embarrassed, Ning Xi tucked her hair behind one ear. She really admired big lawyer Chen. Sitting beside him, she felt extremely guilty, okay? What legal means? The oral confession had been extorted through torture, and the evidence had been obtained through Lu Tingxiao's hacking. No wonder she'd felt a sense of déjà vu when she'd first met Chen. She finally understood that it was because Chen's work style was very similar to that of Lu Tingxiao's. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. One after another, the reporters then broke out of their shock and came to their senses before competing to ask questions. Reporter, I want to ask General Manager Lu, why are you spending so much time and energy helping Ning Xi? Do you have a special, private relationship with Ning Xi as the rumors say? Lu Jingli touched his chin and thought, they certainly had a special relationship. Ning Xi was his future sister-in-law. The relationship between Ning Xi and me is, to put it briefly, like Bo 1 Sierra Leonean Leone and a swift horse. As for why I am spending so much time and energy, it's because I believe in my eyes and ability to judge people. She is worth it. I will say this here today. In the future, you will realize that this is the greatest investment I have ever made, and Starlight will be sorry for losing Ning Xi. Chapter 205. Make more money for the boss. Lu Jingli gave a flawless, perfect answer. The journalists realized that they couldn't get what they wanted from Lu Jingli, so they moved on to Ning Xi. Although Ning Xi was the star of today's press conference, Glory World was providing her with watertight protection. She didn't need to personally deal with anything. Journalist. Ning Xi, as far as anyone knows, you have a close relationship with Ning Xuelaw. What is her motivation? Is there a misunderstanding between you two? Ning Xi. This question, I think you are asking the wrong person. Journalist. The staff at your apartment said that you left it a few months ago. What do you have to say about that? Ning Xi. Nothing. It's my freedom to live wherever I want. Journalist. So where have you been staying for all this time? Can you tell us? Ning Xi. At a friend's place. Journalist. Does Jiang Mai know about your joining Glory World? It's said that you two have a good relationship as fellow cast members. Is he involved in this incident? Ning Xi. He knows. Yes, we are okay. And no, he doesn't. Journalist. Ning Xi was really difficult to deal with. It was impossible to get any gossip out of her. The journalists were helpless, so they had to give up on the sensitive questions and asked about something else. To be able to join Glory World can be seen as a blessing in disguise. What are your thoughts on that? Ning Xi. I plan to work hard and make more money for my boss, to thank him for his appreciation and prove him right. The journalist assumed the boss she mentioned was Lu Jingli. Only Lu Jingli knew that she was talking about his brother. Tut tut. His brother would be so happy to hear that. Okay, this is the end of today's press conference. If you have further questions, you can make appointments for private interviews. From now on, Ning Xi's manager, Ms. Ling Xi, will be responsible for her public issues. Liang Feixiang stood up and ended the conference. The journalists couldn't get enough of it. Starlight's press conference had lasted 3 hours and accused Ning Xi in various ways, but Glory World had exposed such explosive news in only 30 minutes. Who had the upper ground was clear to see. As the journalists were about to leave, Lu Jingli suddenly spoke up. Wait, what? More news? The journalists all turned around excitedly. Lu Jingli smiled nicely, as always, and kindly reminded them. Haven't you all forgotten something? Forgot what? The journalists looked at each other, confused. Lu Jingli was still smiling, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Ning Xi has been blamed by you all for so many days and was made to carry so many false accusations. None of you will say anything about that. That's not very polite, right? The journalists were all embarrassed and hurriedly competed to apologize to Ning Xi, all while hating Ning Xi on the inside. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows and thought that this funny little corp was pretty good at scaring people when he got serious. However, Lu Jingli returned to his usual self as soon as they were backstage and happily jumped up and down. Little Shi, my dearest little Shi. You have nothing scheduled for this afternoon. Shall we eat at home tonight? I will buy materials, wash the vegetables, and clean up the dishes. All you need to do is cook. At once, Ning Xi took back all of her previous thoughts and just wanted to kick this dummy's ass. Did he know how easily his words could be misunderstood? Chapter 206. The truth comes out. Liang Feixing was so shocked that he didn't even notice his glass had fallen over and the water splashed everywhere. He finally understood. No wonder the big boss himself had asked about Ning Xi so late at night. Ning Xi and Lu Jingli had that kind of relationship? In her mind, Ning Xi beat Lu Jingli 100 times. Outwardly, her smile was so stiff that her face looked paralyzed. Young master, I can't tonight. I made plans with friends. I'll have to take a rain check. Then, in a natural manner, she turned to Liang Feixing, Ling Xi, and said, Director Liang, Sister Ling, Lawyer Chun, if you're available, do join us. I once claimed to be a good cook and young master kept it in mind all this time. He is always asking me to cook for him to express my gratitude. I can't let him keep all the good stuff to himself. Thank you all so much for today. Thank you. After she finished, bowed deeply. Just like that, Ning Xi was able to resolve all the embarrassing misunderstandings with just a few words. Ling Xi nodded in appreciation and thought that this artiste was good at crisis management. She had also done well in the press conference. She was indeed a good investment. As for her relationship with Lu Jingli, it seemed easily to misunderstood, but there was obviously no chemistry between the two. They should just be very close friends. Regal Riviera Hotel, Ning Xi's apartment. Su Yin brought nutritious food on his early morning visit. After some sweet talk, Su Yin looked at the time and turned on the TV. On the screen, the Glory World Entertainment press conference had just started, and Lu Jingli was introducing Ning Xi as a new member of the company. Ning Xi hadn't slept at all. She had to put on a thick layer of makeup just to cover the dark circles under her eyes. She'd stayed awake to see the live broadcast, but didn't expect Su Yan's arrival. She didn't know what would happen, so she didn't want to watch it with Su Yan. Ning Xi clung to Su Yan's arm like a little girl. Brother Yan, what's so good about watching TV? Pay attention to me instead. Let's do something else. Su Yan patted her hand and continued to watch the screen attentively. Shuilua, be quiet. Brother Yan, why do you care so much about Ning Xi? Ning Shuilua pretended to be jealous of her. Don't you care? You don't want to know what the conference is about. Ning Shuilua choked. Of course I care about Xiaoxi. I just don't like that you're giving her all your attention. Okay, don't act like a child. Be quiet and watch with me. Su Yan was abnormally firm about it. Ning Xi gnashed her teeth and could only sit there like she was sitting on needles, watching the broadcast. Ling Xi was explaining Lung Manyun's decision to retire from the entertainment industry. Then a reporter stood up and asked why Glory World wanted to sign on Ning Xi. Ning Shuilua's heart was in her throat. She wished the situation would descend into chaos and end poorly. Unfortunately, this was a Glory World event. Even if the journalists wanted to make a scene, they wouldn't be able to voice more than a few complaints. Ning Shuilua cautiously watched Su Yan's reaction, but realized that Su Yan's eyes never once left Ning Xi. Even though Ning Xi didn't say a word throughout the whole process. Ning Xi suddenly felt danger approaching. At the same time, the lawyer clicked his mouse and a familiar voice started to play. It was Zhang Chang's voice. Ning Shuilua's heart sped up, and she comforted herself nonstop. Even with Zhang Chang's testimony, Ning Xi would only be able to prove herself innocent. Nobody would find out that she, Ning Shuilua, was the one behind everything. What happened next, however, smashed her hopes one by one. Chapter 207. How can I continue to trust you? The remote control dropped on the floor. Ning Shuilua's whole face was colorless and twisted. She'd thought the worst-case scenario would Ning Xi successfully proving herself innocent. She wouldn't have expected in a million years that Ning Xi would be able to find concrete evidence to expose herself. The sender of that anonymous email benefited from both sides, blackmailed her for 8 million, and then turned around and sold the evidence to Glory World right after. On the TV, a reporter was asking Ning Xi, "Ning Xi, as far as anyone knows, you have a close relationship with Tingxiao. What is her motivation? Is there a misunderstanding between you two?" Tingxiao's fingers quivered, and she quickly turned off the TV, threw away the remote control, and then tightly grasped Su Yan. "Brother Yan, let me explain." Tingxiao felt Su Yan trembling all over after she hugged him, his tightened fists creaking, and his gentle face looked extremely pale and awful. She had never seen Su Yan like this before. Profound fear swallowed up Tingxiao's heart. She could only grasp Su Yan tighter and explain in a rush. "Brother Yan, it wasn't me. It truly wasn't me. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't expect that Chui Kaijing would do such thing. Maybe she wanted to set me up because I called her names several times when I wasn't feeling well." Su Yan let her grasp him however she wanted, but he didn't move at all, and his voice was without warmth as he spoke. "If Chui Kaijing was framing you, then why would she ask Zhang Chong to set up Ning Xi? What benefit could she get?" Tingxiao's face froze, and she spoke up again immediately. "She wanted someone to be a scapegoat. She followed me everywhere and knew that Ning Xi treated me horribly in private. So if she put the blame on Ning Xi, I wouldn't suspect her at all. Even if I believe your far-fetched explanation, what about your injury?" Su Yan continued asking. Tingxiao had managed to calm herself down a bit, and explained as if she was the one who had suffered an injustice. "I said from the beginning that I was fine. Daddy and Mummy were just too worried about me and asked me to stay in the hospital all that time. Brother Yan, you know that I was mentally and physically exhausted at that time and felt horrible. How could they blackmail me like that?" Deep sorrow flashed across Su Yan's numb face. "Xiaoluo, how can I continue to trust you?" Tingxiao bawled her eyes out, grabbing his hand tightly and looking at him as if he was her only redemption. "Brother Yan, trust me. Please trust me. People must be criticizing me everywhere out there. If you don't trust me, how will I be able to move on? The people who don't know me, I don't care about them, but don't you know me? You think I would do something like this to Xiaoxi? Brother Yan, please, please, don't abandon me." Su Yan looked sluggish and absent-minded. He had no reaction. Tingxiao stared at him nervously. After half an hour, Su Yan finally took a deep breath and pushed her hand away, then staggered out the door. Tingxiao panicked. "Brother Yan, where are you going? Don't follow me. I need some peace and quiet." Bang! The door was shut. In the room, Tingxiao, like a piece of rotten clay, crashed to the floor like she had just been struck by a huge disaster, then swiftly called Chong Li. Chapter 208. When did I flirt? Su Yan tumbled downstairs and drove aimlessly on the busy streets. All he could think about was that day when Ning Xi had covered Tingxiao's wound and called out for help, and how he had rudely pushed her away. About how Ning Xi had been stubborn at the hospital, refusing to lower her head in front of the unfair accusations from Mr. and Mrs. Ning. About all those hurtful and accusatory words he had sent to her, word by word, sentence by sentence. After the incident, he hadn't considered for even a second to stand by Ning Xi's side and to listen to her explanation. He'd said himself that he would treat her like his own little sister even though they were no longer in a relationship, but he had been hurting her all this time. Xiaoluo had him, her loving parents, the company, and her fans. What about Ning Xi? She had been blamed by the whole world and bore everyone's accusations, bore all the injustice, all by herself. In the end, it was a complete stranger who had found her justice, not those who claimed to care for her. Through the car window, he could see Ning Xi answering the reporter's questions on the shopping mall's big LED screen with a serious face. "I plan to work hard and make more money for my boss, to thank him for his appreciation and prove him right." He knew that she wasn't saying those things for show. She was being sincere. That's how she was. Those who showed her even just a bit of kindness would in turn be treated with all her heart. He'd thought that she was the one who had changed, but the truth was, it was him who was no longer the same. Like crazy, the image of Ning Xi walking out of the hospital gate all by herself kept repeating in his head. That helpless, lonely view of her back. His heart hurt like it was being twisted by a knife. At night, Vivi Bar. This wasn't a big bar, not in a good location, either, but it was very tastefully decorated. All the industry people went there. It was private enough, so they could relax and have gatherings. When Ning Xi arrived at the box, Jiang Mai was already there, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. There were a few empty wine bottles on the coffee table. Ning Xi removed her mask and sunglasses. Hey, hey, start it all by yourself? Jiang Mai made a disdainful sound. Didn't you quit drinking? What's the point of waiting for you? I would be drinking by myself anyways. Ning Xi shrugged. Okay, forget it, you go on. Order me some fresh juice yet. Order my ass. How can you find fresh juice in a bar? Jiang Mai stared at her impatiently. Then Ning Xi pressed the service button. A handsome young man came in and smiled. Miss, what can I get you? Ning Xi took out a big bill, put it in his pocket, and winked. Handsome, can you go buy me 2 bottles of juice? Stunned, the young man blushed and smiled. At your service. Jiang Mai opened his eyes so wide that his eyeballs looked like they were going to fall out. Ning Xi, stop it. Why do you flirt with all the good-looking guys? Ning Xi instantly gave him a kick. Screw you. When did I flirt? A dirty mind makes for dirty vision. Jiang Mai dusted the dirt off his pants. Don't talk about meaningless things. Get to the point. You started the meaningless talk first. Ning Xi gave him a contemptuous look and leaned on the back of the sofa, then let out a long sigh. She could no longer hide the exhaustion she had been suppressing all day and released it all out from between her eyes. Chapter 209. Repay you with myself. Jiang Mai had seen her like this before and asked awkwardly, Why are you so tired today? Didn't the press conference go well? Everything was arranged perfectly by a certain someone. It's all your fault. I'm tired mentally. Ning Xi was annoyed and quickly rolled up to look at him with a burning stare. Let me ask you something. That day Lu Tingxiao really kissed me? Jiang Mai tossed back a drink. If I lied, I'll burn all my equipment and never play PC games ever again. Ning Xi nodded. Okay, I trust you now. Such a deadly oath for him to make. Jiang Mai tried not to scream. You freaking tell me. How many times did I remind you? You never listened. Why haven't you died from stupidity? How long have we known each other, and how long have you known Lu Tingxiao? Why don't you trust me? Looking at Jiang Mai's sad little face, Ning Xi sighed. In fact, when I first met Lu Tingxiao, he said it. Said what? Jiang Mai got nervous. Ning Xi gestured with her palms. Said he would marry me. PFF cough, 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 what did you say? Jiang Mai almost choked to death on his drink and coughed severely. Ning Xi patted his back hard. I was more shocked than you are right now. Then, Jiang Mai asked in a rush. Then I asked why. It was totally unscientific. What did he say? He said that I saved Little Treasure and that he wanted to repay me by giving himself to me. WTF. Then what did you say? I said that I saved Little Treasure and then Little Treasure saved me back. So let's call it even. No need to repay me with anything. And then I ran away. Jiang Mai quickly stood up and paced in circles crazily around the room. I freaking want to strangle you. Lu Tingxiao wanted to take advantages from you from the beginning and even said it out straight. So why didn't you keep your distance? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Come on, how can anyone reject anything in front of Little Treasure's innocent face? Plus, I always thought that Lu Tingxiao only said he wanted to marry me for Little Treasure's sake. I rejected him later, and he didn't force me anymore. So what else could I do? Why would it be for Little Treasure's sake? That's so fake. And you're such a pig. Jiang Mai finally stopped walking in circles, looked at her, and said, Let me put it this way. Normally, in a hero saves beauty situation like this, if the beauty is not interested in the hero, she would say, Thank you for helping me. I will work for you like a cow or a horse to repay you. So here's the question. What if the beauty is interested in the hero? What would she say? Ning Xiaoxi, please answer. Ning Xi touched her jaw. The beauty would say, I will repay you with myself. So, now you understand the meaning of repay you with myself? It means I freaking like you. I'm keen and interested. Jiang Mai impatiently shouted next to her ear. Ning Xi picked her ears, which had gone numb from his loud screaming. Sounds reasonable. Jiang Mai said, This is the freaking truth. Ning Xi stood up and dusted off her butt, then grabbed Jiang Mai's shoulder, calmed him down, made him sit on the sofa, and said slowly, Okay, since you asked me, let me also ask you something. Jiang Mai looked at her cautiously. What do you want to ask? I want to ask you, if you walked into a room and saw the person you like was drugged, wearing a transparent nightgown, and lying on a king-sized bed covered with rose petals, what would you do? Chapter 210. I have a crush on him. Jiang Mai fell into a daze for 3 seconds, and his ears started to burn up soon after. He pushed her away. Ning Xi, you have such a dirty mind. Screw you. Stop pretending to be so innocent, and seriously answer your big mama's question. Why did you ask something like that? Jiang Mai tried to avoid her eyes, not wanting her to know that what she'd just said had been too graphic, and that the only feeling he had was, you answer me first. Ning Xi rushed him. Jiang Mai hesitated for a long while before finally saying in a blurry voice, Of course I'd go along with it. All normal men would do it, okay? Unless the man didn't like her in the first place. Ning Xi looked at him with a half-smile, having gotten her expected answer. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Jiang Mai felt uncomfortable with her expression. You're right. Now can you tell me why you asked me that? Ning Xi rested her jaw in her hand and said absent-mindedly, Do you know what Tingxiao did when he met with this situation? Jiang Mai's expression changed immediately. When Tingxiao met with this situation. What do you mean? Ning Xi explained the causes and effects briefly. Then Zhu Xianqing tied me up and left me on Tingxiao's bed. What? What did Tingxiao do? Jiang Mai's voice changed out of nervousness. He didn't do anything. Ning Xi recalled what happened that night. He comforted me and talked to me to distract me. He didn't cross the line even a little for the whole night. Just quietly kept me company through the most difficult and helpless night of my entire life. Jiang Mai bit his lips hard after hearing that. He couldn't say a word. Ning Xi stared at him. Why do you think Tingxiao didn't do anything? Is he not a normal guy? Does he not like me? Jiang Mai tightened his fists. He likes you for sure. The way Tingxiao had handled it didn't mean that he wasn't a real man. On the contrary, it proved that he was a man among men. If it had been himself, he couldn't promise that he would be able to do the same. Ning Xi nodded. I wasn't sure at first and didn't dare to confirm, but now I'm sure that he likes me too. So, there is a third possibility. That got Jiang Mai's attention instantly. What is it? It's not that I was stupid, it's that he is on a whole other level. I'm not surprised, nor do I regret having a crush on him at all. After she spoke, settled compromises appeared in her foggy and cloudy eyes. Jiang Mai's voice shook, and he could barely finish a full sentence. You have a crush on him? Ning Xi smiled. Although I don't want to admit it, and have been avoiding it for so long, it's the truth. Jiang Mai slammed his fist onto the coffee table, hard, and his red eyes exploded with jealousy. Ning Xi, how much do you know about him? How much? You only see what's on the surface. You think Tingxiao is really as gentle as he looks? Did you know that Jia Qingqing died in the wilderness? Do you know what happened to Zhu Xianqing? Did you know that he used the aviation aircraft to make artificial rain, just to stop your kissing scene? And the incident at my house, he is the one behind everything. Ning Xi fell into a long silence, then said in a low voice, But, Jiang Mai, he never did anything to hurt me. If I get scared of him because of all that, keep my distance from him, and resent him, it's not fair to him. You can think of me as someone who doesn't know right from wrong, or that I'm naive about life and death matters. But I only know that he treats me well. Very well. Nobody has ever treated me as well as he does. Chapter 211. Do you want to be his girlfriend? Jiang Mai looked dejected and spoke with a hoarse voice. Do you want to be his girlfriend? How could that be possible? Ning Xi looked sideways at him. I still have self-knowledge. Jiang Mai frowned. I don't mean that. I don't mean you are not good enough. But Tingxiao is too calculative and dangerous. The environment in the Liu family is not suitable for you. Bro, thanks for flattering me. I clearly know what kind of person I am in my heart. Ning Xi interrupted him, and her expression recovered. Relax. Loving someone doesn't mean losing my mind. I know what I'm doing and what I should do from now on. When Jiang Mai heard her words, he wasn't at all happy. Instead, he felt like his chest was stuffed with a sponge soaking up water, which made him unhappy. What kind of person you are. You work hard to make progress. You seem to be cynical and heartless, but you actually pay close attention to detail and are clear about what to love or hate. You deserve the most suitable man for you. Ning Xi froze for a moment and then looked surprised. Golden hair, what a surprise. My image in your heart is so great. Aren't you falling in love with me? Jiang Mai's back instantly became rigid. F asterisk 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 you. Ha ha. Ning Xi held her stomach as she laughed for a moment, then looked at him in a subtle way. To paraphrase what you said before, what do you know about me, Jiang Mai? How much do you know about me? You only see the side that I'm letting you see. Do you really think I'm exactly what I show? The moment Ning Xi looked at Jiang Mai, he almost thought that she had seen through his heart, and that she had deliberately said what she had to remind him to completely give up on his idea. Lu Mansion. Lu Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a German book and reading it attentively. On the other hand, Lu Jingli spent the whole night wandering the house, appearing as though he had been stabbed in the butt with a needle. Brother, the man Xiao Cici is meeting with is Jiang Mai, that boy. Don't you want to know what they're talking about? I have a hunch. The topic of conversation will be very thrilling, and it'll mean a lot to you. Lu Tingxiao turned a page, not raising his head at all. It's all your fault, brother. You're too old-fashioned. I said that I wanted to bug the place, but you stopped me. Now you can only stay at home and be anxious. Lu Jingli complained. Although, according to the present situation, it seemed only he, himself, was suffering from anxiety. Finally, even Lu Tingxiao, who was so patient, could no longer bear the noise. Keep silent or go back. No, I won't go. He still wanted to wait for Xiao Cici to return so he could fish for information. Otherwise, how could he sleep tonight? It's almost 11 o'clock. Why haven't they returned? While Lu Jingli was scratching his head, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Who's calling me so late? Lu Jingli picked up his mobile phone and went to the yard to answer it. 10 minutes later, Lu Jingli rushed in like he'd been injected with a stimulant. It really came right on time. Brother, guess what I just got? It's the recording of the wiretap from the box Xiao Cici and Jiang Mai are using. I didn't set it up. It was secretly recorded by an innocent paparazzo from a gossip company. Luckily, his boss is sensible and stopped it immediately after receiving it, then called me to apologize in order to suck up to me. Chapter 212. Could he be an ex? When Lu Tingxiao heard his words, he didn't even blink and coldly spoke 2 words with his thin lips. Destroy it. Lu Jingli immediately felt like a basin of cold water had been dumped on him. What? Even God is helping you. You won't even listen to this. Lu Tingxiao looked colder. Need I say it twice? Noticing that his brother was really angry, Lu Jingli hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay. I'll destroy it. I'll destroy. AI. He didn't know what to say about his brother. Apart from when he was in front of Xiao Cici, he was too principled and inflexible at any other time. Nevertheless, he was different from him. He said yes, but in his heart, he knew he wouldn't really destroy it. TSK, it was okay to secretly keep it. It would come in handy someday. While Lu Jingli was sighing, a small figure suddenly ran like the wind downstairs and outside. Is Xiao Cici back? Lu Jingli hurriedly followed Little Treasure. When he reached the gate, he saw that it really was Ning Xi, sitting in Jiang Mai's car. He couldn't see anything unusual about their expressions, but Jiang Mai seemed to have drunk a lot, while Ning Xi seemed to have drunk very little. Ning Xi left the car and picked up Little Treasure, who had rushed to greet her, saying with resignation and love, "Darling, it's already 11 o'clock. Why did you stay up so late again? Didn't we agree that you wouldn't wait for me?" Little Treasure clung to Ning Xi's arms, tightly wrapped his arms around her, and stared at Jiang Mai behind her. His little face was full of vigilance and rejection. Jiang Mai curled his lips. How freaking unfair. This was an incomparable aid for Lu Tingxiao. An incomparable aid. Lu Jingli read Jiang Mai's mind with just one look, and came to pat him sympathetically on the shoulder. My condolences that you have no son. Jiang Mai's heart jolted. What do you mean? Lu Jingli came close to his ears and whispered, Don't pretend. You like Ning Xi, don't you? Jiang Mai panicked, then put on a straight face. Second uncle, are you kidding me? How could I like her? Lu Jingli touched his chin with a contemplative expression. It was strange, really strange. What the hell had happened between them? It was obvious that Jiang Mai, that guy, liked her, but he wasn't willing to admit it even now. Ning Xi was about to walk inside with Little Treasure in her arms when the phone in her bag rang. She casually pressed the answer key. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Miss Ning Xi? Your boyfriend got into a car accident and is currently being treated at the hospital. Please come immediately. Ning Xi looked puzzled. What? My boyfriend? Immediately, Lu Jingli, Jiang Mai, Lu Tingxiao, and even Little Treasure all focused their eyes on Ning Xi. Ning Xi coughed, embarrassed. Ahem, aren't you mistaken? I don't have a boyfriend. But the number that the patient left before passing out was yours. You had better come soon. Our hospital's address is... After that, the person on the phone hung up in a hurry. Ning Xi held her phone and stood there with an overwhelmed expression. Holy shit. Who the hell is he? Jiang Mai leaned against his car and hummed as he looked askance at her. He's one of your exes, isn't he? He left your number when he almost died in an accident. He really is desperate for you. Ning Xi kicked him. Be less sarcastic. Then, Xiao Shishi, will you go? Lu Jingli's eyes were sparkling. Although he was asking her, his expression said that he really hoped she would go. Chapter 213. It is better to choose Lu Jingli. Ning Xi painfully pinched the skin between her eyebrows. A human life is of greater value than anything. I had better go? What if he is someone I know? But what to do with Little Treasure? Before she could continue, Little Treasure tightly threw his arms around her neck, as if, after finally seeing her return, he would never separate from her. Little Treasure wouldn't let go no matter what, so Ning Xi would have to go with him. Little Treasure wanted to follow her, so Lu Tingxiao definitely needed to join them, and Lu Jingli actively volunteered to drive them. Jiang Mai saw that the three people of the Lu family were all unashamedly ready to go, so he decidedly also squeezed into the car. The final result was that everyone went with her. Ning Xi was speechless. At the hospital, several ambulances were at the door, the paramedics were bustling about, and the stretchers were full of bleeding patients, as if there had been a major traffic accident. Ning Xi put her hands over Little Treasure's eyes to keep him from seeing these bloody things and softly coaxed him. Darling, it's very messy now in the hospital. Would you please wait for me in the car? Little Treasure held her waist, his little head drooping as if he was being abandoned. He was actually so sleepy that he dozed off, but he still refused to sleep. Ning Xi leaned over and kissed his little face. Little Treasure, listen to me. I'll be back very soon. Little Treasure, who had been kissed, recovered a bit and nodded. Then I'm going. Ning Xi said to all of them. Lu Tingxiao, I'll go with you. Jiang Mai, I want to go too. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Ning Xi, you going alone is unsafe. Lu Tingxiao frowned. Jiang Mai snorted and said, I just want to see who the hell he is. Ning Xi's head hurt. She looked at Lu Tingxiao and then looked at Jiang Mai. Her eyes finally fell on Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli innocently blinked. Why was his sister-in-law looking at him? At last, Ning Xi spoke. I don't know the situation inside. It's really improper for me to go alone. So, second young master, please come with me. Lu Tingxiao, you'd better stay here to accompany Little Treasure. There was a flicker of darkness in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Okay, as for you, Jiang Mai, stop this. Don't you know how easily your face creates trouble? Running to a hospital so late at night, you want to create headlines, don't you? Jiang Mai looked angry. Why are you so mad at me? But you speak so softly to Lu Tingxiao. Why? Go, go, go. Xiao Sisi, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Lu Jingli exulted. He was so excited that he almost danced on the spot. Happiness came too suddenly. It was really a quarrel which benefited only the third party. In the hospital's emergency room, it was a mess. It took Ning Xi a long time to find the doctor who had called her before. Hello, I'm Ning Xi. Where is the friend you mentioned before? You're Ning Xi. He has been through surgery and is now in Ward 307 on floor 12. Go identify him quickly. He has nothing to prove his identity. Okay, thank you. Ning Xi and Lu Jingli hurried to go upstairs, but the elevator was so crowded that they had to climb the stairs. 12 floors. How miserable. Ning Xi was terribly tired, while Lu Jingli was still cheerful like it was nothing. She finally understood why Lu Jingli had been able to run Glory World Entertainment with such excellence. This guy's passion for gossip was simply unmatched. Chapter 214. It's all over. They finally arrived at Ward 307. Out of breath, Ning Xi bent over, and unable to wait any longer, Lu Jingli pushed the door open before she could straighten up. A second later, Ning Xi still hadn't seen who was inside when Lu Jingli's face suddenly sank and he closed the door. He grabbed her shoulders and pushed her outside, saying, Xiao Shishi, go, 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 forget about it. This junior master was looking forward to it all this time, but it turned out to be this thing. Let him die. Who is it? Why are you acting like this? Well, you won't regret leaving, regardless. Suyin, guessed Ning Xi. Lu Jingli straightened his face. Hell yeah, it's him. Now we can go. We can't leave if it's him. Ning Xi pushed Lu Jingli's hands off her shoulders and turned to walk inside the ward. Lu Jingli anxiously stomped his feet. Xiao Shi, why do you care about him? You. It's still not over between you two? Ning Xi didn't answer and walked straight into the ward. It was Su Yin in the ward, lying quietly on the bed. His head was covered by a thin veil, and an 4 drip was in his hand. Ning Xi lightly sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to fix his hair. The look on her face was gentle, and she spoke even more gently. Brother Yin. Lu Jingli. What the F*** did I just see? What did I hear? Ning Xi still liked this guy? Luckily, his brother wasn't with them. Otherwise he would get mad. As Lu Jingli was thinking, a wave of iciness blew in from behind him. He turned his head and saw. His brother was right there. Bro, why are you here? Little Treasure was in his arms, and Jiang Mai was behind him. All 3 of them had come. He imagined that Little Treasure had been unable to wait any longer and wanted to come up. So his brother brought him, and Jiang Mai followed them. Now it was over. In bed, Suyin looked pale and frowned, slowly opening his eyes. Xiao Shi, how are you feeling? Asked Ning Xi. Suyin looked at the girl before him in a daze. Am I dreaming? Every time he met Ning Xi, they argued, and things would end unhappily. He couldn't remember how long it had been since she last spoke to him so nicely. The moment he woke up, he saw concern for him in her eyes. She even called him Brother Yin. Ning Xi stood next to the bed and returned to being her cool self. You just had an operation. The doctor said that you're fine now. You only have a small concussion remaining and need to stay in the hospital for a bit longer to recover. If there's nothing else, I should go. She turned away as she finished speaking, but suddenly her wrist was grabbed. Don't leave me. Xiao Shi, don't go. Anything else? Su Yin struggled, then watched her as he let everything out in one breath. Although I know you don't care for or need it, I'm sorry. I still want to tell you that I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. You know what? When I thought I was going to die, at that moment, I couldn't think of anything except how I still haven't had a chance to apologize to you. Outside the door, Lu Jingli looked at Ning Xi's wrist, which was being grabbed by Su Yin. He quaking in fear and swallowed, then turned and saw his brother's face. As expected, it was abnormally scary. He was really mad. What was Xiao Shi thinking? Chapter 215, Little Treasure freaks out. Su Yin, you don't need to apologize. Even if you were given a second chance, you would still choose to believe in Ning Xi. Su Yin hurriedly explained, I wouldn't. Don't say that you wouldn't. Take this incident as an example. Ning Xi told you that she was innocent and put all the blame on Cui Kaijing, correct? And you believed her again, right? If I told you that she lied to you, would you believe me? Ning Xi spoke slowly and clearly. Su Yin subconsciously avoided her eyes and said firmly, I will put more effort into investigating the matter. Ning Xi smiled and shook her head. True belief doesn't need investigation. Back when you chose to believe in her, you didn't listen to me at all. Xiao Shi, Brother Yin. Xiao Shi. Su Yin suddenly raised his head. This time, he clearly heard it. She called him Brother Yin. Ning Xi looked out the window, into the darkness, and felt as if she'd gone back in time. Her voice became blurry. Brother Yin, do you remember? When I was 9, I really wanted that backpack with my idol's picture printed on it, but my parents wouldn't buy it for me. Then 50 yuan went missing in the house. My grandma was sure that I stole it. My parents became suspicious, and even Xiao Nuo was always on my side. Even he thought that I took the money, because he knew that I really liked that male star. Su Yin couldn't bear to continue to listen. After hearing just half the story, his body was shaking and his eyes had turned red. Ning Xi laughed at herself, seeming to lose her voice. Only you, back then, only you believed that I didn't take the money. You took me out of the house, went to all the kids who came to play at my house, and knocked on one door after another until you found the kid who took the money. You know what? Back then, I thought that when I grew up, this guy in front of me would be my future husband. Xiao Shi, stop. Su Yin closed his eyes in embarrassment. Outside the door, Lu Jingli was screaming inside. Sister-in-law, stop. I'm afraid the whole hospital will disappear overnight. Just then, Lu Tingxiao's energy was horrifying, even overshadowing Jiang Mai's jealousy. Lu Jingli coughed lightly and stepped further away from his brother. While everyone was looking into the ward, Little Treasure, who was standing next to Lu Tingxiao, threw off his father's hand and quickly ran into the ward. Like a wolf pup, the little guy swiftly snatched Ning Xi's hand, then tightly clasped his arms around Ning Xi's thigh. He stared at Su Yin angrily, with rage flaming in his pretty eyes. Darn it! Little Treasure, Lu Jingli was really scared, but as he was going to run after him, Lu Tingxiao blocked him with his arm. Lu Jingli understood in a second that it would become more complicated if he also went in. Little Treasure, who ran inside all of a sudden, scared Ning Xi. Darling, why are you here? She looked out through the little window in the door and saw Lu Tingxiao and the others all standing in the corridor. Little Treasure looked up at Ning Xi with his little head thrown back. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he soon started crying, the tears falling down his cheeks in big drops. Ning Xi saw them and became worried. AI, don't cry. What is it? Be good, don't cry. Auntie will take you home right away. Ning Xi held Little Treasure in her arms and prepared to leave, when Su Yin called her to stop after. Finally returning to his senses. Xiao Shi. This kid, who is he? Chapter 216. Lost Love Rekindled. Ning Xi subconsciously raised Little Treasure's face to her shoulder, gently patted his back, and answered casually, My friend's kid. I have to go, get well soon. I will inform Ning Xiuelo to come here later. After Ning Xi left, Su Yin stared at the door, still in shock. What was with that kid? Why, for a split second, did he think that the kid actually resembled Ning Xi, especially in the eye area? He recalled the horrible memory of that dead fetus from 5 years ago. If that fetus hadn't died, it would have been around the same age. Shit, what was he thinking about? It was simply mad. That fetus died 5 years ago. Yes, died. It was already dead. There was no way it could have survived. Ning Xi came out 5 seconds after Little Treasure had run in. Lu Jingli couldn't help but snap his fingers at Little Treasure. Well done. Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao's face and knew instantly that he was going to criticize Little Treasure. She hurriedly defended Little Treasure before he could speak. Don't blame Little Treasure. He's just a kid. He didn't disturb me at all. Lu Tingxiao looked helpless. You are spoiling him. Funny, when he criticized Ning Xi, he didn't sound at all angry. Jiang Mai, who was standing at the side, saw how Lu Tingxiao contained all of his anger as soon as Ning Xi came out. He even looked loving instead. The speed at which he changed his expression was faster than turning a page in a book. The shock he felt was indescribable. Fake, so fake. You treat him so strictly. I'm just making up for it. Ning Xi touched Little Treasure's head and a hint of sorrow unnoticeably flashed across her eyes. If she didn't spoil Little Treasure now, she never would. She wouldn't be able to in the future. After leaving the hospital, they returned to the car, and Ning Xi carried Little Bun in her arms, trying to put him to sleep. He passed out very quickly. Lu Jingli had held it in for so long and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Ning Xi through the rearview mirror and asked in a rush, Xiao Shi, calling him Brother Yin, and reminiscing with him. What was all that about? Has your lost love for him rekindled? In the passenger seat, Jiang Mai humphed. Rekindled my ass. I was also almost fooled by her. She was acting like a little white flower again. Not just that, she even added a beauty trap on top. Ning Xi held her jaw and lifted her eyebrows in surprise. My golden retriever got smarter. He even saw through me. Sitting next to Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao still looked a bit cold. He discovered with a single glance that Ning Xi wasn't being sincere with Su Yin. What really upset him was the beauty trap. She used it on someone other than him. I still need to call Ning Xiuelo. Ning Xi still had Little Treasure in her arms. She moved slightly to grab her phone. Give him to me. Lu. Tingxiao took Little Treasure from her. She dialed the number, and Ning Xiuelo's sharp voice sounded on the other end. Ning Xi? Hey, why do you call me? To show off? Bitch. You must be so pleased to see me lose everything. Huh? I'm telling you, don't be so happy just yet. You think that Brother Yin, Mummy, and Daddy will believe your nonsense? You are just a shameless bumpkin who found. Ning Xi let her finish her curses before speaking up slowly, but surely. Miss Ning, let me remind you that you are on speaker right now, and that Su Yin is right next to me. Chapter 217. I could be worse. Ning Xi. There was a long silence on the other end on the phone. Then she hung up. It was hard to imagine Ning Xi's face after hearing those words, and how panicked she must have been when she hung up the phone. PFF. Xiao Shishi, you are so bad. You probably scared that woman so bad, said Lu Jingli in admiration. You call this bad? You are so green and inexperienced. Now, I will show you something much worse. Ning Xi bit her lip and pressed a key on her phone. The next second, a recording of her conversation with Ning Xiaolaw started to play. Yup, she'd recorded it. She had originally planned to call Ning Xiaolaw in front of Su Yin, then put her on speaker and let Su Yin hear her directly, but Little Treasure's entrance had changed the plan. Good thing was, it hadn't changed the result. Ning Xi edited the recording a little before sending it to Su Yin, then sighed in pity. Pity that I can't use this kind of trick on her anymore. She will be more cautious when talking to me from now on. Just this once is still great though. She'd expected from the start that Ning Xiaolaw wouldn't admit to framing her, so today she'd wanted to solidly plant a seed of doubt in Su Yan's heart. Now all she needed to do was watch two dogs bite at each other. Lu Jingli shivered and his voice shook. Xiao Shishi, if I ever do anything to upset you, please tell me straight or beat me up to release your anger. Don't use such evil tricks on me. I'm scared. Ning Xi laughed lightly and replied straightforwardly. Don't worry, for your brother's sake, I won't care too much about you. Lu Jingli's eyes brightened. My brother has such a privilege? Ning Xi glared at him resentfully. Of course, he's my boss, my life savior. For him, I'm willing to work like a horse. After hearing her answer, a beam of light streaked across Lu Tingxiao's eyes like a meteor, leaving an endless darkness in its wake. Even though she usually tried to act cautiously, he'd still noticed that her attitude towards him had changed after she'd returned tonight. From bringing Lu Jingli with her to the hospital, to purposely acting close to Su Yin, she'd even acted like a schemer to make him resent her, then casually brought up his position as her boss to clarify the boundary between them. It was like he'd steeped a frog in warm water, nurtured it, and slowly allowed it to get used to his presence and accept him subconsciously. But then it learned his tricks and began to distance itself from him. No doubt about it, she was a good student, able to apply what she learned in real practice. It was like he'd bitten his own tail, trapping himself in a cage he'd personally designed. He knew clearly what she was doing, but couldn't do anything to stop her. Late night, Lu Mansion. Ning Xi was lying in her big bed, counting sheep. She couldn't sleep. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat. She browsed the moments for a bit and was absent-minded, then typed, Had I not seen the sun, I could have borne the shade, but light a newer wilderness, my wilderness has made. It was a poem by a female poet, Emily Dickinson. Ning Xi wasn't sure why, but it suited her mood unexpectedly well. The first one to comment was, Lu Jingli. Aw, everything comes back to life. Flowers blossom in warm spring. Now is the time when animals. Ah, bah, I smell love. The corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Lu Jingli, this bastard, replied so fast. Didn't he need to sleep? To her surprise, Jiang Mai wasn't asleep either, even though it was so late. He commented, So sour that my freaking teeth are falling off. Ning Xi was going to send a few words back at Jiang Mai, but something suddenly caught her attention. She heard a creak as someone pushed her door open. Chapter 218. She can do whatever she wants. Ning Xi subconsciously put her phone down and held her breath. She wasn't alarmed or guarded, but rather nervous. She recognized Lu Tingxiao's footsteps. Why was Lu Tingxiao coming to her room at this hour? It was 3 in the morning. The strangest thing was, Lu Tingxiao would usually never enter without knocking. Just as Ning Xi was in complete confusion, that familiar figure came to her bedside. She didn't have the lights on in her room, and there was no moon tonight. So it was so dark in the room that she could only see a blurry shadow. That shadow stood there quietly, motionless. Ning Xi's heart was in her throat. She was about to make some noise to break the grueling silence, when she suddenly had a realization and an idea formed in her head. Lu Tingxiao was a sleepwalker. She swallowed the words back quickly, so as to not wake him. Cough. But what did he want? After around 5 seconds, Lu Tingxiao took another step forward, sat down on the edge of her bed, opened half of the covers, and then lay down next to her, just like that. Ning Xi. He wasn't even finished yet. As soon as Tingxiao lay down, he reached out with his long arm and pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly like he would hold a pillow. Ning Xi. Ning Xi's face was seamlessly forced against Tingxiao's chest. His steady breathing was above her head, and his hot palm was on her waist. Ning Xi was overcome with his cool smell mixed with a light scent of the cologne he used. I'm going to die young. I'm going to go mad. On the inside, Ning Xi wildly ran 800 miles while shouting to the sky, but in reality, she had to endure to the point of getting internal injuries. Thinking back to the first time Tingxiao had sleepwalked, she was sure it had been because what you thought of during day was what you were going to dream of at night, and had told Tingxiao to find himself a woman the next day. Now, she finally understood. Understood the true meaning of what you thought during day was what you were going to dream of at night. So, who could tell her what she should do now? Wait it out, and let Tingxiao walk away on his own. It was okay to do nothing when she still didn't know anything. But now that she knew about it, how could she do nothing? Ning Xi tested out the situation and tried to move her body away. But the result was that while she was pouring sweat and out of breath, a certain someone was still motionless. She didn't want to wake him up, so she couldn't use too much strength. Without options, Ning Xi gave up. AI, forget it, let him sleep then. He won't remember anything after he wakes up anyways. Outside the window, a breeze fiddled with the gloomy clouds and the moon reached its head out from behind them, sprinkling silver moonlight all over the room. Tingxiao's face was so close that it was right in front of her, catching her unprepared. Ning Xi's heart sped up, like a beating drum. She was afraid her heartbeat would wake him up, unsure whether it was because of the beautiful moonlight or because of this man in front of her. Ning Xi couldn't help but touch the man's cheek with her hand. Tingxiao. Right now, no matter what she did, he wouldn't remember or retain a memory, right? Then it meant that she could do whatever she wanted? This thought woke up the wild beast which had been locked up at the bottom of her heart. Ning Xi touched the man's forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, and finally stopped at his lips. Chapter 219. Sex Drives People Nuts. As time passed, Ning Xi slowly inched closer to the man, before stopping just 1 centimeter away from his lips. To kiss or not to kiss? That was the question. It's not nice to take advantages from him, right? But he came into my bed himself, I didn't force him, and he bit me last time. Shit, what am I doing? Sex really does drive people nuts. It's driving me nuts. Ning Xi talked to herself for a long time before she laid back down to her original spot. The man beside her relaxed his body and was very disappointed at the same time. It felt unbearable being turned on halfway. However, in the next second, the girl who had given up and peacefully returned, moved all of a sudden, harshly locking her warm lips with his. The tip of her tongue licked his lips, biting on them several times as a test. Then she tried to open his mouth. Tingxiao almost lost it. The feeling of not being able to kiss back while being kissed so fiercely was killing him. The girl wasn't a good kisser, she was just licking and biting, but that still turned him on big time. After kissing, Ning Xi wiped her mouth and laid back down contentedly, murmuring to herself, "Who cares if I'm nuts or not? Such a good opportunity. It's better to make good use of it and kiss up, so I can leave no regrets in my life." After hearing that, Tingxiao didn't know if he should laugh or get angry. Just some kisses, then no more regrets? My dear, your life's goal was really nothing. I want to give you so much more. It was even harder for Ning Xi to go to sleep after kissing him, so she started browsing the news on her phone. As expected, Ning Xi immediately came out with some statements, putting all the blame on Cui Kaijing and making herself out to be a victim again. This time, however, Glory World wasn't going to let her get away with this. Liang Feixing was the best at controlling the direction of public opinion. Under Liang Feixing's management, Ning Xi's statement didn't have any effect. Mostly people thought that she was trying to get out of taking responsibility. After all, why would a nobody assistant put so much effort into taking revenge for just a few criticisms? Some people thought that Ning Xi did it for Jia Qingqing, for their friendship, while some thought that Ning Xi was jealous because Ning Xi was better looking than her. Others even thought that Su Yan liked Ning Xi, and that was why Ning Xi wanted to get rid of her. Ning Xi's gentle, generous image was severely jeopardized. Aside from this situation, fans were mostly concerned about future developments involving the world, as was Ning Xi. The company was dealing with it. They just hadn't gotten a confirmation yet. She'll call Ning Xi tomorrow to figure this out then. After browsing the news, Ning Xi logged on to Weibo and found that her number of fans had increased a lot through this incident. A lot of new passers-by fans had written all sorts of encouraging comments. Ning Xi thought for a while and posted a Weibo. Chapter 220. Want to go out and have fun. It's better to keep our dignity and beauty rather than care about the treachery or unkindness of others. That which can't kill us will in the end make us stronger. There were a lot of people who slept late on Weibo, and the number of forwards and likes on her post climbed rapidly. Less than 5 minutes after she posted, Jiang Mai also forwarded it with a decent message of support. Below the forward, the fans were too excited they cried. The couple in the movie had actually entered the same company in reality. Then wasn't there even more of a chance of something happening between them? To Ning Xi's surprise, among the hot comments below her Weibo post, in addition to caring for and supporting her, as well as gossiping about her and Jiang Mai, the most popular comment on the top of the list was unexpectedly, "Goddess, goddess. Tingxiao actually forwarded the Weibo message about you last time. Have you ever seen Big Boss Lu at Glory World Entertainment? Have you ever spoken to him? Is he handsome or not? Handsome or not? Begging for photos. Begging for fortune." Ning Xi's head was covered in black lines. "Have I ever seen Big Boss Lu? Of course I've seen him. He's lying next to me. You silly human. Send photos? Forget it. A male god must of course be kept to oneself." Ning Xi muttered to herself as she continued to browse online. As a result, the more she looked, the more energetic she became. She shouldn't have browsed Weibo when she couldn't sleep. What she needed now was a book on advanced mathematics. As she fretted, there was an incoming call, the caller ID showing that it was Jiang Mai. Fortunately, she had put her phone on silent. Ning Xi accepted the call and lowered her voice. "Hey, what do you want? I was also going to ask you, why aren't you asleep yet? So late at night." Ning Xi rolled her eyes. "I could say the same to you. Why is your voice so low?" Jiang Mai asked suspiciously. "Do you want me to shout at you so late at night?" "Something's off," Jiang Mai said in a firm tone, like he was Sherlock Holmes. "There's someone next to you." Hearing this, Ning Xi cursed in her heart, then said with conviction, "I'm sleeping with little Bon." "How? Do you need to be so surprised?" "Really?" Ning Xi suddenly felt that the hand on the waist seemed to have tightened a bit, and she almost lost concentration. She hurriedly replied, "If not, then what? Can the person lying beside me be Tingxiao? You're too paranoid." Jiang Mai curled his lip, also figuring that he was thinking too much himself. "I was just asking. By the way." Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and frowned. "How's your family situation?" Jiang Mai was silent for a while, and then replied, "Almost resolved already. After I met with you last night, that partner who had been refusing to let go all this time suddenly relented. This is really a coincidence." Meaning, Tingxiao had obviously guessed something. "Then that's good." Ning Xi was relieved. "Then are you free tomorrow?" Jiang Mai snorted. "Why? I'm very busy." "Oh, then forget it." Saying that, Ning Xi was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, I'll be free tomorrow." "What do you want?" Jiang Mai hurriedly asked. Ning Xi said slowly, "It's going to be autumn tomorrow. The weather's great and just nice. I don't need to shoot scenes. Want to go out and have fun for a bit." "What?" Jiang Mai's first thought was that he had heard wrong. After all, she had seen him as a bringer of misfortune since his return from abroad, and had been avoiding him. What are you plotting? Why do you have so many questions? If you're not going, let's forget it." Going. Chapter 221. Who's going on a date with you? Late at night, after the girl's breathing had evened out, the man finally opened eyes clear and cold as a deep pool. Under the moonlight, he quietly watched the sleeping girl's peaceful face and gently kissed her lips. From the first moment he had seen her, he had wanted to lock her up at home and confine her to the bed, so that she couldn't go anywhere and no one would look at her. Only he could look at her, and she would look at only him. Even he himself was astonished at how he had managed to endure it until now. After a light kiss, the man pried open the girl's lips and forcefully entwined his tongue with hers, until the girl frowned and almost woke up from the lack of air. After a long time, he finally drew away. He touched the girl's cheek and sighed imperceptibly. "Ning Xi, don't test my endurance. I can't promise that I'll be able to endure for much longer. I also can't guarantee what I will do." The next morning, Ning Xi didn't know exactly when she had fallen asleep. Anyway, when she woke up, Tingxiao was predictably no longer in bed. It was almost 9 o'clock when she got up after having slept too late. There were a bunch of missed calls on her phone from Jiang Mai, who sent WeChat messages scolding her, wondering if she had stood him up again. Ning Xi scratched her head and sent him a message telling him to come over. She went to wash up, then went downstairs. Tingxiao had gone to work, and little Treasure, who hadn't disturbed her while she was sleeping, was sitting quietly on the sofa reading a book. Darling, come here. Ning Xi waved at little Treasure. Little Treasure immediately put down the book, and Ding Ding ran over to her. Ning Xi picked the little guy up and said, Annie will take you out to play today, all right? Hearing this, little Treasure's face was full of surprise, and he nodded furiously. At this moment, a honk sounded at the gate. Ning Xi held little Treasure's hand as they went outside. When Jiang Mai saw Ning Xi, he was stunned. Today, she had her hair up in a ponytail and was wearing a pair of overalls and a floral white t-shirt with a cartoon figure on it. With a shoulder bag slung across her body, she looked like a student. Let's go. Ning Xi took little Treasure to the car. Jiang Mai looked wide-eyed at little Treasure next to her. Don't tell me, you want to take this little kid with us on our date? Ning Xi looked askance at him. Who's going on a date with you? I taking little Treasure on an autumn outing and a picnic, okay? Jiang Mai goggled. Then why did you ask me to come? To drive the car, of course. I thought about it for a bit, but you are the only person who was free today. Lu Corporation was in talks for yet another huge venture, so both Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were busy during this period. Jiang Mai choked, dumbfounded. Are you going or not? If we don't go now, the sun will go down soon. Ning Xi urged him. Following orders, Jiang Mai got into the car. Aren't you afraid that someone will recognize us? It'll be fine with a little disguise. Jiang Mai was startled a bit and said uneasily, What are we disguising as? A family of 3? You wish. I'm the sister, little Treasure is the little brother, and as for you, who am I? The dad. Bah, you're the driver. Jiang Mai, remember to go to the supermarket first. We have to buy a grill, plus meat and drinks. Got it. A black cloud hung over Jiang Mai. This asshole really knew how to trap him. After shopping at the supermarket, Ning Xi found a spot by a small river with good scenery and no one around. Humming a song happily, she taught little Treasure how to skewer meat. Jiang Mai was singing as he put together a fishing rod. It's sunny today, but you showed up with your little brother. Seeing his face, my mood became cloudy, like salt on my wound. Ning Xi stood up with her hands on her hips. Enough. Sing a merry song for master. It's fine weather today. The scenery is good. It's good. Chapter 222, Bragging failed. Jiang Mai was listless, but once he started eating, he regained his energy. At least Ning Xi, this person, was really good at cooking. It was just a regular barbecue, but she made it taste so good. Guessing that it had been hard on him, little Treasure, who didn't care about anyone else apart from Ning Xi, actually personally passed him a lamb skewer. Jiang Mai was overwhelmed with gratitude. Also, he realized that Ning Xi hadn't been exaggerating. Before, the little kid was really too lovable when he was being good. No wonder Ning Xi was so good to him. Damn it, it was so unfair. How did someone like Tingxiao produce such a cute son? Genetic mutation? Jiang Mai chewed his meat as he played around with a small idea. Even though he had come along as labor, who would know? He kept seeing Tingxiao's daily posts in WeChat moments showing off their PDA. Now it was his turn. Jiang Mai secretly laughed a few times and took a sneaky photo of Ning Xi's back with his phone. He posted it in his moments smugly. Aloha. Picnicking. Given Tingxiao's discerning eye, he would definitely recognize the view of her back. Very quickly, his gang of rascal friends started commenting. Wow, she's a knockout. Can tell she's a beauty just from her back. Jiang Mai, you bastard, where's your loyalty to your friends? Bring the girl for us to take a look. A photo of her face, a photo of her face. Don't be stingy. Why does she look so young? Is she of age yet? Jiang Mai, are you breaking the law now? After a while, Lu Jingli commented, Ouch. The barbecue meat looks so good. And chicken wing, grilled fish. You brat, you didn't call me. Your uncle over for such good food. Lu Jingli's focus of attention really was different from normal people's. After a long while, the one he had really been waiting for finally made an appearance. Refreshing his feed, he saw that Tingxiao had just replied. Jiang Mai hurriedly clicked on it, but after reading it, his face turned black. Tingxiao's comment. Don't let little treasure eat too much. Recently he's been a little overweight. F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Little treasure. How did Tingxiao know little treasure was with them? Jiang Mai looked at his picture again and finally realized the problem. In the photo, little treasure's figure was reflected on the river's surface. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. He had too good an eye. Jiang Mai's bragging had failed. His head drooped and he retreated like a beaten roster. Then he saw Ning Xi making a call on her phone. Who are you calling? Jiang Mai asked casually. Sister Gigi, Ning Xi answered. After becoming more familiar with each other, Ning Xi had started calling her Sister Gigi instead of Sister Lin. Jiang Mai took a sip of his juice. What straight one, what turn? My manager, Lin Gigi. Xi as in the mushroom Ling Xi, all right. When she said that, Jiang Mai spit out the juice he had been drinking. You said who? Lin Gigi, Lung Manyun's manager. You didn't watch the press conference that day? Why are you so slow? Ning Xi gave him a belittling look. F asterisk 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 that. I knew what the result was going to be. Why would I still watch it? Lin Gigi, why her? After finding out that Ning Xi had joined Glory World, he had been agitated. He only had a rough idea of the situation and hadn't watched the press conference. Who knew Tingxiao would drop such a big bomb on him? Ning Xi was confused. Why can't it be Lin Gigi? Why are you so agitated? Don't tell me she was your ex-girlfriend? Jiang Mai. Seeing that Jiang Mai was unusually silent, Ning Xi snapped her fingers. I'm such an idiot. I guessed it, didn't I? Don't talk to me. I need some peace and quiet. Chapter 223. Couldn't tell the dogs from people. Jiang Mai had lost this round completely. Strictly speaking, he was the one who had started the war, but he had stepped on a mine himself and couldn't take another step. The enemy was brutal. Ning Xi couldn't believe it. I never expected that someone like Sister Gigi can also be blind at times. Jiang Mai glared at her. Watch your mouth. What blind? You are the blind one. You even like trash like Su Yan. Ning Xi sighed. AI, just blame it on us being young and naive. We couldn't tell the dogs from people. You. Jiang Mai was so angry that he couldn't continue, then in the end exploded. Now do you know how evil and scheming Tingxiao is? He used such a shameless trick to stop me. After saying that, he thought he would see regret on Ning Xi's face, but instead, he saw her act all silly and infatuated. Lord Boss really is so wise and such a strategist, always prepared and able to plan victories from 1,000 miles away. Jiang Mai's face was as black as the bottom of a pan. Ning Xi, there is no hope for you anymore. Ning Xi suddenly moved closer, a cheeky expression on her face. Hey, what happened between you and Sister Gigi? Looking at your face, it doesn't seem something as simple as an ex-girlfriend. Jiang Mai, this guy wouldn't be this apprehensive over something as trifling as an ex-girlfriend. Mind your own business first. Jiang Mai wasn't in a good mood and asked hesitantly, what did you guys talk about just now? Ning Xi shrugged. Not much. She let me know the writer is revising the script and filming will resume in half a month. Brother Ming told me the same. There'll be more emphasis on Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing's story after the rewrite. As for Ning Xuelua and Zhao Xizhou, it's not clear yet whether they will be replaced, but since Tingxiao cares about you so much, I bet he'll definitely get rid of them. Jiang Mai analyzed the situation. Ning Xi shook her head. Wrong. If Tingxiao really knows the way I think, he definitely won't have anyone replaced. Because using my strength to thoroughly defeat Ning Xua in the movie and reducing her to nothing more than a foil for my role, for me, is the best way to get revenge. After saying this, Ning Xi's phone beeped with a notification for the latest entertainment news. She subscribed to some important entertainment news sites, and each time, the latest news would pop up themselves. The corners of Ning Xi's mouth couldn't help turning up after she read it. She looked simply like a silly girl in love. Terrified by the expression on her face, Jiang Mai drew closer. Warily to take a look. It was Glory World's latest announcement. Lu Corporation had stepped in to replace the investments withdrawn by Ning International and Starlight Entertainment. The World project now belonged to Glory World completely. Out of consideration for the shooting schedule, none of the cast would be replaced. Jiang Mai felt suffocated by the tacit understanding which Tingxiao and Ning Xi shared. It looks like you've been completely ensnared, and you don't even know it. You like Tingxiao this much, can you really endure not being with him? Ning Xi laid down on the grass and plucked a piece of bristle grass and stuck it between her lips. Who said that if you like someone you need to be with that person? Is it any less than the people who get together because they like each other? How many of them really last? This is already good enough. The best case scenario was them becoming good friends and confidants. But even if the worst case scenario came to pass, forgetting with the flow of time wasn't a bad thing. The memories would then remain forever in a time when they were the most beautiful. Chapter 224. Enemies on a Narrow Road. There was no way she could waste a half-month break. The next day, Ning Xi also took little treasure out to have fun. Miss Xiaoxi, do you want to wait for eldest young master to come back from work first before going out together? The old butler couldn't just watch anymore and started to prompt her like a matchmaker. Ning Xi scratched her head. Better not, he's so busy. We can go by ourselves. She had deliberately chosen a time when Tingxiao wasn't around. There was no way she would wait for him to come back from work first. Then, please let them follow you. This is eldest young master's instruction. We can't take little young master's safety lightly. The old butler gestured at 3 bodyguards wearing black clothes and sunglasses nearby. It was a reasonable request. Of course Ning Xi could only agree. This way, she didn't need to look for Jiang Mai to do the work. Why did she have a feeling that Tingxiao had arranged it like that on purpose? Ning Xi's plan for today was to buy little treasure some toys and clothes. Of course, since she hadn't received her pay yet, she still had to use Tingxiao's credit card. While they were shopping, she found a newly opened kids' clothing store, which sold very trendy and cute clothes, and she switched completely into buy mode. Darling, this one is good too. Go and try it on. Little Treasure nodded and obediently went to the fitting room. While Ning Xi was waiting for Little Bun to try on the clothes, she saw 2 familiar figures passing by outside the store. Ning Xiaoluo held on to Su Yan's arm intimately as they walked and chatted together. Wow, this kid's clothing store is so cute. Brother Yan, let's go inside and take a look. Fonglin's son's birthday is next month. Shall we get him some clothes as a birthday gift? Su Yan answered passively. Have you seen Fonglin's son? He's so fair-skinned and chubby, so cute. Brother Yan, if we have a son in the future, do you think he will be as cute? Ning Xiaoluo asked shyly. Probably. It was obvious that Su Yan's mood was low as he gave a perfunctory answer. Ning Xiaoluo looked like she was at a loss. Brother Yan, are you still angry with me? I already publicly apologized on Weibo, and you heard Kaijing's explanation for yourself. As for that phone call, it was because you suddenly wouldn't talk to me, so I had a little too much to drink. I was so desperate and anxious, and I didn't know what I was saying. I really regret it. Xiaoxi. As Ning Xiaoluo was explaining, Su Yan suddenly said Ning Xi's name. She followed his gaze and unexpectedly saw Ning Xi standing next to a clothes rack opposite them. Sister, Ning Xiaoluo's tears welled up, and she immediately ran over to hold her hand. Sister, finally. I wanted to apologize in person so badly, but you didn't pick up my phone calls these past few days, and I don't know where you're staying. When everyone was asking me about this before, I did say that I didn't believe that you did all that, and then it turned out to be a misunderstanding. I knew you wouldn't do anything like that. Now the truth has come out, but you were still hurt by it. I was a victim too, but no matter what, this incident happened because of me and I pulled you into it. So I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You can hit me, scold me, do whatever you want, as long as you stop being angry with me. Ning Xiaoluo's speech gave the impression of sincere feeling and sounded natural and unforced, even making it sound like Ning Xi was still bullying her without reason. Ning Xi didn't say anything sharp to her like she did before, and only threw a resigned and tired look in Su Yan's direction. Chapter 225. Failing at Provocation. Her eyes made Su Yan's heart feel as if it was being nibbled on by lice, and he hurriedly drew Ning Xiaoluo away from Ning Xi. Xiaoluo, calm down a little. Ning Xiaoluo did not notice Ning Xi's little action, her tears falling down. Brother Yan, help me talk to sister. You know best how much I've hurt and blamed myself these last few days. I really hope she can forgive me. Otherwise I really. Looking at the woman crying broken-heartedly in his arms, Su Yan finally relented. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, Xiaoluo blames herself very much for this. When Ning Xiaoluo heard this, Her mouth twitched with the hint of a smug smile. While she wept sadly on the outside, inside she was secretly expecting Ning Xi to explode. Every time she had asked for forgiveness before, Ning Xi would definitely become very agitated, and she would say every nasty thing possible, which made Su Yin dislike her even more. It would definitely be the same this time. Ning Xi tiredly pinched the skin between her eyebrows, and then sighed. Forget it, Ning Xiaolaw. I saw your apology, and I also received it. Since it was a misunderstanding, then forget it. I forgive you. What did you say? Ning Xiaolaw's face changed instantly, full of disbelief. On the other hand, Su Yin was very delighted. Xiaolaw, are you relieved now? Ning Xiaolaw couldn't say a single word, her face turning the color of liver. On the other side, the door of the dressing room opened, and little Treasure stepped out in the clothes he had tried on. A hint of warmth instantly flickered over Ning Xi's fake mask. She walked over to pick little Treasure up with a smile, and then said to the salesgirl, I want all the clothes that he just tried on, and he'll directly wear this one out. Understood, I'll ring them up for you right away, the salesgirl answered with a dimpled smile. Ning Xi nodded to Su Yin to indicate she was leaving, then with little Treasure in her arms, walked directly out of the store. Behind them, a bodyguard in black settled the bill, picked up all the shopping bags, and followed after them. Ning Xiaolua was struck dumb at this scene. Then an extremely excited expression appeared on her face. Is what Feng Lin and Xian Xian said true? Last time they told me they saw Ning Xi buying children's clothes at the mall, but I didn't believe it. Sister Xi, don't tell me she really has become the mistress of an old rich man, and even gave him a son. It was a pity that Ning Xi had left so quickly. She hadn't been able to see the child's face clearly, and also wasn't in time to secretly take photos as evidence. Xiaolaw, stop talking nonsense. When Su Yin heard this, he immediately interrupted her with a solemn face, looking in the direction of Ning Xi's departure. I saw this child once. Xiao Shi already said, he's just the son of a friend. Ning Xiaolaw said hurriedly, Brother Yin, you are too naive. Can she be so good to him if he is just the son of a friend? Look, she has a bodyguard following her, and she paid with a black card. This sort of family would have plenty of nannies and bodyguards. Why would she need to help take care of the kid? A hint of struggle and hesitation appeared on Su Yan's face. But then he seemed to think of something, and in the end he still said in a determined voice, Xiaolaw, in my heart, Ning Xi is my little sister. If you insult her, you insult me. Don't let me hear such words again. Other people can doubt her, but we can't, understand? Ning Xiaolaw had completely not expected Su Yan's attitude towards Ning Xi to change so drastically after what happened this time. Damn it! What kind of spell had Ning Xi cast on him in the hospital that day? Su Yin suddenly had so much faith in her, even turning a deaf ear. Chapter 226. Why is everyone helping out? I'm sorry, Brother Yin. I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again. Ning Xiaolaw gritted her teeth as she said the words. It seemed like the incident this time had aroused the guilt inside Su Yin, and he wouldn't doubt Ning Xi so easily anymore. But so what? Even if he wouldn't believe what people said, she would find an opportunity to make him see it with his own eyes. Then they'd see whether or not he still wouldn't believe it. It would be too easy to find Ning Xi's weak point. Her relationship with Jiang Mai had always been unclear, and now there was a kid in the mix. Things were getting more and more interesting. But she would have to temporarily endure it during this period, and wait for Su Yan's guilt to decrease before she could do anything else. On the ground floor of the mall, Ning Xi was ready to take little Treasure home, when she suddenly discovered that the car which had been waiting for them at the entrance was gone. Where's our car? Ning Xi was confused. It couldn't have been stolen, right? But that wasn't possible, since the driver had still been in the car. Behind her, the bodyguard replied, Miss, our car has already left because the boss called just now to say that he would come get us after work. Ning Xi said stupidly when she heard this, then hurriedly continued. Then we should go by ourselves. What if he has to work overtime or is delayed by something? Before she finished speaking, a black Maybach pulled up smoothly. The window of the back seat rolled down slowly, and an expressionless face appeared. Finished shopping. Ning Xi's expression was stiff as she nodded her head. She had been getting up late and sleeping early the last 2 days to avoid running into him. So even though they lived under one roof, she hadn't seen him for 2 whole days. Going home. Yes, yes. Ning Xi opened the car door and helped little treasure into the car. Then she opened the door of the front passenger seat, prepared to sit in the front. However, one of the bodyguards came up to her in anxious worry. Miss, the front passenger seat isn't safe, so let me sit here. It's better for you to sit at the back, it's very roomy. Oh, Ning Xi opened the back car door again and got in. After getting in, even though little Bun was between them, Ning Xi tried her best to stay on her side of the car. Tingxiao's attitude was the same as usual. With a laptop on his knees, he was busy tapping away rapidly on his keyboard. Seeing this, Ning Xi breathed a little sigh of relief. However, 10 minutes later, Tingxiao seemed to have finished his work. He put the computer down, settled a drowsy little treasure onto his lap, placed the computer on his other side, and then naturally turned in Ning Xi's direction. The familiar cold aura suddenly intruded onto the safe distance, making the hair on Ning Xi's whole body immediately stand on end. She subconsciously pressed her body against the door again, her face almost glued to the window. Ning Xi, Tingxiao's voice sounded in her ears. What is it? Ning Xi turned her head to him. Tingxiao looked at her and spoke unhurriedly. Are you hiding from me? Huh? How is that possible? Why would I need to hide from you? It's just that the red clouds at sunset outside the window are very pretty. I'm looking at the view, just the view. Saying that, Ning Xi turned back around with a whoosh. But at that moment, she didn't know what the driver was doing, but he suddenly made a sharp turn, causing Ning Xi's body to fall towards Tingxiao. Tingxiao frowned and stretched out one arm to protect her shoulder. After that, he didn't take his arm back. I'm sorry, boss, a car suddenly swerved into the lane just now, reported Assistant Cheng Feng, who was driving the car. Tingxiao, drive a little slower. Cheng Feng was getting a pay rise when they got back. Cheng Feng, understood. Ning Xi, was it her imagination, or was everyone, from the butler to the bodyguard to the assistant, helping Tingxiao out? Chapter 227, I miss you a lot. After returning home, Ning Xi continued using dieting as an excuse for missing dinner, and the first chance she got, went up to her room. She was really thankful for hers and little Bun's skyrocketing weight these last few days. It gave her such a good excuse. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Luckily, from the sound of the footsteps, it wasn't Tingxiao. Ning Xi had just showered, and she was drying her hair as she went over to open the door. Wan was standing at the door, holding a tray of food in her hands. Seeing how breathtaking Ning Xi looked after a shower, she was clearly stunned. The girl in front of her was just too beautiful. Right after a shower, her white skin had a red flush to it that made her even more alluring, so much so that even she as a woman was captivated. No wonder eldest young master. Wan quickly shook her head and came to her senses as she said, Miss Xiaoxi, eldest young master had me bring you something to eat. Even though it's important to watch your weight, you shouldn't starve yourself. All these are low in calories and fat. Eating them will be fine. Okay, thank you, Wan. Looking at the cute servant, Ning Xi's nervous mood eased a lot. Wan, you changed your hairstyle. It's cute. It suits you very well. Thank you, Miss Xiaoxi. Wan happily touched her hair, and then said hesitantly, Miss Xiaoxi, you are a very good person. In fact, I think you and eldest young master are especially compatible. It would be wonderful if you could become our eldest young mistress. Otherwise, if some other scheming woman joined the family, we would definitely be very miserable. Ning Xi, why was even the maid starting to help him? Please cut me some slack. Later, Wan knocked on her door again and gave her a glass of milk. When there was a knock at the door for the third time, Ning Xi was leaning against the balcony railing as she blew dry her hair. Thinking it was Wan again, she directly said to come in. It was only when the footsteps got closer that she felt something wasn't right. She turned around, and as expected, she saw Tingxiao's face within reach. Tingxiao, Ning Xi subconsciously tightened her grip on the railing. Did you need something? Tingxiao did not speak, just stood there looking at her silently. The girl in front of him was wearing a long, royal-looking nightgown which reached her ankles. What should be covered was covered completely. After a blow-dry, her hair was still a little damp, drifting softly in the night wind. Her cheeks were still flushed from the steam of her shower, and her alert eyes flashed with a hint of startlement and vigilance. When Ning Xi's scalp almost tingled from being stared at, Tingxiao finally spoke. Ning Xi? Ning Xi, huh? Tingxiao, I miss you very much. Ning Xi instantly goggled and almost thought that she had heard wrong. Cough, cough, while what? Tingxiao reached out to gently pick up a strand of hair by her ear and said in a dreamy tone, like the chill rising from a pool of cold ice. It feels like I haven't seen you for a very long time. It was just 2 days, okay? Arg, this wasn't the main point. The point was that Tingxiao had just said that he missed her. He directly said that he missed her. This wasn't how things were supposed to turn out. She was definitely hallucinating, right? She had to be. But as Ning Xi kept thinking of a proper reason for Tingxiao's actions, Tingxiao took one step forward, put a hand around her waist, drew her gently to him, and then embraced her. At the same time, his other hand came up around her, and in an extremely exhausted and yearning gesture, he leaned down to softly bury his head in the crook of her neck. Ning Xi. Chapter 228. Let me hold you for a little while. Ah, OMG. What was this situation? It was as if Ning Xi's brain had been invaded by a virus, throwing the coding into wild disarray. When she finally came back to her senses, her first reaction was to push him away quickly. But Tingxiao tightened his arms, and the voice in her ears sounded a little pitiful. Don't move, all right? Let me hold you for a little while. Ning Xi. How was she supposed to respond to this request? Damn it. What the hell was Tingxiao playing at? She had been avoiding him these 2 days, and had been very careful not to stir him up. Why was he suddenly? 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. It was supposed to be a little while only. Too untrustworthy. The moment Ning Xi couldn't bear it anymore, Tingxiao released her. Sorry, I forgot myself. Ning Xi swallowed. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. F******* it. He almost scared her into a heart attack, and he thought he could make it all right with just a forgot myself. What made her even more miserable was that she couldn't say no. Seeing the sullen look on the girl's face, there was an imperceptible flash of amusement in his eyes. Go to bed a little earlier. Good night. Hee, good night, good night, good night to you too. Good night her, but she didn't need to sleep tonight. The next morning, Ning Xi, who as expected had tossed and turned in bed the whole night, didn't dare to get up. Finally, she covertly gave Wan a phone call. Wan, has your eldest young master gone to work yet? No, but I think eldest young master is very busy. His phone hasn't stopped ringing since he got up and came downstairs. Assistant Chung also came over in a hurry, and it seems he asked eldest young master when would they be heading out. And then eldest young master hasn't left. He's been downstairs all this time. I don't know what he's waiting for. Ning Xi. It looked like she couldn't avoid him. Ning Xi took several deep breaths, adjusted her mindset, put on an impenetrable mask, and went downstairs with a calm, natural expression. She saw Tingxiao sitting leisurely on the sofa. Nearby, Assistant Chung was holding a stack of documents in his hands, looking very anxious but not daring to urge him to hurry. Ning Xi stretched as she came down the stairs. When she saw Tingxiao, she deliberately showed an astonished expression. Tingxiao, it's already this time. Why haven't you gone to work yet? Tingxiao heard the girl's voice and raised his eyes to look at her with a soft expression. His eyes were like yarn, warmly and gently twining around her. I was waiting for you, Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was lifeless. Why was she suddenly unable to speak properly with him? While Ning Xi had a foolish look on her face, Tingxiao had already stood up and walked towards her. Ning Xi's instinctive reflex was to retreat, but as if they had some intangible power, the man's eyes held her in place, and she couldn't move. Within a moment, Tingxiao was already in front of her. He rubbed her head with his large palm. If I don't wait for you now, then I'll be unable to see you for the whole day again. Ning Xi was still lifeless. I'm going to work. Saying that, Tingxiao leaned forward to kiss her forehead. Ning Xi, she was now totally dead. Behind them, Chung Feng startled as if he had been blinded, then looked away with a flushed face, as if he had seen something inappropriate. This was too inhumane. He had not only almost gone crazy with anxiety so early in the morning, he was also being oppressed as a single man. Chapter 229, really can't win against him. Long after Tingxiao had left, Ning Xi still remained rooted to the same spot, her fingers unconsciously touching her forehead where he had kissed her. It was still burning with sensation. Although it was just a kiss on her forehead, although she had already secretly kissed him before, it was still the first kiss that had happened when they were both sober. At this moment, Ning Xi understood at last. Tingxiao had definitely known about her strategy early on, so he had switched tactics. If he had continued pretending like before, that would have been fine. But if he simply didn't conceal it anymore, changing dark to light, what could she do? It was over. She really couldn't win against him. If she was pushed to the point where she had to lay all her cards on the table, then there could only be one outcome, and they might part on bad terms, or worse. As Ning Xi was panicking, she suddenly felt her pants leg being yanked. Looking down, she saw Little Treasure, who was tilting his little head up to look at her. Little Treasure. Ning Xi saw Little Treasure holding a watercolor painting in his hands, and said in surprise, "Did you finish drawing already?" Little Treasure nodded shyly, then stared expectantly at her. Ning Xi's plans for the near future was all about accompanying Little Treasure. She had already arranged the itinerary yesterday. She would take Little Treasure to fly a kite, and furthermore, they would make it by hand themselves. After clearly seeing what Little Treasure had painted, Ning Xi was a little amazed. "This, you painted?" Apart from her and himself, Little Treasure seldom painted portraits, and people never appeared in the scenery that he painted, but this time, Ning Xi realized that there were 3 people in his painting. White clouds floated in a vast, boundless sky, and there were 3 people sitting on the clouds, a man, a woman, and a little boy between them. Little Treasure had still used an abstract painting style, but from their characteristics, Ning Xi could still recognize the people in the painting at a glance. They were her and Tingxiao and Little Treasure. Little Treasure had always never been fond of Tingxiao, and when he drew, it was only ever her or the both of them together. He had never drawn Tingxiao. This was the first time that Little Treasure had also painted Tingxiao. Ning Xi was a little startled, but she quickly recovered. She took Little Bun's hand. "Let's go? Let's use it to make a kite. Grandpa Butler should have already helped us prepare the bamboo canes for the frame." Little Bun nodded, but he seemed a little disappointed. Ning Xi flew a kite with Little Treasure the whole day, and personally cooked that night. She had taken Little Treasure out to eat the last 2 days, then had come back very late at night, and had hidden in her room as soon as she returned. Now that it was obvious that this ploy had failed, she didn't need to continue with it. Just as she finished cooking, Lu Jingli, that guy, eagerly came running over after following the scent like a dog, wagging his tail. "Wow. Oh, these are all my favorites, sister-in-law, bah, cough, 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 xiao shi. I've been waiting for you to cook again." Speechless, Ning Xi looked askance at Lu Jingli. This guy, did he slip just now and call her sister-in-law? "Go and tell your brother that dinner's ready." Oh, okay." Lu Jingli ran off in a hurry, but at the same time, his heart was full of suspicion. He had accidentally blabbed it just now, which had made him break out in a cold sweat. But unexpectedly, Ning Xi didn't react. Did she not hear him clearly? At the table, the more Lu Jingli, who had a keen instinct, looked at the 2 people, the more he felt that there was something off about them. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Lu Jingli gnawed on his chopsticks and drew closer to his brother's ear to whisper, "Brother, did you do something to Xiao Shi? Why does she look so scared of you? She doesn't even dare look at you." Chapter 230, Dog Food Thrown in His Face. "I didn't do anything," Tingxiao answered. There wasn't the slightest hint of anything unusual in his emotionless expression. "Is there something wrong with my 6th sense then?" "Not possible." Baffled, Lu Jingli scratched his head. At last, the meal ended like that. Ning Xi felt that eating this meal was more tiring than fighting a war. She had to be on her guard every second. After the meal, Ning Xi immediately stood up and started clearing the table. "I'll wash the dishes." Lu Jingli finished the last sweet and sour rib and spoke with his mouth full. "Let me do it." It's fine, I'll do it." Ning Xi scrambled to do it. If she didn't find something to do, she would go crazy. Lu Jingli looked apprehensively at Tingxiao next to him, and said hurriedly, "How can we let you wash the dishes after you worked hard to make them? I ate the most. Of course I should be the one to wash the dishes." Saying that, Lu Jingli looked at his brother, like he was waiting for a reward. However, Tingxiao looked at him indifferently and said, "Let Ning Xi do it." "Huh. Lu Jingli was utterly stunned. Did the sun rise in the west today? This wife-protecting maniac was letting Ning Xi wash the dishes? This wasn't logical. No matter how hard he thought, Lu Jingli was still confused. Lu Tingxiao looked at him and said slowly, "You are the guest, after all." Stupefied, Lu Jingli pointed at himself with his finger. "What? I'm the guest?" In other words, it was Ning Xi and him that were family? Since when had he become the guest here? On the side, Ning Xi blushed. She put her hand to her forehead, with the expression of someone ready to die, then quickly ran upstairs. Little Treasure watched Auntie Xiao. She suddenly run away with a lost expression on his face. He didn't know what was wrong with Auntie Xiao, but he could tell it was his papa who had done something to her. So he gave Lu Tingxiao an unhappy stare, then followed behind her on his short legs. Lu Jingli was caught off guard by the way Lu Tingxiao had brutally thrown dog food right in his face. Looking dumbly at Ning Xi's fleeing back, he said helplessly, "Brother, this is what you call nothing? Your teasing sent even a tough girl like Ning Xi running away, all right? I knew there was nothing wrong with my sixth sense. What on earth are you trying to stir up? I act so carefully every day to not sell you out. But in the end, you've suddenly become so unrestrained in your approach. Whatever the case is, at least tell me about it, so then I'll know how to coordinate with you." Lu Jingli nagged for a long while, and Lu Tingxiao responded with 3 words, "Go wash dishes." Then he turned to walk upstairs with cool aplomb. Lu Jingli. He had been tortured to the point he lost all his skin and almost vomited blood, and in the end he still needed to wash the dishes? He had only been used for his brother to show off their affection? Where was the humanity? Where was the reason? And where was the brotherhood? The night was quiet and peaceful, and Ning Xi was lying in bed with her eyes wide open. It had already been a few hours, but her heart was still beating unusually fast. What the hell? She had already experienced and seen so much of the world, yet with one sentence from a man, she was panicking this much. Her heart was racing, just like a naive teenage girl who was completely inexperienced in love. She almost already didn't dare imagine what the future would be like. No. She couldn't continue like this, just waiting to be killed. At this time, the clock struck midnight with a dong. Ning Xi rolled out of bed and started searching everywhere for something. Chapter 231, Break the Obsession with the Big Demon King. After searching for a while, Ning Xi changed into a silver, sequined camisole, black tights, and high heels 12 centimeters tall. She then put on smoky makeup even her own mother wouldn't recognize her in. Cinderella changed into a beautiful gown at midnight and went to the palace in a pumpkin carriage to meet her Prince Charming. She had turned into a hussy at midnight and was going to hit up a nightclub to provoke the Big Demon King's disgust. These 2 days, Lu Tingxiao had been very busy. He should still be awake at this time, right? Ning Xi ran out to the balcony and looked in the direction of the study. As expected, the lights in Lu Tingxiao's study were still on. So she ran over and knocked on the door decisively. She needed to do her best to blind him. Dong, dong, dong. After she knocked 3 times, there came the sound of steady footsteps, and then the door opened. After clearly seeing who it was outside the door, Lu Tingxiao stared blankly. I'm going out drinking with some friends. I just came to let you know." Saying this, Ning Xi waited expectantly for Lu Tingxiao's reaction. Lu Tingxiao's surprise was for just a moment, and after that he nodded in understanding, as if he didn't see how exaggeratedly dressed she was. "All right, have fun." Saying this, he still even asked, "Do you need the driver to send you?" Ning Xi was disappointed. Cough. "No need. I'll take my motorbike." She took a deep breath to pull herself together, and just as she was about to leave, Lu Tingxiao suddenly approached her. What did he want now? Ning Xi took an instinctive step back, but still couldn't avoid Lu Tingxiao's hand reaching out to her. His finger touched her earlobe and squeezed it a little. All the hair on Ning Xi's body stood up, and she immediately covered her ear, looking at Lu Tingxiao as if she was looking at a perverted old man. The corners of Lu Tingxiao's mouth twitched, and he pointed to where he had touched her. "You have a mole here. So, why bring up her mole so randomly?" Ning Xi's mind was already a mess, and at the moment, she could understand his logic even less. People might not recognize you in this outfit and makeup, but this mole is very distinctive and exposed. It's best that you cover it, Lu Tingxiao said. Ning Xi stood 2 steps away from him. "It's just a mole," Surely no one will notice it? No harm in being cautious. Okay, what you say is reasonable. Later I'll put on some big earrings to cover it. After that short encounter, Ning Xi finally left the gate on her motorbike. Why was it even though this round had just started, she felt like she was going to lose it miserably? No, 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 stay clear-headed. You have to break this obsession with the big demon king. In the bar, enjoying a rare moment to herself, Ning Xi ordered a bottle of wine at the bar counter and sat down to pour herself a cup. The dance floor was crowded with people dancing madly, but she wasn't the slightest bit interested as she stared absent-mindedly into her glass. She had had enough of the bar scene when she had lived overseas. No matter how wild or exciting it was, to her it was no different than a ridiculous pantomime. After she had one bottle, Ning Xi ordered another one. Alcohol didn't relax her. On the contrary, it made her anxious. At this time, a man walked over with a glass of wine in his hand. "Miss, are you alone?" The man looked 30-something in age. He was immaculately dressed, like some elite, and had an egoistic appearance. Many guys in the bar had noticed her while she was polishing off her first bottle of wine. But in this getup, Ning Xi looked like an old hand at this scene, and the average person didn't dare make a move. Chapter 232. You'll turn green if you don't do anything. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Xi looked at the man's ring finger on his left hand. Even though he wasn't wearing a wedding ring, the skin color around that area was obviously lighter. Obviously, he took it off when he was picking up girls. "I am," Ning Xi answered lazily, one hand supporting her head. The man's face lit up. "May I join you?" "Sure." Ning Xi smiled lightly, an obvious suggestion lurking in her eyes. That man was almost unable to conceal his pleased look, and he opened with an outdated pickup line. "Bad mood?" Ning Xi sighed. "Yup, bad breakup." "Who would break up with? A beauty like you? Which kind of man doesn't know how to cherish what he has?" The elite had an astonished expression on his face. "I dumped him. Cough, cough. Then he must have pissed you off." "That's right. I just came to pick up guys to fool around with now and then, and when he found out, he made such a big deal out of it. Isn't that so ridiculous?" The elite finally couldn't say a word. Why did he find these lines so familiar? It was like how he had been complaining to his comrades just now about how his wife nagged him the whole day. But he was so taken by this woman's every gesture, as if he had been bewitched, that he completely didn't realize that he was being played with. After a few drinks, the two of them walked out of the bar together. Where to? Royal Riviera or Pearl? The elite couldn't wait any longer. "What hotels?" "Here's good." Ning Xi dragged the man into a small side alley. The elite panted with excitement and pressed her into the wall. You're right. Here's more exciting." While the two of them were talking, they didn't notice at all that 5 steps away from them, a black car without car plates was parked there like a ghost. In the car, no matter how calm a person Tingxiao was, this time his entire being was already covered in a thick layer of frost. In the front passenger seat, Jingli was regretting his decision so much that his intestines had turned green with repentance. He had had a strong feeling that something big was going to happen tonight, so he hadn't gone to bed at all. In the end, he happened to see out his window Ning Xi and his brother leaving the house at different times, so he had shamelessly followed them. But he had never expected in a million years something this big would happen. He couldn't stand his brother's horrifying face anymore, so horrifying that it could stop an infant from crying at night. In the alley, that man's hand was already on Ning Xi's waist. Even if Tingxiao was a god that had descended to their level, his endurance should be breaking by now. Jingli could tell that Tingxiao's patience was hanging by a single strand of hair. "Brother, what are you still waiting for?" Tingxiao said in a voice cold as iron. "Wait a little longer." Jingli was panicking. "It's already at this point. What are you waiting for? You'll turn green one if you don't do anything." Xiao Shishi restrained herself these last 2 years, but she has a history of being wild. Learning to be good is not easy, but it's too easy to become bad again. Tingxiao, shut up. Just as Jingli closed his eyes and didn't dare to watch, suddenly there was a terrible scream opposite them. "Huh? That sounds not right." Jingli opened his eyes immediately and saw that man covering his manhood as he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ning Xi immediately gave him another harsh kick, and the man fell to the ground. Just as he got up, Ning Xi stepped on his back and His jaw hit the ground hard, blood flowing out of his mouth. Lu Jingli felt pain just looking at the scene, and he covered his eyes when he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Sister-in-law is too brutal. Ow, ow, ow. Chapter 233. Instead of being happy alone, it's better to be happy together. Ning Xi's technique was perfect, her movements natural and fluid, as if she did this a lot. In the end, she left one foot planted on the man's back and rested one arm on her knee. The seductive genie from earlier had completely turned into a gangster. Give me your phone. The scumbag had been beaten until he couldn't tell up from down. He had no strength to fight back, and hearing her words, he hastily begged. It's in my pocket, my wallet too, and there's a ring inside my wallet. Everything is yours. Please spare my life, Wonder Woman. He wouldn't have thought in a million years that he would get robbed while out looking for a hookup. And the robber was a knockout. From her skills and her murderous aura, he could tell that she was a professional. Ning Xi didn't care if this scumbag was misunderstanding the situation. She took his phone out straight away, then waved it in front of him. Put your hand out. Unlock it for me. Unlock it. What do you want to do? The scumbag said warily. Ning Xi slapped him hard with barely a pause. I told you to unlock it, so much rubbish. You don't believe I can disable that thing 3 inches under your belly. Button. I'll unlock it, right now. The scumbag was scared shitless, and he quickly unlocked it. Ning Xi found his wife's number in his contacts and FaceTimed her. She picked up quickly. A woman's face appeared on the screen. She could tell that the woman's foundation was not bad, but maybe it was because she had stayed home too long doing housework and had neglected her skincare. She looked sallow like wax. It was a typical housewife's face, the kind that scumbags loathed. Who are you? The woman's expression changed instantly when she saw Ning Xi's stunning beauty, but then she said in an extremely exhausted voice, I don't care who you are. From now on he can love whoever he wants or be with whomever he wants. I'm ready to divorce him, and I don't want any money from him. Whatever he does after this has nothing to do with me anymore. So leave me alone. Hearing this, Ning Xi shook her head in disappointment. TCH, you're going to let him off so easily? Sister, you're too kind. That woman hadn't expected Ning Xi's unconventional attitude, and she couldn't help but stare blankly before she asked warily, What do you mean? The corners of Ning Xi's mouth ticked up, and she pointed the phone's webcam at the scumbag she had beaten black and blue, lying under her foot. See that? After getting a clear view of the man on her phone, the woman was completely dumbfounded. You, the two of you, what is this? Ning Xi laughed lightly. So? Does that feel good? That woman recovered her senses after a long while, and even though she didn't understand what was going on, she looked at that man all banged up and subconsciously said, yes. After saying that, her lips twisted with a trace of bitterness. Not so long ago, if he had gotten even a small scratch, she would have been worried to death. But now, seeing him cut such a sorry figure, she was unexpectedly pleased. That's great. I didn't have any other reason to call you. Just that instead of being happy alone, it's better to be happy together, which is why I wanted to show this to you. Now everyone can be happy together. Ning, she said in a careless manner. The woman was still in a daze and didn't know how to react to this bizarre situation. As for the man under Ning Xi's foot, that pig's face was all twisted up. He hadn't expected that this woman would insult him not only physically, but also mentally, and that she would show his wife, who had always admired him, this ugly state he was in. Chapter 234. Protecting Love and Justice. This woman didn't want money or valuables. Then why the hell was she messing with him? He really was so unlucky to have met a screwball like this. But he didn't know. The worst was yet to come. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and patted herself on her head. She reminded the woman on the phone. That's right. Later I'll send you a recording of him and his trash friends talking. It'll prove that he's having an affair. Why on earth wouldn't you want money out of the divorce? Did you knock your head on something? Get what you should get, and not a cent less. Understand? Yes, I understand. The woman was in awe of Ning Xi's aura, and she replied subconsciously. Ning Xi nodded in satisfaction, then said in a lecturing tone, Yup, that should be the way. With money, you can look for any guy you want. Even if you encounter some that are not sincere, in any case, you can still keep a harem of studs and boy toys. And if they don't listen to you anymore, you can kick them out anytime. Wouldn't that be nice? Woman. Scumbag. Not far away, Lu Jingli. He actually felt that sister-in-law's words were reasonable. Lu Tingxiao. The woman on the other end of the line was still utterly puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Thank you. But who on earth are you? Why are you helping me? Have we met?" Ning Xi smiled at the phone's webcam. "No need to thank me. You can just call me Lei Phone 1. Saying this, she ended the call, kicked the scumbag aside, then turned and left abruptly. Lu Jingli's jaw had dropped in stunned amazement. "Brother, there are some things that shouldn't be said, but I have to. Sister-in-law is so ing cool. Aw? I'm completely falling in love with her." Lu Tingxiao wasn't in the mood to deal with an overexcited Lu Jingli. He knitted his eyebrows tiredly, and there were traces on his face of him having just survived a disaster. Lu Jingli looked at his brother admiringly. "Brother, you are amazing. If you hadn't endured it, we would have missed such a great show." After saying that, Lu Jingli seemed to think of something, and he said with extreme excitement, "Talking about this, I suddenly remembered something. I was only able to get a list of names of the people Ning Xi had dated back then, but they were all trash, without exception. Furthermore, in the end, it was Ning Xi who dumped them. If you take Jiang Mai into account, and the fact that Jiang Mai always tries to avoid talking about the time they dated each other, I wonder if the reason she dated those trash men was similar to what she did today. Trap them, then carry out heaven's punishment, protecting love and justice." Lu Jingli sounded like he had just discovered something big, but Lu Tingxiao's expression showed that he wasn't the slightest bit moved. He had never believed that she was that type of person, and even if she had been, it didn't matter to him. Ning Xi hummed a tune as she rode her motorbike. She felt refreshed, so refreshed, after beating up that scumbag. As expected, torturing a trash man was the best way to de-stress. Ning Xi glanced at the time on her watch. It was 4 in the morning, still too early. She needed to wait until at least 6 o'clock before she returned. Then she could coincidentally bump into Lu Tingxiao in the living room. And so, Ning Xi took a turn and headed west. Half an hour later, she arrived at a riverbank. After she parked her motorbike, she sat down on the soft grass. Just nice. The cool breeze would sober her up in the cool breeze. And there was another good point about this location, which was, it had lots of mosquitoes. Ning Xi lay down and chanted to herself, "Mosquito, mosquito. It's meal time. Come bite me." Chapter 235. These are obviously hickeys. Here was too spacious and empty. There was nowhere to hide the car, so they had to park further away. Luckily, Lu Jingli had a fly-sized drone with him, and because it was infrared, it could film at night. It was flying above Ning Xi's head right now. "Ha, brother. I told you it would be useful." Lu Jingli was so pleased with himself that his tail was sticking right up to the sky. On the car monitor, Ning Xi was lying on the grass under the dark sky, murmuring "mosquitoes come bite me" repeatedly. Is sister-in-law drunk? Especially coming all the way here to feed the mosquitoes. Lu Jingli was speechless. Lu Tingxiao didn't say anything, as if he didn't think it was strange at all of his attention on the girl on the screen. Ning Xi relaxed as the alcohol started to work. She closed her eyes, feeling dizzy. In her daze, she heard footsteps approaching her from behind, and the buzz of mosquitoes in her ear gradually disappeared. Her body, a little cold from the night air, was covered with warmth. The moment that familiar smell wrapped her up, the last bit of consciousness which she had been holding on to faded away like smoke. Because she was on her own, she hadn't dared to get completely drunk. She didn't know when it had happened herself, but there was unexpectedly someone in front of whom she could be safely drunk. Lu Tingxiao chased the mosquitoes away and covered her with his coat. Then he put his arm under her head as a pillow, so that the grass wouldn't prick her skin. The girl clung to his clothes, sound asleep. Even through the heavy makeup she was wearing, he could see the childlike innocence on her face, and it couldn't help but make him want to dote on her. When Ning Xi woke up, the horizon was already fishbelly white. She checked the time and saw that it was 5:30 in the morning. She had only taken a nap, but had actually slept for so long. Ning Xi dusted her butt off, and looking at herself, she realized that unexpectedly, she hadn't gotten many mosquito bites at all. Nonetheless, there were just enough that she could use. She thought that since she had slept for so long, she would definitely have gotten hundreds of bites. But if that was really the case, it would have been too fake anyway. What was also strange was that though it was late autumn and she was next to the river, after waking up from her sleep, her body still felt, and she wasn't the slightest bit cold. Was it because of the alcohol? Half an hour later, she returned to the Lu residence. It had just turned 6 o'clock. In the living room, Lu Tingxiao was as usual drinking tea and reading the newspaper like a retired senior. So far, so good. Lu Tingxiao morning. Ning Xi entered the house and greeted him. Morning, you're back. Lu Tingxiao lifted his head from the newspaper. Ning Xi was watching Lu Tingxiao's expression secretly. Then she realized that it was too difficult to observe anything on a face that looked paralyzed in place. That was because he was expressionless most of the time, and this time was no different. Ning Xi didn't give up and directly sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Tingxiao. She deliberately touched her neck. There was no way that he wouldn't see it from this close, right? As expected, Lu Tingxiao's eyes wandering over her neck and those incriminating red dots on her bare skin. Then he knitted his eyebrows together more heavily. Ning Xi pretended she didn't notice and yawned. So tired, I'm so sleepy. Why do you have so many mosquito bites? Lu Tingxiao asked. Pooh, cough, cough, cough. Ning Xi almost choked to death on her own saliva. Are you kidding me? I dressed like this to go to a nightclub, and I'm only back the next morning. As a normal, red-blooded man, seeing these incriminating marks, shouldn't you assume straight away that they are hickeys? Chapter 236, One-Sided Crush. What bitten by mosquitoes? She had gone to a bar. A bar? How could she have been bitten by mosquitoes? Lord Boss, where is your high IQ and logic? But she also couldn't eagerly tell him that this was a hickey. That would be too weird. The plan failed, and Ning Xi felt like she was in so much pain she didn't want to live anymore. At this moment, Lu Tingxiao put down the newspaper and stood up to open the drawer below the TV cabinet. He took out a small white bottle and walked over to her. Ning Xi raised her head and watched him warily. Big brother, what are you doing now? This medicine oil is very effective for mosquito bites. Saying this, Lu Tingxiao took the lid off, poured some oil into his palm, then placed his warm palm on her neck. The instant he touched her neck, Ning Xi jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. I'll do it myself. Don't move. There is all medicine all over my hands, Lu Tingxiao admonished her. His rough fingers were incomparably gentle as he applied the oil on her neck, her collarbone, and what he could see of her back. Massaging the oil into her skin, his expression was serious, as if he was carrying out a solemn and important task. Because of the oil, the places where his fingers touched felt cool, but under her skin, it was slowly burning up. After quite a while, Lu Tingxiao was finally done. How is it? Ning Xi came to her senses. She touched the places where the mosquitoes had bitten her and blinked. Then she said in a very amazed voice, How strange. It really isn't itchy at all anymore. What medicine is this? Why is it so effective? Right after she said it, Ning Xi really wanted to bite off her own tongue. She actually let it slip herself. It looked like her premonition had really come true. She had really failed utterly miserably. Ning Xi's head drooped pathetically like a miserable, defeated cat, and she muttered discontentedly, Lu Tingxiao, I went out drinking. It's okay to drink occasionally. I'll help you keep it a secret from little treasure. I went to a nightclub. As long as you're careful. I stayed out all night. Lu Tingxiao, aren't you angry at all? Ning Xi finally got angry. Do you want me to be angry? Lu Tingxiao said lightly, gazing at her with deep eyes. Ning Xi goggled. He actually turned the tables on her. Lu Tingxiao helped her remove a blade of grass stuck to her hair. I've said before, you can consider this place your own home, and do as you like. Saying this, Lu Tingxiao suddenly paused, and then returned to the previous topic. Actually, I don't like it at all when you go out on your own late at night to places like the bar or nightclub, since it makes me so worried that I can't sleep the whole night. However, I still respect your freedom. With a poof, Ning Xi's chest was struck by Cupid's arrow. Ugh, she couldn't fight this battle anymore. The enemy was simply one-sidedly crushing her. Ning Xi continued going to bars for a week, but it didn't work at all. The only effect was, because she had taken care of quite a number of scumbags in succession, almost all the bars in the city started to impose a new rule, to strictly investigate any beauty they encountered. Alas, everything was going wrong. In the end, Ning Xi eased up a little. Of course, She never forgot the most important thing and continued to concentrate on taking little treasure out to play, as they went almost everywhere in the whole capital. The biggest gain during this period was that little treasure had become more open in her company. He wasn't afraid to go out anymore, and apart from still not speaking and being a little introverted, he was almost already like a normal child. What a relief. This way, she could finally relax when she left. Chapter 237. Sending Little Treasure Over. On one particular morning, Ning Xi went downstairs and saw a scene that she hadn't seen for a long time. Little Bun and Big Bun sat opposite each other at the table, one face cold as an iceberg and the other face cold as a little iceberg. It was clear from the atmosphere that they were at loggerheads. What was this situation? This father and son pair hadn't quarreled in a long time. What's wrong with the both of you? Ning Xi asked suspiciously. Hearing Ning Xi's voice, Little Bun immediately clung to her leg as if he had seen his savior, then stared warily at Tingxiao, as if his father was about to sell him off. Ning Xi held Little Treasure and comforted him for a bit, then looked in Tingxiao's direction. Tingxiao, what's going on? Tingxiao raised his eyes. I'm sending him to stay with my parents for several days. They haven't seen him in a long time, and they miss him very much. So it's like that. Ning Xi nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Little Bun became anxious, and the watery gleam in his big eyes quickly became a layer of misty tears. Ning Xi's heart was instantly softened. Scratching her head, she looked at Tingxiao. There isn't any other way. Tingxiao glanced at her. There is. Have my parents stay here for several days. It's better to send Little Treasure to them after all. Ning Xi said decisively. Sorry, Little Bun. Auntie also has no choice. Little Treasure was instantly struck a great blow. With the expression of a child unloved by his dad and mom, he ran upstairs to hide in his room. Ning Xi laughed hollowly. I'll go persuade him. Upstairs, Ning Xi knocked on Little Treasure's room door. Darling, would you please open the door for Auntie? There was no reaction from inside the room. Are you really going to ignore me? There was still no reaction from inside the room. It seemed he was really angry. Ning Xi sighed, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only go back downstairs, and then she walked outside. When Tingxiao saw this, he didn't even lift his head. Don't climb with your bare hands. Have the butler prepare a ladder for you. After hearing his words, Ning Xi nearly tripped. Was this guy a worm in her stomach? How did he know she was going to climb the wall and get in through a window? Damn. Lately, she realized that Tingxiao was understanding her better and better. There were plenty of times where with just one expression in her eyes or one small gesture, he knew what she wanted to do in the next second. 5 minutes later, Ning Xi climbed a ladder and entered Little Treasure's room without a hitch. As soon as the little guy saw her, he threw himself into her arms with his eyes full of tears. His little expression was indescribably aggrieved. Just now, when there had suddenly been no more reaction outside his room, he had thought that Ning Xi really didn't want him any longer. Ning Xi held Little Bun lovingly. Darling, Auntie is on your side all the time. It's just that this time, Auntie really thinks you should go. Think about it. Your grandparents only have you their precious grandson, and they clearly love you very much, but they respect your wishes and so don't dare come see you. Little Treasure hung his head. After a long while, he took up his tablet and wrote one word, together, meaning that he wanted Ning Xi to go together with him. Ning Xi coughed softly with embarrassment. I can't do that. How could she go to Tingxiao's parents' house at such a time? Because Auntie is going to start work soon, I'm afraid I won't have the time. Ning Xi found a good excuse, then hurriedly coaxed him. But Auntie and your dad can send you off together. Be good. Little Treasure is already a 5-year-old little man, and you've made such great progress lately. You're getting better and more amazing. You can definitely do this small thing, right? Ning Xi held Little Bun and kissed and coaxed him as she talked to him for half an hour. At last, the little guy relented. Chapter 238. She's Wonderful. The old Lu residence stood halfway up a mountain and occupied a large area of mountains and forests. It took over 20 minutes to drive from the front gate to the house. There were lush trees on both sides, and the scenery was very beautiful. The rumor was that the Dragon Vein was located here, in the feng shui jewel of the capital. Thanks to Little Treasure, she was also expanding her knowledge. Through the window, Ning Xi saw the 2 Lu elders already waiting at the door. their faces full of eager anticipation and no different from the average grandparent who doted on their grandson. Ning Xi patted little Bun in her arms. Go on. Don't forget what Annie said to you. Good luck. Looking at the encouragement and expectation in Ning Xi's eyes, little Bun nodded his head resolutely, and Lu Tingxiao took him out of the car. With every step he took, he would turn around to look at Ning Xi. Seeing their precious grandson, the two elders were overjoyed and hurriedly went to meet him. Madame Lu was so excited that her eyes were wet, and she grumbled as she looked at her eldest son. Brat, we endured so many months not seeing little treasure. In the end, you still haven't given me my daughter-in-law. Lu Tingxiao coughed slightly and motioned at the person in the car behind them. At this distance, it was likely that Ning Xi could hear them. As a matter of fact, Ning Xi really did hear it. Relying on the fact that with the car's particular windows, people outside couldn't see inside, Ning Xi had directly pressed her ear against the window to eavesdrop on what they were saying. Then she heard Madame Lu's remark. Madame Lu was instantly excited. Oh my, the daughter-in-law is here as well? Have her get out of the car to meet us. Mom, Lu Tingxiao said helplessly. She's shy, don't scare her. Ning Xi nodded furiously. Yes, I'm shy. Please don't ask me to get out of the car. Fortunately, Master Lu's words at this moment diverted everyone's attention. What is little treasure writing? Master Lu asked suspiciously. Hearing her husband's words, Madame Lu then also realized that at some point, little treasure had started busily writing something. A moment later, little treasure raised his tablet and looked at his grandfather and grandmother with eyes as clear and bright as black pearls. On the tablet, Grandfather, Grandmother, little treasure missed you very much. After clearly reading the words on the tablet, Master Lu and Madame Lu looked at each other thunderstruck, then their eyes turned red. Madame Lu looked at her husband in disbelief. Did I read that wrong? Little treasure finally called me grandmother. Even though it wasn't a literal call, it was the first time that little treasure had addressed her as grandmother. Before, he always ignored them and even rejected them. He also called me grandfather, Master Lu said solemnly, yet proudly. He even said he missed us very much. Madame Lu couldn't help herself anymore and cried as she hugged little treasure. Grandmother's darling. Do you know how happy grandmother is? Master Lu sighed, then looked at his eldest son and said seriously, Tingxiao, the one you like, she is very good. She's taught little treasure very well. He only knew that little treasure had opened up a lot more and was now willing to go out. But he hadn't expected in a million years that little treasure's progress would be this amazing. It was really too surprising. Isn't she? And he's well fed. Look at how fat my grandson is now. He's put on even more weight than the last time I saw in the photo. Madame Lu was very pleased. She's wonderful. Lu Tingxiao looked in the direction of the car behind him, his gaze incomparably tender. Master Lu patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Boy, good luck. It's natural to have to work harder to obtain the best. We'll support and assist you in any way we can. Chapter 239. A Single Man and a Single Woman? Including Master Lu and Madame Lu, Lu Tingxiao had splendidly achieved his goal of full assistance from the whole Lu family. Inside the car, seeing Lu Tingxiao bid his parents and little treasure goodbye and then walk back in her direction, Ning Xi hurriedly sat up and pretended that she hadn't heard anything. On the way back, Lu Tingxiao suddenly asked, What are you doing today? Today? Hearing this question, Ning Xi stared blankly. That was right. Today she didn't need to accompany little treasure, and because it was Saturday, Lu Tingxiao didn't need to go to work. Wouldn't that mean that she had to spend the whole day with him, a single woman and a single man, at home alone? Realizing that she had fallen into a trap, Ning Xi just felt stupid. This was a one-step, one-trap pattern, and as soon as she wasn't careful, she would fall in. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Picking the phone up to take a look, Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. Chongli. Why was she calling her? Ning Xi picked up the call and said in a surprised tone, Yo, big manager Chong, who is always so busy with work, actually has time to personally call me? Hearing the words, always so busy with work, Chongli felt so much hatred she almost bit through her gums. Before, while Ning Xuela's career was flourishing, she had naturally been so busy running around every day. It was like her feet didn't have time to touch the ground. But after that incident, The number of endorsements and film and TV opportunities for Ning Xi all plunged. Not just that, many companies which had signed endorsement deals with her before were now demanding compensation, and Starlight had also asked Ning Xi to keep a low profile during this period until the incident had passed. Apart from Ning Xi, she had no other successful artiste under her, which meant that she would have to live on air for the next half a year. Changli said crossly, "I've called to tell you to move out immediately. You've already betrayed the company and broken your contract. Do you think you can still occupy the company's apartment? In that area, we can rent it out for more than 1,000 yuan a month." Heh. In the capital, was a monthly rental of more than 1,000 worth bragging about? Ning Xi didn't have time to talk nonsense with her, so she casually said, "Got it. I'm hanging up if there's nothing else." Before she could do so, Changli scolded her aggressively. "Ning Xi, search your heart and ask yourself, wasn't the company good to you? Nowadays, which company would provide an obscure, new artiste with accommodation? Many small-time artistes can go months without a job, but you at least always had work. The company had been prepared to nurture you and make you popular. Even though that thing happened to you, the company didn't give up on you. But you forgot your roots and climbed your way up by stepping all over us." Ning Xi made a tisk sound. Manager Chang's talent at inverting right and wrong is really improving every day. If you're so justified, why don't you just share it online? Changli instantly choked. She actually had said all this online, the end result being that she had been viciously scolded and cursed at by netizens. Unwilling to admit defeat, Changli snorted and sneered. "There are lots of big names at Glory World Entertainment, and the competition there is fiercer than it is in Starlight. Do you think that as soon as you jump across, you'll get your moment to shine? How ridiculous. You're just a chess piece the company is using to attack Starlight. Do you really think that Glory World values you that much? When the time comes, don't come crying and begging to me then." Saying that, she hung up the phone with a loud bang. Ning Xi shrugged and gave Tingxiao beside her a look. "Now I have something to do today." "What?" "Changli just called to tell me that they're taking back the apartment which Starlight arranged for me. My stuff is still there, so I have to move out." Chapter 240, Uniform Temptation. Let's go." Tingxiao nodded and drove in the direction of her apartment. Ning Xi had thought she had dodged a bullet, but seeing what he was doing, she became nervous. "I can go myself. I have so many things. I'll ask the moving company to come later and pick them up with a truck. It's fine, they'll fit." In Ning Xi's heart, no matter how spacious your car is inside, there is no way it'll be able to fit everything. Do you think you're Doraemon? But Tingxiao looked certain, so she didn't want to argue further, and could only let him drive all the way to her apartment building. Forget it. Moving house together was a safer option. At least it wouldn't create anything remotely close to an intimate atmosphere. When they arrived at the apartment, Ning Xi pushed the door open. Everything inside the room was covered with a layer of dust since no one had been living there for a while. At some point, the window had also been blown open by the wind, and there were leaves everywhere. The cold autumn wind blew through the window. Tingxiao stood at the entrance, a tall and slim figure. He swept his gaze over every corner of the room with some warmth in his cold eyes. "What is it?" Ning Xi didn't understand as she looked at him. "Nothing." Tingxiao stopped looking around. This was a tiny, run-down apartment which Starlight had arranged for her, but it held precious memories of the two of them. Later he would arrange for someone to purchase the building straight away. "What can I do?" Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi scratched her head and found a large empty box, then pointed at the tall bookshelf. "You're tall. Can you help me pack all the books in here?" "All right." Tingxiao rolled his sleeves up, ready to begin. Ning Xi looked at his clothes, which were probably more expensive than this apartment, and touched her forehead as if she had a headache. Wait a minute." Saying that, she pulled out a doctor's white coat from who knows where and stood in front of him. "Take your coat off and put this on so that you don't get dust on your clothes." Tingxiao obediently removed his suit jacket, looking at the white coat with curious surprise. "Where did you get this?" "It's a costume. I was working with a production team that was too poor to buy their actors' clothes, so I bought it myself." Saying this, Ning Xi gave it to him to put on. "Luckily, it's quite loose." As soon as she said that, she looked at Tingxiao and was struck completely dumb. She couldn't help swallowing and couldn't hide the impressed look on her face. Lu Tingxiao looked too good in a white coat. This was straight-up uniform temptation. Hey, holy shit. Even moving house was not safe. What's wrong? Ning Xi shook her head and came back to her senses. Nothing. Nothing. Then let's start. I'll go pack up all my clothes. Lu Tingxiao nodded and looked at Ning Xi's fleeing back before he started packing up the books. Lu Tingxiao might look unhurried when he did things, but actually he was swift and very productive, and he cleared the bookshelf very quickly. As he continued to move books, a picture fell out of a book of Shakespeare's collected works. Lu Tingxiao picked it up. There was a group of young people in the picture, wearing clothes in punk and metal styles. Ning Xi was in the middle. She had extremely short hair, was dressed head to toe in a black motorbike suit, and had a free and confident smile on her face, looking like a handsome young boy. Her arm was resting on a man's shoulder, and she had turned her head to talk to him. They looked intimate, so presumably they were very close to each other. As for that man, his head was turned to the side as he lit a cigarette, plus the lighting was dim, so instead of a clear image, he was nothing more than a blurry side profile. Chapter 241. Teach the Big Demon King How to Chase Girls. Instinct told him. This was YS. The person Ning Xi once said was extremely dangerous, but she believed would never hurt her. Lu Tingxiao looked at the man's side profile for a very long time that a thought flashed through his head, but it was so quick that it was gone by the time he tried to catch hold of it. What did he feel that this person was somehow familiar? Was it someone he knew? Lu Tingxiao, I'm almost done here. Are you done? Ning Xi dragged a huge suitcase behind her and turned her head to ask. Done. Lu Tingxiao put the picture back without being noticed. 10 minutes later, Ning Xi was standing downstairs with bags of different sizes. Then, she finally understood why Lu Tingxiao was sure that all her things would fit. A Lincoln limousine was parked outside quietly. Ugh, there was no humanity in the world. Ning Xi hastily pulled down the brim of her cap, and as swiftly as possible, carefully stuffed all her things into the car, then quickly urged the driver to start the car. Because things had happened so suddenly, she hadn't had time to get changed, and if she was photographed now, it would absolutely make the news headlines. Sister Gigi had already told her to keep a low profile during this period, since she had created a big enough buzz. If things continued like this, it would be easy to attract negative public opinion. As if sensing her worry, Lu Tingxiao said, Don't worry, reporters recognize the car plates. Meaning, they would in no way dare to mess with the car owner. Okay, she was thinking too much. The Big Demon King was always prepared. On the way to her new apartment, Lu Tingxiao suddenly said her name, Ning Xi. Ning Xi raised her head from where she had been absent-mindedly lost in thought. What is it? Supporting his head with one hand, Lu Tingxiao's gaze was deep as he looked at her. I seem to remember you saying before that if I wanted to chase a girl, you would teach me. A bomb exploded in Ning Xi's head. She cursed herself in a very quiet voice, then laughed awkwardly. I said that? Surely not. You did. And you even said you would make sure I learned the right tricks. On the day we went to your apartment to get your spices, you received 2 package deliveries. One of them was a birthday gift from your ex-boyfriend. You said that he was lame at chasing girls, and told me not to learn for him. Lu Tingxiao reminded her as he recited all the details. Ning Xi wanted to slap herself so badly. Watch your mouth. Why didn't you think before you speak? Digging your own grave. So there is a girl you want to chase now? Ning Xi could only pretend to be thick-skinned and ask. Lu Tingxiao nodded. There were stars in his eyes, and he looked at Ning Xi as if she was the whole world. So teach me. Teach her, but you only need to use that expression to look at any random girl, and they will all come flying themselves. Why would you need to chase them? No choice. She had said it herself. There was no use crying over spilled milk. Ning Xi coughed lightly and acted like she didn't know anything as she lectured. There's a popular online saying, if she is not worldly enough, take her to see the bustling world. If she is experienced, take her on a carousel. Meaning, give the prescription according to the symptoms. What type of girl is the one you like? She. Lu Tingxiao paused, like he was thinking about something, and after a while, the ice in his eyes melted, and he said with a tender smile on his face, She knows the world but isn't worldly. She's a wild spirit, but is kind and gentle. She has experienced so much, but has maintained her purity and innocence all this time. She is the most wonderful girl I have ever met. Chapter 242. Pull that carrot out. Knew the world, but wasn't worldly. A wild spirit, but kind and gentle. Experienced a lot, but maintained her purity and innocence all this time. The most wonderful girl. Ayaya. The teenage girl inside this old madam. Ning Xi clutched her chest, feeling like her crazily pounding heart was about to fall out. Was there anyone who didn't like to hear compliments about themselves? Not to mention, Tingxiao had hit her in all the softest spots in her heart with his sincere and skillful words. Wasn't Tingxiao supposed to be above mere mortals, restrained and cold? It wasn't logical that he was so good with words. The big demon king was seriously waiting for her next move. Ning Xi really wanted to give him 3 big kowtows and beg him to let her go. You ultimate level, mighty big name. You still need me to guide you? Ning Xi coughed slightly and said heavily, Lord Boss, the way I see it, with your inner and outer qualities and your levels of perception, you totally don't need me to teach you at all. If the other party still hasn't fallen for you the way you are, then there is only one possibility. Tingxiao put his hand down and narrowed his eyes slightly. What possibility? Ning Xi took a deep breath and said decisively, You are not her type. Not her type. A gust of freezing wind blew in from the north with these words. Ning Xi swallowed and fought to meet the big demon king's gaze, which was like cold blades. She nodded with certainty. Yes. To put it another way, some like carrots, some like cabbages, and those who like carrots won't like cabbages, no matter how good they are. Tingxiao tapped the armrest of his seat with one finger. After 3 seconds of silence, he said slowly, What if I'm sure? I'm a carrot. Ning Xi. F*******. What do you mean you're sure you're a carrot? Are you so sure that this old woman likes you? How can you be so smart? Then maybe she has another carrot in mind? 1 carrot, 1 hole. That hole already has 1 carrot in it. Of course it's not easy for another carrot to get in. Ning Xi twitched at her own metaphor. Why the heck had she chosen to use carrot, out of all things? Another carrot she likes, Tingxiao murmured, a glint in his eyes. Who? Now, the freezing wind had become a tornado. Ning Xi, who was in the center of it, felt there was no hope for her anymore. She pretended to look at the view outside the window and said with an awkward laugh, I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know? I think it's better that you keep things as they are right now to be safe. Otherwise, what if the other party really likes someone else? When the time comes, and you can't even remain friends anymore, then what? Tingxiao's lips were pressed together, and his face looked like frost. He didn't say a word for a long time, and the air pressure inside the confines of the car was so low it was as if it was going to start hailing. Just as Ning Xi felt that she could no breathe because of the pressure, Tingxiao finally opened his mouth and said, Then, I will pull that carrot out. Ning Xi, pull that carrot out. Big brother, why do you have to use such scary words? At first she had wanted to find a shield, but could it stop the big demon king's hit? It couldn't even stop a strand of hair. Pathetic, communication failed again. Would only her ultimate move work? She hoped it wouldn't come to that point. Chapter 243. To coax girls. Ning Xi's new place was on the 7th floor of the Regal Riviera Hotel. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, decorated in a simple style and very comfortable. There was a beautiful view of the river from the balcony. Compared with her old, small apartment, the difference was like between heaven and earth. She and Tingxiao, plus the driver, took all her things up in 3 trips. Looking at the bits and bobs in the apartment, Ning Xi wiped her sweat. There's 1 more bag, I'll go get it. Tingxiao nodded. I'll start organizing. Wait, I forgot something. Ning Xi took out a rectangular gift box from one of the boxes. What is this? Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi smiled mysteriously. Use this to coax girls. Downstairs. Ning Xi finally had the very last bag. When she walked into the lobby, she saw the young female receptionist sizing her up. When she saw that Ning Xi had noticed her, she immediately put her head back down and pretended to be busy. The receptionist at the Regal Riviera had seen so many stars and was used to it, but Ning Xi had become too popular recently, so suddenly seeing her had been a bit of a surprise, not to mention that she had come today with an especially mysterious man. Ning Xi smiled easily at the young girl, then walked over to her. The receptionist was astonished to see her walk over herself. Then she screwed up her courage to say, "You're Ning Xi, right?" Ning Xi nodded. "Yes, I just moved in today." Saying that, she gave her the black gift box. "Nice to meet you. This is a little gift for you. I hope we'll get along well." "Ah, this. I can't accept this." "It's okay. Someone gave this to me. It didn't cost anything. Please take it. You have beautiful lips. They will definitely look good on you." The young girl touched her lips and blushed. Then, thank you. "You're welcome." After Ning Xi left, the young girl opened the box to take a look and was very pleasantly surprised. It was actually 12 tubes of lipstick, all in different colors. God, she loved this brand, but it was just too expensive for her to buy, and her boyfriend was too dumb to think of getting them for her, instead always giving her bizarre things. Sheet, was it so hard to get her one measly tube of lipstick? She never expected that Ning Xi would be such a good person. Even though she had gotten many gifts from stars, they were all given with an arrogant attitude, and some gave away things that they didn't want anymore, like it was charity. Ning Xi was different, making her so happy with her gift. It was obvious with one look that the gift had been carefully prepared. Most people looked down upon employees like her. Little did they know that given her job, she knew so many secrets. At the elevator doors opened with a ding. Outside the doors, Ning Xi got a clear look of the person inside, and she knitted her eyebrows together. She never expected to run into Changli here. "Ning Xi," Changli said in surprise, then addressed her as if she was a thief. "What are you doing here?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes. "Is this your house? Are you the only person that can come here?" Changli crossed her arms and looked down her nose at how she was covered from head to toe in dust. "Yeah, even if this isn't my house, it's still not a place people like you can come to." Ning Xi walked past her to directly enter the elevator, and she pressed the button to shut the doors. "Well, excuse me, I live here." Struck dumb, Changli was rooted to the spot as she watched the doors close with suspicion. Chapter 244, Slapped in the Face. "Ning Xi lived here? Impossible. But you needed a key card to get in and out. So how did she get in?" Changli muttered to herself as she walked. In the end, she gave in to her curiosity and went to ask the receptionist. "Xiao Fong, the girl who came in just now, that was Ning Xi. Does she live here?" Changli asked. Xiao Fong had both a polite and troubled expression on her face. "Miss Chang, that concerns the privacy of our residence, which we cannot disclose. You already know how strict management is." Changli slipped a gift card into her hand. "Little sister, do me a favor. I just want to know if she really lives here. It's not a sensitive issue and won't affect you." Xiao Fong glanced disdainfully at the gift card as she thought in her heart. "You always boss me around so arrogantly, and now that you want something from me, you know how to talk and act nice?" She wanted to give it back, but then changed her mind. Taking the card, she said, "Yes, she lives here. The information was registered with us around half a month ago." Hearing this, Chang Li's eyes lit up. "Who's the owner?" Seeing her expression, Xiao Fong knew instantly what she was thinking and said, "It was registered under Glory World Entertainment. No doubt her company arranged accommodation for her." Chang Li blinked dumbly. "What? Are you sure?" She had thought she could catch Ning Xi out with this. Xiao Fong said in a confident tone, "How can it be a mistake? That suite is the best one in the whole of Regal Riveria. It's facing the river and the view is especially good. It had always been vacant, up until half a month ago, when Glory World staff brought workers in to redecorate the whole place and wrote down her information on the registration form." "Got it. Thanks." Chang Li's face was black as she left. Shit, was Glory World Entertainment insane? Actually giving a newbie like Ning Xi such good privileges. She thought about her conversation with Ning Xi not too long ago, about how nice it had been of Starlight to arrange accommodation for her. This simply felt like she was slapping her own face. Looks like she needed to keep an eye on Ning Xi and figure out once and for all who the person supporting this slut was. With Lu Tingxiao's help, Ning Xi finished unpacking her things in half a day. Looking at everything in their place and how organized things were, her mood brightened up. She had been feeling that everything was surreal after signing with Glory World. Now, looking at what would be her home for the near future, she finally felt reality start to creep back in. Ning Xi gave Lu Tingxiao a new towel to wipe off his sweat and thanked him. I'm really grateful for your help today. How about I treat you to dinner? No matter what, Tingxiao had been busy the whole day helping her move house. The least she could do was treat him to a meal. How about we stay in to eat? Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi scratched her head. But the gas hasn't been connected yet in the kitchen, and there's nothing here. I'm afraid I won't be able to cook. It's fine. You don't need to do anything. Today has been very tiring. Tingxiao made a phone call and only said 2 words to the person on the other end. Come in. In the next second, the doorbell rang. Ning Xi opened the door suspiciously, then jumped in shock. People in uniform were standing neatly in 2 rows outside the door, each one of them holding a gourmet dish in their hands. The young brother standing in front of them held a big bouquet of lilies. Standing tall and straight, Tingxiao walked over with strong, steady steps and took the flowers from that young brother, then turned to Ning Xi. For you. Chapter 245. Was this a confession? Seeing that big bunch of white lilies, Ning Xi blinked in a daze and took it reflexively. Then the waiters came in one after another to spread a tablecloth and put down candlesticks. Within 5 short minutes, they had set up an incomparably exquisite candlelight dinner. Bowing, the well-trained waiters then left. So this was what Tingxiao meant about staying in to eat. She thought he meant to cook at home. She was too naive. Just now she had seen that the waiters' uniforms were engraved with the words, Red Chamber. Red Chamber was the most famous private restaurant in B City's aristocratic circle. It cooked for only 1 table every day, and reservations were lined up until next year. This restaurant also had a rule that you couldn't order any dishes. You ate whatever they cooked. It was this type of restaurant, yet Tingxiao was actually able to get them to do takeouts. Ning Xi looked at the flowers, and then looked at the candlelight dinner. Aren't these all the signs of a confession? A small voice in Ning Xi's head whispered fearfully. Tingxiao had deliberately sent little treasure away today, arranged these things in advance, and even asked her how to chase girls, which was a very leading question. Was he really going to? Why was it that the more she thought, the more she panicked? The next second, her gaze landed on the little dessert stand next to the table. There can't possibly be an engagement ring hidden in the cake, right? Cough, cough, cough. Impossible. Impossible. Given Tingxiao's character, there was no way he would use a method that was so easy to guess. Don't like the food? Seeing that her complexion wasn't good, Tingxiao frowned slightly, and then picked up the phone. I'll have them remove these and bring other ones. Ning Xi hurriedly waved her hands. No need, no need. They're all dishes I like. What I meant was, I should be the one treating you. How did it turn into you treating me? It's the same, Tingxiao said indifferently. Then he pulled out the chair for her like a gentleman. Cough. Thank you. Ning Xi could only sit down. She cautiously observed Tingxiao, then realized a particular detail. Today was not a work day, so accordingly he should be dressed in casual clothes. But today he was dressed up smartly, and had put on a bow tie for the first time. After sitting down, Ning Xi realized in her absent-mindedness, she had forgotten that she was still holding the flowers in her arms, so she hurriedly looked for a vase to arrange them in. Like it? Asked Tingxiao. What? Ning Xi was taken aback. The lilies. I like them very much. I think. Lilies suit you very well. Ning Xi. Was he talking about how the lily stood for purity, or a harmonious union lasting 100 years? Eat up. Tingxiao passed her some food with his chopsticks. It's fine. I'll help myself. To conceal her anxiety, Ning Xi began to wolf down her food. When she ate until her stomach started to feel uncomfortable, she finally realized something was off. She had a half-eaten cake in one hand, and she knitted her brows as she looked at the man opposite her. Tingxiao hadn't eaten very much, but he had opened a bottle of wine which he had been drinking by himself. The bottle looked like it was almost empty now. Tingxiao, why are you just drinking wine, and so much of it? I didn't see you eat very much. Piu. Ning Xi still had some cake in her mouth when she spoke, and while she was talking, she suddenly bit down on something hard, and hurriedly opened her mouth to spit it out. What the hell? What is this thing? My teeth are numb. With a ding, a sparkling ring fell onto the white porcelain plate in front of her. Chapter 246. A Deeper Kiss. Ning Xi goggled and stared at the ring on the plate, her eyes large as bulbs and her expression completely stunned. Me. Ning Xi. You. R. A. Crow. Mouth. 1. She had actually hit the nail on the head. She had been on guard against him the whole time. She had always subconsciously thought that in chasing a girl, the big demon king would swoop in with one single brilliant move that would be impossible to guard against. How could she have expected such an old-fashioned method? And yet, the end result was still impossible for her to guard against. Had the big demon king deliberately acted the opposite of his normal behavior? At this moment, what Ning Xi regretted the most was not swallowing the ring straight away to destroy the evidence. Beneath Ning Xi's lifeless gaze, Tingxiao finished the last of the wine. He put down the glass and looked at her with deep eyes. I have been drinking because I'm nervous. Ning Xi, he was nervous? Who should actually be the nervous one? Tingxiao's face changed from cold ice to tipsy mist, but his eyes, dark as the night, were clear and bright. His cool voice was like raindrops falling into a deep pool. I have never done anything that I'm uncertain about, but this time, I did. This is probably the most impulsive thing I've ever done in my life, but I have no choice, and I have no room for regret. No matter whether I step forward or retreat, you have already decided to keep your distance from me. It's just the difference between doing it later or sooner. I have been planning this day from the first day I met you, and I've made countless plans. But you are becoming more and more afraid of me, and for you now, it seems that all those ways would only frighten you. So I chose the most traditional and gentlest method. Ning Xi was speechless when she heard these few words. The gentlest method. Thank you so much for being so considerate. But I'm still freaking scared, okay? Tingxiao paused, then raised his head and continued speaking. No matter what way I use, I'm not confident that I can fully move you. Though the plan today is already the most dependable one that I can think of, I calculated that it only has a 17% chance of success. Ning Xi, huh? What's 17%? How the heck did he come up with this magical number? Cough, cough, cough that. Out of her wits, Ning Xi unconsciously reached for some wine. Discovering that Tingxiao had finished it, she poured herself a full glass of fruit juice and gulped it all down. Ning Xi set the glass down with a bang and finally found her voice. Tingxiao, you're practicing how to profess your love for the girl you like, right? Great, great. Traditional and classic, low-key, but not losing any of its meaning. The lines are sensational enough. Tingxiao silently looked at the girl opposite him. He pushed his chair back slightly, stood up, stretched his long arm across the table, used his fingertips to pinch her chin, and in the next second, he leaned over to kiss her lips. Ning Xi's voice was abruptly cut off. It was only 3 seconds later that she reacted, but Tingxiao gripped the back of her head and kissed her more deeply. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. There was only the sound of quick breathing, the sound of clothes rubbing against each other, and of lips and tongues tangled together. The temperature in the room rose quietly. Some indeterminate time later, Tingxiao finally broke the kiss. He slowly moved away from her lips, but his palms still cradled the nape of her neck, and he leaned his forehead against hers softly. A crow mouth is a doomsayer. Chapter 247. Even using a honey trap? Ning Xi's eyes were closed, her eyelashes flickering slightly, and when she spoke, her voice was a little hoarse. Tingxiao, why won't you listen to your teacher? It hadn't been that long ago that she had told him that he should maintain the status quo and not act rashly. In the end, he had turned the other way to directly profess his love and propose. This was simply the biggest trap. The teacher teaches the trade, but the apprentice's skill is self-made. Tingxiao could still say in a very reasonable tone. Teacher didn't teach you to act indecently, but this was the only way to let you know that the one I like is you. Teacher. Then this is being insubordinate. Then that must be because teacher is too cute. Tingxiao leaned his forehead against hers and took hold of her slender fingers with his big palm to place them over his heart. At that moment, his clear, cold eyes burned like lava, and it was as if he was casting a spell on her with his persuasive tone. Teacher, be with me, and everything that I have will be yours. Stop talking. Ning Xi's brain was in a mess, especially when he called her teacher, which gave her a strange sense of shame. She tried to cover her ears, but was still too late. Tingxiao said, Little treasure is also yours. Ning Xi's pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Tingxiao quietly observed her reaction. When he saw her staring at him with big round eyes, the corners of his mouth tilted upwards slightly. His palms kneaded the sensitive flesh at her nape, as if he was teasing a kitten. So what is the percentage now? Ning Xi covered her face and subconsciously answered. It's already half and half. As soon as she said it, she really wanted to bite her tongue off. Shit. Lu Tingxiao, you're too shameless. Even using Little Treasure. Little Treasure is my natural advantage. How can you say I'm using him? Then what do you say to using a honey trap on me? Ning Xi was indignant at the injustice done to her. Even if she wanted to break free of Lu Tingxiao's palms, which were keeping her where he wanted her, Lu Tingxiao wasn't using any force to keep her in place. So no matter how she wanted to, she couldn't bring herself to break out of his hold. Did I? Lu Tingxiao sounded innocent. Okay. You didn't use one, but it looked lewd to me, so it was lewd, alright. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi was angry, but halfway through, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Ning Xi paled, and she clutched her stomach. My. Stomach hurts. What? Where does it hurt? Lu Tingxiao's face immediately became serious. Stomach. It really hurts. It's getting more and more painful. Sweat rolled down Ning Xi's forehead. What's going on? You were perfectly all right. Why do you suddenly have a stomachache? Was there something wrong with the food? Ning Xi coughed slightly. It shouldn't be. I think maybe I ate too much just now after I drank a large glass of orange juice. I already felt there was something wrong with my stomach. Only at this moment did Lu Tingxiao realize that she had eaten almost all of the many dishes on the table, not to mention that she had drunk such a large glass of juice. Lu Tingxiao immediately got angry. Ning Xi, are you an idiot? You ate so much, but you didn't realize you were overdoing it. Ning Xi was angrier than he was. Wasn't that because of you? You scared me to the point that I kept eating to calm down. You finished all the wine by yourself, not leaving even one drop for me. So the only thing I could drink was orange juice. And you actually scold me for this. After saying that, she clutched her stomach and howled even more miserably. Lu Tingxiao instantly stopped being angry and hastily placated her. It's my fault. I'll send you to the hospital right now. Chapter 248, obviously a prodigy. Hearing his words, Ning Xi looked embarrassed. What? Let's not. Going to the hospital in the middle of the night because of overeating is too humiliating. Is face more important than your body? As he spoke, Lu Tingxiao grabbed his wallet and phone, then quickly lifted her by the waist. Ning Xi immediately waved her hands. Lu Tingxiao. No. Switch to a different position. Maybe it's better if you just help me walk slowly. This position makes me more uncomfortable. You. Lu Tingxiao was both angry and concerned, and could only put her down and carefully help her walk out. When they reached the hospital's emergency room, Ning Xi's clothes and hair were wet with sweat. Because Ning Xi had been clutching her stomach and Lu Tingxiao had an expression suggesting that the sky was about to collapse, a nurse immediately met them and gave Ning Xi a hand. Is the baby coming? Quick, get onto the stretcher. Ning Xi lifted the mask she had been wearing to avoid being recognized, and with black lines on her head, explained, No, that's not it, sister nurse. I overate. The nurse was speechless for a second, then looked down at her stomach and realized that it was only protruding a little and in fact wasn't like the stomach of a pregnant woman. For stomach issues, please turn left. Thank you. At midnight, after a period of torment, Ning Xi's diagnosis finally came out. She had acute gastritis caused by overeating and stress within a short period of time. Lu Tingxiao touched the girl's pale cheek as she lay in the hospital bed, his own face full of pain. Does it still hurt? Ning Xi nodded. Bitterly. Yes, but it's not as bad as before. Lu Tingxiao, there's one thing. What is it? Tell me. Ning Xi hesitated for a moment, then embarrassedly said, Seems like the ring scraped and broke the skin on one side of my gum. I didn't feel anything earlier, but now it hurts a lot. Lu Tingxiao facepalmed and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He ruffled her hair. Wait for me. I'll get you some medicine. After Lu Tingxiao left, Ning Xi let out a long breath of air and then stroked her round stomach. She never expected her stomach would work so hard during a critical moment. But the feeling of overeating was really uncomfortable. She never wanted to feel it for a second time in her whole life. Before, there had been times when she had been too busy to eat, and as a result, had once also gotten a sudden acute case of gastritis at midnight. The difference was that at that time, she couldn't get a taxi at midnight, so she rode her motorbike to the hospital herself, registered herself, got her medicine herself, and sat on a cold bench in the corridor with an 4 drip by herself. Tingxiao came back quickly. He sat down on the edge of the bed with the medicine and opened the bottle and said seriously, "This medicine is topical. Open your mouth, and I'll help you put it on your wound." Ning Xi obediently opened her mouth, but her tongue accidentally touched it, and she frowned. "Bitter. Endure it for a bit, don't touch it." "Oh." After applying the medicine, Tingxiao looked at her with gentle eyes and said softly, "Teacher." A little startled, Ning Xi was blank for a bit before she realized that he was calling her. "Oh, I'm sorry." Tingxiao sighed softly with self-reproach, then took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. "Blame this student who has no skill, causing you to get hurt." Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. Damn, 60%, 61, 62, 63, it continued increasing. How is this no skill? He was obviously a prodigy. Chapter 249, Beauty was dangerous. Ning Xi shook her head and quickly ended the dangerous and ambiguous teacher-student talk. She then switched to employee mode, raised her hand, and said primly, "Boss, I would like to apply for a period of consideration without disturbances." After thinking about it, Tingxiao agreed without reservation. "Granted, how many days do you want?" Ning Xi counted with her fingers, then said weakly, Can I count in years? I'll give you 7 days." Tingxiao ignored her unreasonable request and made the decision for her. "Okay, 7 days it is. Then, after I leave the hospital tomorrow, can I stay at my apartment for the time being?" "You just agreed, no disturbances. Little treasure isn't home, and I need to be at the company the day after tomorrow, and the apartment's a little closer to it." Ning Xi did her best to give a legitimate reason. "You can." Tingxiao nodded without the slightest hesitation. That was it. When he suddenly stopped tripping her up, she was not used to it. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes, a fox-like expression on her face. It seemed she had discovered the best way to deal with the big Demon King's tricks. To bet on her own health? Was it because earlier, the doctor had said that she shouldn't put too much stress on herself? This only worked because he cared for her too much. When she thought this, the number in her heart shot up to 80%. Next day, because her condition wasn't serious, Ning Xi was discharged from the hospital in the morning. As he promised, Tingxiao sent her to her apartment, stopping by the supermarket on the way to buy things to fill up the fridge with, and ordered 3 meals every day for her, warning her repeatedly to watch what she ate. Ning Xi sat on the sofa, watching Tingxiao go back and forth busily. After checking the fridge, he still stood there trying to think if he had missed anything. Ning Xi couldn't take it anymore, and coughed lightly. "Tingxiao, no need to trouble yourself anymore. I can take care of myself." Tingxiao turned and walked towards her. "Then I'm heading out." Even as he said that, his face was still full of worry, as if she was a 3-year-old kid who couldn't do anything for herself at all. Ning Xi struggled to keep the number inside her heart unchanged. You sure you're all right now?" Yes. My stomach isn't hurting at all anymore. My body recovers very fast." That's good." Tingxiao's eyes grew darker, and he nodded in satisfaction. Ning Xi. There was nothing wrong with what she'd said, but why did she feel like she had been tricked? She was lost in thought when Tingxiao suddenly leaned in towards her. But before he got close, he stopped halfway, then retreated a bit. He stretched out one hand to rub the top of her head. "No disturbances." "Ning Xi, you are disturbing me already." She finally understood. This person didn't need to do anything. His existence was a huge disturbance itself. After Tingxiao left, Ning Xi finally completely relaxed. She hugged a pillow in her arms and fell into a daze on the sofa, thinking about everything that had happened lately. In the end, things had still come to this point. She had had a premonition, and she had also been prepared, but now that they were here, her brain was still blank and everything was a confused mess. She gave her a score of 0 for this appearance of hers. Actually, she planned in the beginning to say some deliberately brutal things to make Tingxiao give up on her. But when she looked at his face, she couldn't say a single word. and her originally resolute heart was starting to waver. What she had always thought would never happen was slowly starting to change. No wonder there had been incapable rulers in their history. Beauty was dangerous. Chapter 250, First Encounter. Next morning, in Lin Gigi's office at Glory World Entertainment. Sister Gigi, I'm not late, am I? Ning Xi had rested at her apartment the whole day yesterday and was pretty much fully recovered. It was only that she still looked a little wan. So today she had chosen to wear a trendy outfit with a bold combination of colors to brighten her skin, making her look young and energetic. In front of the desk in the office, Lin Gigi, as usual, did not have a single strand of hair out of place. She wore a suit jacket and an A-line skirt in cool colors, and was working on some documents. Seeing that Ning Xi had come, she sized her up first before raising her head. No need to be nervous. It's nothing important today. I just wanted to show you around the company before shooting starts tomorrow. Even if you normally won't come to the company often, you still need to be familiar with the company's basic department structure. Okay, thank you, Sister Gigi. Let's go. Ning Xi nodded and followed her out. With Lin Gigi's guidance, she familiarized herself with each company department and met a few of her new colleagues. Whatever they thought inside, on the outside, everyone was polite to her. Even though everyone tacitly understood that this was a battle between Glory World and Starlight, and Ning Xi was the company's weapon in striking at Starlight, it was the undeniable truth that the company was prepared to nurture Ning Xi, so nobody wanted to court bad luck by harassing her. During this critical period, when public opinion of her was flourishing, tut, this Ning Xi is even better looking in person. No wonder second young master likes her. I have a feeling, as long as her EQ is not too low, she'll definitely become a hit. That's hard to say. Lung Manyun just left. Do you think people will allow her to make it big so easily? Anyway, do you think she and Lin Gigi will get along? Doesn't Lin Gigi hate those type of actresses the most? The ones who rely on their good looks to climb their way up? The company was actually pretty big, and Ning Xi followed Lin Gigi for more than an hour before they completed the tour. As they were about to take a look at the film sets and recording studios behind the company, they unexpectedly ran into someone in the corridor. Yo, isn't this our big manager Lin? Finally stopped becoming a hermit? I thought you wouldn't be coming back to the industry after your setback. The woman speaking was around 30 years old. She wore sexy and trendy clothes. Her hair was in big waves, and she had exquisite makeup on. She was dressed up even more magnificently than any star. Because she often appeared in newspapers and magazines, and she had seen her from a distance on production sets several times before, Ning Xi instantly recognized that this was Su Yimo's manager, Zhao Meixin. Faced with Zhao Meixin's provocative words, Lin Gigi's eyebrows didn't even twitch, and she said blandly, with Sister Meixin, "Still working hard. How can we youngsters slow down?" You, Zhao Meixin was pissed. On the side, Ning Xi struggled not to laugh out loud. She hadn't expected that Lin Gigi, who looked inflexible and severe, to have such a vicious tongue. Zhao Meixin ground her teeth and hemped coldly. Lin Gigi, I didn't think you would do well to begin with, but I can't not admit that you have some skill, being able to raise Lung Manyun that plain nobody up to such a high level. But now, Zhao Meixin deliberately paused and glanced disdainfully at Ning Xi. After Lung Manyun, you went and found yourself such a flower vase, who besides scandals and her looks, doesn't have one good thing about her. I remember that you hate artistes who rely on their good looks the most. So, have you fallen so low now? Chapter 251, Su Yimo's backer. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing this. This was already not the first time that she had heard other people say that Lin Gigi hated artistes like her. It was impossible to say that she didn't care. After all, this was the person who would fight this battle with her in the future. If their beliefs were incompatible from the beginning, how would they be able to continue cooperating later? Lin Gigi noticed the worry that flashed through Ning Xi's eyes. She looked at Zhao Meixin and said evenly, "It seems that Sister Meixin has misunderstood something about me. Everyone knows that being beautiful is a gift in this industry. It's the golden meal ticket from God, the one thing other people can ask for but won't get. Why would I hate it? What I hate are the flower vases who have the looks but lack substance and professionalism. Everyone loves beautiful things. I'm sure Sister Meixin understands this point the best, right?" After hearing this, Zhao Meixin's expression changed. What she would understand the best. This was obviously a jab at her. She used to be an actress, but because she hadn't been attractive enough, she had struggled to turn herself around to become a manager. She still cared a lot about her looks now, and often got facials and minor cosmetic operations done. This damn Ning Xi. Either she didn't talk much, or everything she said were jabs into her flesh. It was really true that the dogs that don't bark are the ones that bite the hardest. Are you so sure she isn't just a flower vase? Zhao Meixin laughed coldly. Whether she is or not will be demonstrated through her work and not judged based on her looks, the way Sister Meixin has done. With that, Ning Xi walked directly past her and left. You. Behind them, Zhao Meixin stomped off in anger. After that short encounter, all of the gloominess in Ning Xi's heart was swept away, and she bounced happily after Ning Xi. Sister Xi, you were so cool just now. You give off such a safe feeling. But don't worry, I'm definitely not a flower vase, and even if I am at the very least a blue and white porcelain vase with ocean waves, lucky clouds, and dragon patterns on it from the Qianlong dynasty. A coexistence of good looks and strength. Ning Xi gave her a look, the corners of her mouth twitching imperceptibly. You better practice what you preach. Filming starts tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll accompany you there. Also, it won't be just me. The production crew will open the set to the media, so there will be a lot of reporters. I've emailed you the latest script and shooting schedule. You also know, you have an important scene tomorrow, and it'll really test your acting skills. This is your first battle, make sure you're prepared for it. Actually, during this period, she had already studied Ning Xi's resume and works, and found that this girl's acting was actually not bad, so she was looking forward to tomorrow's scene. Got it, I will do my best. As she spoke, Ning Xi secretly looked Ning Xi up and down. No matter how she looked, Ning Xi appeared a very reliable person, and the more Ning Xi thought about it, the more she felt regret on her behalf. How could a woman like Sister Xi fall for Jiang Mai, that unreliable, fickle golden retriever? Because Ning Xi was still busy with other things, Xiao Tao took Ning Xi around on the rest of the tour. Xiao Tao was very lively and talked nonstop. Ning Xi learned a lot of company gossip from her. When Sister Mannion left, Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin were the happiest about it, since they don't have any rivals anymore. Su Yimo is a bigger name than Sister Mannion, but look at what she's acted in. They're all trashy commercial films. Most of Sister Mannion's movies might have been art films, but they received so many international awards because of them. She is simply in a class above Su Yimo, alright? But it can't be helped. Who asked Su Yimo's backer to be so strong? She clearly doesn't have the ability, but shamelessly holds the #1 actress title at Glory World. Su Yimo's backer is very strong? Ning Xi asked. Of course. Sister Xi, you don't know? Xiao Tao was astonished. Then she sidled closer to whisper in her ear, Su Yimo's backer is our Seo Lu. Chapter 252. High energy ahead. Torturing single people again. Of course. Sister Xi, you don't know? Xiao Tao was astonished. Then she sidled closer to whisper in her ear, Su Yimo's backer is our boss Lu. CEO Lu? Don't you mean Lu Jingli? Ning Xi's first thought was of Lu Jingli. It was obvious how little integrity Lu Jingli had in her heart. Xiao Tao shook her head, then pointed her finger upward, meaning the person above Lu Jingli. Now Ning Xi was really surprised, and she lifted an eyebrow. Lu Tingxiao. Xiao Tao nodded vigorously, looked around, and said, Not so loud, as long as you know about it. Ning Xi stroked her chin. But why hasn't anybody dropped this bomb? There's not even a hint of it outside. Who wants to die if they dare make noise about the big boss? So, only people in the company know about this. Xiao Tao explained. I see. Not waiting for Ning Xi to ask for more details, Xiao Tao already couldn't hold herself back, and straight away started telling her all the gossip. At first, Su Yimo was just a second-tier, third-tier actress. There were so many bigger names above her. In the end, nobody knows how she hooked up with our big boss and obtained his favor. In a short while, all the company resources were presented to her to choose from, and she straight away went up like a rocket. The more Xiao Tao spoke, the angrier she became. Our sister Mannion took 10 years to get to where she is today, but ended up being overshadowed by her like that. It's so unfair. Ning Xi listened to the way Xiao Tao described the rumors as if they were fact. She was sure that it was true. The only thing she didn't know was what kind of relationship Lu Tingxiao and Su Yimo had. Though Xiao Tao hadn't said it clearly, but from her tone, it sounded like they had slept together. But given her understanding of Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi naturally couldn't believe all of Xiao Tao's gossip. Xiao Tao, who had been talking nonstop, suddenly realized that talking about someone else's might wasn't proper, so she rushed to comfort Ning Xi. Cough. But Sister Xi, your backer is also very amazing. You were brought in by our second young master after all. Though Xiao Tao said this, she still sounded a little disappointed. She used to be Lung Manyun's assistant, and this time had moved with Lin Zhizhi together to work with Ning Xi. When she had been with Lung Manyun, everyone showed her respect, but Ning Xi was a nobody compared with Lung Manyun, and as her assistant now, thinking about how from now on, she would have to lower her head whenever she saw Su Yimo's manager and assistant. It was hard to avoid the unfairness she felt in her heart. There was no way Ning Xi could have missed the disappointment on Xiao Tao's face, but Xiao Tao's reaction was a normal one, so she didn't take it personally. But that thing with Su Yimo, she couldn't let it pass that easily. After all, during these 7 important days, any tiny detail could affect her decision. Consequently, since Ning Xi had no time to figure it out herself, she took her phone out directly and texted Lu Tingxiao. What is your relationship with Su Yimo? At the same time, Lu Corporation. Lu Tingxiao was in a meeting when his cell phone suddenly beeped. As he continued to listen to his subordinate's report, Lu Tingxiao took a look at his phone. Then, all the employees sitting in the meeting room witnessed something that only happened once every 1,000 years. When their Lord Boss, who almost never smiled when he was at the company, looked at his phone, his face relaxed, and he let out a delighted laugh. Chapter 253, I am your private backer. Meeting adjourned. With 2 words, Lu Tingxiao took up his phone and walked out of the meeting room. Ning Xi was waiting for Lu Tingxiao to text her a reply, and was startled when he directly called her back instead. Ning Xi let Xiao Tao know she was picking up a call, then hurriedly found an empty corner to do so. Hello, I saw your text. Lu Tingxiao sounded happy. Ning Xi picked at the ceramic tiles on the wall with her fingernail. Oh, when she had sent the text, she hadn't thought anything about it. But why did she now feel that something was off? Jealous. Lu Tingxiao's low, rough voice came through the line. Cough, 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 cough. Ning Xi was so alarmed by the word that she burst into furious coughing, then said angrily, Who's jealous? I was thinking that it was important to be clear about the relationships inside the company, so I just asked. That's all. F*******. No wonder she felt something was off. It looked like she was jealous. If it was just a random question, then I refuse to answer, Lu Tingxiao said. Huh. Ning Xi was struck dumb. Never in a million years had she expected that Lu Tingxiao could actually be so childish. Then what do you want, before you'll tell me? Lu Tingxiao, recall my question. Which question? About being jealous? Actually, when she heard Xiao Tao guessing that it was an intimate relationship, and she thought about Lu Tingxiao with another woman, in her heart, she had in fact felt a little uncomfortable. But how could she admit that? So Ning, she said casually, forget it, if you don't want to answer. I'll just believe that you're sleeping with Su Yimo. Just that can directly send your score down to 0. Lu Tingxiao sighed, and helplessly compromised. Don't worry. There's nothing between us. You don't need to be concerned with her in the company. Then why do people say that you are her backer? And all the resources she had, didn't you ask people to give them to her? Ning, she didn't understand. I am your private backer, Lu Tingxiao answered. Her face hot. Ning Xi immediately said seriously, answer the question. Don't mess around. Lu Tingxiao laughed. Heh. And no laughing. Lu Tingxiao finally stopped teasing her and coughed softly. I did give the order, but I had nothing to do with it after that. The reason I gave that order was because you could say that she saved Little Treasure's life once. What? What happened to Little Treasure? Ning Xi instantly became anxious as she asked. Before, in order for him to socialize more, I tried sending him to school. In the end, he lost control of his emotions and ran outside, and almost got hit by a car. Fortunately, another car at that time suddenly rushed out and hit that car, saving Little Treasure's life. The person driving that car was Su Yimo. She had been driving drunk, which was why her car had rushed out like that. So through a strange combination of events, she saved Little Treasure's life. Ning Xi was struck dumb by each thing that she heard. Shit, I really don't know who was the lucky one, Little Treasure or Su Yimo. So to repay her, you gave that order. She could understand why Tingxiao had done it. Even if she had saved little treasure by accident and not by design, she had still saved him. Yes. TCH, she actually really saved little treasure's life. That time, why didn't you repay her with yourself? Tingxiao killed her with one stroke. Do you think I would do that for just anyone? Chapter 254. What's my score now? As if that wasn't enough, Tingxiao gave her yet another cold-blooded stab. What's my score now? How can I tell you that? You think I'm dumb? I'm hanging up. My assistant's waiting for me. Ning Xi hung up quickly. She was pathetic. As expected, she shouldn't have any contact with Tingxiao for now. On his end, when Tingxiao finished speaking to Ning Xi on the phone, the smile on his face still hadn't faded. Suddenly on the side, a big face popped into view, complaining bitterly. Brother, tell me, are you hiding something from me? Tingxiao didn't deny it, and lifted an eyebrow. That obvious? Jingli was struck a blow, and he almost lay down to roll around on the floor. Arg, you really are keeping something from me. I'm your brother, your best right-hand man, your warm jacket. How can you hide things from me? Aren't you very good at guessing? Huh. Fine, I'll guess then. Jingli paced back and forth in the room. After 3 minutes, he stopped abruptly and looked in Tingxiao's direction. The day before yesterday, you deliberately sent little treasure away. At that time, that was 2 days before Ning Xi would start work, and she would be busy getting ready for it, which meant that you didn't have much time either. So these 2 days, you would definitely do something big. Something big. Don't tell me it was a confession. Tingxiao, go on. Did that mean he had guessed right? Jingli's eyes lit up, and he continued guessing. The result? Most likely you failed. Otherwise, how could you still be at the company? You would definitely be in bed. Tingxiao. In the end, Jingli made a finger gun at him, and concluded confidently. There can only be one truth. You confessed. Xiaoxi, she didn't accept it, but she didn't reject you either, and she's thinking about it. Furthermore, the possibility at the moment that she will give you a positive reply is very high. That's why you're in such a good mood. Tingxiao looked at his little brother's glowing face, and the corners of his mouth twitched with imperceptible gentleness. He had an aloof personality and was bad at getting along with people. Even his emotional connection to his own biological parents was very thin. The only exception was this little brother. When other people avoided him and were afraid of him, only his little brother would follow him around the whole time. He never cared or got angry that Tingxiao, who always had a cold face on. He went right on making his own guesses since Tingxiao didn't like talking, and when it came to Tingxiao, he always guessed right. Tingxiao already felt that he was blessed, and had never expected that destiny would also allow him to encounter Ning Xi. Next day, from midsummer to early autumn, after experiencing so many ups and downs, the production crew of The World was finally about to start shooting again. Because of changes to the script, Ning Xi and Zhao Xizhou had much fewer scenes, and the 3 remaining fight scenes which Ning Xi and Ning Xi had yet to shoot had also been taken out, meaning that from now on, Ning Xi would no longer encounter Ning Xi on set. That was a huge weight off Ning Xi's shoulders, and she could finally focus on her acting. Today they would mainly be filming 2 climatic scenes with Ning Xi and Jiang Mai. It wasn't just Ning Xi's manager Lin Jiji who had come. Jiang Mai's manager Lei Ming had also made an appearance, which was telling of how important these 2 scenes were. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai arrived at almost the same time. Hello, senior brother Jiang. Ning Xi greeted him sweetly, obediently changing her address of him from senior Jiang to senior brother Jiang. Hello, junior sister. Seeing Ning Xi act like a good little girl gave Jiang Mai goosebumps, and he shuddered. After that, his gaze swept carelessly over the person standing next to Ning Xi, Lin Ji. Chapter 255, Who Said She's My Ex-Girlfriend. Lin Jiji was speaking to Lei Ming, and took no notice of Jiang Mai's gaze at all. When she was done, she turned to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, I have some things to discuss with Brother Ming. Please go through your scenes with your senior brother. Okay, Sister Jiji, you go ahead. As soon as she had obediently sent Lin Jiji off, Ning Xi instantly returned to her demon self, and she looked at Jiang Mai mockingly. Tut tut tut, golden retriever. See it? Did you see it just not? After I found out that Sister Jiji was your ex-girlfriend, for a long time I felt so sad and regretful for her. I was worried when the two of you met, she would be embarrassed. In the end, our sister Gigi didn't even spare you a glance. So cool. I'm really liking her more and more. Jiang Mai ground his teeth and stared at her angrily. Who the hell told you that she's my ex-girlfriend? Ning Xi blinked at him. Didn't you say it yourself? F*** off. I never said anything like that. You made it up yourself. Who asked you to have such an easily misunderstood expression? Ning Xi grumbled. After that, she became even more curious. Even if she's not your ex-girlfriend, what on earth happened between the two of you? Why are you so tense around her? When have I ever been tense around her? Ning Xi, can you stop imagining nonsense? Jiang Mai was tormented almost to the point of collapse. In order to get the truth out of him, Ning Xi used a gentler, placating tone. Okay, I'll stop imagining things. So tell me yourself. What on earth happened? What else could have happened? She just used to manage me. That's all. Jiang Mai flipped through the script in his hand crossly. Ning Xi was stunned and widened her eyes. No way Sister Gigi managed you? She was your manager? Jiang Mai gave her a disdainful look. What? Got a problem with that? What was that expression on her face? Ning Xi shook her head and sighed. That is even more pitiful than being your ex-girlfriend. Jiang Mai's wild personality was well known in the industry. None of the assistants that worked for him had lasted over a week. The reason why Lei Ming, this manager, hadn't been switched out after so long was because, despite his burly appearance which made him look a little fierce, he had a very good character and was very patient, and so was able to work with Jiang Mai for this long. Ning Xi felt relieved knowing that Lin Jiji and Jiang Mai hadn't been involved in that way. Otherwise, if something went wrong in this love triangle, it would be very easy for things to become awkward between the three of them. At this time, Xiao Tao had someone bring over a super luxurious deck chair. Sister Xi used this. On set, only the male and female leads or the actors with a higher status could enjoy this privilege. Ning Xi used to sit on a little wooden stool in a corner or on a normal chair at the most. She never expected that she would one day actually experience this kind of treatment. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Tao. Ning, she said gratefully. Even though Xiao Tao had been feeling sorry for herself since Lung Manyun left the industry, and she was also not satisfied with her lot in life at the moment, she was still dedicated to her work. Want to run some lines? Ning Xi raised her script and asked, determined to carry out her lord manager's orders. Run lines my ass. I didn't sleep the whole night. I need a nap. Leave me alone. Jiang Mai covered his face with his script and promptly went to sleep. Ning Xi silently lit a candle for Lei Ming, and after that, rejoiced for Lin Jiji, who had already luckily escaped from this abyss of suffering. Chapter 256. I Am Your Man. Even when getting makeup done, Jiang Mai had his eyes closed, and he slept all the way to the start of filming. Director Guo was already calling for everyone to take their places, and he was still sleeping. Ning Xi couldn't take it anymore, and kicked his chair. Only then did Jiang Mai slowly wake up. Today, they would be shooting a fight scene from a battle. Meng Changa's elder brother had been killed by the incompetent emperor and the enabling Princess Xian. Little overlord Meng Changa grew up overnight, put on armor, and entered the battlefield, hence starting her long military career. The general's mansion had undergone a huge transformation, and Chang'an City no longer had a little overlord. After Meng Changa left, Sun Huanqing finally realized his feelings for her, and resolutely followed Meng Changa onto the battlefield, becoming a military doctor. Normally, a film was shot in order of which backlit the crew was currently on, not according to the development of the story itself. Therefore, they jumped a whole 7 years to today's scene, when Meng Changa had made a name for herself through her outstanding military achievements, even surpassing her father and elder brother's accomplishments. Incited by his treacherous ministers and Princess Xian, the emperor had started to fear Meng Changa. He had demanded that she relinquish control of the military, and in order to restrain her, had also arranged her marriage to the incompetent 12th prince. Naturally, Meng Changa would rather die first. And so, during a battle, she encountered the same fate that had befallen her elder brother. She wasn't defeated by the enemy, but set up by her own people. They lacked supplies, and no reinforcements arrived. After a while, they fell into despair. Finally, the ultimate battle for life was at hand. On set, all the staff members were in their places, and the reporters who had been previously invited had all arrived. No one was more nervous than director Guiqixing. If anything went wrong again this time, he would really bang his head to death. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Ning Xi, but earlier, just as they were about to start, he had seen Jiang Mai still sleeping. As if his condition wasn't very good. It was really stressing him out. AI. Okay. Ready, set. Action. After Guiqixing yelled action, Ning Xi, who at the last second had still been discussing with Xiao Tao what to eat for lunch, instantly transformed. Dead bodies littered the battlefield. Only half of her men were left. Meng Chang'e was covered in blood. Her eyes were scarlet and her face was murderous. She was a weapon on the move. Meet God, kill God. Meet Buddha, kill Buddha. The moment when her strength almost failed her, and she was attacked from behind. Suddenly, the thin figure of a man in blue rushed over as he shouted in warning. Chang'e, watch out. Only with the man's warning was Meng Chang'e able to avoid the sneak attack, but when she saw who it was, she was instantly furious. With one bloody hand, she grabbed the man by his collar. You're in the way. Who said you could be here? Leave. Sun Huanqing didn't move. I'm not leaving. If you die, I die. Meng Chang'e flung him back hard, her face full of ridicule and disdain. If I tell you to leave, you leave. A pretty boy without even the strength to truss up a chicken. What makes you think you are qualified to die with me? Sun Huanqing stood up from the mud and sand, and with a flash of a silver needle, he slit a man's throat open, blood splattering his fair skin. At this moment, he didn't have the compassionate eyes of a doctor, only a cold, killing intent. How about now? He asked, looking stubborn and determined. Meng Chang'e turned her head away, a struggle on her face. At that instant, countless, complicated emotions flashed across Ning Xi's face. At last, she sighed heavily. You, forget it. Do as you like, but don't expect me to protect you. Jiang Mai stretched out a hand to gently wipe away the blood on Ning Xi's face. His expression was tender and loving, and on a battlefield of smoke and blood, it was like a blossoming white lotus. Chang'e, I am your man. I should be the one protecting you. Chapter 257, Abnormal Skill. Cut. In one take. Everyone watching burst into applause. The reporters looked like they were about to clap their hands off. This scene was an action scene and also an emotional one, so it could be said to be very complex. Absolutely nobody expected it to be completed in one take, so everyone was very pleased and surprised. God, Jiang Mai was just so cool. I thought acting as a weak doctor this time would ruin his image. In the end, it was such a surprise. That's right. Jiang Mai's broken out of his stereotypical roles. I also feel that his acting this time has progressed a lot. I don't care about the male lead anymore. I only want to see more scenes of my doctor's son. Especially his last line just now, I am your man. Don't you think that was too moving? So deep with emotion. Me too, I feel the same. Before, when he said similar lines to other actresses in emotional scenes like this, I always felt something was missing. Now I finally understand. It's feeling. Jiang Mai this time was acting with feeling. Nearby, Guiqixing was so excited he was about to cry, and he hugged his assistant director. So touched. He never expected things to go this smoothly. The response from the reporters was also especially good. It was a brilliant start. In the lounge, pleased with himself, Jiang Mai humphed. See? I told you there wouldn't be a problem. All of you were worried for nothing. Ning Xi tooted disdainfully. That was because your partner was this big sister. If it was someone else, with your shitty condition today, you don't believe you wouldn't have Exiled at least 20 times. Stop flattering yourself. If it was someone else, NG 19 times at the most. Jiang Mai said carelessly. Of course he knew it was because his partner was Ning Xi, which was the only reason why he could act without worry. He wasn't stupid. Ning Xi's strongest ability wasn't just pressure acting. She was also able to instantly bring her partner into the story and getting them to pass in one take. TCH, Ning Xiaoxi, this skill of yours is really abnormal. You're the perverted one. As they were trading insults, Lei Ming and Lin Jiji walked in. Lei Ming was very excited, and he happily poured Jiang Mai a drink and gave him some snacks. Not bad. You did great today, Mai. Totally exceeded my expectations. You must keep this up. Seeing how Mai was being praised, Ning Xi wasn't happy, and she looked at Lin Jiji like a cheeky kid who wanted candy. Sister Jiji, what about me? Lin Xi wasn't as excited as Lei Ming, but was obviously very satisfied. Very nicely done, but don't get cocky. The next scene is the most important one for you. Understood. Ning Xi was already more than happy to get a very nicely done. Nearby, Jiang Mai gave Lin Xi a sideway glance before turning his head away to mutter. Who would have thought? After all these years, the tigress would turn gentle. You were never this gentle with me. At this time, Lin Xi finally looked at him and said emotionlessly, Put yourself in my shoes. If you were me, would you be able to be gentle with yourself? Jiang Mai choked. F*******. Had he really been that much of an asshole back then? Seemed like he had been pretty bad, and he was still an asshole now. After thinking about it carefully, if he was Lin Xi, he would really want to punch himself. At this moment, the reporters outside were all anxious to interview Ning Xi and Jiang Mai, but were stopped by the director, who told them that they would be given enough time to do interviews after shooting was done, so everyone quietened down after that. Chapter 258. How the Enchantress was Forged. After a break, shooting for the second scene began. Why was this scene the highlight? It was the most torturous scene and the climax in the whole movie, the important turning point for Meng Chang'e entering the palace for revenge. This was a crucial turning point, which directly set up Meng Chang'e's character as well as the audience's perception of her for the second half of the movie. Because of the huge disparity in strength between the two armies, Meng Chang'e had still lost this battle. She had watched with her own eyes her right-hand man, who had been through fire and water with her, go down under an enemy's horse. His neck broke. She had watched with her own eyes her beloved little brother beheaded by the enemy, his head raised on the tip of a sword as an insult. She had been separated from Sun Huanqing in the middle of the battle, and by the time she found him, she saw him pierced through by the enemy's arrows. She hadn't even been able to bid him goodbye. Huanqing, the last string in Meng Chang'e's heart, snapped completely. Broken, she dashed over, rolling and crawling. She slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the body full of arrows in her arms, before screaming in utter despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, creating two wet trails through the blood which covered her face. Everyone jolted with shock at Ning Xi's sudden outburst. They had all been brought into the story, their minds and hearts fully engaged. In the next second, Meng Chang'e picked up her sword and fought wildly with the rest of the enemy. Though the enemy outnumbered her, they were weak before her demonic fury, and she slaughtered almost 100 of them single-handedly. Ning Xi didn't use a stunt double and acted the fight scenes herself. Her emotions were on point and her movements beautiful, and she exuded an exquisitely tragic air. After the battle was over, she was the only living person left on the vast battlefield. The entire battlefield was covered with blood and layer on layer of dead bodies, and the enemy's broken flag fluttered in the wind. Tottering, Meng Chang'e clutched at her chest before falling to her knees. She gasped for breath, her spirit weary and her strength exhausted. After her extreme sorrow and rage were spent, she gently lifted her beloved's head so that it rested on her knees, and cleaned off the dirt on his face with an emotionless expression. This moment of silence was for post-editing to put together a series of images depicting memories of the two of them, but Ning Xi's expression was enough to touch the audience even without images of the memories. The silence also wasn't obtrusive, but made everyone follow the subtle changes in her expression as she recalled all the little details of her and Sun Huanqing together from the moment they met. Shortly after, the memories ended. Meng Chang'e's eyes were empty as she stared into the distance. That look crossed the battlefield, the snow mountains and grasslands, and over an endless desert, to a flourishing capital city. It flew over the palace walls into a palace hall full of artifice and treachery, and wandered into the golden palace of rotten pleasures, coming to rest at last on a corrupted emperor and his evil consort. As if a strong gust of wind rife with the smell of blood had blown by, she lifted her chin and closed her eyes. Gradually, the corners of her rosy, blood-red lips lifted unhurriedly, like peach blossoms flowering in winter. Mystical and extremely beautiful, a smile that could level cities. In the next second, that general who had protected families and guarded the country had already died. Born in her place was an enchantress who would destroy a nation and its people. Generations of the Meng family had been loyal to the country. Her father, her 3 elder brothers, her youngest little brother, the love of her life. They had all died on the battlefield, while the emperor that she had dedicated her service to, the people that she fought to protect, were forcing her step by step towards her death. This family, this country, this world, why did it deserve her protection? If that was the case, then let it all come to ruin. Chapter 259, Simply a Beast. All the deep and resounding grief, the pain and hatred that wouldn't fade. With just one sinister smile, Ning Xi was able to convey it all. This time, everyone was utterly silent. Until the end of the shoot, no one dared to make a sound, not even to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing that sad, beautiful soul. There were even a number of people whose eyes had turned red, and their tears fell without them realizing it. It wasn't until director Guo Qixing signaled that filming had ended and the site started to clear that everyone suddenly came back to their senses and recovered from the sorrow. Holy shit, I actually cried while watching the scene. Wah, so did I. My heart felt so heavy. My doctor's son actually died. Ning Xi's acting is just too awesome. I realize now that extras clip they released was just a drop in the bucket, and I finally understand why Guo Qixing stood his ground and insisted on using her. Why isn't Ning Xi the female lead? Compared with the endlessly virtuous and moral female lead, Shangguang Yingrong, Meng Chang'e, this character is much more profound. In the dressing room, the pain and murderous aura around Ning Xi hadn't faded after her makeup had been removed, to the extent that Xiao Tao, who brought her lunch, didn't dare approach her. At this moment, Jiang Mai pushed the door open and entered. Used to the situation, he said, "Leave the food here, and leave her alone. She'll be fine after a while." Oh, only then did Xiao Tao put down the boxed lunch and scurry off, still a little frightened. Ning Xi's appearance just now was really terrifying, as if she had been possessed. About 5 minutes later, Ning Xi got rid of her possessed state and quickly came back to her senses. She stretched, twisted her neck, and complained, I went too deep this time. I almost couldn't come back. Jiang Mai looked askance at her with a black face. Can't you be content? Other people who want to act at your level would need at least several months to come back. Some might even go crazy with it. But for you, you came back in less than an hour. What more do you want? You beast. Because he had been dead the whole time in the scene just now, he didn't know how Ning Xi had done. When he especially went to watch the playback, he had been completely stunned. He almost felt Ning Xi's love for him, as deep as the ocean and which would last forever. Where's my sister Gigi? I haven't asked Sister Gigi about her evaluation of me. Ning Xi panicked. As soon as she said it, Lin Gigi pushed the door open just then and came in. She was looking at her watch, and she said with a rushed expression, Ning Xi, I'm going back to the company in the afternoon. Will you be okay by yourself? So you're leaving? Ning Xi was a little disappointed. Because I'm already not needed here, Ling Gigi said with a rare smile. Hearing her words, Ning Xi was completely refreshed on the spot. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of her skills and the greatest trust Sister Gigi had in her. Then go ahead. I'll be fine myself. I'll be good. If there's anything, contact me anytime. Okay, I'll walk you out. After Ning Xi walked Ling Gigi out and returned with a spring in her step, Jiang Mai looked at her disdainfully. Look at your smarmy behavior. Ning Xi returned his disdainful look. You're just jealous that my relationship with Sister Gigi is so good. As a matter of fact, I need to thank you. It's because she had to endure scum like you that Sister Gigi cherishes me, this obedient baby, more. Jiang Mai sneered coldly, his expression saying that she was just too simple and naive. Go ahead and be pleased with yourself. You're going to have a difficult time in the future. Do you think that woman is easygoing? When the time comes and you're tormented until you start crying for your parents, don't say, I didn't warn you. Chapter 260, Ning Xi's Criteria for a Spouse. The completion of the 2 main scenes was meant to take the whole day today, but because they were completed in one take, they wrapped up within half a day. Therefore, there was more than enough time for interviews in the afternoon. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai had a good dynamic, and they basically answered all the questions they were asked. The reporters also gave them face and didn't bring up any sensitive topics. Seeing that the atmosphere was very good, and after interviewing them about the movie, the reporters began to tentatively ask some personal questions. Reporter, I have a question which seems to be asked every time. I can't avoid asking it, and I also want to ask once. What type of girl do you like? In reality, would you like a stronger and more active girl like Ming? Chang'e. Jiang Mai cupped his chin in one hand and thought for a bit. I used to like the type that are like cute little birds, but as I've gotten older, I feel that an active and strong girl like Meng Chang'e is very brave and also very real. After asking Jiang Mai, the reporter naturally turned to Ning Xi. Then Ning Xi, what kind of man do you like in reality? Or, what is your criteria for choosing a spouse? Mind telling us a little bit? Ning Xi's head hurt a bit, because such a conventional question was actually very difficult for her. She never wanted to get married, and had never thought about finding a spouse. How would she have criteria for that? But the instant the reporter had asked the question, the figure that had flashed through her mind for one quick second was Ning. She shook her head and concentrated on answering the reporter's question. My criteria for a spouse are that he should be the same age as me and share common interests and views. Luckily, she had prepared for this question, so she was able to reply appropriately. This answer was not perfunctory, and it was also very reasonable. They shouldn't be able to find any fault with it. But at this moment, a female reporter said excitedly, in that case, are my meets at least two of your criteria? The first, Mai and you are of a similar age, and the third, you are both actors, so you should share the same views. As for the second, although at present we don't know whether your interests are the same, since two of the three are already the same, the possibility that you share the same interests is very high. Ning Xi curled her lips and swatted the topic aside. Hee. Actually, there are many who meet this criteria. It is all up to fate. Beside her, Jiang Mai also cracked a joke to head the topic off, and deliberately said, don't listen to her explanation, it's just a cover-up. She is actually using me, her senior brother, as her standard for a spouse. Ning Xi played along and said, senior brother, do your fans know how narcissistic you are? 2 hours later, the interview was over. Although the two gripping scenes which the reporters had seen today couldn't be released since it contained plot spoilers, it was fine to release a few clips and extras. Also, the interview had gone very smoothly and had been rich in content. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai had a good dynamic in and outside of the movie. There was plenty to write about or broadcast, and all the reporters left feeling satisfied. After the reporters left, Ning Xi stretched. I'm so tired. Today's battle has been successfully won. I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. Jiang Mai glanced at her. Hotel? Why are you staying in a hotel? Ning Xi flipped through the thick script and sighed. It's not like you don't know how important my part is going to be later on, and I have quite a few night scenes. Running back and forth consumes too much energy, so I discussed it with sister Ziji. During this period, I'll be living with the production crew. Chapter 261. Countdown to the Big Demon King's outburst. In the evening at Platinum Palace No. 8, Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were the only two people at the large table. AI, little treasure is not around. Neither is sister-in-law, which leaves just you on your own. See how considerate I am, specially coming over to eat with you. Lu Jingli sighed, hating that the house was too cold, so he ran to turn on the TV. Of course, what he tuned into would be the entertainment gossip channel. It was currently airing news of the conference for Su Yimo's latest movie, The Sea of Stars. It was a grand occasion, with many stars present. Su Yimo was dressed in an ice blue, high-quality, custom-made evening dress by Couture. She gave off a magical air, like a goddess. She was worthy of the title of National Goddess. But Lu Jingli, as the boss of Glory World, looked at her with knitted brows. She has so many resources at her disposal, and so many scripts to choose from. In the end, why does she always choose this kind of thing? It's always a goddess. She's going to become a professional goddess soon. Can't she break out of her stereotype? By the way, there's quite a number of people in the company who think that you and Su Yimo are involved that way. Sister-in-law probably would have heard it too. Have you explained it to her yet? Don't create any dramatic misunderstandings. Lu Tingxiao looked calm. Yes. What, so efficient? Lu Jingli was trying to guess if it had been during that conversation which they had on the phone yesterday, when the image on the TV screen suddenly changed, and Ning Xi's face appeared. Wow. It's sister-in-law. Look. Lu Jingli immediately focused his attention on the TV. Tingxiao put down his chopsticks and turned towards the TV screen, his expression attentive and serious. This morning, our frontline entertainment reporters visited the production set of The World, which everyone has been talking about recently, and were able to catch a wonderful extra. After the host finished her introduction, the image switched to the large screen behind her. Ning Xi was dressed in bloody armor and held a long spear in one hand. She stared angrily at Jiang Mai, who was dressed in blue. "Don't expect me to protect you." Jiang Mai smiled softly and reached out to wipe the blood from Ning Xi's face. His eyes were full of deep emotion and love. "Chang'e, I am your man. I should be the one protecting you." "Who?" Cough, 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 cough. Who would have thought that they would show such an explosive scene at the start? Lu Jingli hurriedly comforted his brother. "Brother, it's just acting. It isn't real. It isn't real." But it wasn't over. The scene quickly switched to another one where Ning Xi held Jiang Mai's body, pierced by arrows. The despair in her eyes at losing her beloved made people feel as if they were experiencing it themselves. Lu Jingli glanced covertly at his brother's dark, restrained face and emphasized with a hollow smile. Sister-in-law's acting is amazing. Her acting is amazing." But in the end, this TV seemed to hate him. As soon as he said that, it began to play a clip of the reporters interviewing Ning Xi. Then Ning Xi, "What kind of man do you like in reality? Or, what is your criteria for choosing a spouse? Mind telling us a little bit?" "My criteria for a spouse are that he should be the same age as me and share common interests and views." Lu Jingli began to count on his fingers silently. Similar age. His brother was 8 years older than Ning Xi, and it was nearly a 3-generation gap. No matter how he looked at it, their ages couldn't be considered similar. Common interests. There was an even bigger gap there. Common values. Before, the main reason Ning Xi had refused his brother was that people with different values cannot be together. On the other hand, Jiang Mai fulfilled all 3 criteria which Ning Xi had for a spouse. Chapter 262. Do I harvest this carrot or not? At this very moment, what was running through Lu Tingxiao's mind was radish. He recalled Ning Xi's reminder to him the other day. Carrots and greens are preferred. Those who like carrots, as perfect as greens may be, they would still not take a fancy to greens. At that point in time, he was confident that Ning Xi reciprocated his feelings. She was most likely just making up excuses, which was why he didn't pay much thought to her words. But now, he had no choice but to acknowledge this problem. Maybe he really was just considered to be greens and was not her carrot. Lu Jingli observed his brother's cold stare at the plate of carrots in front of him, and a shiver went down his spine. "Bro, are you okay? Why is he staring at a plate of carrots with such a murderous vibe?" With a poker face, Lu Tingxiao pressed the bell to call for the butler, telling him to get rid of the carrots and to never serve such a vegetable on the dining table ever again. Lu Jingli was baffled. Even if he was a genius beyond comparison, he would still never be able to understand the thoughts of a man in love. In the meantime, the man from Video City came to the hotel. Ning Xi had put on a face mask and was ready to hit the sack when her doorbell rang. Taking a peek at who was outside, Ning Xi exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Mai, why are you here? I'm following a team too. I will be living on the floor above yours." Ning Xi was speechless. "I'm only following a team because I have too many scenes. What are you joining in the fun for?" "I'm trying to save time so I can play more video games, can I not?" said Jiang Mai quite matter-of-factly. "Fine. You win." Ning Xi showed a big thumbs up, then asked, "So, why are you here and not playing your video games?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mai was unhappy. "Play my ass. The internet speed is so freaking slow that I lost 5 games in a row. I even lost levels. Quick, accompany me to the cyber cafe to play. Quick," Ning Xi said exasperatedly. "I'm not going to play with you. I was about to sleep. It's only slightly after 9 p.m. Why are you sleeping? Are you coming with me or not? Remember when you'd call me at 3 a.m. for someone to faithfully accompany you? Do you remember who that someone was? It's only 9 p.m. now, and I can't make you come with me anymore." Jiang Mai smirked, judging his friend. Alas, the days of messing around had to be returned in favor someday. Ning Xi had no choice but to give in. "Okay, fine, I'll go, okay? Let me change my clothes first." 10 minutes later, both of them were changed into nondescript clothes. before entering a cyber cafe with masks on. Because this was Movie City, cyber cafes often had celebrities visiting, so the owner didn't find it weird to see two people with masks on at night. They were even let in without having their identification cards checked in detail. There were no more private rooms, so they had to find separate rooms to make do. It had been so long since she logged in to play video games that Ning Xi had forgotten her password. Blondie, what's my password again? Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at her and started typing away a series of possible passwords. Thanks, Ning Xi said as she clicked the Enter button to log in. Once logged in, a bunch of system messages popped up nonstop. Ning Xi lighted up at the sight of all the pop-up windows. Whoa, RKY, why did you send me so much skin? It's even limited edition. Jiang Mai was shocked when he heard this. Dude, I can't believe you haven't seen the birthday present I got for you. How many days has it been? Haven't you been logging in before this? No wonder you could forget your own password. Ning Xi knew it was her fault. She guiltily scratched her head and said, I'm pretty busy, okay. Jiang Mai pokered his face and replied, That's just an excuse, you just don't care. Chapter 263. There are people who ship us together. Sorry, okay? It's not like you don't know how forgetful a person I am. Thanks for your present, I love it so much. I'll accompany you all of tonight, okay? Accompany me all night, You're the one that said so. Yes, I'm the one that said so. I'll help you regain all your levels and powers. Let's go. Ning Xi kept her promise as a faithful friend and played games all night with Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai finally got to play to his heart's content since returning to the country, even winning 10 games in a row. Finally, he could enjoy his long-awaited win. It had been a while since Ning Xi relaxed, and she too enjoyed herself playing the games. She yawned and said, It's a good thing the both of us don't have many scenes in the morning, so we can catch up on some sleep. Little did they know that as they were snoring away in their rooms, it was chaos outside. At last, both were woken up by their managers before they were called to Lei Ming's house. Isn't there still an hour before work? Why did you disrupt my sleep so early in the morning? Jiang Mai grumbled sleepily with a visible bedhead. Ning Xi wasn't doing all that great herself either, almost falling asleep as soon as she sat down on a chair. Ling Xi walked around the house several times in a circle with her arms crossed before she turned to the both of them and asked with a stern tone, What did the both of you do last night? We didn't do anything. The both of them picked up on the tone and knew that something was amiss, which was why they shook their heads and defended themselves in unison. Lei Ming seemed to have expected their response and sighed helplessly before showing them the screen of her phone. Then tell me what this is. Explain yourselves. Ning Xi rubbed her eyes and, isn't this from last night? Wasn't this a picture from last night of her and Jiang Mai playing games together? Jiang Mai immediately came to his senses. Please. This is only a silhouette of our backs, right? How did they even recognize me under all that disguise? Then, Lei Ming flipped to the next picture. This time, it was not just their backs but a clear picture that was taken from the front. Even though Ning Xi still had her mask on, Jiang Mai did not, clearly exposing his entire face. Jiang Mai scratched his head a little and said, I was just a little too excited in the moment, so I took my mask off, but it wasn't even 10 seconds. How did they get this photo taken? Ning Xi blinked at the picture and said, Well, at least I didn't reveal any flaws, right? Ling Xi pointed at her earlobe. Your mole. The person in the picture already looks like you. Plus, this mole was so recognizable, it's not hard for people to connect it to you. Who's this? Such an eagle eye. Without Lu Tingxiao's reminder, Ning Xi had really forgotten this little detail. Jiang Mai's face darkened. But when we went, we specifically used the identification of crew members, not our own. Who's the one that's so pathetic as to take these pictures and post it online? They could even notice Ning Xi's small mole. Lei Ming casually speculated, Probably one of your fans. In fact, it's a fan who ships the both of you. Ning Xi widened her eyes at hearing that. A fan who ships us? We still have such fans. At this point, Ling Xi's expression was unusually serious. Ning Xi, I think you should remember that since your first day of work with us, we have discussed that you are not allowed to be in a relationship at all in your current circumstance. She was too careless this time. She really should have noticed earlier. The way Ning Xi and Jiang Mai interact with one another, including the chemistry between them when they are acting and facing reporters, as well playing video games together all night. It was obvious that they had known each other from long before. Especially the way Jiang Mai looks at Ning Xi, it was quite unusual. Chapter 264, An Ominous Premonition. No, definitely not. Gigi, you've misunderstood us. We're not dating. Ning Xi furiously denied and turned to Jiang Mai for support. That bastard, couldn't he explain our relationship to Ling Gigi? Jiang Mai did not say anything and just shot her a nonchalant look. Ling Gigi was Ning Xi's manager. The decision to tell her or not to tell her would lie in Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi deliberated for a while, then decided that there was no other choice but to tell the truth. Gigi, it's like this. Senior Jiang and I have known each other since we went to school abroad, and at that point in time, we did date for a while. But it was only for a few days before we broke up, and now we're purely best friends. I know I should have told you such an important thing much earlier, but I thought that you were Jiang Mai's ex-girlfriend, and so I didn't want to say anything to make things any more awkward. Ling Gigi was exclaimed in shock. Who told you I was his ex-girlfriend? As soon as she finished her sentence, she glared at Jiang Mai. He defensively said, Why are you looking at me? I said no such thing. She made those assumptions herself. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Only because you were behaving so oddly. Can you blame me for overthinking? It looked like the two of them were about to launch into an argument when Ling Gigi massaged her temples and sighed. Ning Xi, Jiang Mai and I are purely just former manager and artiste. You need not worry. Immediately, a cold expression flashed across Jiang Mai's features. I know that now. Since Ling Gigi said it herself, Ning Xi naturally believed her. Well then, let's discuss a solution to this issue now. Having cleared up the misunderstanding, Ling Gigi began to address the serious problem at hand. Previously, Jiang Mai's fans didn't quite like you, and that was due to some malicious intentions. Now that their attitudes have changed 180 degrees, there are now a lot of fans that ship the both of you. Therefore, Ming and I have discussed that when the both of you respond to the reporters and the public about this, you can be ambiguous with your responses without denying completely. Just explain that the both of you work in the same company, have complementing personalities, admire one another, and are currently very good friends. Leave them some ambiguity for their imaginations to run wild. Ning Xi nodded obediently, saying, Oh, okay, I'll do whatever you say. Jiang Mai, with a hand supporting his chin, lazily replied, No comments. Now can I go back to sleep? Ning Xi immediately slapped him and said, Sleep, your head. Quickly wake up. We're starting work soon. Jiang Mai frustratedly scratched his head and asked, Which scene are we filming this afternoon? Ning Xi stared at him unhappily and replied, The kissing scene. Don't you dare tell me that you haven't even looked at the script once since it was changed. If I was Ming, I would have punched you 800 times a day. Since Ling Gigi now knew about their relationship anyway, Ning Xi could finally stop pretending to be polite to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai heard this and scoffed. PFT. The higher-ups are planning to make it a summer release. There will be many underage audiences, so the scriptwriter has already removed all the kissing and erotic scenes. What kiss scenes are you talking about? Most of it has been removed, but wasn't there still a little left? One scene of our first kiss, one sex scene within the military camp. The kiss scene is the one we did right before the hailstorm started, and we had to stop. The director said that shots from the front could be used. We just need to supplement it with one more shot of a quick kiss. Oh, okay, Jiang Mai muttered. For some reason, the tip of his eyebrows started pulsating in a way that signified an ominous premonition. Chapter 265, The Devil's Arrival. The Lu Group, CEO's office. Lu Tingxiao made a quick call for Lu Jingli to come over. Lu Jingli immediately made his way to his desk. Brother, you called for me? Have you prepared the materials for the meeting? It's done, here you go. Inform every department that we'll have a meeting in half an hour. Oh, okay. Lu Jingli did not immediately leave, but seemed worried and absent-minded. Lu Tingxiao lifted his head up and gave him a questioning look. What is it? Lu Jingli was frightened and replied, Nothing. Really. It's nothing. Lu Tingxiao put down his pen and stared at him with eyes that seemed like he could see through people. As if he was being examined on the military field, Lu Jingli stood rigidly straight and tried hard to remain calm when his guilt was terribly obvious. 5 seconds later, Lu Tingxiao finally looked away. As Lu Jingli was about to release a sigh of relief, He saw his brother quickly type something on the keyboard and then clicked enter. He saw clearly what Lu Tingxiao had typed. Ning Xi. Oh no. His brother was searching it by himself. My dear brother, why do you have to be so smart? After Lu Tingxiao searched through the results, the latest and hottest news about Ning Xi immediately popped up. Jiang Mai and Ning Xi played video games all night, interacted intimately. Suspicions of feelings blooming. Similar in age, interests, and are like-minded. Jiang Ning are a great match. Both parties claim that they are just good friends. Fans excited for them to get together. Jiang Ning are said to be couple of the year. Obviously by now, Lu Tingxiao had seen too much of everything, even more than he should have. Lu Jingli shut his eyes tightly, afraid to see his brother's expression. Lu Tingxiao shut down his laptop, pulled his chair out, and put on his coat as. He instructed, Jingli, get the car ready. What about the meeting? Postpone it to tomorrow. Where are you going now then? Lu Jingli swallowed nervously, following closely behind. I'm going to inspect. Inspect? Can it be? At this very moment, at Movie City in Beijing suburbs. Due to the fact that shooting the first kiss scene at the Lantern Festival required a huge amount of money and manpower, they strived for perfection. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai put on such a stellar performance that the director only needed to shoot some supplementary outtakes for the second half of the scene, saving time and money. To ensure that the actors performed better, he even asked for all crew members who were not required to leave the set. When everything was finally ready, just as Guo Qixing was about to shout, "Action!" the producer Wang Taihe suddenly stormed in. He pulled Guo and the assistant director aside and told him some urgent news. Guo Qixing expressed his shock about the news. Glory Word Corporation's boss is coming to personally inspect? Why all of a sudden? But no worries. Mai and Ning Xi's acting skills are flawless. Let him come if he wants to. Wang Taihe exclaimed in response. My dear director, if it's only the senior vice president, why would I be so nervous? It's the big boss himself, the CEO of the Lu Group. Guo Qixing was stunned. Who? You can't mean Lu Tingxiao, right? That's exactly who's coming. Guo, hurry and come along with me to welcome him. Zhang Rui, you go quickly and tell the crew members and both the actors about this. Right away. They were already ready to shoot, and yet there seemed to be a delay, and even Guo Qixing and Wang Taihe were suddenly nowhere in sight. Seeing Zhang Rui run towards them, Ning Xi immediately asked, What's wrong? Chapter 266. What? It's a kissing scene. Who's here? Jiang Mai couldn't help but ask, his brows furrowing intensely. Zhang Rui rushed to explain to them. Later, Lu Group CEO Lu Tingxiao is coming over to observe the shoot. The director has gone to meet him. I don't think I need to further explain how important this shoot is, do I? Make sure that the both of you put on your best performance, okay? Ning Xi gasped, stunned. Lu Tingxiao? Assistant director, are you sure you're not mistaken? You mean Lu Jingli, right? No, I'm not mistaken. Lu Jingli is here too. Quickly go get ready. Zhang Rui hurriedly rushed off to alert the other crew members. Ning Xi turned to Jiang Mai and said, Blondie, did I just hear him wrongly? Did assistant director just say that Lu Tingxiao is coming over? No, you heard him perfectly. Just as I did, Jiang Mai said, as he started to look uneasy. Damn it. No wonder he kept having ominous premonitions. This was what was waiting for him. Zhang Rui swiftly cleared the set and dismissed all the crew members before preparing chairs, drinks, and an umbrella. They soon arrived. Leading the entourage was the charismatic Lu Tingxiao in a suit, followed closely by Lu Jingli, who was looking around. They were surrounded by the core members of the directing team, with Wang Taihe explaining profusely about the production team's progress. Guo Qixing enthusiastically led them to the best viewing spot. Mr. Lu, Senior Vice President, please have a seat. You've come on the right day. Today's shoot is an exciting one. Really? What is today's shoot all about? Lu Jingli popped a grape into his mouth, asking interestedly. Guo Qixing started explaining what had gone on. And then, after the script was changed, now we are only left with this kissing scene that we are striving to achieve the best effect. Lu Jingli started wiping the sweat of his face. What? A kissing scene? We made it in time for the kissing scene. In fact, it's probably the scene with the man-made rain. What luck is this? Lu Tingxiao seemed expressionless throughout it all, yet as he sat there, he had an air of arrogance. heeding no attention to anyone else. Guo Qixing felt a little awkward. Thankfully, he had already heard about this CEO's temperament previously and was not moved by his apprehension. He continued, Ning Xi and Mai's acting skills are excellent, with such great chemistry. Their scenes are almost always a one-take wonder. Guo Qixing thought to himself, there's no harm in complimenting their own company's artistes, is there? Tingxiao casually took the cup of tea that Lu Jingli was serving him and said with a cold, distant tone, is that so? Indeed. I'm not sure if you saw the behind-the-scenes footage online, but even the two difficult scenes we shot yesterday were a one-take. Guo Qixing continued as he felt a shiver run down his spine. Lu Jingli cleared his throat at this moment, in an attempt to interrupt. That's enough. Let's start. Okay, let's start now, said Guo Qixing, relieved. Lights, props, cameras, everyone, please get ready. Actors, please be in position. The crew nervously prepared themselves, worried that anything might go wrong. After all, the big boss was here to inspect. Tingxiao was a busy man. He did not have time to bother about the trivial matters of his smaller companies, much less personally observe what they were up to. This visit was something that he had never done before, and it was definitely an occasion to brag about. Chapter 267, A Tensed Atmosphere. When the set was ready, the two lead actors made their way out from the resting area. The moment Ning Xi appeared in a red and black outfit, Guo Qixing was not sure if he imagined it, but it seemed as if Tingxiao's arrogant and distant demeanor warmed up a little. Ning Xi looked towards Lu Jingli and Tingxiao from afar. Lu Jingli immediately gave her a sneaky wink and pointed at his camera, indicating that his brother had found out about everything. Ning Xi slowly shifted her sight to look at Tingxiao, who was looking at her in an aggressive, possessive manner, like a predator that was hungry for its prey. The clapperboard sounded and Ning Xi gathered her senses again, immediately sinking into her role for the scene. Meng Chang'e furiously ran away after fighting with Sun Huanqing. As the night fell and the sky darkened, Sun Huanqing who started to worry about her whereabouts. Actually, Meng Chang'e had already found Sun Huanqing much earlier. She just did not want to appear, instead mischievously following closely behind him. Observing his grave concern for her, her usually tough demeanor softened. Ning Xi accurately portrayed the feelings of a girl who was in love, yet abashed to admit so. Finally, Meng Chang'e couldn't resist letting her husband's son worry any longer. Just as Sun Huanqing was about to break down, she tapped his shoulder from behind, wearing a mask that she had bought from the market. With a delighted tone, she said, My dear husband, were you looking for me? Jiang Mai was first stunned, then revealed a face shining with joy, before pulling her into his arms. Chang'e. Lu Jingli's first reaction was to stop watching the scene, but to look at his brother's reaction. He was shocked and quickly nudged his brother's fingers, saying, Bro, not so hard. This cup is made of glass and not of steel. Remember, this is only acting. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud crack. The teacup was broken. Lu Jingli looked up and only saw Ning Xi, slowly removing the mask from her face, revealing eyes that were filled with love, looking at Jiang Mai. Then, she leaned forward, slowly approaching his lips. Oh no! This time there was no preparation at all. Lu Jingli did not dare look and had to cover his eyes, yet he could not help but peek through the slits between his fingers. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Wait, what's happening? 5 seconds later, Ning Xi, who had yet to plant the kiss, suddenly buried her face in her hands and apologized. Sorry, I wasn't ready. Let's do it again. Ning Xi actually had a bad take. All the crew members, including both directors and producers, were shocked. However, they could understand the reason for the mistake. Having the CEO, there was a huge distraction. They were only on the sidelines, but already felt the tremendous pressure. What more, Ning Xi? No worries, let's get ready and do it again, consoled Guo Qixing. Xiao Tao quickly passed a bottle of mineral water to Ning Xi. Sister Xi, you can do it. Ning Xi finished the entire bottle at one go. Jiang Mai, who was on the side, shot her a look. Who knew you'd have stage fright too? With a pale face, Ning Xi replied, You better make less sarcastic remarks. You know how scary your uncle is. Imagine if you were the one being stared at. We'll see if you can still perform normally. Chapter 268. So, are you kissing me or not? Without any further delay, the second take began. Meng Chang'e tapped his shoulder from the back, saying, "My dear husband, were you looking for me?" Sun Huanqing turned around to hug her. "Chang'e, Guqixing, cut. Ning Xi, watch your expression. Why are you suddenly losing focus?" Ning Xi bowed her head in shame and said, "Sorry." The third take began. Meng Chang'e, "My dear husband, were you looking for me?" Sun Huanqing, "Chang'e." Guqixing blurted out, "Cut. Ning Xi, you took too long staring at him. The most you should take is 3 seconds before you plant the kiss, okay?" Ning Xi mumbled, "Okay." The fourth take. Guqixing exclaimed, "Ning Xi, you are being too stiff and inexpressive. What are you looking at?" And then there was a fifth time, and a sixth. In the end, Ning Xi had 6 bad takes in a row. Even Jiang Mai was about to break down, and he started exclaiming in the restroom, "Dude, I'm about to get a heart attack. Are you going to kiss me or not? Can't you hurry up?" Ning Xi pulled her hair in frustration. I'm the one who's about to get a heart attack, okay? Can't you get your uncle to leave? His staring at me is like an X-ray screening. Who would be able to kiss like this?" Jiang Mai scoffed. "He came for you. What can I do to make him leave?" Ning Xi pulled off her wig in exasperation. "Dang it. I really can't stand it." "Hey, please watch your reputation," Jiang Mai cautioned. Ning Xi was about to lose her temper due to the intense pressure. He had never seen her been this irritated. From a different perspective, it could also be said that Lu Tingxiao's influence on her was pretty significant, more significant than he had thought. At least previously, no one else affected her acting performance. A profusely sweating Guqixing entered the restroom to give Ning Xi some advice. "Ning Xi, what's wrong with you today? Is Lu Tingxiao's presence making you nervous? Just take it easy. Now is not the time to panic." Ning Xi looked down apologetically and said, "I'm sorry for troubling you, director." "Sigh, it's fine. Which actors don't have bad takes? Who knew that the big boss would have come today? Everyone was taken unaware. It's not just you. Everyone else on set is equally nervous. Do you want to call your manager over?" Guqixing suggested. Ning Xi shook her head. "No need for that. Let's not trouble Gigi. I can do this. Please get ready for the next take." "You sure?" "I'm sure." 3 minutes later, the 7th take began. Ning Xi walked to the camera with her teeth clenched and narrowed her stare at Lu Tingxiao. He was playing around with the tea leaves using the cover of the cup, with a smug expression on his face. The bastard, he was definitely doing this on purpose. His negative presence was clearly trying to make her distracted and underperform. "Chang'e," Jiang Mai hugged Ning Xi. Actually, wasn't he just as pressured? Every time he hugged Ning Xi, he felt like he was being stabbed at with a million arrows from the back. Ning Xi took down the mask off her face and looked at him longingly for 3 seconds, before slowing leaning towards him. Up to this point, everything was going smoothly. However, as she was about to touch his lips, the hostile stare of the person behind her forced her to lose focus, and she just couldn't plant that kiss, no matter what. Dang it. In a flash of an eye, Ning Xi unexpectedly put the mask back on. In the next second, using the mask as a second identity, she planted a kiss on Jiang Mai's lips. Chapter 269. The Ice-Cold Devil Who Left Angrily. Under the bridge, with lanterns that lit up the surroundings, the wind blew steadily as a young girl kissed a stunned young boy, separated by a mask. This scene was unexpectedly more beautiful and moving than a direct kiss. Cut. Good. Guqixing came to his senses and called the scene to a stop. "Not bad. Ning Xi, the way you dealt with this by hiding half of your face actually resulted in a better effect." Guqixing complimented, while the other crew members also nodded their heads in agreement. "Director, as long as you're satisfied, all's good," said Ning Xi, forcing herself to smile. "Dang you. I was just acting out a romantic kiss scene, not a crime scene, yet I had to act till I was physically and mentally exhausted." Her eyes then involuntarily shifted to a certain direction. Opposite her, the producer was saying something to Lu Tingxiao while he sat there. Quietly, like a dull oil painting that had been sitting in a dark corner of an old castle for many years, cold and lonely. Somewhere within his eyes, there was a heart-wrenching sort of loneliness. Ning Xi was taken aback by that sight, hurriedly turning around to leave. "Sister Xi, where are you going?" "The toilet." Ning Xi quickly sent a text message to Lu Jingli as she walked down the corridor. "Senior Vice President, what is your brother trying to do?" Lu Jingli replied her swiftly. How would I know? He was already acting weird yesterday when he saw the TV play your interview and behind-the-scenes footages. Then, this morning he saw the tabloid news about the both of you playing video games all night. So he immediately postponed a meeting and came here to inspect. Did he let you know what he's thinking about doing? Or if he has any plans? Ning Xi quickly asked, since she knew that the best strategy to win was to know her enemy. It's not like you don't know how my brother is like. He would never tell me this kind of things. Then was there anything that was odd about him? Try to recall anything. Odd. Yes, I think there was one incident. Yesterday, after he finished watching TV, he suddenly glared at a plate of carrots coldly, and then told the butler to never serve this dish. Isn't that weird? As smart as I am, I can't seem to understand what this odd behavior means. Ning Xi's head immediately flashed across the words, harvest the carrot. It looks like Tingxiao had entirely misunderstood her and Jiang Mai. Ning Xi thought for a while and typed again, how's your brother now? He should be okay, right? She had already used up all her brain juices to come with the idea of kissing through a mask. No way. The moment you kissed him, the air turned so chilly that I felt like I was 10 million meters underground in some 1,000-year-old ice cave. Oh, right, little Shi, where are you? Be careful. My brother's currently not in sight, and I don't know where he went. My guess is that he's probably gone to look for you. Be careful, okay? As soon as Ning Xi finished reading that last sentence from Lu Jingli, a silhouette fell from behind her, and someone was forcefully pulling her away. She felt a hand grabbing her waist, and when the world seemed to be spinning around her, she was pushed into the toilet, and she heard the sound of a door closing. Then, she felt her back pressed up roughly against the door, and before she could call out in pain, her voice was muffled by a hot, crazy, and hungry mouth. At that moment, because Ning Xi could barely breathe, the only thought that crossed her mind was, dang you, Lu Jingli. You did this on purpose, didn't you? She refused to say out loud. You could have warned me earlier. Chapter 270, An Irrational Kiss. All along, she had always thought of Tingxiao as a serious and restrained gentleman. Yet this kiss was urgent, almost savage and primitive. The grip on her waist was like iron, and her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of her own blood as her lips were being bitten. Her tongue was also getting pulled to the point of numbness, and she felt as if she was getting devoured. Lu. Whenever she attempted to fight back, he held her down even tighter and was more ruthless. She winced at the shooting pain in her neck and looked at the man in front of her who had lost his control. He was such a stranger to her that she was worried. Ning Xi discreetly took off the wooden hairpin from her head and quickly pointed the sharp end at his neck when he had his guard down, warning him. Tingxiao, you'd better calm down, or else. Tingxiao's kisses stopped at her collarbone, but only for a moment. He seemed as if he was deciding where to continue, before he found his way to her lips again, with no sign of stopping. Ning Xi felt helpless. This guy, can he read minds? He knew that she would not hurt a single hair on him. He knew that she would not be able to bring herself to do it. Her mind flashed across to a story she once read, about a girl's beloved who was cursed to become a monster, yet the girl could not bear to leave him. She even let him have her flesh and blood so that he would not hurt the local villagers and get killed in the process. When she had finished reading the story, she thought the girl was a total idiot. But now, she had become that idiot. Tingxiao's kisses lingered repeatedly at her sensitive earlobe, when Ning Xi finally had the chance to quickly say, Tingxiao, did you forget what you promised me? Or are you breaking your promise? When he heard her voice, some rationality passed through his eyes, and he paused before replying mellowly. Inspection. Ning Xi almost laughed at this. Inspection? Who inspects like you? With you sitting there, who wouldn't be distracted from their acting? Professionalism, he replied monotonously. Are you trying to say that I'm not professional? You fine. I really haven't been very professional today, but there will be no next time. Also, if you're just here to inspect, then what are you doing right now? Ning Xi questioned. Tingxiao wrapped her tightly in his arms, as if hugging his favorite toy that he had just snatched back from other kids, and did not say a word more. At this point, Ning Xi was a mess. All the negative thoughts she had tried so hard to suppress surfaced, forcing her to face the music and make a decision. Moments passed, and as Ning Xi was about to go limp in his warm, intoxicating embrace, she came back to her senses. She took a deep sigh before saying, Tingxiao, you gave me 7 days. Well, you don't have to wait for 7 days. I can just answer you now. I don't want to hear it, said Tingxiao, whose expression tightened, and he immediately went in for a kiss again, in an attempt to stop her from saying more. Ning Xi had a look of despair as she dodged him. Tingxiao, listen to me. As if afraid she would hesitate, Ning Xi squeezed her eyes tightly before looking at him and said, Chapter 270, An Irrational Kiss. All along, she had always thought of Tingxiao as a serious and restrained gentleman. Yet this kiss was urgent, almost savage and primitive. The grip on her waist was like iron, and her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of her own blood as her lips were being bitten. Her tongue was also getting pulled to the point of numbness, and she felt as if she was getting devoured. Lu. Whenever she attempted to fight back, he held her down even tighter and was more ruthless. She winced at the shooting pain in her neck and looked at the man in front of her who had lost his control. He was such a stranger to her that she was worried. Ning Xi discreetly took off the wooden hairpin from her head and quickly pointed the sharp end at his neck when he had his guard down, warning him. Tingxiao, you'd better calm down, or else. Tingxiao's kisses stopped at her collarbone, but only for a moment. He seemed as if he was deciding where to continue, before he found his way to her lips again, with no sign of stopping. Ning Xi felt helpless. This guy, can he read minds? He knew that she would not hurt a single hair on him. He knew that she would not be able to bring herself to do it. Her mind flashed across to a story she once read, about a girl's beloved who was cursed to become a monster, yet the girl could not bear to leave him. She even let him have her flesh and blood so that he would not hurt the local villagers and get killed in the process. When she had finished reading the story, she thought the girl was a total idiot. But now, she had become that idiot. Tingxiao's kisses lingered repeatedly at her sensitive earlobe. When Ning Xi finally had the chance to quickly say, Tingxiao, did you forget what you promised me? Or are you breaking your promise? When he heard her voice, some rationality passed through his eyes, and he paused before replying mellowly, Inspection. Ning Xi almost laughed at this. Inspection? Who inspects like you? With you sitting there, who wouldn't be distracted from their acting? Professionalism, he replied monotonously. Are you trying to say that I'm not professional? You fine. I really haven't been very professional today, but there will be no next time. Also, if you're just here to inspect, then what are you doing right now? Ning Xi questioned. Tingxiao wrapped her tightly in his arms, as if hugging his favorite toy that he had just snatched back from other kids, and did not say a word more. At this point, Ning Xi was a mess. All the negative thoughts she had tried so hard to suppress surfaced, forcing her to face the music and make a decision. Moments passed, and as Ning Xi was about to go limp in his warm, intoxicating embrace, she came back to her senses. She took a deep sigh before saying, Tingxiao, you gave me 7 days. Well, you don't have to wait for 7 days. I can just answer you now. I don't want to hear it, said Tingxiao, whose expression tightened, and he immediately went in for a kiss again, in an attempt to stop her from saying more. Ning Xi had a look of despair as she dodged him. Tingxiao, listen to me. As if afraid she would hesitate, Ning Xi squeezed her eyes tightly before looking at him and said, Chapter 271, No one can replace the person I like. Tingxiao, I've already told you from the start, there is already someone that I like, very, very much. Even though there are reasons that I can't be with him, he will live in my heart forever, filling it to the brim, so much so that no one else can replace him. There just isn't any more space for anyone else. Even if that person was more wonderful and even more perfect, it would still be a no. Do you understand? Ning Xi blurted out before she could stop herself. With Ning Xi's every word, Tingxiao felt his entire body stiffen, his face aloof. His fingers touched her chin as he denied. Lying. Ning Xi, you're lying. Ning Xi raised up 2 fingers and stared at him with determined eyes. Then I'll swear that if I was lying, I would never be famous in this lifetime. I would get hit by lightning and thunder. I would get hit by a car. Stop it. Tingxiao could not stand this any longer and burst out of the room. Listening to the sound of his footsteps leaving, Ning Xi felt herself somewhat relieved. You did the right thing. Ning Xi, you did the right thing. You should have done this from the start. You were just greedy for too long. You just did not cut it off earlier. When Ning Xi slowly walked out, She was surprised to find someone leaning quietly against the wall with a cigarette that was practically burnt out in his hand, indicating just about how long he might have been standing there. Jiang Mai, Ning Xi trailed off in shock. Jiang Mai breathed out a long ring of smoke, looked down and laughed to himself. The one you said whom you like very, very, very much so that no matter how amazing others may be, they could not replace this person. But talking about Lu Tingxiao, aren't you? Huh. It's seldom that Lu Tingxiao, who's usually quite smart, could be fooled by this. Ning Xi remained silent. Jiang Mai turned his head to look at Ning Xi and quietly said, "It was you who rejected him, yet it seems like you're worse off than he is." It had been a long time since he had seen her like this. She seemed like she was at someone's death anniversary, engulfed in a dark aura with no sign of light or energy. Jiang Mai suddenly did not know what to say, and frustratedly lit another cigarette. After hearing Ning Xi reject Lu Tingxiao, not only did he not feel happy at all, instead he felt slightly sorry for them. He knew Ning Xi was officially head over heels for Lu Tingxiao. But if even Lu Tingxiao could not succeed, what more him? Someone who did not even have the guts to admit, "I like you." Jiang Mai sighed, and finally said the words he had been in a dilemma whether to express or not. "Ning Xi, you don't have to be this way. If you really like him, then just get together with him." As soon as he said that, he actually felt a slight sense of relief. Ning Xi bitterly smiled back and said, "Jiang Mai, weren't you the one who was against this?" Jiang Mai raised his brows and replied in a casual manner, "I was against this only because I didn't want you to be my aunt. But you are my good friend after all. I hope that you can be happy." He earnestly looked at her. "Ning Xi, before this I didn't believe that Lu Tingxiao would be sincere. But now, if he really did like you, he wouldn't care about your status and your job. He also even has the power to protect you from further harm." Ning Xi's face darkened as she pleaded, "Jiang Mai, just stop. If the underlying issue was just because of her status, that would be but a minor bump in the road. No matter her status, her class, or her job, as long as she lived, she could change her circumstances. But how would one change the past? How could she change that? How could she change the fact that she was raped 5 years ago and had given birth to a bastard?" Chapter 272. It's over. When Lu Tingxiao returned, Lu Jingli knew it was officially over. The sky was falling. The way his brother looked was even scarier than when he first took over the company years ago. At that time, father suddenly fell severely ill and was on the brink of death several times. Everyone was eyeing the position of the heir, so much so that some even tried to break apart the siblings, causing quite a bloodshed among the family empire. The Lu Tingxiao at that time had no emotions, forgetting all meanings of kinship and even using harsh means to defeat all those who tried to stir trouble within the Lu family empire. Now, Lu Tingxiao was akin to a beast who had just been awoken from his slumber, awash in a murderous vibe. Lu Jingli initially wanted to console him, but Lu Tingxiao chased all the house's maids away and then locked himself up all alone in the bungalow. He even instructed that no one but himself was allowed to enter. Lu Jingli was afraid that something would happen to him, fearful that he might even blow up the house, so he waited worriedly outside. He waited the whole night. Yet, Lu Tingxiao still had not come out. On top of that, something worse had happened. Early in the morning, Father Lu personally gave him a call with an unhappy tone to drop by the old home, Lu family's old residence. In the living room, Father Lu and Mother Lu were sitting on the sofa with crestfallen expressions. The alarm in Lu Jingli's brain was going off frantically, and almost immediately, he could guess what had gone wrong. Indeed, something had gone terribly wrong. Father Lu raised his voice. "Bastard, explain to me what's happening here." White A4 papers and photographs were scattered all over the floor. Lu Jingli briefly skimmed everything, and it was all Ning Xi's pictures and personal information. Ning Xi's identity had been exposed. Sigh, why does this have to happen now? Of all times, Lady Luck is really not on my side. Mother Lu's expression was full of heartbreak and anger as she stared at her younger son and scolded. "Jingli, you have really disappointed me. You can mess with other things, but this is your brother's marriage we're talking about. How could you not understand the implications of this and help him hide this from us? I thought it was someone from a proper household of suitable class and status, but it turns out she is just a little actress girl with a very complicated private life. How could someone like this be our Lu family's daughter-in-law and be the mother to my grandchildren? Father Lu shouted as he slammed the table. Lu Jingli shuddered and cold sweat trickled down his face as he thought about how he had left little treasure under their care. What spell did that woman cast onto your brother? The fact that she could let the arrogant Lu Tingxiao fancy her. Thank goodness we noticed this early. Otherwise, the both of you would have only told us after all was said and done, right? This is ridiculous. Both parents went on and on their tirade for at least half an hour. Initially, Lu Jingli did try to explain himself, but he soon gave up. He sat on the sofa and idly started counting the tea leaves in his cup as they scolded him. Mother Lu gave him a death stare and said, "You little punk, are you listening to us or not?" Lu Jingli put down his teacup and blinked twice before asking, Are the both of you done talking? Can you please let your dear son, who's been scolded harshly, have a say now?" Father Lu scoffed, "Fine, you speak. I would like to know what you have to say for yourself." Chapter 273, Another One Down. Lu Jingli adjusted his collar before standing up and said, "Firstly, occupation. Being an actress is a decent job. There's nothing shameful about that. Yes, the entertainment circle is a little messy, but you can't just generalize and discriminate everyone in it. Even I'm the boss of Glory World Entertainment. Since you have investigated, then you should also know that Ning Xi has been nothing but decent since she entered the industry. If not, with a face like hers, she would have been famous beyond comparison by now, and not just a B-list newbie. Secondly, education. Before Ning Xi went abroad, she managed to get into Imperial University with excellent grades. Later, it was only due to disagreements with her family that she was forced to further her studies abroad. Within those 4 years, she didn't receive any financial assistance from her family and relied on herself to get into the Southern Film Academy. Her grades were stellar, and she received scholarships every year. Why did you selectively ignore this point? Thirdly, private life. Every one of Ning Xi's ex-boyfriends were relationships of open and decent nature. She was neither a third party in any of them, nor was she being taken care of by a sugar daddy. So which part of this is messy? If you guys can accept the fact that I, your son, have had 800 ex-girlfriends, can't you accept that Ning Xi had 8 ex-boyfriends? Don't you think you're imposing a double standard here? Let me remind the both of you that we're in the 21st century. Men and women are equal. Fourthly, family background. Indeed, the Ning family has become increasingly outrageous in recent years. They ignore the real treasure of their family and instead side her unruly sister. But don't forget, Ning Xi's maternal grandfather is Zhuang Zongren. Years ago, they only disowned Zhuang Lingyu because she insisted on marrying Ning Yaohua. Though Ning Xi is still considered their granddaughter, this is a fact that can't be denied. Zhuang Zongren's granddaughter is more than enough to match us Lu family, isn't she? Father Lu and Mother Lu were both still angry, and initially they were not prepared to listen to Lu Jingli's defense. However, now that he said his piece, their expressions started to change. At this point, Lu Jingli added, "Fifthly, I forgot to mention the most important thing." "What is it?" both parents eagerly asked. Lu Jingli told them, "The both of you are worrying too much for no reason. Just yesterday, Ning Xi has already rejected Big Bro. So, stop worrying because Ning Xi is not becoming your daughter-in-law's, nor your grandchildren's mother. From here on, she won't have anything to do with us Lu family." All of a sudden, a piercing sound came from behind. Lu Jingli and his parents both turned towards the direction of the sound, only to find Little Treasure's small figure standing there with broken glass pieces on the floor. Little Treasure. Without waiting for the Lu parents to console him, Little Treasure ran into the house and slammed the door shut. Lu Jingli sighed. "Great, another one down." After Big Bro got rejected, he's been locking himself inside the house and hasn't left since last night till now. Mother Lu, who was worried for her son and her grandson, was now even more anxious and scolded Lu Jingli. "Bad son, can't you watch what you say? Now that Little Treasure has hurt us, what do we do now? Little Treasure likes that woman so much." Lu Jingli looked innocently and replied, "The day was going to come anyway. Ning Xi only promised Big Bro that she would accompany Little Treasure for 3 months, and 3 months is about to be up. Even if Ning Xi hadn't set things straight with him, she would eventually have to leave." Chapter 274, I Have a Date Tonight. Did you just say that your brother is locking himself up in the house? Father Lu pondered. Lu Jingli was just about to say something when his hand phone suddenly rang. It was Chung Feng. Second master, help. I know, I'm on my way. As soon as Chung Feng uttered those words, Lu Jingli knew what was up. He hung up the phone and shrugged at his parents, saying, brother's assistant just called. He's finally left the house and gone to the office, so I've got to go provide support to my comrades. But, as they watched Lu Jingli leave, the Lu parents just sat there and looked at one another. Chongshan, what do you think about this? Mother Lu asked worriedly. Father Lu merely responded coldly. Let's just wait further and see how things go. Who knows if that girl is just using reverse psychology. Mother Lu bit her tongue as she thought about her son's confession. Which stupid girl would continue playing tricks when they had already succeeded in making him fall for her? What about Little Treasure then? This was what she really wanted to know. I think Little Treasure has almost completely healed, so it's no big deal. Stop worrying for no reason. The past few days that he has been with us, that girl wasn't by his side, and he looks just fine, doesn't he? But, at the same time, in Movie City, Ning Xi laid on her bed, clammy with cold sweat as her body seemed to writhe with torture written all over her face. She was having a wonderful time, or at least it was a wonderful dream. She dreamt that she was wearing a beautiful white wedding dress, her hand held by the one who gave her hope and light, and slowly they walked into the sacred church. However, as the pastor was reading the vows, the world around her started to be engulfed in darkness. A man was forcefully tugging her hand, and no matter how loud she shouted, he wouldn't let go. At last, she was finally dragged into the hell hole behind her. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang urgently and woke her up from the nightmare. Ning Xi immediately sat up and realized that her entire body was damp from sweating profusely, and her head hurt so much it felt like it was going to explode. Last night, she barely got any sleep. When dawn came, she finally got some shut-eye, but she might as well have stayed awake because her sleep was ruined by all sorts of nightmares. Ding dong. The doorbell was still ringing incessantly. With a heavy head, Ning Xi dragged her feet to open the door. Who's there? I bought extra breakfast, do you want some? Responded Jiang Mai, who did not finish sentence, as he stared wide-eyed at Ning Xi as if seeing a ghost. My God, you look frightening. You better be careful not to let the paparazzi see your face, or they might think you're on drugs. Ning Xi snatched the breakfast out of his hands and snapped. Stop acting so shocked. Haven't you seen a victim of heartbreak? Jiang Mai replied. I've seen other heartbroken people, but I've never seen you heartbroken. All you do is break the hearts of others. Ning Xi took a bite of the bun and said, Then you're in luck today. Jiang Mai sighed worriedly, seeing through her facade. Ning Xi, are you really okay? Would you like me to drink with you tonight? Ning Xi smiled and waved. Apologies, but no thanks. I've already got a date tonight. What? I was just feeling sorry for you, but you've gotten a date already? It was a good thing Ning Xi only had war scenes today, so her face was covered in black charcoal, strategically covering up her pale skin. Otherwise, she would definitely have delayed the shooting progress. As much as she tried her best to focus, she still did make a few mistakes. Some of her kung fu moves almost caused grievous harm to other actors, but thankfully, nothing too terrible happened. Ning Xi knew that she could not continue in her current condition, or else she would not be able to shoot any longer. Chapter 275. Little Treasure is unhappy. Ever since Little Treasure accidentally overheard Lu Jingli's words, the Lu parents were uneasy, but they breathed a sigh of relief at lunchtime. Little Treasure opened the door to let himself out and obediently finished his rice, drank his soup, and even ate some fruits after his meal. Everything seemed normal, but in the past, the little guy's every move was filled with energy, and now he just seemed like a robot who was just following instructions. After the meal, Little Treasure took his drawing book and went to the garden. The Lu parents spied on him from afar, trying very hard to see what the little guy was drawing, in an attempt to figure out his thoughts. But the little guy just sat there and stared blankly into the distance without drawing a single thing. I knew at the moment that I saw him. Our Little Treasure is unhappy, said Mother Lu mournfully. Father Lu walked in a few circles, his arms behind his back, finally concluding, completely breaking this off is a good thing. If only Tingxiao was just getting a wife, that's fine, but because of Little Treasure, we can't be hasty about this. Will you be at ease, leaving little treasure in the hands of that girl? But what Jingli said today makes sense too. That girl might not be as bad as we imagined her to be. Besides, she did teach little treasure quite well. Didn't you yourself say she was doing a good job too? That was because I was fooled by those two punks. Father Lu started to become incensed again talking about this. He warned his other half with a stare. Don't you be nice about this. No more further discussions about this. The most important thing you have to do now is to hurry up and choose a suitable wife for Tingxiao. Make him give up on the girl. If you want to choose, you go ahead. My dear grandson is already like this. I'm not in the mood to deal with such nonsense now. What would it look like if I did the choosing? Whatever it is, I'm not going. I want to accompany my grandson. You? Late at night at Dragon Bay, a group of avant-garde fashionable youths gathered together. One of them was a black short-haired youth that particularly stood out. His entire face was covered with an exaggerated skull, with a tattoo sleeve on his arm. He had a black-colored earring on his left ear and chewing gum in his mouth. He said to the white-haired youth beside him, "Aka, is my car ready?" Aka tapped the car that was shined to sparkle beside him and said, "It's ready. Here's the car. Have a look, see if you like it." The skull-faced youth looked critically at the car and said stiffly, "It's not bad, I guess, but it doesn't have my Blackie's cool factor." Aka rolled his eyes. "Please, I can make your car look like this is considered not too shabby in just one day, all right? Right? Shizi, where's your car? Where's your Blackie?" "I sent it for maintenance. It's still not done yet," slurred the youth lazily. Her car was still with Lu Tingxiao. It was not too convenient to get it now in their current situation, so she had to borrow another one. Aka nodded and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Everyone's here, right? Let me reiterate the competition rules. We'll start here from Dragon Bay, and the destination will be Death Valley. First place gets to have our princess, Xiang, for one night of fun." The crowd started to cheer loudly. A sexy lady with a devilish body stepped out of the crowd to slap the back of Aka's head. "Please, you hooligan. One night of fun in your dreams." Despite getting hit, Aka grinned as if he had just swallowed. "Honey," he laughed and said, "Haha, I was just joking. Let's start again. The grand prize will be a kiss from our princess. Additionally, there's a prize money of $5 million. Chapter 276, My Handsome She. As soon as Aka finished his announcement, he smiled giddily and walked up to Xiang. "Xiang, wait for me. Tonight your kiss is definitely mine." Xiang rolled her eyes at him with a look of disgust, and then walked up to the skulled-faced youth, clinging onto him. "You can't lose, okay? I hate those guys. I only like you." When it came to Ning Xi, she would be more than willing, even if it was just a one-night stand. "Hey, Xiang, you're a little biased, aren't you? Why do you hate us and only like Shizi?" The crowd started to get dispirited. Xiang put one hand on her waist and said, "Obviously, it's because Shizi is the most handsome." Someone from the crowd shouted back, "Please. Every time he plays with us, he covers his face with such ridiculous makeup. How would you know if he's really handsome or not?" Xiang scoffed. "I just know. Handsomeness is not just about the face. You've got to look at the charisma too. Okay. What do you rogues understand?" "Fine, we don't understand. You better be careful of the day that Shizi comes barefaced and scares you to tears with his ugliness. Who knows? Maybe if he was stripped naked, he might be a woman." "Ha ha." You guys, listening to the guys ridicule her. Xiang became furious. She turned her head towards the skulled-faced youth who was familiarizing himself with the car and said, "Torture them all." The youth's lips curved into a smirk, and with a hand saluted, "Your wish is my command, my princess." Xiang was so electrified and starstruck that she felt faint. "Oh, my you're so handsome." On the side, Aka jealously said through clenched teeth, "This little punk, I knew you'd try to act cool. Watch me defeat you today. The first place is definitely mine." When the crowd was done fooling around, the midnight race finally officially began. Xiang picked up the starting gun and stood at the starting line. "Everyone, please get into your positions. Get set, ready, go." At the crack of the gun, all the cars accelerated forward. "All the best. I'll be waiting for you at Death Valley." Death Valley was true to its name because of the narrow and steep roads. It was a place where many accidents had happened. Yet, It was also a heaven for daredevils who indulged in extreme sports as hobbies. Ning Xi knew this group of people because when she first returned to the country and sped along the roads, they often had altercations, but at last, they became friends. All these people were from the same racing club, but Ning Xi only joined them to race illegally once in a while. However, as her job became increasingly busy, plus her meeting with Little Treasure and Tingxiao later on, she did not need such extreme and dangerous sports to release and relieve her stress anymore. That was why it had been such a long time since she had gone out with them. Until tonight, that was. Her nickname Tingxiao and her dressing up as a man was all for convenience. Especially with her current situation, she would have to be extra careful doing something like this. The sound of the car engine drumming against her ears and the strong wind howling past her as she sped through made her feel as if her soul was being elevated. She could feel the stress that was suppressing and suffocating her leave her body at that moment in time. Even if it was just a momentary relief and calm, it still led her to chase the thrill like a moth drawn to a flame. Shizi, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead first. Aka mocked as he sped past her at a turning point, successfully overtaking her. Ning Xi's lips curved up into a smile, not caring. She continued to follow her own momentum of driving, maintaining her spot at second place. Until the last round. The most dangerous round. Chapter 277, Regaining Her Best Form. Ning Xi lowered her body, shifted gears, and slowly increased her speed. At the one of the steepest curves that closely shaved the side of the cliff, she dangerously overtook Aka. Jesus, you're crazy. Do you really want to die? Aka furiously cursed her. The final results were obvious because no matter how good you were, you could never beat someone who would risk their life. At the finishing line, Xiang cheered happily and jumped into the arms of Ning Xi as she held the trophy and prize money. She pouted her red lips to offer a kiss. Ning Xi did not reject this, and she smiled as she leaned forward to receive the kiss. But as she was about to plant the kiss, Ning Xi repositioned a little, so Xiang's lips did not reach hers but found her cheek instead. Xiang went red with embarrassment, and she sulked. You're so mean. Aka, who had to watch his dream girl kiss someone else, was so angry that he threw his helmet onto the ground and said, "God damn it, how could you actually kiss such a face?" Xiang ignored him while continuing to cling on to Ning Xi's arm and said, We're having something on tomorrow night. Do you want to come along?" "No. Thanks, you guys go ahead," rejected Ning Xi. Xiang looked disappointed. Then she asked that had been bugging her for a while now. You're really mysterious. What are you busy with every day? What do you actually do for a living? It's a secret. Ning Xi responded as she revealed a secretive and sneaky smile before she waved and slinked away. As she watched Ning Xi's carefree shadow leave, Xiang was practically a puddle of infatuation. She had to get him. Returning to the hotel before dawn, Ning Xi was prepared to crash as soon as she got to her bed. Despite having slept for only slightly over 3 hours, she felt much better than she had yesterday. Today was another day of intense battlefield scenes, with another scene at night. Ning Xi perfectly performed from start till the end flawlessly. When they wrapped up, Guo Qixing was overjoyed and said, "Not bad. Ning Xi, your form is much better today. At this rate, we can definitely catch up on our progress." Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief. "I will work harder to keep it up." Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Mai circled her like a watchdog. Ning Xi punched him and asked, "What's wrong with you? You're giving me a headache. Becoming a golden retriever now, are you?" Jiang Mai looked at her with squinted eyes and said, "Ning Xi, you better tell me honestly, what did you do last night? How are you suddenly so much better today?" "It was just the rest. What else could I have done?" "Liar. Last night, I rang your doorbell many times, but you weren't even in your room." "Why did you ring my doorbell for?" "Don't change the topic. I'm saying, Ning Xi, you wouldn't be doing anything illegal, are you?" I think it is slight illegal. If I got caught, I would have to go to jail." Ning Xi still did not reveal what happened that night, so Jiang Mai could only silently worry for her. He had to check that she was not out all night for the next 2 nights before he felt at ease again. For the next 2 days, Ning Xi continued to keep up her steady performance. In a blink of an eye, it was soon 3 days since she had straightened things out with Tingxiao. Within those 3 days, Tingxiao did not contact her at all. She too had intentionally avoided any news about him, focusing all of her energy on working. Only sometimes, she would randomly have flashbacks to that night. Tingxiao suddenly hugged her from the back and said, "Ning Xi, I've really missed you. It feels like it has been so long since I've seen you." Chapter 278, Obedient Little Treasure. Lu family's old residence. Little Treasure sat unmoving in front of the easel, the horizon of the sunset to his side. His small silhouette seemed especially lonely and pitiful. "Little Treasure, come have dinner now. Grandma made your favorite sweet and sour mandarin fish." Little Treasure, Little Treasure. After Mother Lu called out to him for about 5 or 6 times, Little Treasure finally reacted. He started packing up his easel without saying anything, and looked a few more times towards the direction he had been staring at for the entire afternoon before entering the house obediently. The dining table was filled with various kinds of both Chinese and Western dishes. "Little Treasure, eat more, okay? These are all your favorites." "Yes, eat more. Come, let Grandpa feed you." Little Treasure looked at the dishes stiffly, and then picked up his chopsticks to get the nearest dish before starting to eat with his head bowed down. He did not need any coaxing. Seeing Little Treasure this obedient, the Lu parents were relieved. Father Lu gave his wife a look and said, "See, I told you it will be okay." That night, Little Treasure continued to eat a lot, even more than usual, in fact. It seemed like he had a really enormous appetite. 3 calm days passed, and nothing out of the blue happened. Father Lu was very happy, and Mother Lu finally felt assured again. Yet, that night itself, the sound of the maid's screams from Little Treasure's room suddenly pierced the night. "Master, Madam, something's wrong. Little Master, he, quickly come and see." "What are you saying? What happened?" Both of them rushed over. When they reached the room, they saw Little Treasure bending forward and vomiting the dinner he had had all over the floor. He even started retching bile. Mother Lu hurriedly patted him on his back and exclaimed, Little Treasure, what's wrong? Why are you vomiting so much?" Father Lu calmly said, "Kids vomiting once in a while is no big deal. Maybe he just ate too much, don't be so shocked." Yet as he finished his sentence, the little guy went limp and passed out. "Little Treasure," screamed Mother Lu. Now even Father Lu could not stay calm any longer, and he started to turn pale and shouted at his butlers and maids. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly call for the doctor." Within a split second, the entire residence was thrown into chaos. Mother Lu hugged a pale Little Treasure and was so worried that she was frantic. She grumbled to Father Lu, "It's all your fault for saying that there was nothing wrong. Look what has happened now. Must you torture my grandson? So what if Tingxiao fancies that girl, as long as she can make our Little Treasure happy? Even if she was a beggar on the streets, I would still let her in. What are you saying now? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I just want for my dear grandson to be happy. He was so much better previously, to the point that he was already healed. And now he's become like this. It's really breaking my heart to pieces. Don't you think it's breaking my heart too? I'm only worried for Little Treasure's future. What future is there if Little Treasure is dead?" Mother Lu said this as she suddenly remembered something and turned to the maid, ordering, "Xiaorong, go get Little Master's drawing. I want to see it." "Okay, madam, I'll go immediately." The maid immediately brought over Little Treasure's drawing from that afternoon. The Lu parents scanned the drawing. Little Treasure did not draw a single thing on the blank canvas, but upon closer inspection, they saw that in the middle of the canvas was a sentence written with miniature font and pencil. "Ani Xiaoxi, Little Treasure has been very good. Why don't you want Little Treasure?" Mother Lu's tears started to pour as soon as she saw this. She cried, "Who said Little Treasure was fine? He was only forcing himself to be obedient. Even though he couldn't finish his rice, he still made himself do it. Even though he wanted to throw a tantrum like he used to, he forced himself to be obedient. All because he promised someone else that he would be." Chapter 279, Days Without the Sister-in-Law Sucks. At night, the Lu Group's company building was brightly lit. As of 3 days ago, the entire Lu Group had been on alert mode. Winter had arrived early. Assistant CEO's office. I know, you guys are bearing the brunt of suffering, but it really was your fault. Before this, my brother was in a good mood, but you guys took it easy, so now you regret it, don't you?" At this point, The only thing you can do is to just not let my brother find any loopholes, so he can't mess with you guys, okay? Yes, you guys are scared of him, but do you think I ain't scared too? Geez. Damn you. The person who's in the most danger now is me, okay? Don't even bother whining to me. Lu Jingli was feeling frustrated thinking about dealing with the next wave of workers whining when his private handphone rang. It was an even more troublesome worry. Mom, what is it now? I can guarantee that the girl hasn't come to look for Big Bro, and Big Bro hasn't gone to look for her either. If you don't believe me, just come and ask anyone in the office. Big Bro has been working 24/7 for the past few days, without resting for a second. Mother Lu on the other end quickly stopped him and said, Jingli, get your brother to come home. Something's happened to Little Treasure. Lu Jingli's expression suddenly changed before he asked, What did you say? Didn't you say Little Treasure was fine before this, and that we didn't have to worry? How did this suddenly happen? What has exactly happened? Little Treasure's not feeling too well, and he's in a really bad shape. Quickly get your brother to come home. Hurry. As he stared at the phone which his mother hung up on, Lu Jingli momentarily collapsed onto his desk. Sigh, days without the sister-in-law sucked. There was no one to ask for help from now on. It seemed like he could only rely on himself. By God's grace, he prayed that he would survive. Lu Jingli anxiously walked to the door of the CEO's office. He took a deep breath and was about to knock the door when a bunch of people swarmed up to him and stuffed all sorts of documents and proposals into his arms. Lu Jingli shouted back at them, Jesus, you bunch of cowards, you better watch out. God damn it. The true colors of everyone revealed in trying times. The fact that everyone was waiting for him. Second Master, please and thank you. You're our only hope. Exactly, Second Master, we're desperate. Only you, Second Master, can go in and come out alive. Please help us. Stop sucking up to me. Everyone get lost. Lu Jingli shooed away everyone, and then knocked on the door to his brother's office. He did not actually need to shoo them, because everyone disappeared in the blink of an eye. Come in, said a coarse voice from inside the office. Brother, these. Lu Jingli could not even finish his sentence because he started coughing and almost choked to death inside. He had to back up a few steps before moving forward again. Jesus, was this Hitler's gas chamber or something? How many cigarettes had he smoked? The curtains were closed. Even the windows were shut. He really was not afraid of suffocating himself to death, was he? Lu Jingli put down the documents and hurriedly pulled open the curtains and windows for some ventilation. He saw Lu Tingxiao leaning back in his chair with his expressions hidden by the shadows. The cigarette between his fingers was almost burned out and about to reach his fingers. The side coffee table still had the lunch and dinner his secretary had served him. None of it was touched. Lu Jingli slowly looked over to see a stack of information beside Lu Tingxiao, all about the Jiang family. Chapter 280, A Motherless Child is a Sad One. Lu Jingli suddenly lost all color in his face. My God, brother is not going to mess with the Jiang family, is he? Is he really going to forfeit all kinships? Even if they are not related to the Jiang family by blood, they are still connected to Jiang Mai's mother's generation, and their parents really care about this relationship. After some thought, Lu Jingli knew something was not right. Based on his brother's personality, if he was going to do anything to the Jiang family and Jiang Mai, he could have done that much earlier. There was no way he would have kept quiet for the past 3 days. What was up then? Is there something you want to say? The air around suddenly filled with an icy voice, causing Lu Jingli to shudder and return to his senses. He quickly explained, Yes, Mom and Dad called earlier, and they said that Little Treasure is not feeling too well, so they want you to quickly go home. Lu Tingxiao stubbed out his cigarette, and then lit another one again. Get the car ready. Okay. Lu Jingli quickly sneaked out, secretly grateful. It was a good thing that his brother had not forgotten all kinship to point of neglecting his son. Lu family old residence. Mother Lu was anxiously pacing about outside the door. As soon as she saw Lu Tingxiao, she immediately went up to greet him and said, Tingxiao, you've finally come home. Quickly go and see Little Treasure. Father Lu was obviously unhappy and scolded him. Oh, you finally know your way back home, do you? Little Treasure is ill, and yet you couldn't even be contacted. How are you suitable enough to be his dad? Lu Tingxiao's pale face was devoid of any expression as he replied calmly without fighting back. Weren't the both of you going to get me a wife? You can go let those women take care of him. Father Li's eyes flew wide and he shouted at his son, "You bastard! How could you say something like this? Little Treasure is your son. You don't take care of him yourself, and yet you expect strangers to do it for you." Lu Jingli scoffed. He could not help himself and said, "Dad, please, can you be more sensible? It was the both of you who were in a hurry to find strangers to take care of Little Treasure. Brother did find Little Treasure an extremely reliable lady to take care of him, but it was the both of you who didn't trust his judgment. Now he's agreeing to let the both of you choose for him, yet you're still unsatisfied. What do you want him to do? You?" Father Lu was so angry that he was speechless. Then his expression changed and he said, "You punk, I almost fell for your trap. It was he himself who didn't have the ability to get her. Don't blame it on me." Exposed. Lu Jingli rubbed his nose and then said again, "But this means that if he manages to get her, then you wouldn't be against it anymore?" Father Lu grumbled, "Don't try to be smart with me. Quickly go see Little Treasure." "Little Treasure, what's wrong? Where are you not feeling well?" Lu Jingli asked the boy. Mother Lu wiped her tears as she said, "It's probably because that girl had previously taught him to be obedient. So these few days he has been a very good boy, always eating and resting normally without rebelling. Until today, not too long after dinner, Little Treasure suddenly vomited everything he ate, and he even fainted." Mother Lu took out a drawing and cried even harder as she told him, "Later on, after I saw these words on Little Treasure's drawing, only did I realize that he wasn't fine at all, that he has been suppressing everything." Lu Jingli took over the drawing, looked at it, and started sobbing within seconds. "My goodness, poor Little Treasure. A child without their mother is a sad one." "Exactly. I am so heartbroken by this." Both mother and son cried in each other's embrace. Chapter 281. Taking turns to cheer up Little Treasure. Father Lu was frustrated as he looked at his stone-hearted eldest son, then turned to see the crying mess that was his wife and younger son. "The both of you, stop crying already. It's not like Little Treasure is critically ill or anything. Didn't the doctor say that he was only suffering from indigestion because he was suppressing his feelings?" Mother Lu anxiously responded with, "What do you mean he isn't critically ill? He's suppressing his feelings. Little Treasure's autism was just about to be better, but what if he gets depression now? It can't be that serious. I don't think children can suffer from depression." This was when Little Treasure's room door opened and Qin Mufeng came out, cleared his throat, and said, "Mr. Lu, from a medical perspective, children can suffer from depression too. And based on Little Treasure's current situation, there are indeed such symptoms. See, even the doctor said so." Father Lu's expression hardened before he asked, "Then what if we get a girl who looks similar to that woman to accompany Little Treasure? Isn't there something called the shifting of affection in psychology?" Well, Qin Mufeng didn't want to be too blunt, and he chose his words carefully. Lu Jingli, on the other hand, didn't restrain himself and directly replied, "Dad, Little Treasure is just introverted, not mentally retarded. You fooling him like this is too mean. Don't run, you little punk. I'm going to hit you." Father Lu said angrily. As he was about to hit him, Lu Tingxiao raised a hand to deflect the blow. Lu Jingli was so touched, he almost cried tears of joy. His brother had actually defended him. "You brothers are trying to get on my nerves, aren't you? That's enough. What are you fighting for?" And so loudly, "Don't frighten Little Treasure now," said Mother Lu, who rushed to calm everyone down. "Tingxiao, quickly go see Little Treasure and speak to him." Inside the room, Little Treasure was just as obedient as Mother Lu said he had been. When Lu Tingxiao entered, the little guy was holding up his own cup to drink his medicine. How could Lu Tingxiao advise his kid when his expression barely even changed? He only said to him robotically, "Every person has a life of their own with choices that they make. Over-attachment will only slow you down, so you should learn to let go." His expression and tone would have easily led one to misunderstand that he was offering his condolences. Little Treasure's face was still, as if he did not immediately understand the meaning of his father's words. Then suddenly, his little eyes started to fill with immense sadness. Mother Lu was suddenly concerned and said, "I told you to cheer him up. Why did you go ahead and give a 5-year-old kid life wisdom advice?" She buried her face in her hands and sighed. "I'm so silly. Why did I call you, an emotionless person, back for? We would have been better off without you. You've made Little Treasure sadder now. Jingli, my good son, you come and try." "Me? Jingli scratched his head a little and walked over, softly saying, "Hey, little treasure, let Uncle sing for you, okay?" Cough, cough. Gourd doll. Oh, gourd doll on a seven-flower vine. Unafraid despite the storm. La 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 la. In the next second, little treasure's eyes suddenly filled with hot tears that started to pour. Mother Lu was so upset and angry that she hit Lu Jingli on the back. "Dang you. Why did you sing that song? You've made little treasure cry now." Lu Jingli felt falsely accused. "Please, this is on me too. I sang such a happy song. He used to love listening to his auntie Xiao she sings songs. Okay. Fine. Maybe I shouldn't have sang this song." Chapter 282. A heart's troubles has to be resolved. He had accidentally made little treasure sad again. Go, go, go. Everyone go away. You're all useless. What did I call you here for? If you can't think of how to cheer up little treasure, no one's going out for dinner. Mother Lu was frantic as she chased Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli, Qin Mufeng, and Father Lu all out of the room. For the next few days, everyone in the Lu household tried their luck, yet no one could cheer up little treasure. Instead, they saw him becoming more and more depressed as the days went by. He was still obediently finishing his meals, though he would often vomit soon after eating. He would also obediently go to bed, but he would always have nightmares, and his spirit was getting worse. Because of this, Father Lu hired a team of psychologists from abroad, yet nothing worked. They all replied that a heart's troubles had to be cured by resolving it, or else it might take a long period of medication and therapy to prevent the condition from deteriorating. Father Lu was infuriated. If he could resolve the heart's troubles, why would he have hired them for? He needed a cure with 30% of drugs, but that woman was practically 70% drugs. How would he dare use this on little treasure? A motherly figure played such a huge role on a person's life and growth. As of now, the Lu family's third generation only had little treasure as the sole heir. If anything bad were to happen to little treasure due to her mistake, how would he explain that to his late ancestors? Nightfall, Rivers Hotel. The shoots had been going extraordinarily smooth recently, so the progress had advanced quite a bit. To let everyone relax a little, Guo Qixing invited everyone for a dinner gathering. Everyone has been working really hard, especially Ning Xi, who had particularly more scenes. When we're done shooting, I'll definitely treat everyone to another feast. Cheers. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. Thanks for the treat, director. As Ning Xi, who sat in the corner, heard the words, Ning Xi, who had particularly more scenes, she clenched her fists so hard that her nails were cutting into her palm. Yet, on the outside, she could only maintain a polite smile. Now that the entire drama team's financial sponsorship came from the Lu Group and Glory World Entertainment, she had no support or say in the production at all. Thankfully, she knew the drama team would not dare change her position as the lead female character. Even with all that had happened, her popularity and standing was still evident as she still had lots of diehard fans. She just had to temporarily endure this. As much as Ning Xi might have stood out, she was still a supporting role compared to hers. Glory World only spent so much money because of the marriage proposal. Since that incident, everyone in the drama team obviously distanced themselves from Ning Xi. They only spoke around Ning Xi and Jiang Mai. The two of them were even more popular than the lead actors themselves. Ning Xi felt awkward as she was being ignored, so she turned to Zhao Xizhou beside her, who was suffering from the same fate. "Xizhou, the fish today is not bad. You should try it." "I don't like fish," replied Zhao Xizhou indifferently. Initially, Jiang Mai had already stolen his limelight, and later he was implicated by this woman's nuisance. All of that caused him to have significantly less scenes, so why should he be nice to her? "Oh, never mind then," said Ning Xi, who could not mask her displeasure further, getting up to leave for the restroom. In the restroom, Ning Xi was trembling angrily when she shoved everything off the sink and watched it fall to the floor. "Ning Xi, be happy all you want right now, but watch out, I won't let you be that way for too long. Your Highness, I will be waiting." You. Ning Xi. Suddenly a voice came from behind her and frightened Ning Xi, who turned around to find Ning Xi standing there. Chapter 283. What are you going to do about it? Ning Xi very quickly regained her posture and said with a look of disdain, Ning Xi, I was wondering how amazing you'd be off stage, but you're just with a small-time actor." News about Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's scandal had been making rounds for the past 2 days, but naturally, She was one of the first to know. She did secretly hire someone to spy on them. But who knew? She didn't have to do the work herself, as they would be exposed by fans. In fact, it was the total opposite of what she had predicted would happen based on previous circumstances. Instead of ruining Ning Xi's reputation, she gained lots of new fans and popularity. Damn you. Which, you actually managed to handle Jiang Mai. No wonder the signing of the contract with Glory World sailed smoothly. Even though she had said small-time actor, she knew in her heart that Jiang Mai was not just any celebrity. Jiang Mai's mom, Tingxiao, was Liu family's goddaughter. Jiang Mai actually referred to the Liu parents as grandmother and grandfather, while calling Liu Tingxiao his uncle. With such connections, even if they were not related by blood, it was already considered a close kinship. With the Liu family's support, the Zhang family's business had expanded massively. As the Zhang family only had Jiang Mai an only son, the family business would definitely be inherited by him. However, with Jiang Mai's personality, he was probably only messing around with Ning Xi for a while. Ning Xi doubted she would reach to the point of marriage. What a preposterous thought. If you look down upon actors, then what are you? Ning Xi asked with eyebrows raised. I'm still mom and dad's daughter, and Ning family's eldest daughter. Naturally, I'm nobler than you are. Ning Xi said this arrogantly, obviously purposefully boasting about how Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu did not hold a grudge against her for that incident. She chose this industry not only because she loved being sought after and enjoyed the feeling of getting what Ning Xi could not, but the best part was that she could widen her network. This time, too, it was thanks to the fact that she pulled some strings to help Ning International close a big deal that she could walk away from the shadow of framing Ning Xi. She really had to be more careful from then on. As she thought about this, Ning Xi suddenly felt empowered and haughtily said, "You sold yourself for merely 8 million. Someone like you don't deserve to be comparing and negotiating with me." Puffed. Ning Xi burst out laughing as she heard this. "What are you laughing at?" Ning Xi looked at her unbothered and said, "I'm laughing at the 8 million. Ning Xi frowned. "Ning Xi, you can stop being weird with me." "What do you mean?" Ning Xi shook her head and sighed. "Miss Ning, I'm really sorry, but I didn't think that you'd be this stupid. I can't believe you still don't know where I got the 8 million from." Ning Xi scoffed coldly. "Isn't it from you prostituting yourself to Jiang Mai? What is there that I don't know about?" Ning Xi had a smug expression as she leaned forward to her ear and said in a low voice, "That $8 million worth of breach of contract fee. Didn't you give that to me yourself?" "What? I gave that to you." "Ning Xi, you're crazy, aren't you?" "Why would I have?" Ning Xi stopped mid-sentence before she widened her eyes and said, "Ning Xi, it was you. The person who threatened and intimidated me was you." "Yeah, it was me. What are you going to do about it?" "You were blackmailing me. I'm going to sue you." I'm so afraid." You. Ning Xi was furious. She never would have thought her hard-earned money would have ended up in Ning Xi's pocket as her breach of contract fee. The incident had finally subsided, and she could never mention it again. Besides, she didn't have any evidence. She had long hired people to decode those anonymous letters in the bank account, but to no avail. At last, she had no choice but to swallow her defeat. Chapter 284, A Rapid Change of Style. After Ning Xi left, Ning Xi gathered herself before giving Su Yan a call. "Yan, when your meeting's over, can you come fetch me?" "I'm sorry, Xu. I have a dinner meeting tonight. It might end quite late. How about I get the driver to fetch you?" "Hello? Hello?" The other end of the phone was silent. Only quiet sounds of held-back tears were heard. Su Yan immediately asked, "Xu, what's wrong? Are you crying? What's happened?" Ning Xi choked on her tears and said, "Yan, I'm really sad. Everyone in the drama team is ostracizing me. They're all fawning over Ning Xi and Jiang Mai. No one will speak to me. Just now, I was just asking Ning Xi out of concern about her and Jiang Mai. I told her that if she needed money she could ask from me, that she shouldn't do anything stupid. She said many mean things in return instead, and even said that I don't deserve to care about her." Su Yan sighed and said, "Xu, rumors about Xiao Shi and Jiang Mai's scandal have already been making rounds recently. Your question might come across as an interrogation. That's why she's unhappy about it. You even asked her if she needed money, clearly implying that she's getting her money from Jiang Mai." Unexpectedly, Su Yan just gave such a casual reply, causing Ning Xi to clench her fist further. Yin, you've changed. Just because of that incident. Now no matter what happens you'll only believe Ning Xi, won't you? Xi and Jiang Mai's scandal has already been photographed by fans. Plus they are usually already so close within the drama team. Who wouldn't know about their relationship? Need I say more? Xi Luo, it isn't I who has changed. It's you who has a problem with your mentality. You're such an understanding person. Why can't you try to be on Xiao Xi's side and choose to believe her? Even if she really did have anything going on with Jiang Mai, can't it just be normal dating? If that is so, we should wish her the best. Yen I. Okay, I have to go back to work now. I'll talk to you again when I'm free. When Ning Xi returned to the room, everyone had already finished eating and were singing. I can never look back. I will write my own rules. The fierce flashing eyes of the werewolf. Jiang Mai made everyone cheer with his song. When Ning Xi returned, he quickly called her over to sing. Ning Xiaoxi, sing us a song. Your favorite is still the boundless sea and sky, right? This was a must-sing song for Ning Xi every time she went to the KTV. Every single time she had to sing. Forgive me in this lifetime for I won't let love be free. But today, Ning Xi waved and said, I'll choose by myself. What are you going to choose? Jiang Mai looked over, worried that she would choose a song that was too extreme. Once Ning Xi chose her song, she leaned on the sofa and picked up the microphone to begin singing. Look at what is before me with the lights on. The huge room, lonely bed. Without the lights, they were all invisible. The hurt in the heart, with no one to share. Jiang Mai was shocked. Jesus. Ning Xi, your style has changed a little too quickly, hasn't it? Where's the Ning Xi who enjoys singing about animals, flesh, and toxic? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. This is not a private gathering. Do you think I would sing that kind of song at this occasion? Ning Xi once said that a lot of the songs she knew were not underage friendly, so she wasn't kidding. The 3 songs Jiang Mai just mentioned were the classics. There was once she drank till she was high during those years of studying abroad. She sang the song Flesh live and set the bar so high that they had to increase the security measures by 3 times, and yet they could not control the crowd. Chapter 285. I really miss you. Ning Xi continued to sing. Life slips away with the years, grows old with white hair, leaves as you do, leaving happiness unheard of. As he listened, Jiang Mai knew something was up. Why did he feel like this song wasn't a casual choice, but was sung for a specific person? I really miss you. I do, but I reveal no signs. I still think of you. I still let memories take over. I still pretend to be okay. I really miss you. Realization dawned on Jiang Mai. Indeed, she was singing for someone. At this moment, no one knew, but outside the room door stood a tall figure. He was initially only passing by, but found himself stuck and mesmerized at the door. His partner noticed him stopping and could not help but called out, CEO Lu, is there a problem? CEO Zhang and CEO Wang are still waiting for us upstairs. Quiet. The coldness of his tone rendered his partner speechless. Then, a girl's low and sultry voice was heard from the room. I really miss you. I do. Yet I lie to myself. I really miss you. I do. But let's just keep it a secret. I really miss you. I do. I'll just keep it to myself. Even when she had stopped singing, he stood at the same spot, not moving for a long time before he left. Late at night, Lu family old residence. In the garden on the jade-colored stairs, he held a cigarette between his fingers. He did not put it to his lips at all till it burnt out, lost in his own deep thoughts. Bro, it's already so late. Why haven't you made your move? Lu Jingli rushed over to ask. Lu Tingxiao put out his cigarette and said, What? Lu Jingli shot him a look. Stop pretending. You've planned such for Father Lu to be outstation. Wasn't so you could call Xiao Shishi over tonight? Father Lu will rush home first thing tomorrow morning. If you don't call Xiao Shishi now, we won't make it. Look at our poor little treasure. Doesn't it break your heart? I'm heartbroken as his uncle. Don't wait till he really gets depression. You can try, but the probability of her agreeing to it is 0, said Lu Tingxiao as he got up and walked into the house. No way. I can definitely persuade her to come over, Lu Jingli said, full of confidence as he took out his handphone. After the gathering ended, all the drama team members left one after another. Just as Ning Xi reached the hotel, her handphone rang. She took a look at the caller ID. It was Lu Jingli. She didn't immediately pick up, but instead she let it ring several times until the caller hung up. After a while, Her phone started to ring incessantly again. Ning Xi hesitated momentarily before finally answering the call. Hello? Hello, Xiao Shishi? Are you asleep? Nope. The drama team's gathering just ended. Second master, it's already so late. Is there anything? Lu Jingli had too many things that he wanted to say and ran about. He immediately blurted nonstop to her and asked, Xiao Shishi, what did you actually say to my brother that day? He locked himself inside his room for a whole day after that. When he came out, he pretended like nothing happened and began to work without stopping for 3 whole days. Only until my mom called to tell us that little Treasure was feeling unwell. Then he returned to the old residence. And then these few days. Little Treasure is ill? What's wrong with him? Ning Xi quickly caught Lu Jingli's key point and stopped him. Lu Jingli paused for a moment for his brother. Indeed, Xiao Shishi still cared about Little Treasure the most. Poor brother. Chapter 286. Always been this quick-witted. Dr. Qin says he has slight depression, said Lu Jingli with a heavy tone. Depression? Why does he suddenly have depression? How is he now? For the past few days since she hadn't heard any news from the Lu family, she thought that the best news was no news. She thought Little Treasure had entirely healed under her care. Based on what she knew about his reactions, he could really have kicked up a fuss. Had Lu Jingli and the rest sought her earlier, it might not have been like this. Now his condition is getting worse, even when we've had many doctors over. It's all not working. Xiao Shishi, you have to come visit Little Treasure quickly. Where is Little Treasure now? At the old residence, where my parents live. Ning Xi's end of the line was silent for a few seconds, and then there was a slight shift in her tone. Lu Jingli, you're hiding something from me. What? No, I'm not. What would I hide from you? Little Treasure has already been ill for a few days now. Logically, you would have called for me earlier, at the very least. A call, but you didn't. Not until now, when it's already so late at night, that you're rushing for me to come over. Plus, Little Treasure is still at the old residence. Ning Xi paused, before she continued. Father and Mother Lu, they found out about my identity, didn't they? They're against me and Lu Tingxiao getting together, and they don't let me go near Little Treasure anymore, right? Well, Lu Jingli was used to being the one who guessed everything correctly. This was his first time being exposed with no way to hide. He suddenly turned sour and grumbled. Xiao Shishi, since when did you become this quick-witted? Hey, I've always been this quick-witted. Ning Xi rolled her eyes, frowned, and asked with a tired tone. Second master, you know how Lu Tingxiao and I are like now. If I go over it wouldn't be appropriate. What more with your parents' opinion of me now? I promised Lu Tingxiao I would take care of Little Treasure, and actually, tomorrow will be the final day of the contract. I would have to leave eventually. Even if I went right now, what about next time, and the next time? Little Treasure has the best doctors, his grandfather and his grandmother, and you guys to take care of him. I believe that as the days go by, he will soon forget all about me. Ning Xi said all of this in a single breath, not knowing whether she said those for Lu Jingli or for herself. Of course she was worried about Little Treasure, but if she visited him now, she was almost sure that she would give in the moment she saw Little Treasure, to the point that she might even agree to all of his requests. She had already persevered for so many days, she could not just give up. Now. But, sister-in-law, a heart's troubles can only be cured by resolving it. Little Treasure's illness happened because he misses you too much. Every day, he looks forward for your return. Do you really have the heart to, hello? The line went dead, and Lu Jingli was suddenly at a loss. Damn it, I have actually failed. Seems like Xiao Shishi had really hardened her resolve this time. What do I do now? My poor baby. Lu Jingli had no choice but to report the situation to his brother. After searching everywhere, he finally found him in Little Treasure's room. Lu Tingxiao sat at the bedside while Little Treasure laid on his bed with his eyes closed, unsure if he was asleep, as the little guy had been having trouble sleeping lately. Lu Tingxiao only needed to see Lu Jingli's expression to know the outcome. He replied in an expectant tone, She rejected, didn't she? Chapter 287. Only you can protect her. Lu Jingli could not bear to break the bad news in front of Little Treasure and only nodded after much hesitation. I've said all that I could have, but she is really determined this time. The worst part is, she managed to guess that our parents have found out about her identity and their sentiments towards her. Give me your handphone, said Lu Tingxiao, holding out his hand. What? Why do you want my handphone for? Lu Jingli begrudgingly handed over his phone. Lu Tingxiao picked up Lu Jingli's phone, entered the password, and took a picture of Little Treasure's room. He then opened his message inbox, searched for Ning Xi's contact number, and sent the picture to her. Geez. Bro, how did you know my phone's password? That's too much. It's like I don't have any privacy at all. Lu Jingli complained and snatched his phone back. Almost immediately, a new message came in. A reply so soon? Lu Jingli immediately opened it to see what Ning Xi had said. All he saw was a whole lot of exclamation marks. Lu Jingli. You asshole. Fine. I'll come right over. Whoa. Xiao Shi, why did you scold me? Bro, what did you send her? I'm completely innocent. It was you, but now I have to take the blame. How unfair can this be? Lu Jingli whined, and then quickly opened to see the picture, curious about what was it that prompted such a quick response. After seeing it, he finally understood. His brother had sent Little Treasure's blank drawing canvas that only had those few short sentences to Ning Xi. If not even Father Lu could stand seeing this, what would Xiao Shi's reaction have been if she saw it? It was entirely predictable. Geez. He said so much to her, but to no avail. Yet all her brother did was send a picture over to her, and she immediately changed her mind. If that was the case, why didn't he just send that picture right from the start? What followed was another message from Ning Xi. Your brother? Is he at the old residence too? Lu Jingli was about to subconsciously reply with a yes when the phone was taken away by Lu Tingxiao. He immediately sent, no. Ning Xi immediately replied with, that's good then, I'll reach within half an hour. Lu Jingli silently felt sorry for his brother again. The 3 words, that's good then, was so heart-wrenching to hear. No reaction could be seen from Lu Tingxiao's expression, and with a poker face he said, I'll avoid her later. You just let her in. Oh, okay, understood. Lu Jingli nodded. After Lu Tingxiao finished explaining to Lu Jingli, he walked to Little Treasure's bedside and said, Little Treasure, there are a few things I need to explain to you. Little Treasure did not react. Lu Tingxiao continued, it's about your auntie Xiao Shi's safety. You two know that her visiting you tonight would result in bad consequences if your grandfather found out. Little Treasure still did not open his eyes. Lu Tingxiao knew he was listening, so he carried on. What I'm about to say, you must remember. Now the only person who can protect her is you. Only you. At the same time, at Junlai Hotel, Ning Xi was crying as she ran out. When she clearly saw what Little Treasure had written, whatever principles and whatever determination she had not to be shaken, every bit of her preventive efforts, were all wiped out in a heartbeat. Darn it. She really wanted to kill that Lu Jingli. Why did he have to show her that drawing? She had to muster a lot of determination to suppress her urge of visiting dearest Little Treasure. Now she just wanted to do something a little illegal, like secretly bring Little Treasure home with her. Chapter 288. Take Little Treasure away. It was a good thing she still had the car she borrowed from Aka. After Ning Xi briskly changed her outfit, she made her way to the old residence. She followed Lu Jingli's advice to drive to the back door of the old residence. She could see from afar that Lu Jingli was waiting for her, anxiously walking back and forth. Xiao Shi, you're finally here. Where's Little Treasure? In the house. Come with me. Can I really just walk in like this? Will anyone find out? Don't worry, my father has gone out station today and will only be returning tomorrow morning. I've already dismissed the maids and butlers. Actually, my mother is no longer against the both of you anymore. She just wants Little Treasure to be happy. It's just my father. He's still too hard-headed and I can't seem to get through to him just yet. Lu Jingli went on and on as he showed her the way into the house. In the garden, Ning Xi suddenly stopped midway and looked up. Xiao Shi, let's go. What are you looking at? Asked a confused Lu Jingli. Nothing. I just keep having the feeling that someone's watching me. Maybe I've just been a little bit paranoid lately, said Ning Xi, before she continued following him. Lu Jingli, on the other hand, was relieved. He subconsciously looked up and thought to himself, Xiao Shi, you aren't paranoid, you're just too alert. His brother was up there evading her. Lu Jingli brought Ning Xi to Little Treasure's room. Dun. Little Treasure, look who has come to see you. Little Treasure was zoning out on the bed, and despite hearing Lu Jingli's voice, he did not react at all. Lu Jingli awkwardly rubbed his nose and let Ning Xi pass through. You go. She was slightly nervous. On the way here, She wanted to travel at the speed of light. Yet, now as she faced Little Treasure, she did not know what to do or say. Her mind flashed the little man's melancholic question repeatedly in her head. Ani Xiao Shi, Little Treasure has been very good. Why don't you want Little Treasure? She underestimated the feelings Little Treasure had for her, and cruelly thought that he was only a child, that he would forget her eventually as the days go by. She didn't know that she would inflict such harm onto his emotional well-being. Baby, I'm so sorry. Ning Xi lightly held the little bun's hand. It had only been a few days since she last saw him, and already the little bun had lost some weight. It had not been easy for her to plump him up. Little Treasure only blinked slightly, but there was no other reaction. Ning Xi fell silent. Apart from apologizing, she did not know what else she could say. She knew she was unable to keep any of her promises, unable to promise him that she would accompany him forever, unable to irresponsibly use such words just to coax him. But she had to find a way to cheer him up. Lu Jingli started to be anxious as he looked at Little Treasure, who remained stiff and not reactive, then looked at Ning Xi, who was silent. This was not what he had expected at all. Why was Little Treasure still so motionless? I hope it's not because Little Treasure's illness is so severe that even Ning Xi cannot help him feel better? Second Master, I have an unorthodox request, Ning Xi suddenly said. Huh? What is it? Just say it. Can I take Little Treasure away tonight? What? You want to take Little Treasure away? Lu Jingli was flabbergasted. Yes. If I stay here long, I would have to be on alert all the time, and I can't communicate properly with Little Treasure. Besides, if I'm guessing correctly, Little Treasure has already been in here for quite a number of days, right? What he really needs now is a change of atmosphere to lighten up. Chapter 289, A Midnight Date. Lu Jingli sighed. The psychologist has mentioned this as well, but Little Treasure wouldn't even move away from the old residence at all. I'm guessing he must have been waiting for you to take him home. When Ning Xi heard this, she felt her heart tighten. The only thing is, letting you take Little Treasure away is too heavy of a decision, one that I don't dare to casually allow. Lu Jingli was just thinking about what to do when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from his brother. If she wants to take Little Treasure away, let her. Whoa. His brother had accurately guessed Xiao Shi's thoughts again. He was caught off guard again. Once he had received the decree, Lu Jingli changed his stand and said, Xiao Shi, just take him away. Bring Little Treasure anywhere. It's fine. I'll leave it to you now. Seeing him change his mind faster than flipping a page, Ning Xi was suspicious. Didn't you just say that the decision was too heavy and you didn't want to easily say yes to me? Lu Jingli only replied matter-of-factly. I really didn't dare to casually say yes to you, but now I've thought it over properly, so it wasn't too casual a decision. I'm seriously telling you yes. Ning Xi was speechless. Then she said, You can rest assured, I'll bring Little Treasure back before tomorrow morning. You can do that, but it's already late at night. Where do you plan to bring Little Treasure? What's wrong with it being at night? It's more romantic to relax at night. Ning Xi shot him a condescending look, implying that he was shallow. Then she took out her cosmetics bag and started putting on makeup. Technically, it was a disguise. Practice made perfect. Ning Xi very quickly made up her face to take on a futuristic sci-fi robot look. Then, she put on her short-haired wig and earrings. Ning Xi's skin now looked like there was no flesh underneath, but as if it were made of metal and steel. She looked very cool. Lu Jingli watched this with astonishment and exclaimed, Xiao Shi, why did you make your face look like this? It's really cool though. You look like our robot butler one. Ning Xi sprung a finger onto him. This is a skill that all actors must master if they want to maintain a free soul. Uft, this skill ain't bad. Even if you stood on the busy streets, no one would recognize you. As Lu Jingli said this, he noticed that when Ning Xi was putting on her makeup, Little Treasure's empty eyes started to react, and he was staring at Ning Xi. When Ning Xi was done with her makeup, she reached to grab Little Treasure from under his armpits and lightly carried him to sit on her lap. Then she picked up the makeup tools again. Lu Jingli raised his brows at this and asked, Even Little Treasure needs makeup? To be safe. Little Treasure's handsome little face is going to attract more attention than mine, okay? Besides, making him up like me, wouldn't that be cool? Don't worry, these makeup are organic. They're not harmful to the skin, she explained before starting to work on Little Treasure. Little Treasure sat obediently in Ning Xi's lap without moving an inch. as though he was the most perfect little model. Ning Xi got it all done very quickly within 5 minutes. Wah? So handsome. I want makeup too, Lu Jingli said with shining eyes. Ning Xi scoffed. You stay aside, don't ruin the dynamic between little treasure and I. Lu Jingli squatted aside, feeling defeated. Fine, since you've helped me and little treasure so much, I'll help you make your face up next time when I'm free. Now, I have to take this cutie out. Okay, I'll hold you to your word. Yeah, you're not allowed to break your promise. I'll pre-book my makeup for Halloween with you then. No problem. Lu Jingli was satisfied. Then he quietly led little treasure and Ning Xi out of the garden. Chapter 290 being both the mother and the father figure. Back door of the old residence. Ning Xi carried little treasure in one arm, while she retrieved a children's helmet from her motorcycle storage with the other, before she took out a safety belt. Lu Jingli, who watched from the sidelines, watched in astonishment and said, Wow, you're really well prepared. You already thought of taking little treasure away from the outset, didn't you? Those who didn't know might think you were eloping. I wouldn't elope. Ning Xi secured little treasure's helmet, and then used the safety belt to fix him tightly behind her waist. Hold tight, little treasure, off we go. As he watched Ning Xi go off with little treasure, Lu Jingli mumbled to himself. I wonder if Xiao Xi is making up for little treasure's lack of motherly or fatherly love. Under normal circumstances, it should have been the father who brought their sons out to explore, shouldn't it? It wouldn't usually be the mother who brought their sons out with motorcycles in the middle of the night. But to let Lu Tingxiao bring little treasure out like that? No way. That was why he thought that. Xiao Xi was amazing. She could be both the mother and the father. Tonight, with the moon hanging brightly in the sky and a chilly breeze blowing, it was the perfect weather. Speeding at 70, feeling free, hoping the end is the Aegean Sea, running ahead and dreaming of the other side. We want to roam the world, running with the wind with freedom as your direction, chase after the power of lightning and thunder, fill my chest with the vast ocean. Even the smallest sail can voyage. Ning Xi drove her motorcycle at 40 yards per hour instead of the usual 400 yards, sang a few small tunes, and brought little treasure to explore the city. After a while, there was a familiar rumbling of motorcycles. She turned around to look, and as expected, it was Ah Ka and the gang. Ah Ka, too, had noticed Ning Xi. Hurry, follow him. Xiang excitedly urged, as she waved one hand to shout, Hello, Xi. Xiang, who was sitting in the back of Ah Ka's motorcycle, excitedly screamed, Ah Ka, slow down. Why does that motorcycle in front of you look so much like the one you lent Xi? Ah Ka slowed down and adjusted his headlights to look at the motorcycle. You're right, that's the one. Hurry, follow him. Xiang excitedly urged, as she waved one hand to shout, Hello, Xi. When both motorcycles met, Xiang immediately whined. Xi, you're so mean. The last time we invited you, you wouldn't come. At last you came here yourself. Since we bumped into each other, let's compete a little. The destination is our old gathering spot. Ah Ka suddenly sped up, and the other motorcycles quickly followed suit. Because it was late and dark at night, coupled with the fact that little treasure and Ning Xi wore the same black color clothing, no one saw that Ning Xi had a little one with her. Ning Xi steadily followed after them, and reached out to touch the little hand holding on to her waist, and said, Little treasure, hold tight. I'm going to speed up. Okay. Little treasure's hand gripped onto her clothes much tighter. Ning Xi accelerated and rode ahead. Tonight, Ah Ka and the gang were riding on the road that was not as dangerous as Death Valley and were not showing off their skills. It was just a normal highway, and speed was what mattered. Little treasure, are you happy? Ning Xi shouted into the wind. A short while later, she felt a light knock on her back from the little helmet. That slight knock melted Ning Xi's heart, and so she asked, Then do you want to go faster? The little helmet knocked on her again without hesitation. Ning Xi smiled widely and continued to pick up speed. Of course, Ning Xi's acceleration was only in comparison to her 40-yard-per-hour speed, definitely incomparable to the speed of Ah Ka and the rest. When Ning Xi finally brought little treasure to the destination, Ah Ka and the gang were already sitting around smoking. Some were even so bored that they brought out the poker cards for a few rounds of games. Chapter 291 My Wife is a Beauty. Ah Ka put out his cigarette as he watched Ning Xi make her way forward with no sense of urgency, and rolled up his sleeves to exclaim, Jesus, you're fooling us. At what speed were you riding that? Why were you riding my precious ride like any other rides? Are you looking down on me? He finally beat Xi once, yet there was not a tinge of pride in his success. Instead, he was laughed at by everyone, even worse than losing. Exactly, Xi, you're too mean. We've all been waiting for you here for at least half an hour now. Xi, you're so annoying. You made me lose a kiss, but I won't honor it. Aka didn't even win it fairly. You must compete again before I'll be convinced. Sure, we can compete again. I'm not afraid. I want to beat him fair and square. Everyone started to speak over one another, while Ning Xi did not say a word, as she took off her helmet, got off the vehicle, let the ride lean steadily on the side, and slowly carried little Treasure, who was on the back seat. Xi, what's on your back seat? Why does it look like a kid? Xi, you didn't kidnap him, did you? You can't do such immoral things, okay? Exactly. Xi, you're usually so secretive. It wouldn't be because you're from a child trafficking organization, are you? Ning Xi took the helmet off little Treasure, rolled her eyes at everyone, and angrily replied, Please, this is my son. What? Xi, you have a son? Xiang looked like her world was crumbling. You actually have a son this old? No way. Jesus, she is actually married? And even has a son? Suddenly, everyone surrounded the little boy beside Ning Xi. The happiest person then was definitely Aka. He was so angry earlier, but now he felt overjoyed. Xi, my good bro, you're amazing. You even have a little one. Good one. Look at your precious son with his big eyes. You better be honest with us. Your wife must be a beauty, right? My wife. Ning Xi touched her chin and thought about Lu Tingxiao's ice-cold face and said, Is indeed beautiful. Aka suddenly burst out laughing. Huh? I knew it. Xiang, you can give up now. Xiang stomped her feet and whined as she clung onto Ning Xi. I don't believe you. Xi, is your wife as pretty as me? You don't like me at all. You even let me kiss you. The moment Xiang got close to Ning Xi, she abruptly felt her back go cold. She looked down and saw that the cute kid was looking at her with ice-cold eyes, akin to a little werewolf who was defending its territory. Ning Xi cleared her throat before she picked up little Treasure and comforted him. The moment the little guy was carried by Ning Xi, he changed from a little werewolf back to a cute little bun again. His short little hand clung onto Ning Xi's neck, while his head leaned on her shoulders obediently. Ning Xi comforted the little bun on one hand and looked apologetically at Xiang on the other hand and said, I'm sorry, Xiang. Those were just the rules of the game. If I had led you on in any way, I'm truly sorry. I've only got eyes for my son's mother. She is the only one I will love the most forever. Ning Xi hopped on this good opportunity to let Xiang give up on her. Chapter 292, My Baby. Tingxi, I hate you so much. Xiang cried as she ran out. Ning Xi nudged Aka's shoulder and said, Why are you still standing here? Quickly go chase after her. Aka was stunned for a moment, before he gave Ning Xi a fist bump and then running after Xiang. After chatting with everyone, Ning Xi put the helmet onto little Treasure again and said, My fellow bros, I brought my son today, and it's getting late, so I shall make a move first. Next time, grilled meat and beers on me. Xi, I'll take your word for it. Exactly. You're not allowed to ditch us. Oh yeah, remember to bring your beautiful wife for us to meet. Haha. Yes, bring her along. Ning Xi shot those guys a look and replied, Please, I already said she's a beauty. Do you think I'd bring her for you pack of hungry wolves to drool over? Geez, the crowd booed. The night started to fade away as the sky turned to light. Ning Xi drove along the road and reached a quiet alley. From afar, one could smell the tempting aroma of food. She stopped her motorcycle and carried little Treasure down. Hungry, are you? Auntie will bring you for some good food. Ning Xi held little Treasure's hand and walked into an old but refreshing breakfast diner. She ordered a bamboo steamer of small steamed buns and 2 bowls of dumplings. The steamed buns had thin skin and were filled with lots of juicy meat, while the dumplings were thick with fillings. With a drip of special sesame oil and a sprinkle of chives, Ning Xi gobbled it all up within seconds and asked for a second bowl. Looking up, she saw the little bun too had scarfed down a big bowl of food and licked his lips in a way to show he wanted more. Ning Xi laughed. Your little stomach is only so big. Even if it's that good, you can't eat too much at a go, so one bowl is enough. Try this small steamed bun. It's really good as well. She picked up a bun, dipped it in vinegar, and put it into his little bowl. This time, the little bun ate it slowly, as if he did not want the bun to end so quickly. Ning Xi leaned her head on her hand and looked at the little bun. The longer she looked, the more her heart hurt. She had to take a breath before she took her eyes off him. The little bun finished his small steamed bun and looked like he was at a loss. Next, Ning Xi was about to say, "Next time, I'll bring you here again," but she had to stop herself. Once they were done with breakfast, Ning Xi took a look at the time on her phone. It was almost 6 o'clock. She still had 2 more hours before she had to send the little bun home and start work. Regal Riviera Hotel was not too far away, so Ning Xi first brought Little Treasure to her condominium and cleaned him up so as to not frighten the Liu parents later. From the way those two were careful and worried about Little Treasure, they definitely could not accept what Ning Xi had been doing with Little Treasure last night. Little Treasure suddenly sobered up when he saw that his face was restored to normal. Ning Xi picked up a pink brush from her dressing table and dressed him up with a pink nose and beard, making him look like a cute little kitten. Then, she drew the same thing on her face. Meow. It's cute, eh? Little Treasure touched the cat whiskers on his cheeks, and he seemed to be cheered up again. Ning Xi carried the moody little bun to sit on her and asked, "Baby, are you sleepy? Want to sleep for a while?" Little Bun immediately shook his head and widened his eyes. Then what should we do? Let me think. Ning Xi thought hard as she only had an hour left. What else could she do with the little bun? Or what else could they do that would make him extra happy? As she was thinking, she did not know why, but suddenly her mood changed and she felt like she was about to break down. The tears that she had suppressed for so long could no longer be kept in. Chapter 293. The little bun was dumbfounded. Maybe it was because she had suppressed her feelings for too long. Even with the little bun in front of her, and despite knowing that she should not act this way as it might frighten him, she really could not hold it in any longer. The little bun sat on the bedside and stared at Ning Xi, who cried with her face down on her pillow. He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with helplessness and panic. After a while later, he tried using his little hand to pat Tingxiao Xi, the same way she usually did when comforting him. Yet, as he lightly patted her a little, Ning Xi suddenly started to cry harder. Little Bun was frightened. He dared not do anything that might provoke her further. His little eyes were full of worry as he watched Ning Xi sob her heart out. Slowly, he felt his eyes tear up, and he felt like crying too. But no, he must not cry. Tingxiao Xi still needed him. Little Bun blinked away his tears and took out a little handphone from his pocket. Actually, he really hated such lifeless objects. He didn't like that he could only contact his Tingxiao Xi through it, so he refused to use it. He wanted Tingxiao Xi to be able to hug him, to pat him on the head, and to kiss his little cheeks. This was the first time in the past few days that the little Bun made the initiative to use the new phone that Liu Tingxiao had prepared for him. Little Bun quickly sent a message to his father saying, crying, Liu family old residence, in the study room on the 2nd floor. Liu Tingxiao, who was sitting in front of his desk, immediately stood up after reading Little Treasure's message and almost spilt the cup of water in his hand. He quickly replied, "Who's crying?" "Tingxiao Xi." Little Treasure replied. Liu Tingxiao immediately knew why Ning Xi was crying. However, he was clueless as to what to do when he faced his son's call for help. As to how to cheer up a crying girl, he really did have no experience at all. Liu Tingxiao switched his computer on and started to do all sorts of research. After Little Treasure messaged him twice, Liu Tingxiao hurriedly sent a picture to Little Treasure. It was an image of a joke. He typed, "Try telling her this." Little Treasure quickly showed Tingxiao Xi the image, his little face full of unsettled worry. Ning Xi lifted her tear-filled face and looked at the words on the phone. A long, long time ago, Apple and Pear were good friends. But because Apple had to move, they made a pact to meet somewhere in 10 years' time. After 10 years, Apple returned to their meeting spot, but he waited for very long, and Pear did not appear. As the apple waited and waited, he became plasma. Uffed. Ning Xi burst out laughing through her tears and started to laugh uncontrollably. "My dear, your joke. It's too lame." In fact, the joke weirdly gave her a familiar vibe, oozing of a certain person's style. "I'm sorry, baby. Ani just suddenly lost control. I'm going to wash my face now." Ning Xi awkwardly sniffed and walked to the washroom, embarrassed. She could not believe herself. She had wanted to cheer up Little Treasure, yet she had cried like a baby in front of him. In the end, Little Treasure had to console her instead. When Ning Xi was in the washroom, Little Treasure secretly replied back. She laughed. Tingxiao, who was waiting anxiously on the other end of the phone, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, he worriedly reminded his son again. Still remember what I told you? He felt relieved when Little Treasure replied with an. All of a sudden, the study room door burst open. It was Lu Jingli who rushed in with an ashen face, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Bro, we're dead. The old man came back earlier than expected. In fact, he's already at the door right now. Chapter 294. Confrontation between father and son. Tingxiao briefly nodded and said, Lu Jingli was about to cry. Please. What do you mean by MMM? Do you actually have a plan? Based on the old man's stubborn personality, what if he got provoked and did something crazy? Who can stop him? The worst part was that the person who let Ning Xi and Little Treasure go was him. He could almost predict his tragic future. At this moment, the sound footsteps could be heard from below, followed by the sound of Father Lu and the maid's conversation. How is Little Treasure today? Master, Little Master is not awake yet. I'll go see him. Father Lu's heart was where his dearest grandson was, so it was only natural that the first thing he did when he returned was to go see Little Treasure. Lu Jingli flew down the stairs and spread his arms apart to stop the old man in front of him and said, Father, are you hungry? Let's go have breakfast first. Mother has been working away in the kitchen since this morning. I'll eat later. I want to see Little Treasure first. Best to eat first before seeing him. Otherwise, the food will get cold. If it gets cold, I can just get the maids to heat it up. That way the nutrition will be lost. Lu Chongshan finally realized that something was not right, as he frowned at his son. You little punk. What did you do now? Lu Jingli laughed feebly as he scratched the back of his head. And nothing. What could I have done? Then, Mother Lu came out from the kitchen and said, Breakfast is ready. Tell Little Treasure to wake up. It's not good to sleep too much either. He was dead. Now he really couldn't hide it any longer. Seeing Lu Jingli's expressions change while he kept blocking Little Treasure's room door, not letting them in, the Lu parents noticed that something was not right. Lu Chongshan angrily walked past him and pushed open the door. The room was empty. Lu Chongshan immediately asked furiously, Where is Little Treasure? Xiao Rong, the maid who was in charge of taking care of Little Treasure, was so frightened that she turned pale. She replied in panic and helplessness. How could this be? Little Master has been asleep in his room all this while. How do you guys even work? There are so many of you, and yet you couldn't even take good care of a child. Lu Jingli was prepared to take everything upon himself when a cold voice came from behind him. Little Treasure is not a criminal. Lu Chongshan immediately replied furiously, You bastard! What did you do to Little Treasure? Did you send him to that girl again? You're worse than an animal. Little Treasure is your son. How could you hand him over to an unruly girl like that? This time, even the typically neutral Mother Lu could not stay on the sidelines. Tingxiao, you've really messed up this time. How could you let Little Treasure go off with that girl? When he saw that the atmosphere was getting more and more tensed, Lu Jingli quickly said, Father, Mother, there are some things I've been keeping in for very long. Even if you wanted to break my leg, I must say it today. Just as my brother just said, Little Treasure is your grandson, not a criminal. From the way you guys strictly guard him, what is the difference between putting Little Treasure in jail and staying here? Even though Little Treasure was obediently staying here for the past few days, was he truly happy through it all? We only let Little Treasure go to his best friend, his favorite aunt's place to play for a while. Can you guys not make such a big deal out of this? You animal. Have you forgotten how Little Treasure became how he is right now? Lu Chongshan roared as he was about to deliver a slap. Tingxiao dragged Lu Jingli aside. The next second, a slap heavily landed across his face. Chapter 295. Stunned. Bro. Lu Jingli was shocked. Are you okay? Lu Chongshan looked at his son, unable to react immediately. Since they were young, Lu Jingli had been hit countless times, but this was the first time he had laid a hand on his older son who never needed any worrying about. Tingxiao wiped the blood off on the corner of his mouth with his hand and said with the coldest expression, I'd rather let little treasure die in that accident than let him live the way he does right now. You. Father Lu grasped at his chest and walked back several steps, feeling faint from the provocation. Mother Lu quickly went forward to hold him. Tingxiao, your words have crossed the line. Even if your father and I have been wrong with the way we do this, you should not say such rubbish. What is more important than being alive? When Lu Chongshan finally caught his breath, he ordered his trusted butler, Xingwu, you go. I don't where little treasure is now. Immediately look for him and bring him back to me. Once he said that, he shot his sons a hostile look and said, the two of you, from now on, you're not allowed to enter the old residence. When he heard that, Lu Jingli protested anxiously. Father, this is dictatorship. Even Emperor Qin Shi Huang was not like you. If you're like this. He was about to continue complaining when Lu Tingxiao glared at him to stop talking. Helpless, Lu Jingli could only swallow his words. This was akin to the unbothered king within. Anxious eunuch. At this point, did his brother actually have a plan B up his sleeve? There was no need for the old man to get people searching for little treasure because in a while, Ning Xi would be sending the little bun home herself. Later when both parties met, what a bloodbath it would be. He didn't even dare to imagine. Indeed, just as Xingwu followed orders and was ready to mobilize all manpower to look for the little guy, a maid rushed in and exclaimed emotionally, Master, Madam, little master is back. He's at the door in the garden. What? Little treasure is back. Lu Chongshan briskly stood up before asking with an unhappy expression, who is little master with? With a girl. She's quite pretty, the maid answered as she trembled. Indeed, I would like to see for myself what skills this girl has that all of you defend her so kindly. At this point, Lu Chongshan's impression of Ning Xi was 10 feet underground. She was to him the root of all troubles. Mother Lu initially remained neutral, yet after such a fright, she too stood on Father Lu's side. Father and Mother Lu, plus Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli, with a large group of butlers and maids, all made their way to the door in the garden. At the same time, Ning Xi was worriedly calling Lu Jingli's phone. She thought she saw a maid spying on her from inside the house, as if she had noticed her and little treasure, and she wondered if anything had happened. Damn it, why can't I get through to Lu Jing's phone? What is this guy doing? As she was increasingly anxious, pacing up and down, Ning Xi suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. She saw an extremely intimidating old man with a serious and darkened expression, held by a charismatic and young-looking madam, who was followed by Lu Jingli and Lu Tingxiao, with a large group of butlers and maids trailing behind. All of these people were making their way towards her. Ning Xi was stunned. God damn it. Lu Jingli, you ass, what is happening right now? Chapter 296, Kissing Both. Lu Chongshan's eyes immediately fell on his beloved grandson beside Ning Xi. After making sure that he was fine, his sharp gaze focused on Ning Xi. Even though Lu Chongshan had been retired for quite a while, he did rule Imperial for so many years, and he could be really intimidating if he wanted to be. Because Ning Xi had to directly go to the drama team later, she had put on her typical casual outfit and tied her hair up into a simple ponytail. Overall, she was quite well dressed. Nevertheless, Lu Chongshan did not notice these things, as he was only filled with the idea that this girl before him had foul intentions by colluding with both his sons to let her take away his beloved grandson for a night. Such nerves she had to challenge his authority. Lu Chongshan stomped furiously towards Ning Xi, and the closer he got, the more tense the atmosphere became. But something unexpected happened out of the blue. The little Bun, who was initially standing beside Ning Xi unmoving, suddenly let go of her hand and stumbled forward with his short little legs. He slowly ran towards his grandparents. The two Lu grandparents felt their heartstrings tugged at the side of their grandson running towards them, and they subconsciously thought little treasure must have been wronged. Both of them squatted down and were ready to console the little guy. Alas, baby little treasure, who usually had on a straight expression, ran to them and broke into the biggest smile. Both grandparents were stunned as little treasure went over to plant a kiss on his grandmother's cheek, then very fairly, his grandfather's too. At this moment, Father Lu and Mother Lu were speechless. Lu Jingli's jaw dropped. All the maids too had on an astonished expression, and even Ning Xi was shocked by this scene. The only person who was calm through it all was probably Tingxiao, who already had everything under control. Moments passed, and both grandparents still did not know how to react. Mother Lu's had on a dreamy expression and disbelief. Am I dreaming? Did our baby just kiss me? He kissed me too, Lu Chongshan said in shock. At this moment, his rage had entirely left him. To maintain his composure, he first suppressed his emotional expression and then slowly stood up. He looked at Ning Xi again, cleared his throat, and said, You must be Miss Ning Xi, right? Thank you for sending our little treasure home. If you don't mind, come in and sit down for a while. Mother Lu immediately echoed, Yes. Since you're here anyway, you should come in for a while. I've just made breakfast. Let's eat together. I have already eaten. Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, Mother Lu was already reaching out to her hand gently as she guided her into the house. Ning Xi was speechless. From the moment little treasure had run towards them, Lu Jingli was dumbfounded. What had just happened? As Ning Xi was practically dragged in, she wanted to pull away, but there was no way to do so. So she just shot a look at Lu Tingxiao, whom she had been avoiding, to ask for help. Big boss, help. She desperately sent the message through her expressive eyes. Lu Tingxiao looked at the reluctant girl who was silently pleading to him for help, and he smiled a little. The coldness in his eyes melted. Ning Xi wasn't sure why either, but Lu Tingxiao's brief look was enough to calm her inner frantic storm into a lazy river in spring, instantly granting her a sense of serenity. Chapter 297. Holding her hand under the table. Brother, you had better tell me honestly. Did you teach little treasure this trick? Did you plan this right from the start, just waiting for this moment? Geez, since you've planned this from the outset, you could have let me in on it. I was scared to death earlier, Lu Jingli said as he wiped the sweat from his brow, calming down. Lu Tingxiao looked at his brother, who was terrified out of his mind, and explained, Your face would have given it away. If father could see that little treasure was instructed to do that, it would only have increased their dislike for Ning Xi. Oh, my face, is it that expressive? Lu Jingli said in surprise. His brother made sense. He had no room for defense. However, once the crisis had been averted, Lu Jingli returned to normal again. He laughed excitedly. Bro, did you our parents' faces earlier? It was too funny. The old man was clearly overjoyed, yet he tried to pretend that he was calm. Our mother just straightforwardly pulled Ning Xi into the house. Xiao Sisi was so stunned. Lu Jingli recalled Ning Xi's expression and felt a sense of consolation that at least there was someone on the same boat as him. In the Chinese retro-style living room, the long dining table was full of various dishes. It was only breakfast, but the spread was even grander than a banquet. With nowhere to escape, Ning Xi just went with the flow and sat at the table. Seated opposite her was Mother Lu, Little Treasure, and Father Lu. Flanking Ning Xi was Lu Jingli, her, and Lu Tingxiao. To dissipate the awkward situation, Ning Xi initiated the conversation. Thank you so much, madam, for your warm welcome, but I've already had breakfast. In other words, she was trying to convey, I've eaten. Please let me go. With the devil himself so closely on her left and the devil's parents opposite her, she felt immensely pressured. Have you eaten? What about little treasure? Has he eaten too? Mother Lu immediately questioned. Yes, Ning Xi answered carefully, not wanting to speak too much. What did little treasure eat this morning? He ate a big bowl of dumplings and a few small steamed buns. Oh, then he's eaten quite a lot. Mother Lu nodded, before she asked with concern, Did he vomit or feel sick? Lu Chongshan looked at Ning Xi curiously. Ning Xi shook her head, assuring, That didn't happen. Both parents were relieved. Then see if there's anything you like to eat, and dig in. Mother Lu said as she personally served Ning Xi a small plate of lemon fish cutlets. Unable to reject her kind hospitality, Ning Xi thanked her gracefully. Lu Chongshan then cleared his throat and gave his wife a look. Mother Lu instantly understood and proceeded to ask, Miss Ning, I heard you brought our little treasure out to play last night. Finally, the question she was waiting for. Ning Xi's expression immediately tightened. I'm sorry, She was about to admit that she had taken little treasure away without their permission. All of a sudden, her left hand, which was resting on her knee, was covered by a warm palm lightly, as if there was some hidden message trying to be conveyed to her. The unexpected warmth shocked Ning Xi, akin to a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she almost jumped up from her seat. She even choked slightly on her food and started coughing profusely. Lu Tingxiao acted nonchalantly and poured her a cup of water, even lifting it up to her lips as if it was the most natural thing to do. Chapter 298. Finally getting the cabbage. Ning Xi did not dare take up the devil's offer of feeding her water while everyone looked on, so she quickly took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. She had a bad habit of stuffing herself when she got nervous. As she watched her son and the girl interact, Mother Lu knew in an instant what had transpired. She was in disbelief that her blockhead of an older son would know how to flirt with girls. This pig that she had worked hard to raise for so many years could finally harvest the cabbage with his own snout. At this point, Lu Tingxiao did not remove his hand. Instead, he flipped Ning Xi's sweaty palm upwards and traced a word in her hand, me. When she recognized the word, Ning Xi immediately knew what Lu Tingxiao meant. The devil didn't want her to admit that it was her fault, but to push all the blame onto him. But doing that wouldn't be too nice, would it? As Ning Xi hesitated, Lu Tingxiao started to use his slightly coarse fingers to run across the softest and most sensitive part of her small palm. It felt like he was using his fingers to graze her heart directly. Ning Xi did not dare to hesitate further, and said quickly in one breath, "Last night, Xiao Lu suddenly called me to say that little treasure hasn't been feeling too well lately, and he hoped I could accompany him and take him out to cheer him up, so I rushed over here in the middle of the night." Upon hearing this, the Lu parents shot their son a dissatisfied look, and then looked back at Ning Xi, clearly much more at ease. Lu Chongshan had initially thought that this girl was using his oldest son's adoration for her to rebel against him. Once he knew that it was his son himself who put her up to it, and that she was unaware that they were strictly watching after little treasure, the feelings of rage and having his authority threatened dipped significantly. Mother Lu smiled encouragingly at Ning Xi, before she asking the question that she really wanted to know the answer to. I wonder where Miss Ning brought little treasure to cheer up? And how? How could she make little treasure smile so happily when he was depressed just the day before? And how did she even make him approach them himself when it was never done before? If she knew the secret, she would be able to get her beloved grandson's little kisses more often. Lu Chongshan immediately put down his chopsticks and looked like he was eager to whip out a notebook to write the tips down. Lu Jingli looked at the way his parents' reactions and tried hard not to laugh. He knew in his heart that it was futile. The key was not where she brought little treasure and how she cheered him up. The cause for little treasure's happiness was Ning Xi herself. Facing the Lu parents' earnest look, there was no way Ning Xi could admit that she had brought little treasure out for drag racing. She would definitely be back in their bad books if she did that. So she cleared her throat and said, "Actually, we didn't go anywhere really. I just drove little treasure around the capital." Technically, that was the truth. Indeed, they were driving around the city, only that she was not driving just any vehicle, but one that was nicknamed Midnight Rage and used for professional racing. When both parents heard this answer, they were clearly a little disappointed. Just a car drive could make little treasure, who had been temperamental and moody since birth, to suddenly take the initiative to kiss his grandparents? Chapter 299. Resisting Temptation. What happened seemed very normal, but the fact that little treasure went out with her obediently all day was an incredible feat, which couldn't be accomplished by anyone but Ning Xi. Even if it had been Qin Mufeng, who had been little treasure's psychologist for many years, there was not much that he could help with now. They used to think that little treasure had reached his limit by just being able to communicate with simple words, but the 2 kisses he expressed today surprised them immensely. Hope still remained for little treasure's recovery. Maybe one day, he would return to be a normal child, laughing heartily, and being able to bond closely with the family. Maybe he might even speak. The key to his recovery lay within this woman whom they initially thought could potentially hurt little treasure. Both Father and Mother Lu were strongly against this from the beginning, which had led to the current difficult situation. Lu Chongshan looked at his grandson gently, remembering how little treasure kissed him. He would trade anything for his kisses without hesitation. Mother Lu had been doing all the questioning, and Lu Chongshan could not hold it in any longer and asked, "As far as I know, Miss Ning, you're currently a professional actress?" Ning Xi nodded, "Yes." Ning Xi felt indifferent as time passed. While the Lu family possessed enormous power, she did not intend to take anything from them, and it was even more impossible for her to become their daughter-in-law. so there was no reason to fear him. I wonder how much you currently earn, Miss Ning? Lu Chongshan asked. Ning Xi was a little confused by this question. What did Father Lu's question mean? At this moment, Lu Jingli and Lu Tingxiao instantly understood what the old man implied and what he was planning. Even though Ning Xi did not understand Lu Chongshan's intentions, she still replied, I've just only started my career, so I don't earn that much. The series I'm involved in right now is recommended by my previous company, so minus the commission, I'm left with about $500,000. Lu Chongshan nodded, then asked, I wonder if you would be interested in a change in career? Career change. Ning Xi frowned. That's right, I hope to invite Miss Ning to become Little Treasure's private tutor. The reward will definitely satisfy you. I can guarantee that even the current top-grossing artist in the entertainment industry doesn't earn more than what this role offers, Lu Chongshan said with utmost confidence. With such appealing terms, he thought that no one would be dumb enough to reject this offer. What was her purpose of entering the entertainment industry anyway? It was about earning quick money, wasn't it? Then, he would fulfill her desires instantly. He did not believe that she could resist such a tempting offer. After listening to Lu Chongshan's offer, Ning Xi faked a smile, hiding her stubbornness and disdain behind her eyes. Due to the fact that he is Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli's father, and Little Treasure's grandfather, she refrained from using a harsh tone. Instead, she replied as gently as she could, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, but everyone has their own aspirations. She did not want to say more. There was too much of a difference between their values, and he would not understand what she had to say. Ning Xi's answer blew him away. Lu Chongshan was not pleased. He then asked coldly, Are you implying that my conditions aren't good enough? Chapter 300, Godly Fire Extinguisher. Mr. Lu, I didn't mean it that way. If your intention was for me to spend more time with Little Treasure, I can come over more often, as a friend. Ning Xi said, Are you rejecting me? Lu Chongshan's face darkened, not knowing if it was because of Lu Tingxiao's presence beside her. Even under Father Lu's terrifying pressure, she was still brave enough to say, Yes. You're being ridiculous. Lu Chongshan was always above everyone else, and he was used to everyone obeying him, which explained why he could not handle a little artiste rejecting his offer. He exploded right there and then. Lu Tingxiao kept silent and put his hand on Ning Xi's chair. While he did not say anything, his assumed a protective pose. When Lu Tingxiao came closer to her, Ning Xi relaxed. The talk came to a stalemate. The smooth-talking Lu Jingli could not wait anymore and said, Father, where's your logic? Xiaoxi just had to say yes, I do, to brother, and she would have the whole Lu family to herself. But if she doesn't even want to become my sister-in-law, do you think she'd care about the money? Lu Chongshan was infuriated as he slammed the table loudly. You bastard! Are you forcing me to use the family punishment? You always threaten us with the family punishment every time you lose an argument, Lu Jingli mumbled softly. With both of his sons not on his side, he became increasingly angry at that point. As he was going to start yelling again, he felt a soft pat on his back. He turned around and saw Little Treasure patting his back with his tiny hands. It seemed like he was comforting him to not be angry, as it was unhealthy. Such a godly fire extinguisher, what kind of flame of anger would still survive? Lu Chongshan was relieved instantly by the child's gesture, which worked better than any heavenly medicine. He said kindly, My sweet child, you're worried about Grandpa, aren't you? Lu Jingli saw his father's gentle attitude towards Little Treasure and felt jealous, as he said, Wow, why haven't I seen you treat me this kindly before? What a huge difference. Why am I the lowest-ranking person in this family? Am I really your biological son? Annoyed, Lu Chongshan replied, Wait till you get married and bear me some grandchildren. Then we'll talk about your place in the family. Lu Jingli cheekily replied, Bye-bye? I guess I'll just stay here at the lowest level. The price to pay for getting a higher status in the family was just too high for him. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the conversation. Ning Xi quickly took out her phone to see that it was Xiao Tao. Only then did she realize that she was already half an hour late. Ning Xi answered the call in a low voice. Hey Xiao Tao. Hello, Sister Xi, why aren't you here yet? We've started shooting and the director is urging everyone to gather. I went to your room, but no one answered the door. Where are you? Ugh, I had something urgent to handle. I'm still currently on the East Coast, and the soonest I can get there would take about an hour. Please help me explain and apologize to the director. After ending the call, Ning Xi stood up and prepared to leave. Thank you for having me here, but I still have some work to do. I need to leave first. She looked at her little bun and reluctantly left. Chapter 301. Nothing a kiss can't fix. As Ning Xi was about to leave, Mother Lu noticed that Father Lu was silent with a cold expression on his face. Lu Tingxiao stood up and walked towards Little Treasure, then carried him to Ning Xi. Go send Ani Xiaoxi off. Little Treasure nodded and held Ning Xi's hand. Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao gratefully, then walked off with her little bun to the courtyard. Lu Chongshan was about to get up, but was stopped by Mother Lu. She shook her head and said, "Let them be, he's just sending her off." Lu Chongshan's expression was still unhappy, but he gave in anyway. Ning Xi and Little Treasure walked along a short green pebbled path. It would take them 10 minutes to reach the courtyard gate. Along the path, Ning Xi kept thinking about words to comfort the little bun, but she was unable to come up with anything. The little bun looked down, refusing to lift his head up. After a while, he took out his writing board and started writing. The little bun showed Ning Xi the board after he was done with it. On the board it was written, Tagore once said, "If you love her, let your love surround her like sunlight and set her free." Ning Xi's sadness vanished after she saw what Little Treasure wrote. "Baby, you even know about Tagore. Where did you learn this from?" Ning Xi squatted down and hugged the little bun tightly, and with a heart full of warmth, she told him, "Thank you. I'm really thankful for you." She really did not expect Little Treasure to show her something as heart-touching as this. As she was hugging Little Treasure, she saw a familiar shadow closing in. She quickly kissed the little bun and told him that she would find a chance to visit him again. Then she ran away. Lu Tingxiao felt forlorn when he saw the girl running away swiftly. Lu Jingli laughed out loud. "Bro, Xiaoxi runs faster than a mutant rabbit when she sees you." He then looked at the little bun and said, "It's really unfair. I understand now that no matter what I say, it can never be on par with a kiss from Little Treasure. If there's something a kiss cannot solve, then 2 kisses. So, bro, why don't you let Little Treasure do his thing and change our parents' mind? Won't it solve the huge issue between you and Xiaoxi?" "This isn't the biggest problem between us," Lu Tingxiao replied coldly. He knew clearly that the suggestion to have Ning Xi resign and become Little Treasure's tutor was the best compromise the old man could make. However, his ultimate goal was accomplished when he saw how much influence Ning Xi had over Little Treasure. He knew that Father Lu would not try to do anything to her. After Ning Xi left, Lu Chongshan called both sons into his study room. "Seeing that it's all for Little Treasure, I will not pursue what happened last night further. But there will be no next time. Father, why are you so troublesome? Just let brother marry her already, then everything will be solved." How awesome would that be? Surprisingly, Lu Chongshan did not get angry at Lu Jingli. Instead, he sighed. "Jingli, if it had been you, I would have agreed to the marriage." Lu Jingli shivered. "Father, can you stop making such terrifying statements?" This was just causing him more trouble. Chapter 302. The Devil That Was Too Cute. "My son, if it had been your wife, even if she were an artiste, there wouldn't be much of an implication. But it's not the same with your brother. He's the chief executive officer of Lu Group Corporation and the helmsman of the Lu family empire. His choice for a wife is important to the entire family." Lu Jingli looked at his brother beside him and saw that his cynical and defiant expression had become serious. Since they were children, he had lived under the protection of his brother and did as he liked. He had the right to choose someone he liked to be his wife, but his brother did not. "Bro, Lu Jingli suddenly did not know what to say. Lu Tingxiao patted him on the shoulder and then looked at Lu Chongshan. His usual icy cold eyes revealed an air of arrogance, and he said, "Father, apart from you and Mother, no one else can affect my decisions." In other words, the opinions of all these companies, family empires, and unrelated persons did not matter to him. The only ones he cared about were the opinions of his closest family members. When Lu Chongshan heard this, he was stunned. Even though these words were meant to disobey him, he felt a sense of pride and happiness in his heart. He had spent 20 years to achieve his success, never hesitating to make risky decisions. Yet, he had forgotten his son before him, who merely took 5 short years to calm a huge internal strife. He had even elevated the Lu family to a higher status within those 5 years. Even though the words he had just uttered were rebellious and arrogant, they were not frivolous, as he did indeed have such capabilities. Lu Chongshan took a deep breath before he finally sighed. Tingxiao, don't blame me for being too careful. You must know that it's easy to get the world, but it's not easy to hold on to it. To have such a weak point by your side is definitely not a good thing. Lu Tingxiao's eyes revealed a ripple of gentle yet determined vibe. I will prove to you that she is not a weak point. With that, he turned around to leave. As he watched his brother's shadow leave, all of Lu Jingli's inner guilt turned into admiration. Wow, my brother is too cool. After he left the study room, Lu Tingxiao went to look for little treasure. The little guy was leaning with his cheek in his hand as he lay on the windowsill, zoned out. His little face expressed a mix of contentment and disappointment. Lu Tingxiao walked to his son, then gently put his palm on his head. You did. Well. Little Treasure turned his head and looked up. What's wrong? Lu Tingxiao asked. Little Treasure used his little hand to pull the hem of his father's shirt, indicating for him to bend lower. Lu Tingxiao bent down. In the next second, a soft little kiss fell on his cheek. Lu Tingxiao, who was used to having everything under his control and prediction, was truly stunned for the first time. After a few seconds, Lu Tingxiao finally returned to his senses. He did not know how to deal with this situation, so in the end he just cleared his throat with a serious face and complimented, "Good boy." Buffed. Lu Jingli, who was leaning on the door, immediately burst into laughter, thinking that his brother was simply too cute in this moment. He had so many tricks when picking up girls, yet it turned out there were things he was not very skilled at too, such as ways to communicate with his son. Lu Tingxiao's stunned stupor by his son's sudden kiss was interrupted when his phone suddenly rang. It was Butler Yuan. Old Butler Yuan emotionally reported, "Hello, Master. Miss Xiaoxi came back." Chapter 303. She was tricked. At the same time, at Platinum Palace, Ning Xi was talking to the maid, Wan Wan, at the door. "My dearest and cutest Wan Wan, please, just let me in. I guarantee that I'll leave as soon as I've taken my luggage." Ning Xi begged with her palms pressed together. When she left the old residence earlier, she thought that she might as well apply for half a day off from the drama team and collect the luggage she had left at the bungalow. Even though 3 months was not too long a time, she realized that she had unknowingly moved most of her things here. That was why during this period of time, when she needed to use something urgently but could not come over to get it, it was very inconvenient. Of course, the most important thing was that she knew that the devil would be at the old residence, and definitely not at the bungalow. That was why she quickly used the opportunity to rush here. Frustratingly, the situation did not progress as smoothly as she had imagined it would have. The gentle little maid would not let her in, no matter what. "Miss Xiaoxi, please don't make this harder for me. It's not that I'm intentionally not letting you in, but I really don't have the authority to open this door." Ning Xi had no choice but to beg Butler Yuan. Butler Yuan was on the phone with someone, but he quickly hung up when he saw her coming his way. Then he cleared his throat and nonchalantly turned to her to say, "Miss Xiaoxi, you're back." I came back to get some things." "Dear Butler, would you help me open the door?" Ning Xi anxiously asked for help. Butler Yuan's face immediately revealed an expression of helplessness and softly sighed. "Miss Xiaoxi, even though as a servant, I should not say much about Master, this time I can't help but tell you. Previously, I don't know what happened, but a while back, the Master returned, and he made all of us leave the residence. Then, he locked himself up inside for a whole day. After that, the residence's enter and exit security has been tightened, and until now, no one else but him can enter." Butler Yuan paused at this part, and then continued to say, "So, if you need to go in, you can only contact the Master to come over and open the door for you." When she heard Butler Yuan say this, Ning Xi recalled that Lu Jingli did mention this to her before. She had been intentionally avoiding and not paying attention to all news related to Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi was shocked for a moment, but she quickly said, "Thank you. Then it's fine. I'll leave. Dear Butler, goodbye." She felt slightly unsettled about the phone call she saw Butler Yuan on. Since she still could not get her luggage today, it was best she left soon. When Butler Yuan saw that Ning Xi was going to leave, he suddenly became anxious as the Master was still on his way. He had seen his master depressed for many days, and finally he waited for Ning Xi to be back. He was not going to let her go easily. Thus, Butler Yuan quickly called out to stop her. Miss Xiaoxi, wait. Dear Butler, is there anything else? Ning Xi stopped in her footsteps. Butler Yuan pretended as if he suddenly thought of something and said, Miss Xiaoxi, I suddenly thought of a way of opening the door for you. Really? Ning Xi's face immediately lit up. Yes, Miss Xiaoxi, please wait here for a while. Okay, no problem. I'm so sorry for troubling you. At this moment, Ning Xi's heart was filled with grateful thoughts that there was humanity in this world without suspecting that the friendly-looking old butler would have tricked her. Thus, Ning Xi stood there, full of hope. Alas, she waited for more than 20 minutes. Chapter 304, Full of Traps. Ning Xi anxiously waited as she subconsciously started to pick at the plants in the garden. Soon, the tree before her was plucked bald. Miss Xiaoxi, have a cup of fruit juice. Wan Wan served a cup of juice, with a tray full of delicate refreshments. Thank you. Ning Xi drank half a cup in one gulp and impatiently asked, Wan Wan, have you helped me check why hasn't Butler Yuan returned yet? Wan Wan was not good at lying, but she still tried very hard to put on a smile and calmly comforted her. Miss Xiaoxi, please wait for a little longer. He should be back soon. Okay. Ning Xi looked at the time on her phone and decided to wait for another 5 minutes. If Butler Yuan was still not back by then, she had to leave. She was not sure why, but her heart felt increasingly unsettled. The time passed slowly, and 5 minutes felt like forever to her. Finally, the 5 minutes was up. Ning Xi gave her cup to Wan Wan and said, I'm sorry, Wan Wan. I've still got some things to do, and I have to go now. Please let Butler Yuan know, okay? Wan Wan's expression changed, and she stopped Ning Xi in her path in. A moment of anxiousness. Miss Xiaoxi, please wait for a little while longer. It will be done, very soon. Only a little while longer. If Ning Xi had not noticed anything suspicious from Butler Yuan's actions, then she surely sensed something from a person as innocent as Wan Wan who easily revealed her true intentions. Ning Xi looked at the way she acted and immediately knew that something was not right. So she quickly pushed her way through Wan Wan and ran. Just as she moved past Wan Wan, a lone lean figure came into her sight. Geez, I knew it. Ning Xi buried her face in her hands and blocked her face. She turned around to look at Wan Wan and said in a tone of disbelief, My dear Wan Wan, even you are helping them to trap me? All her hope for humanity was nonsense. She could not trust this world full of tricks anymore. Wan Wan felt so guilty that she was started to cry and bow apologetically. Miss Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Really sorry. So sorry. As Ning Xi watched the tear-stained little beauty apologize, she could not bring herself to be angry at her. She could only turn around to face the devil. Ning Xi took a deep breath and said, CO Lu, I am here too. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Tingxiao stonily said, Come in, and then started to walk towards the bungalow. Ning Xi looked at the devil's shadow, and her only thought was to run away. However, Lu Tingxiao seemed unworried that she would run away. He did not even turn back to look at her and walked ahead. At last, Ning Xi really did not dare to walk away. Her dilemma resulted in her obediently following his instructions in the end. Behind her, Wan Wan and Butler Yuan, who were hiding in a corner, finally felt relieved. Ning Xi nervously followed after the devil. She inadvertently looked around this place that she had not visited for quite a while. The living room, corridor, staircase, decorations. Even though everything was exactly the same as before, she had a foreign and distant feeling. Lu Tingxiao's firm steps led them to the door of her room before he opened it. He then stood there, waiting for her, as if he already knew why she had come. Chapter 305, Lock You Up Forever. Ning Xi's eyes met with the man's pitch-black ones. She stood there frightened and slightly freaked out, afraid to approach him. Lu Tingxiao lit up a cigarette and leaned against the door as he started to relax a little. Only now she felt more comfortable to advance towards him as the atmosphere became less tense. Ning Xi passed by Lu Tingxiao at the speed of lightning. Swoosh, and there she went, leaving only her shadow, almost like a martial arts master in the television series. At the center of the room, Ning Xi was a little stunned. Nothing in her room had changed at all. Messy fashion magazines were strewn all over her bed. Rolled-up yoga mats were lying carelessly on the floor, The eyebrow pencil she had dropped the other day was still there, and even the position of the broken lead from the pencil remained the same. All of these made her feel like she was living a different reality. She felt like the time she spent here was something that had happened in her past life. When a gust of wind blew through the windows and raised the curtains, Ning Xi returned to her senses and started packing up. First, she took out a large box from under the bed. Then she arranged her items one by one. Clothes, shoes, cosmetics, personal care items, PSP game console. Every time she put an item into the box, she felt a part of her heart was being packed away, and it hurt her. Throughout the whole process of packing, she did not dare to look at Tingxiao at all. From within this room, she only took her own possessions and nothing else. When she looked at the small items Tingxiao had bought for her, she felt guilty for cruelly abandoning them. Finally, she finished packing and she had to face the inevitable. She took a deep breath, lifted her head up, and looked at the silent man standing beside the door. Lu, I'm very grateful for your care during this period of time. Regarding little treasure, if there's any need, just give me a call. I'll be there whenever you need me. At this point, she was suddenly at a loss for words. After some internal struggling, she blurted out her final words. I'll be on my way then. She bowed to him out of respect and gratitude before she dragged her box and started to leave. After this, farewell, perhaps the chances of meeting again would be very slim. They did not belong to the same world with the disparity between them. If it was not for Little Treasure's accident the other time, they would never had met each other in this lifetime. Ning Xi's heart sank as she continued her exit with a troubled feeling. The moment she reached the exit, she saw some movement from the corner of her eye. The man who had been smoking quietly without any response suddenly placed his hands on the other side of the door frame with the cigarette still between his fingers, blocking her way out. Xiao Lu? Ning Xi was a little confused, unsure of what Tingxiao's action meant. Ning Xi. Yes, you definitely have some guts. Huh. Ning Xi was taken aback by what Tingxiao said. What did he mean? Tingxiao finished the last bit of his cigarette, stubbed it out, and looked at her. He started talking calmly. Aren't you afraid of me locking you up here, forever? Ning Xi was shocked. Please calm down, boss. Chapter 306, Better Suited for Kissing. Ning Xi was so scared that her knees almost gave way. Whoever said she had guts? Even when she entered the house earlier, it was because she had been too afraid to ignore his instructions. Ning Xi stood still, one foot in front of the other, and a hand dragging her box. She dared not make another move. She carefully observed Tingxiao's expression. Too bad the devil was so highly skilled, she had no idea if he was just joking or he was being serious. Ning Xi kept thinking. Then an idea popped into her head, and she quickly said, Who was that again? Ah, Tagore. Tagore said before, if you love someone, you should let your love surround them like sunlight and set them free. Tingxiao grinned. Ning Xi did not understand the reason behind his weird grin, so she continued. Tagore also said before, liking is presumptuous, but love is an act of restraint. And he even said that love is not temporary restraint without considering the consequences, but it's to help them live on freely. Tagore said all of these? Tingxiao asked coolly. I think so. Ning Xi let out a hollow laugh. Her mind was actually in a mess. She did not know who said all of these quotes. Are there more? Tingxiao continued asking. Ning Xi nodded her head eagerly, like a tiny chick pecking on rice grains. Yes, yes. Tagore also said that imprisoning others is illegal. Tingxiao's little grin spread into a wide smile, his cold fingers holding onto her chin. Then, did Tagore mention that your mouth is not suitable for talking nonsense, but better suited for kissing? Right after he finished his sentence, their lips met. Ning Xi was flabbergasted. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Tagore wouldn't say something like this. In shock, the box fell off Ning Xi's hands, followed by a loud bam sound of the heavy door closing shut. Ning Xi fell behind onto the soft bed. Tingxiao just stood in front of the bed, slowly and elegantly, taking off his coat. Impure thoughts of how her boss was undressing himself passed through her mind. She shook her head and tried to pull herself together, quickly saying, Lu, you have to calm down. Committing a crime for someone like me really isn't worth it. I can teach you some meditation. It works like a charm. As she was blabbering, Tingxiao had already taken off his coat, and he started to close in on her. Seeing how close the man's breath was getting to her, she felt cornered and she shouted, Tingxiao, don't you dare cross the line. Don't force me to use violence on you. Instead of retreating upon her defensive reaction of calling him out, the man showed a satisfied expression. He totally ignored the girl's warning and continued to close in. Dang it. Just because I don't show what I can do doesn't mean I can be taken advantage of. Ning Xi shoved her knee forward and tried to create an opening for herself. In the end, before she could do anything further, she felt a cold sensation on her wrist and heard a clacking. She was handcuffed. Chapter 307. Are you sure this is mine? Ning Xi was stunned, staring at the other half of the handcuff cuffed on Tingxiao's wrist. Looking at the pink handcuffs, Ning Xi burst out in fury. Tingxiao, you've crossed the line. How dare you use such a disgusting thing? Tingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you sure this is mine? If not, it couldn't be mine, could it? She felt something was odd. Suddenly, she noticed that these handcuffs looked really familiar. Ugh, why does this look like the one I bought for $9.90 from Taobao sex toy shop, the one I bought to beat up Jiang Mai? She did not even remember where she had left this, and she had not given a thought to it when she was leaving earlier. She felt like kicking herself for putting herself in this situation. It was impossible to get away this time, since they were handcuffed together. Where else could she go? Seeing how he had cuffed himself together with the girl, and looking at her fiery expression, Tingxiao knew that she could not run away this time. He started relaxing and caressing the girl's hair, like a lion preparing to enjoy his prey slowly. Ning Xi really ran out of ideas as she gave him her death stare. She thought about resorting to attack him with her head, but if all else failed, then at most the both of them would pass out. Tingxiao got closer and closer. Just a few centimeters before making contact, Ning Xi prepared to butt heads, but it was at that moment that Tingxiao suddenly slumped his face into the pillow instead. Ning Xi was confused. She had not even headbutted him yet. How had he just fainted? The devil had so many tricks up his sleeves that Ning Xi did not dare act carelessly. 3 minutes passed by, and a steady sound of breathing followed. Ning Xi turned over to see what had happened. She saw Tingxiao had his eyes shut, and he was fast asleep. He had fallen asleep. She had been scared to death, and he had fallen asleep. Ning Xi observed his face closely, paleness and fatigue written all over his face. One side of his face and the corner of his mouth looked a little red and swollen, as though he had gotten a slap from someone. Who had dared to slap the devil? Without much wondering, it must have been the devil's father. Back then, he had made Ning Xi push all the blame onto him. Who knew if his dad had done something to him after she had left? She also realized that he had lost a lot of weight. Oh crap, if she continued lying on the bed with Tingxiao like this, it might not turn out very well. She had nearly zero self-restraint in front of this man, which was precisely why she had been avoiding him, to prevent situations like this, to prevent herself from getting soft for him. Bam! The door slammed open just as Ning Xi started to feel anxious. It was Lu Jingli who appeared. Bro, I have something urgent, Ugh. Second master, please help me. Ning Xi grabbed her chance and asked for help. Bam! Lu Jingli shut the door quickly and left, as if he had not just appeared. Chapter 308. Let him sleep for a while. Ning Xi was speechless. Didn't he say it was something very urgent? How could he just run off like that? It was a good thing she had her phone with her. So Ning Xi quickly called Lu Jingli. You ass. Lu Jingli, where are you? How could you just run off like that? Am I not your friend? Ning Xi scolded him in a lowered voice when finally, from the other end of the phone came Lu Jingli's weak defense. No. I've always thought of you as my sister-in-law. You. Ning Xi was about to explode from anger. Xiao Sisi, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's because, never mind, just give Dr. Qin a call and you'll know. Qin Mufeng? His relationship with Tingxiao was pretty good, and he was also someone who knew Tingxiao quite well. Perhaps he'd have some ideas? Was it because Lu Jingli did not want to offend his brother, so he told her to look for Qin Mufeng? After deliberating, she quickly gave Qin Mufeng a call. Hello, Ning Xi. What's up? Qin Mufeng sounded surprised, as he had never thought that Ning Xi would call him. He had always regarded himself as inferior to her, seeing that someone as inexperienced and new to the industry as her could achieve success that he had not yet been able to. That was why he did not interact much with Ning Xi, or even why they both did not contact each other. I have something I need your help with. Would it be okay if you dropped by the Platinum Palace? What's up? Did you know about me and Lu Tingxiao? I roughly know a little. Currently, Lu Tingxiao's situation is a bit odd. Could you come over to have a look? Could you be any less vague? Ning Xi buried her face in her hands. How could she explain the current situation? At last, Ning Xi just simply blurted out everything that happened. That was what happened, and now I'm chained down by him. The other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then Qin Mufeng said, Ning Xi, do you really think he would hurt you? Of course she was not worried. But in front of Qin Mufeng, she definitely would not admit it, so she decided to be ambiguous. I don't know. He did say such scary things. Qin Mufeng softly sighed. There is something that Lu Tingxiao made me keep a secret from everyone. Lu Jingli knows though, but he guessed it himself. Ning Xi frowned. What is it? Since you rejected him, he has been suffering from severe insomnia. He can only sleep for 3 hours at most every day. Ning Xi's face darkened. How did it become like this? Qin Mufeng explained. Based on my experience, it was probably because he's experiencing from severe psychological stress. Lu Tingxiao's definitely not as harmless as he seems. He will do anything to achieve his purpose. Only when it comes to you. You are the exception. In order not to harm you, he kept suppressing his true personality, but internally he's battling with himself. He was worried that if he let loose a little, he might lose control of himself and do something regrettable. You must know that the pressure he faces is immense, and he doesn't dare relax even for a moment. At this point, Qin Mufeng paused. No matter as a doctor or as a friend, I have a favor to ask. Ning Xi, let him sleep for a while. If he goes on like this, he would not be able to endure it even if he was Iron Man. Be rest assured that with his current health condition, he won't be able to do anything to you. Chapter 309. The only way I can repay you. Okay, understood. Ning Xi hung up on the call and smiled bitterly. Indeed, she should not have called anyone related to Lu Tingxiao. Great, she thought to herself. Now she would not be able to leave. Just as Qin Mufeng predicted, Lu Tingxiao fell into a deep slumber and slept from day till night. In between, Lu Jingli secretly came over to peek quite a few times. At least he had some conscience and delivered meals to her several times to avoid her starving to death while accompanying the sleeping beauty. The next morning, Lu Tingxiao finally woke up. Ning Xi, who was deep in her thoughts, returned to her senses when she felt some movement behind her. You're awake. In his sleepy stupor, Lu Tingxiao was still quite blur. When he saw the girl, he curiously asked, Why didn't you leave? If she really wanted to leave, the handcuffs would not have been able to stop her. Ning Xi looked straight into his eyes, and then removed a hair clip from her head to pick the handcuff. His eyes immediately darkened. However, in the moments after that, they filled with shock. Ning Xi took off her jacket and started to unbutton her blouse, one button at a time. At the third button, Lu Tingxiao grabbed her hand and stopped her. Ning Xi quietly looked at him. Lu Tingxiao, I don't remember if I've said this to you, but what I can't stand the most is others being too nice to me. I'm most afraid of owing someone, so this is the only way I can repay you. Lu Tingxiao's face instantly turned sour. Do you think I only want to get into your pants? Ning Xi stuttered. Yeah, Lu Tingxiao could get any woman he wanted. In fact, all of them were clean. So who did she think she was? Lu Tingxiao resumed. Although, initially, it was because of this. Ning Xi was suddenly stunned. What? But do you think once is enough? I want to have this forever. Lu Tingxiao continued to say. God damn it. The devil was flirting again. As she heard this, Ning Xi could not help but turn red in embarrassment. Lu Tingxiao only exhibited gentleness as he helped her button her blouse up again. Ning Xi, answer just one question, then you can leave. What question? The person you like. Who is it? Lu Tingxiao queried. When she heard this question, Ning Xi immediately clammed up. Based on the current situation, the most reasonable person for her to say would have been Jiang Mai. But previously, she was worried that Lu Tingxiao would do something to Jiang Mai. It was fortunate that he had not. Ning Xi's mind stirred. If she directly told him now that the person she liked was Jiang Mai, she was worried that Lu Tingxiao could not restrain himself. Then Jiang Mai might be in trouble. Even if Jiang Mai was the devil's nephew, she was afraid he would not be able to handle the devil's attack. So, who should she say it was? At this very moment, she suddenly thought of someone. So Ning, she just stuttered. I've actually mentioned this to you before. It's my previous boyfriend, the one I only dated for a day. I previously said that even though I liked him, I couldn't be with him because his identity was too dangerous. I would only be a burden to stay with him. Tingxiao squinted his eyes knowingly. You know that he is very secretive, so I'm very sorry, but I can't tell you much about him. Ning Xi explained nervously, waiting for Tingxiao's reaction. Chapter 310. Indeed, you did something bad. After what seemed like forever, Tingxiao suddenly said, Ning Xi, a person's taste will change. Ning Xi was confused. What? What do you mean? What does this have to do with someone's taste? Tingxiao replied. One day, you will realize that cabbage is yummier than carrots. Ning Xi was speechless. Could he be more straightforward? Tingxiao touched the girl's little head and said, Let's go, a freshly awoken person's appetite is voracious. Plus, she just dropped a bomb on him. The fact that he could control his temper till now was a miracle. As soon as Ning Xi heard about the improvement in his appetite, she flew off the bed. Tingxiao called out to her from behind, Hold on. Oh, what else? Ning Xi rigidly spun around. Take all your stuff away, Tingxiao said. I did. Ning Xi was confused. Tingxiao looked at the rows of wardrobe in front of him and reminded, Clothes. Ning Xi felt awkward. I don't need all of these. They're too expensive. The problem was not just that the clothes were expensive and luxurious brands. It was that she had not even heard of some of them. It's my friend's brand. He only gifted it to me because he couldn't sell it off, so it's not that valuable. If you don't want, I will let Uncle Yuan throw it out, Tingxiao said. Ning Xi looked hurt. It's a pity to throw them away. Besides, they are a piece of your friend's hard work. Actually, these clothes do look quite nice. Your friend is talented. He would definitely be famous in the future. The price of these clothes might appreciate then, even though you won't be using it. You could keep it for your future girlfriend or something. Tingxiao shot her a look. You think I would give my future girlfriend clothes that I gave someone once and was rejected? There's too many. I can't take it all. There isn't enough space in the apartment. You don't have to worry about that. I'll get someone to send it over. Ning Xi only wanted to leave as soon as possible, so she hurriedly agreed. Fine, then. Thank you, CEO Lu. Bye, CEO Lu. She finally left the bungalow. Ning Xi stretched her arms to the sky and breathed a sigh of relief when her phone suddenly rang. She thought it was the drama team calling to rush her, but she almost dropped her phone at the sight of the caller ID. It only showed 2 letters, YS. It must have been because she had just used this guy, so coincidentally he was calling her. Ning Xi felt bad, but after calming herself down to not reveal anything, she picked up the phone. Hello. Did something bad now, didn't you? The coarse voice from the other end of the phone said. Ning Xi was shocked. Uffed, you did do it. This time he had a confident tone. Ning Xi wanted to shoot herself. How did he guess? All she said was just a simple hello. My dear, I really underestimated your nerve, he said dangerously. Ning Xi was shocked again. Yet another person saying she had nerves. It looks like if I don't return soon, you'd really cheat on me. Ning Xi could not stand it any longer. Since when did I cheat on you? Uffed, no way. I've got nothing to do with you at all. How could I ever cheat on you? It's Tingxiao, isn't it? Ning Xi stiffened when she heard him say Tingxiao's name. If you dare do anything to him, I won't let you go. Chapter 311. You're in love with him. It's Tingxiao, isn't it? Ning Xi stiffened when she heard him say Tingxiao's name. If you dare do anything to him, I won't let you go. So you're not worried that he might hurt me instead? He won't. At least, she still had faith in Tingxiao, but she was not so sure about this fellow with a twisted mind. Moreover, Tingxiao did not even know who he was. TSK, what a cold-hearted person. Although the man sounded casual, Ning Xi knew that he was actually angry. Ning Xi calmed herself down for a bit, then said, Firstly, I have nothing to do with you. And secondly, I do not have anything to do with Tingxiao either. I've already said that I won't get together with anyone. Honey, the point is, you're in love with him. Damn that bastard. He was hundreds of miles away from here, so why did it feel like he knew everything? At Platinum Palace, Lu Jingli approached his brother shortly after Ning Xi left, then politely asked, Bro, how was your sleep? Feeling better? Can I report to you now? Proceed. Probably because he was still seated on Ning Xi's bed. His expression was gentle, and it seemed like he was thinking about something. I've gotten a little info about the people in charge regarding the few companies that been opposing us recently. They are all from overseas. What should we do now? Let's lure them out. Ning Xi dragged her luggage back to her apartment and was preparing to leave after she dropped them off. As she was rushing, her doorbell rang. Butler Yuan and Wan stood in front of her door with a respectful bow, along with a whole row of maids, all of whom were carefully holding one piece of garment each. Miss Xiaoxi, we're here to deliver something. Butler Yuan spoke to her politely, as though he had not framed her, acting like nothing had happened before. He was definitely experienced in such games, based on his composure. By comparison, Wan was too young to handle this. She dared not look her in the eye. Ning Xi did not want to make it awkward for Wan, so she gave them her spare key and said, just put it anywhere you see fit. I'm in a rush, so I'll be leaving first. Understood, Miss Xiaoxi. After Ning Xi left, the group entered the house. Ning Xi's closet was already full after she had put her things in, and it could not fit any more clothes inside. Wan then walked over to the dressing table and moved a candle decoration on it. Some sort of mechanism was activated, and the wall opposite the dressing table opened up slowly. There was another huge walk-in closet inside. Butler Yuan gave his orders, and the maids arranged the clothes and bags in an orderly manner. At Movie City, the first thing she did when she met the drama crew was to apologize to the director. First, she was late to the set, then she had applied for a half-day leave. In the end, she had taken a whole day off. For someone who respected work ethics like Ning Xi, what she had done was unforgivable. Luckily, Ning Xi had kept a good record for all this while. So not only was Guo Qixing not angry, he even comforted her. You're always so uptight, Ning Xi. Being professional is good, but you're stressing yourself too much. It's normal to have an emergency sometimes. The shooting is coming to an end already, and we're way ahead of our progress. So why don't you take a 2-day break? Go on and relax. Thank you, director. Ning Xi was relieved. As for her situation right now, she really needed some time to adjust. After the shooting at night, she went back to her apartment instead of the hotel since the director had given her a 2-day break. Just as she was about to leave, an actress called out to her. Ning Xi, Ning Xihua is having a party at her apartment. Let's go together. I heard that her house is really pretty, especially her gorgeous walk-in closet. All the clothes and bags inside are limited editions. A dream come true for all us women. It even got featured in a magazine last time. Now we have a chance to see it for ourselves. Chapter 312, Every Woman's Dream. Ning Xi had heard people talking about Ning Xiuoluo's walk-in closet before. It was said to have a large collection of garments that were out of stock. She did not really have much interest in luxurious branded items, only buying them for the sake of blending into the industry. Actually, a lot of the branded designs were pretty normal, and she preferred to find some more creative personal branded items. A good example would be Tingxiao's friend's design. She loved it, and felt that it was a lot better than those famous brand designs. She remembered she was just casually praising the brand's designs to him. Then the next day her closet was full with clothes from that brand. Ning Xi, do you want to go? She invited all the actors from the crew. I'll let everyone know. Ning Xi gave her a smile and rejected. I'm sorry, I'm pretty tired today and want to rest earlier. You guys have fun. The excited actress suddenly remembered about the incident between Ning Xi and Ning Xihua, so she did not pursue further. All right, you go home and rest well then. After removing her shoes back in her apartment, she immediately fell asleep on her bed. She had barely gotten any sleep the night before when she was with Tingxiao, plus with her fatigue from a whole day of acting, she was beat. At the same time, a lively party had just only started in Ning Xiuoluo's apartment downstairs. To increase her popularity and expand her network, Ning Xiuoluo had put in a lot of effort. This time, she invited all the actors from the crew to her house. The unit she was staying at was the largest among the whole of Regal Riviera Hotel. Half of the space was used for a walk-in closet, which was filled with branded items, and was truly every woman's dream. Most of the people who came were female actresses, naturally interested in the collection of clothes and bags. The first thing everyone asked her was about her walk-in closet. Xiuoluo, where's your walk-in closet? Quickly bring us there. Yeah, I heard there's a lot of clothes that they don't produce anymore. The kind that are so exclusive, even the prices skyrocketed. Of course it's a must-see. You must visit her walk-in closet to say you've visited her house. As she listened to all the praises, Ning Xi replied indifferently. The magazines have exaggerated it. It's nothing much really. What exaggeration? It was in the top-selling fashionista. Ning Xi gave in. You guys, don't be disappointed when you see the real thing. She led them to her walk-in closet as she spoke. At the end of the corridor, she opened a door and said, "Here it is." Everyone was amazed when the room opened. Chanel, Hermes, Donna Karan, Prada, Guess, all of them limited editions. Oh my God, I feel like I'm in heaven. I never want to leave here. I'm really envious. Shuelo, you're so blessed. I heard that your boyfriend collected them for you from all over the world. Ning Shuelo looked at the envious expressions from everyone and glowed. She humbly said, I didn't really collect them on purpose. I didn't even realize that they just accumulated to become so much. It was party time after the walk-in closet visit, but no one could forget about it, and it was the talk of the town. As the party came to an end, everyone still did not have enough of it, and quite a number of them fawned over Ning Xi all over again, gushing over her wealth. Suddenly, the actress who was playing Princess Shu, Fanya, asked, didn't Ning Xi come today? I invited her, but she said she was tired and wanted to get some rest, someone replied. Speaking of which, Glory World Entertainment arranged Ning Xi to stay in Regal Riviera Hotel as well, didn't they? I think she's just right above Shueloa's unit. Why don't we visit her place as well? Fanya suggested. Ning Shueloa was delighted at the suggestion. If everyone visited Ning Xi's place after hers, by comparison, they would know that the place that Ning Xi stayed at was nothing compared to hers. She faked a troubled expression. But there are so many of us. Should we really go? Right? I don't think Ning Xi's place is as huge as this. Someone said this on purpose to get on Ning Shueloa's good side. Fanya knew how badly Ning Shuelo wanted everyone to go, so she stood up and said, let's just go. It's just upstairs and we're just going to say hi. It should be fine. Chapter 3:13. Trouble came knocking. The doorbell kept on ringing repeatedly, interrupting Ning Xi's slumber. She took out her phone to check the time and realized that it was almost midnight already. Who would look for her at this time of the night? She hoped that it was not something urgent. Ning Xi got up quickly and opened the door. She was dumbfounded when she saw who was at her door. Dozens of people stood in front, all of them the actors and crew from the drama team. And leading the posse was Ning Shuela in a gorgeous dress, together with Fanya hanging onto her arm eagerly. In her sleepy phase, it took her a few seconds to remember that someone had told her that Ning Shuela was having a party tonight. So, why were all these people here instead of at Ning Shuela's place? Ning Shuela sounded apologetic. Ning Xi, did we wake you up? We're really sorry. We didn't expect you to sleep so early. We're having a party tonight, and since you didn't come, we all missed you. Knowing that you just stayed just upstairs, we decided to come by and say hi. Without waiting for Ning Xi's reply, Fanya went on. Shueloa, I'm pretty sure Ning Xi doesn't mind. Right, Ning Xi? Everyone, let's go in. Let's not block the entrance. Both of them stepped into the house, followed by everyone else. Ning Xi just stood there, looking upset. Since they had already decided to come in, what else could she say? This Fanya was a fence-sitter, who would side whoever had the advantage. When Ning Xi had just been signed with Glory World, Fanya tried to get on her good side, but Ning Xi doubted the sincerity of her intentions, so she ignored her. By the looks of it, she now sided with Ning Shuela. After they entered the house, Fanya kept on complaining. Ning Xi, why is your place so small? There isn't enough place to stand. Actually, Ning Xi's space was not small at all. It was suitable for living, and there were just too many of them. The fact that the whole living room was now filled with the unexpected guests made the place look small and narrow. Without bothering to ask for permission, Fanya opened up Ning Xi's closet. With hesitation, she exclaimed, Ning Xi, is this your closet? It's so small. Everyone who was trying to please Ning Shuela played along with Fanya. Yeah, it's really small. Let's not talk about your living room or bedroom. The most important thing for an artiste is their closet. Surely you wouldn't have enough to wear with a closet this small. I was wondering how rich Glory World was, but it's so underwhelming. I could barely live here. Hey guys, don't be so insensitive. Not everyone can stay in houses like Shueloa's. Ning Xi felt tremendously smug hearing everyone criticizing Ning Xi. Although she acted kindly and said, Ning Xi's unit is in a good location and it's got a fantastic view. What good can the view do? We don't really stay at home much anyway. As she was speaking, Fangya went through Ning Xi's clothes that were hanging outside and said in pity, "Oh God, there's not even anything that's presentable. Isn't this from last year's Chanel line? And this Prada, it's so outdated. Ning Xi, you really need to put more effort into this. It doesn't matter how good you're acting, is because acting skills should not be your priority. The most important thing is the packaging you come in." Ning Xi stood beside her closet, realizing what their purpose was of coming here tonight. They were all here to deliberately cause her trouble and laugh at her, weren't they? Chapter 314, A Gorgeous Evening Dress. What Xiaoya said makes sense. Even if I had to go on a diet, I absolutely have to shop for clothes. It's so important. Imagine if I let the media photograph me wearing last season's outfits. How embarrassing would that be? Exactly. When she heard people echoing her sentiments, Fangya nodded delightedly. Then she cruelly said to Ning Xi beside her, "Zuelo, you have so many clothes in your house. Why don't you pass Ning Xi a few? Any one of it would be better than these." Ning Xi replied resentfully, "No, thanks. Hey Ning Xi, don't reject the offer. We're all a team anyway, and we should help one another. You aren't still holding a grudge against Shuilua, are you? Shuilua was just telling us that she has long gotten over it." Ning Xi was speechless. To debate with an idiot such as Fangya was such a painful chore. When she saw that Ning Xi was not saying anything, Fangya pushed further. "It's a good thing Xiao Wei is still upstairs. Shuilua, why don't you tell her where it is and get her to immediately send some over?" "Okay." Ning Xi nodded and called her assistant on the spot. Within 3 minutes, Xiao Wei had brought a bunch of clothes. Panting as she ran over, "Sister Shuilua, I've brought over the clothes you asked for." Ning Xi looked at the clothes satisfactorily and then said in a concerned tone, "Ning Xi, just accept them. Consider this a gift from me, even though they aren't the best I've got, but at least they're all from this year's latest season." Once Fangya heard that, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What do you mean? They aren't the best? Each piece here probably costs tens of thousands." With Ning Xi's income from shooting the entire drama, she could only afford one of it at most. "Exactly. These clothes are all so expensive. Shuilua, you're too generous. Ning Xi, just accept them, all right? You don't need to be too polite." Ning Xi massaged her temples as she started to run out of patience. All she wanted was to just come home for respite and get a night of proper sleep. She could not believe that Ning Shuilua would bring a group of morons over. Had she known, she might as well have stayed at the hotel. "Ning Xi, don't be courteous. Come, let me help you put them into your wardrobe. Such precious clothes shouldn't get soiled," Fangya said, while ignoring Ning Xi's displeasure and invading her privacy, as she flung open the wardrobe. As she was about to put the clothes in, she was taken by surprise. Everyone behind her was just as stunned. An evening dress hung sophisticatedly in the middle of the wardrobe. It oozed dreamy vibes with the elegance of the Arctic light. It was covered in a mosaic of gems akin to a star-strewn sky, and the huge ruby in the middle of the collar stood out. It was a dazzling sight, blinding everyone in its presence. Even Ning Xi herself was stunned. Wasn't this the branded dress that Tingxiao gave her? Before she left that day, she had simply allowed Butler Yuan and Wan take over moving the clothes in. She was just wondering where all the clothes had been placed, but who knew that her favorite dress would appear in her wardrobe? Could it possibly have been because Wan saw that she really did not have space for too many clothes, that she only left behind her favorite one? The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more she knew it was possible. When she saw everyone's shocked expressions, she was not surprised. The first time she saw the dress, she cried just looking at the spectacular handiwork. She thought it must have cost a ton, but after Tingxiao explained, she found out that this was the original prototype, and it was one of a kind. The materials used to create it were actually cheap substitutes, but she thought it was already gorgeous. Chapter 315, Cheap Flea Item. Everyone got over their shock upon seeing the magnificent dress. Fangya held the clothes in her hands and stood in awe in front of the opened wardrobe. She mumbled in shock. "How could this be? This is impossible." Everyone else too looked at each other with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. This must be fake. How could Ning Xi own such a high-end apparel? You're joking. This dress is clearly expensive. It may even cost up to hundreds of thousands. It's so pretty. If only I could wear it once, I would die with no regrets, a girl in the crows exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration. This was when Fangya casually held up a part of the dress and said with a condescending tone, "Huh, at first sight, it does look quite pretty, but if you take a closer look, don't you think that it's pretty plain?" The female actress who invited Ning Xi earlier added on, "I don't think so. It looks high-end. Would Taobao sell such dresses?" Fangya rolled her eyes at her and then looked to Ning Xiaoluo, intentionally asking, "Xiaoluo, do you recognize the brand of this dress?" Ning Xiaoluo pretended to be in deep thought before she shook her head and said, "I haven't seen it before. It doesn't look like the style of any particular luxury brand." When Fangya heard this, she was immediately delighted and perked up. Xiaoluo is very knowledgeable with all the big brands' limited edition items, plus she actually collects them. Even she hasn't seen this before, so if it isn't a random brand's product, then where could it have come from? A flea market. To show that they knew the fashion industry well, everyone else started to echo Fangya's words. This lace does look a little too outdated. Even the gems on it feels very cheap. It must be glass. Fangya scornfully looked at Ning Xi and said, "Ning Xi, it's okay if the outfit was from last season, but this comes down to the brand. You would actually wear a flea market item like this? I bet that this dress doesn't cost more than $200. As soon as Fangya finished her declaration, she unexpectedly threw the dress to the ground. Ning Xi's face turned venomous when she saw the dress on the floor. She did not mind Fangya messing around with all her other clothes, or that she had to pretend to be okay with it. But this was a dress gifted by Tingxiao, and she felt herself filled with rage. Ning Xi immediately walked over, bent down, and picked up the dress. She carefully brushed it with her hand and shot Fangya a sharp look. Fangya did not know what was happening, but she did feel fearful of the antagonizing look Ning Xi gave her. She took a few steps back and then laughed mockingly. "Ning Xi, do you have to exaggerate? It's only a $200 flea item. Do you have to be this tensed?" When she saw that Ning Xi's reaction, Ning Xiaoluo cheered up again. She looked at Fangya and said, "Xiaoya, don't say that. This dress does look quite nice. Ning Xi must like it very much. Of course she would be upset. How can she not like all the high-end brands, but fancy this sort of rubbish? Even if she was dirt poor, her taste can't be that low, can it?" Fangya proclaimed fearlessly, emboldened by Ning Xiaoluo's prodding. It was at this very moment that someone from the crowd quickly walked up to Ning Xi and said, "Wait, this dress. Why does it look so familiar?" The person who spoke was the artiste, Guan Xiaoqi, who had previously substituted Jia Qingqing's third female musketeer role and was from the same company as Ning Xi. Because she had only joined the team for a short while, Ning Xi had only bumped into her once or twice, and they were just hi-bye acquaintances. Chapter 316. Examining the Authenticity. As soon as Guan Xiaoqi said that, she walked over to take a closer look of the dress. Fangya had on a look of disdain and said, "It's just a cheap dress. What's there to see?" Guan Xiaoqi did not bother with Fangya as she looked at the dress for a long while. Then she saw that the collar had a humble and simple embossed pattern of the brand GE. She solemnly looked up to Ning Xi and said, "If I'm seeing correctly, this dress is a creation of fashion designer genius, Gabriel Elvis. He became instantly famous because years ago, the award-winning Joshua Larson wore his design when he received a prize at the Oscars. Later, the entire entertainment scene wanted a piece of Elvis's work for themselves. Ning Xi, this dress of yours should be the one that Elvis donated for bidding at a charity auction 5 years ago. It was one of his finest works and was auctioned off at an astronomical price." "Ning Xi, I'm right, am I not?" "What?" Guan Xiaoqi had suddenly blurted out a historical explanation of the dress, yet Ning Xi did not understand a single word of it. Fangya was first stunned, then she started to laugh hysterically. "Haha, this too funny. Why would a dress that was auctioned off at an astronomical price appear here?" "Guan Xiaoqi, you can't just spout nonsense to help Ning Xi just because you're both from the same company." Guan Xiaoqi actually said that. Who is the Elvis she's talking about? I've never even heard of him. You're telling lies now, aren't you? Naturally, no one believed her. Some of the crowd asked Guan Xiaoqi how to spell the designer's name, and looked him up online on the spot. Alas, they really did find the historical dress. There really is such a designer. This designer is really freaking awesome. His fame was really short-lived, however. He suddenly disappeared midway. That's why not many of us who came after know about him. In fact, look at this related photo. The dress in the image is exactly the same as Ning Xi's. Fangya briefly skimmed and was slightly startled by the information. Then, she continued dismissively. This must be a cheap imitation of the real deal. You're right, this dress has been auctioned off privately, so why would it appear here? The more I think about it, the more it seems impossible. It's the same dress, I'm sure of it. Guan Xiaoqi said with a tone that was firm and confident, even looking at Ning Xi to seek for confirmation. Ning Xi was dumbfounded herself and had nothing to say in return. After all, wasn't this a worthless model? Fangya laughed uncontrollably. This is too funny. If this dress is the real deal, I'll crawl out of here on my hands and knees. I'll take your word for it. Guan Xiaoqi grunted. Then she turned to everyone and said, Actually, to determine the authenticity of this dress is easy. Elvis's design's most prominent feature is the embellishment of gems, with every one of the gems being authentic. If you don't believe me, then come. Examine it for yourself. Oh, wait. Don't bother coming over if you're going to pretend to know things when you don't. Guan Xiaoqi, what are you trying to say? Fangya was so angry that she turned red. If the shoe fits, wear it. Those who were knowledgeable in the industry would definitely take interest in the dress. Thus, as soon as they heard Guan Xiaoqi say so, some came forward from the crowd. How about I take a look? A quiet-looking girl from the back made her way to the front. When everyone saw who she was, their eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Fei, you take a look. You're an expert. Fei is a premium jewelry appraiser. The last time I was almost scammed, she helped me verify the items. If it's Fei who's examining, there definitely won't be a problem. Fangya too indicated that she had no comments, and gloated at Guan Xiaoqi and Ning Xi, waiting to take pleasure in their mishaps. Now that we have an expert with us, I'll see how your story holds up. Chapter 317. All of them are real. Fei started to study the gems carefully. Because there were so many of them, she spent quite a long time on it. Time passed by. Everyone stared at Fei and waited, including the confused Ning Xi. She wanted to tell them the truth just now, but it was already too late. Fei had already started verifying the crystals. If she spoke up now, she would be misunderstood as trying to save her face, so she kept her mouth shut. After a while, Fei took a deep breath. Then she looked at everyone and said, I'm sorry, guys. There are just too many gems on this and I couldn't verify them all, but all the ones that I've checked are real. Ning Xi's expression changed. Everyone else was dumbfounded as well. That's impossible. How could it be? But Fei can't be wrong. Since Fangya expected to see Ning Xi make a fool out of herself, she felt humiliated. Fei, you're mistaken. How could this be real? They look just like glass. Others did not believe it as well, and chimed in. Fei, check properly again. The gems look cheap. Yeah, try looking again. We know that you're a professional, but this is impossible. Facing everyone's doubts, Fei blinked innocently and assured everyone. I might be mistaken if it was just one, but there are so many of them. I couldn't possibly have mistaken all of them, right? All of these gems are real. However doubtful they were, they had to trust Fei's confidence. No one spoke a word, especially the people who had been mocking Ning Xi for being cheap. They hid themselves in a corner and kept silent. Even though she owned the dress herself, Ning Xi was the most shocked among them all. All of them are real? What happened to? It's not worth much, it's just a gift from a friend? Tingxiao lied to her, and she had actually believed it. Guan Xiaoqi looked at Fangya, laughing at her in a sarcastic tone. Hee, I remember someone saying if the dress is real, she's going to crawl out of here. Fangya was frustrated. So what if it's real? This must be something rented by her company. It's not even hers. What's so great about it? Some of them started mumbling. It's a fact that Ning Xi has bad taste in clothing and wears outdated clothes. Right, we're just trying to help. Fangya followed the flow and pushed all the clothes into Ning Xi's arms. Ning Xi, you should just keep these. Even if that dress is gorgeous, it's more of just a decoration. You don't even know if you'll ever have a chance to wear it. These sort of dresses were usually worn at award ceremonies and for important events, so it was clear that Fangya was cursing her to never be popular. Ning Xi added on. Ning Xi, please keep these clothes. Take it as a token of apology from the misunderstanding caused by my assistant the last time. Chapter 318, Big Fat Liar. Ning Xi, since Xuelua put it this way, just accept it. You wouldn't think that they are cheap, would you? Just take a look at it. All of these clothes are quite expensive and much better than your outdated ones. Where else can you find such a good deal? Take them. Ning Xi stuck to her principle of not arguing with silly people. Getting angry at a bunch of idiots would just make herself unhappy, so she kept herself composed and just watched on as everyone made a fool out of themselves. Ning Xuelua and her gang were confused by her reaction, wondering if they had said something wrong. Suddenly, a girl by the dressing table screamed, "Ah, what now?" Ning Xi looked over. Ning Xi, the furniture in your house is moving. I got scared. The girl was shocked and looked at the switched candle decoration. What happened was the mechanism had been triggered and a metal creaking was heard. Everyone's curiosity quickly turned to amazement. The wall started to open up and a brief white light came through, just like a slow-motion scene from a movie. The room fell so silent with the revelation that one could only hear the sound of the air conditioner. No one said anything. Everyone just stared behind the wall, dumbfounded. Stared at that spectacular and huge walk-in closet. The walk-in closet had a beautiful crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and was filled with gorgeous dresses, blinding everyone. Fangya was too shocked and dropped the clothes that she was going to hand over to Ning Xi, her jaw gaping open, unable to find the words to say anything. Most of them had the same reaction. Am I dreaming? Ning Xi, your house has a hidden room. Wow. My eyes are almost blinded by the closet's luxuriousness. Ning Xi, you should have let us visit your huge walk-in closet. Ning Xi was speechless. At least, she should have known of this secret compartment existing. Finally, she knew where all the clothes went. If it was not for this incident today, she would probably have never known about the hidden closet. Ning Xi buried her face in her hands, not knowing what to say about Tingxiao. How did he do it? With such an academic, charismatic, and confident tone, saying all those odd things, and lying to her? As everyone checked out the dresses in the hidden closet, they found out all the dresses in the walk-in closet were from the same designer, Gabriel Elvis. Some of them looked through the labels, and all of them were initialed GE. It was not even about money anymore. GE's designer had vanished shortly after his debut, so the remaining pieces from the designer were extremely limited, and one would not get it easily even with money. And now, this entire room full of such a surprise? Chapter 319. No comparisons, no hard feelings. Of course, everyone was shocked by this huge reveal. Some of them even asked Fei Fei in secret. Fei Fei? All of them inside. Are they real? As surprised as Fei Fei was, she nodded. I did have a look, and they are real. Anyone who knows slightly more about gems would know that the authentic jewelry's unique shine can be distinguished easily from the fake ones. Oh my god, this is too shocking. Did Glory World prepare all these for Ning Xi? Glory World is so willing to spend on her. Staying in a regal Riviera unit with the best view is already amazing. Now what more with a closet that's bigger than someone's house? They really think highly of Ning Xi. Everyone present knew who this someone was. Some of them who did not. Really like Ning Xuelua started to speak up. Ning Xi really has class. All of them are from the legendary brand GE. Unlike Ning Xuelua's closet, which looks like a beginner's closet. She just bought whatever brand that's mainstream. Yet she still kept on forcing Ning Xi to take her clothes. Ning Xi probably doesn't even care. I bet she was trying to make Ning Xi look bad. Too bad. TSK. If they had gotten along, there wouldn't be any hard feelings now. Ning Xuelua did not expect this. The moment she asked Ning Xi to receive her clothes still lingered in her mind, and now this huge walk-in closet. She was still frozen in front of Ning Xi's walk-in closet, listening to all the whispering. Her face felt hot, as if she had just been slapped. Damn it, it was all Fangya's fault. Why had she suddenly suggested everyone to visit Ning Xi's place? If they had not come here, her plan tonight would have been perfect. Great, now everything was ruined. Just as she was trying to save her image, it was crumbled again. Fangya did not expect things to turn out this way, and she looked mean in front of everyone. She got frustrated and scolded Ning Xi. You should have just said so if you didn't need these clothes. Was it fun looking at us running about for you? Try to be more grateful. Ning Xi folded her hands and leaned on the door, her eyebrows raised. Are you sure I didn't mention it? It just seemed that someone couldn't understand the human language. Yushi was speechless for a while, then mumbled jealously. No matter how many pretty things you have, they aren't yours. Ning Xiaoluo took a few deep breaths to suppress her emotions. Then she tried to act generous and said, Let it be. Xiaoya, we were just trying to help and not expecting anything in return. It's great that she doesn't need my clothes. Ning Xi, if you were to change your mind, let me know anytime. Her words clearly tried to imply that her company might be supporting her now, but they could also stop doing so one day. The only person in the room who could still think rationally was probably Guan Xiaoqi. Sure, she was shocked for a while, but she quickly recovered and gloated over Ning Xue and Fangya, watching the two clowns make a fool of themselves. It was worth the trip tonight. What a great show. I'm tired now. Time to go home and sleep. Then she left. People started leaving following Guan Xiaoqi's departure, especially those who had mocked Ning Xi. Finally, everyone left. Ning Xi was too tired to think, so she just slid into her bed and slept. Chapter 320. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Late at night, Ning Xiaoluo's apartment. Changli rushed over in the dead of the night, only to find the floor full of torn-up clothes. My dear grandaunt, who's offended you now? Ning Xiaoluo fiercely used scissors to cut up a pile of clothes, and then shouted ferociously. Who else? Changli had already understood the situation from her. Assistance update. She tidied up the place as she advised. Xiaoluo, I didn't want to say anything, but you really were too impulsive this time. You've been patient for so long. Why couldn't you have avoided this? Why did you have to go start a fire for yourself? Haven't I been patient for long enough? Tonight, with the situation we were in, she thought that nothing would go wrong. Who knew? Changli softened her tone and said, I understand how you feel, but there is no point in satisfying your short-term desires. Ning Xi doesn't even need you to do anything at this point. Someone would surely come for her. Ning Xiaoluo immediately turned to her and asked, Who are you referring to? Changli smirked and reminded her. Don't forget, Glory World Entertainment still has Su Yimo. Ning Xi is in the limelight so much these days. Do you think Su Yimo would be okay with that? Even someone as popular as Lung Manyun was defeated by her. So who is Ning Xi in comparison? Ning Xiaoluo's eyes lightened up when she heard this. Su Yimo. How did I not think of her? That's right. Su Yimo has shady intimate relations with Lu Group's high-level administrators. With such a background, she's not one to easily compete with. Think about it. With her arrogant personality, how could she stand Ning Xi's existence if Ning Xi threatened her status? She would definitely hear about what happened tonight very soon. How do you think she would feel when she does? Ning Xiaoluo thought. Carefully, then she smugly said, You make so much sense. When she saw that she finally managed to change Ning Xiaoluo's mind, Changli breathed a sigh of relief and continued to analyze. Now we can create relations with Su Yimo's side. Even though you were previously always against her, it's not the same anymore now. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Don't be anxious. I'll try to hear her out first, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ning Xiaoluo tossed the scissors and clothes in her hand onto the floor, then got up and started to walk back and forth. Then, she stopped and said, I heard she likes emerald jades. Someone gave my father a pair of exquisite jade decorative items before. You go get it to present it to her. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I'll think of something. Okay, no problem, Changli quickly replied. Then she asked, Right? Have you thought about the suggestion I mentioned to you the last time? You mean the engagement? Yeah, you have been low-key for too long. You need something juicy to restore your popularity and image. All this while, everyone's most envious of the fact that you're with Su Yan, so this is the best time to get engaged. Many headlines will feature you. I've already planned a series of follow-ups that can not only increase your popularity to new heights, but kick Ning Xi in the guts too, Changli said, a little too excitedly. At the mention of Su Yan, Ning Xiaoluo frowned. You know, because of what happened. Su Yan has been critical of me. I need some time, and besides, he really has been too busy recently. No worries, there's no hurry. Work is important. Your Su Yan is pretty amazing. If he seals this deal, The Su family will definitely expand into the Europe market and earn tenfold for the whole company. The finance channels and magazines have been raving about him recently. Ning Xi was radiant as she responded with arrogance. Of course, he's my man. You don't worry, I'll get it done. Changli replied. That's good then. Let's work on it separately. Chapter 321. I have good news. The next morning, with such a deep sleep, Ning Xi slept until she woke up naturally. She absent-mindedly recalled last night's incident and almost thought she had dreamed it up. That was, until she dragged her feet in her slippers and walked to the closet. She had not closed the hidden room last night, leaving it open just like that, entering her view with no reservations. Ning Xi was speechless. Turns out that it had not been a dream after all. Initially, she really thought it was worthless, hence she accepted it. But what should she do now? In this closet. Ning Xi's head was still hurting when suddenly her phone rang. It was Ling Xi. Hello, Sister Xi. You're on holiday today, right? Are you free now? If you have nothing on, come drop by the company for a while. Nothing much on. I'll be there right away. Ning Xi got ready and rushed to the office. At the same time, at Glory World Entertainment, Ling Xi's office. Geez, why do I keep losing at everything I play? Jiang Mai lay on the sofa opposite the desk and irritatedly tossed the game console in his hand. Where's Ning Xi? What time is she actually coming? In the midst of processing documents, Ling Xi replied without even lifting her head up. Already on the way. Jiang Mai sat up and squinted his eyes thoughtfully at the calm woman at her desk. He was not sure why, but suddenly his heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Ling Xi, there's no one else here. Stop pretending to be so distant. Ling Xi shot him a brief look and ignored him. Annoyed by her attitude, Jiang Mai became even angrier. Then he suddenly laughed sarcastically. What was it you told Ning Xi again the last time? That you and I are innocently just artiste and ex-manager? You're really good at acting. Why don't you just be an actor? Ling Xi finally looked up and stared straight at him, replying him with 3 words. Was I wrong? Jiang Mai was just about to say something when Ling Xi replied with a question. Or, do you prefer that I tell Ning Xi a different truth? He suddenly reddened and stood up instantly. You? Outside the door, someone knocked. Jiang Mai clammed up and went to open the door. He irritatedly complained to the person outside the door. You're so damn slow. I've already died a few times in the game. Ning Xi looked at him scornfully and replied, Are you sure your dying a few times has anything to do with my speed of reaching here? Enough with the nonsense. Let's get down to business. When we're done talking, I still need to go get my latest equipment. You only know how to play games. I think you should just get married to your game console in the future. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him, then walked in and sweetly greeted Ling Xi. Sister Xi, I'm here. As always, she changed her expression so quickly that Jiang Mai was dumbfounded. When she saw Ning Xi, Ling Xi's face softened. Sit. Today, I've called you over to tell you some good news. Good news? What good news? Ning Xi immediately perked up. I've just accepted a job on your behalf to be a spokesperson. Ning Xi was giddy with excitement. Really? I can be a spokesperson? But I still have a drama not released yet. Ling Xi explained. You are popular enough. It's just that most companies like to wait and see, so this opportunity is considered a lucky coincidence. After the news of you and Jiang Mai's all-night gaming was photographed by a netizen, the gaming company which owns the game that you guys played got in touch with me. We have been negotiating, and we have just sealed the deal yesterday. Chapter 322. Be in the way and do nothing. She did not expect for her first endorsement job to happen this way, and she was shocked. What, this works? Jing Mai cheekily replied her. Why not? You ought to be grateful to me. If it were not for me, you wouldn't have gotten this. Fine, all credit to you. Ling Xi continued with the specific details. The game company requested for you and Jiang Mai together, and because you're still new, your endorsement fee isn't much, only $1 million, so in the end you'd get about $300,000. $300,000. That much. She had never really paid attention to her profit sharing on the contract before. Usually for newcomers it was around 20% profit, and the fact that she was getting around 40% was a very good deal from the company. The devil really had helped her out on this. Jiang Mai snorted disrespectfully. Useless. You're placated with just 300,000. Then how much are you getting? Ning Xi asked out of curiosity. Not much, Just 3 million. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even think about an endorsement this cheap. Ning Xi gritted her teeth. Damn it. Are you asking for a punch to your face? Ling Xi handed over the contract to each of them. I've only gathered you here for this. Here is the contract. Look through it, and if there aren't any problems, then put your signature in. Jiang Mai signed it without even looking through the contents. Ning Xi quickly skimmed through and signed it as well. Ling Xi checked through the documents and nodded at them. All right, you guys can leave now. Just leave the rest to me. Since the both of you are taking the same endorsement, I've discussed with Bro Ming, and I'll now be handling this endorsement. I will inform you too about the related arrangements later on. Okay, thanks Sis Gigi. Noted. After leaving the office, Jiang Mai hesitated for a few moments, but still asked anyway. Did something happen the other day when you took a full day of leave? Something happened, but not really. Anyway, it's all good now. It has something to do with Tingxiao again, right? His mouth twitched a little. Even my mother heard about it. Ning Xi looked blank in the eye. Huh? Your mother? What did she hear? She says my grandmother, who is Tingxiao's mother, has been talking to her about arranging a blind date for Tingxiao. They seem to be busy picking candidates recently. My mother canceled all her plans and has been helping the old madam pick her daughter-in-law. Oh, Jiang Mai stared at her. That's all you have to say, just oh? Ning Xi stared back. What else can I do? Be in the way and do nothing. Jing Mai gave her an annoyed look. As the both of them were talking, a passionate voice interrupted. Xiao Yi. They both looked up and saw two women walking towards them. One of them was Zhao Meixin, who wore a gorgeous outfit, and the lady who called out to Jiang Mai was wearing a light purple long dress from Chanel's latest fall season. She looked very elegant in that outfit, and in her eyes there was a great sense of pride. Su Yimo, the face that everyone knew. So naturally Ning Xi recognized her almost instantly. Speaking of which, while she had signed her contract with Glory World for quite a long time, this was the first time that she met her. Xiao Yi, it's been some time since I last saw you in the company. Here for business? Su Yimo asked concernedly, in a tone of seniority. Chapter 323, Bite Her to Death. Jiang Mai pulled an annoyed face and simply replied her. The entertainment circle was a place where qualification mattered a lot, and since she was a senior, Ning Xi as her junior had to greet her. Hello, senior. Su Yimo acted like she did not notice anything, and kept on talking to Jiang Mai without even glancing at her. Xiao Yi, I heard that you took on a game endorsement? Ning Xi did what she should, and since Su Yimo chose to ignore her, there was no reason to continue pestering. What about it? Su Yimo raised her eyebrows. Why are you suddenly interested in endorsing a game? Just helping out my junior over here. Su Yimo suddenly put on a serious face after hearing what he said. Xiao Yi, I don't know what your manager is thinking, but in your current position, taking an endorsement like this and working with people of that level will really affect your image. I hope that you can reconsider your decision. Jiang Mai could not stand it anymore, and faked a laugh. Haha. Miss Su, you're a bit too controlling, aren't you? And next time, please, call me Jiang Mu Yi, not Xiao Yi. Su Yimo did not look very happy. Xiao Yi, I know you don't like people controlling you, but it's for your own good. Seeing how awkward the atmosphere was getting, Zhao Meixin spoke up. Yimo is the person to go to regarding endorsements. She has just sealed herself the main endorsement of Chanel in the Central region, and the Lu Corporation is looking to continue her contract as well. She's been real busy. Xiao Yi, I've been through this before, and I think you really should listen to me. I'll take my leave first for now. Talk to you again sometime. She continued to ignore Ning Xi as she just nodded coldly at Jiang Mai and left. Once they left, Jiang Mai exploded on the spot. What the heck? Who's Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi is not for her to use. She's even daring enough to meddle with my business. She really thinks that she's my aunt now. If it weren't for her saving little treasure before, I'd have fallen out with her already. Ning Xiaoxi, go and bite her to death. Ning Xi was speechless. Can you please not make it sound like I'm a dog? Jiang Mai started prattling on. Ning Xi, you don't know the least of it. Uncle has never mentioned to Su Yimo that she saved little treasure. He just casually ordered people to give her a boost in her career. She just thought so highly of herself, always assuming that my uncle was head over heels for her and hence backed her up. She almost self-declared herself as Mrs. Liu. The tone that she uses to talk to me every time is disgusting. Ning Xi looked at the direction Su Yimo walked towards. As long as she didn't do any harm to me, I won't do anything either. But seeing her attitude, it's near impossible to keep peace with her, and we are bound to clash heads one day. Jiang Mai quickly replied, don't back down. Fight for it. I'm your strongest backup shield. I'd rather you become my aunt than her. Thanks. In the car, Zhao Meixin carefully took out an exquisite gift from the back seat. Yimo, this was sent by Ning Xiaoluo's manager this morning. Ning Xiaoluo is against Ning Xi now because of that incident previously. Now that they are suddenly trying to get on our good side, I suppose they probably want to collaborate. Chapter 324. I miss her too. Su Yimo picked up the gift box, glanced at it, and said in a tone of disdain, she wants to collaborate with me? Is she worthy? She had such a noble man protecting her and backing her up. She did not need to work with anyone else. Zhao Meixin knew what went through her mind and continued to persuade her, worthy or not. What's important isn't Ning Xiaoluo, it's the influence behind her. She has the Ning family backing her up, and her boyfriend is Su Yan, so her power is not to be underestimated. You know that the Su family has been getting all the limelight in the Imperial, and everyone is trying to get on their good side. This is a really great chance now. There's nothing to lose by doing her a favor. While everyone in the entertainment scene assumed that Su Yimo was in an ambiguous relationship with someone important in the Lu Corporation, Zhao Meixin had been by Su Yimo's side every day, and she had never seen her getting close to anyone from the Lu Corporation in private. Zhao Meixin actually felt insecure, but she did not want to mention this in front of Su Yimo. She would surely get a good scolding from her. Su Yimo would never tolerate anyone doubting her relationship with Lu Tingxiao. Hearing about the influence behind the Ning family and Su family, Su Yimo's expression changed slightly. Zhao Meixin quickly continued, right? Yimo, did you hear about what happened last night? What happened? Su Yimo asked. Zhao Meixin secretly spoke into her ear. Last night, Ning Xiaoluo had a party at her house, and Ning Xi stayed right above her. So I bet Ning Xiaoluo would try to bring a bunch of people over to humiliate her, but Zhao Meixin described the event with her animated expressions and was very impressed. A walk-in closet that big, and all of them were GE-branded clothes. Zhao Meixin did not explicitly mention it, but Glory World had not given even Su Yimo such exclusive treatment. Su Yimo frowned. GE? Yeah, the clothes designed by Gabriel Elvis. You liked that brand as well, didn't you? For the opening ceremony the last time, you mentioned that you wanted this brand, but I couldn't get you anything. She actually found a piece, but she got outbid by someone else, and she was scolded pretty badly by Su Yimo, which left a deep impression on her. At this point, as someone who could not allow anyone to surpass her at anything, Su Yimo's expression darkened. She coldly said, it's just something Glory World does for a shiny newbie, just a temporary limelight. What else can she do? Nevertheless, making one more friend wouldn't do me any harm. Just do whatever you need with Ning Xiaoluo's side. All right, leave it to me. At Lu family residence. As usual, Little Treasure was daydreaming on the windowsill. Looking outside the window, he took out his phone and sent his father a text message. Mississippi. He was missing Ani Xiaoxi, even though they had just met not too long ago. At the Lu Corporation office, the man glanced at his phone, then he texted a few words back to his son. I miss her too. Little Treasure quickly replied with a, to ask him how he could see Ani Xiaoxi again. Lu Tingxiao looked outside his window, thought about it, then replied his son's message. After Little Treasure read his reply, he quickly climbed down from the chair and ran towards the living room. In the living room, Lu Chongshan was talking to Yen Rui. When they saw Little Treasure running to them, they immediately hid all the pictures and information of the ladies that were strewn on the coffee table, then looked at their grandson with a smile. Chapter 325, Surveillance Monitors. Little Treasure. Come to Grandma. What's the matter? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Let Grandpa cook something up for you. Both grandparents were gentle and kind, afraid of frightening Little Treasure. You must understand that the little bun could initially only live in isolation, and he could not share the same space with them at all. Now that he could live with them, it was already a blessing beyond comparison for them. Little Treasure shook his head, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the sofa. He then started to use his little hands on his grandmother's shoulders and massaged with all his might. Yen Rui was overjoyed and surprised by this sudden display of affection. Hey, my dearest baby, are you giving your grandma a massage now? Little Treasure nodded and became even harder at work. Lu Chongshan watched from the side jealously and mumbled, "It looks like Little Treasure prefers grandma, huh? Was it because of the way he was usually too strict? It must be, especially his attitude towards that woman. It was really unfriendly. When Little Treasure saw that, did he hate him? What should I do now?" The more Lu Chongshan thought about it, the more he became worried, and the more he was angry. He was only doing this for Little Treasure and for the family. At last, he had to be the bad guy. Everyone complained about him. But above all, even Little Treasure did not like him anymore. As Lu Chongshan mulled sadly over this, Little Treasure finished massaging his grandmother and immediately went to his grandfather and started to massage him too. Those soft little hands could really melt anyone's heart. The cold-hearted Lu Chongshan unexpectedly almost teared up on the spot. "Good boy, Little Treasure, it's the thought that counts. Don't tire yourself out." Lu Chongshan then fell silent, sighed and asked, "Little Treasure, is there something you want Grandpa's help with?" Little Treasure nodded earnestly. Lu Chongshan asked again, "You want to see Ani Shaoxi, don't you?" Little Treasure nodded his head profusely as he looked at his grandfather with hopeful and uncertain eyes. The look that he gave Lu Chongshan made his heart soften into a mess. "Okay, Grandpa will let you. Later, I will get someone to invite her over, okay?" Little Treasure's eyes immediately brightened as he happily kissed on his grandfather's cheek, then ran back to his room, feeling satisfied. Yin Rui watched her husband, who was speechlessly smiling like an idiot, and said, "Who was the one that said I had no principles or bottom line before this? Where are your principles now? Where's your bottom line? Has it all gone just because your grandson gave you a shoulder massage? With just a little kiss from your grandson, you'd promise him anything now?" Lu Chongsan cleared his throat and restored his serious expression. "What nonsense are you spewing? I'm doing this for Little Treasure's physical and emotional health. Besides, there's nothing wrong in letting that woman come over to accompany Little Treasure. I will obviously get someone to keep an eye on her." When Lu Chongshan finished, he called over butler Xingwu. "Master, do you have any orders? Go make a call now and let that woman come over to accompany Little Treasure." Lu Chongshan thought for a while, then added, "Just say that Little Treasure is alone at home. Later, Madam and I will find an excuse to leave. We'll let her be alone with him." "Master, what you're trying to say is, put more surveillance monitors in the house." "Okay, understood." Xingwu nodded and left. Yin Rui frowned when she heard what her husband said to the butler. "Maybe this isn't such a good idea." Lu Chongshan only replied carelessly, "Why would it be a bad idea? I would like to see what's so different about her. Don't you want to find out as well if that woman is genuine towards Little Treasure or not?" Chapter 326. A Date with the Little Bon. Yin Rui hesitated at first, but she agreed in the end for Little Treasure's sake. "Don't let Tingxiao know, or else he's going to get angry again. I think he's been the victim of a spell by that woman. Wait till we choose the candidates. We'll let him go on a blind date immediately. I don't believe that with so many brilliant girls out there, none can compare to her." After she left the company, Ning Xi went straight home to her apartment. As she was laying on her bed browsing entertainment news, she got an unknown call. She picked it up suspiciously. "Hello?" An uptight male voice was heard from the other end of the phone. "Hello. How do you do? Is this Miss Ning Xi?" "Yes, and you are?" Ning Xi asked. "I'm Mr. Lu's butler, Xing Wu. Today, Master and Madam are out on errands. The little master is alone at home. I wonder if Miss Ning Xi would be free to come over." Ning Xi sat up immediately and replied, "Yes, I'm free. I'll be there right away." After she hung up, Ning Xi quickly ransacked her wardrobe and almost tossed out all of her clothes, not knowing which one to wear. The way she acted was even more exaggerated than going to meet a boyfriend. Alas, she still chose a set of outfit style that she and Little Treasure liked. A fashionable one with the right vintage touch. Even though the designer was not someone famous, Ning Xi continued to be a loyal fan of his. She usually wore clothes as such, not expensive luxury pieces, unless it was for certain occasions. No matter the brand, she wore what she liked. When she reached the old residence, a 30-odd years old butler led her into the main residence. Just as Ning Xi walked in, a little tornado rushed towards her immediately and went straight to softly embrace her. "Baby," Ning Xi immediately bent over to hug the little Bon. She wanted to kiss him as she always did, but since there were others around, she held herself back. When he did not receive Ani Xiaoxi's kiss, the little bun immediately looked down. Disappointed, Ani Xiaoxi did not kiss him this time. Was it because he had not done well? Was it because she did not like him anymore? Was it because there were other kids whom she preferred now? Miss Ning Xi, I shall make a move first. If you need anything, please ring the bell for me. Ning Xi nodded. All right, thank you, Butler Xing. Xing Wu took a bow, and then left. After Xing Wu left, Ning Xi very quickly noticed the little guy's unhappiness. She laughed and brushed the little bun's nose, then kissed on both of his cheeks. My baby little treasure, Auntie misses you so much. The little bun immediately lightened up, with pursed lips and his face slightly reddish. It was as if a flower had bloomed from his face. Auntie Xiaoxi still liked me. The little bun thought for a while, then started to seriously compose a very complete reply to Ning Xi. Little treasure misses Auntie Xiaoxi too. Ning Xi was touched, then she saw little treasure quickly added on another sentence. Father too. Ning Xi did not expect little treasure to write that at all. She could not help but be stunned and felt her cheeks heat up. Little treasure actually wrote this himself. Something weird was going on. Before this, little treasure would never mention others when he talked to her. Good boy. Even though Ning Xi was slightly suspicious, she did not give it much thought. She touched the little bun's head and led him to sit on the sofa. At the same time, in the courtyard surveillance room, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui watched the surveillance footage with full focus. Chapter 327. Unique Way of Interacting. At the same time, in the courtyard surveillance room, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui watched the surveillance footage with full focus. Yin Rui's initially tightened expression softened when she saw Ning Xi and Little Treasure's heartwarming interactions and the two sentences that Little Treasure wrote. She laughed helplessly. Tingxiao definitely taught him that. Lu Chongshan scoffed and did not say anything, as he continued to watch the monitor closely. It was not just to watch her, but most importantly, he had to know the reason why this woman could make Little Treasure so obedient. Yet, Lu Chongshan was destined to be disappointed. Because the truth was, Ning Xi and Little Treasure's method of interaction was ultimately simple. Simply put, they both did their own thing. Little Treasure was a child who was very good at solidarity. He just needed Ning Xi to be by his side, which was more than enough. As always, the little bun was enjoying solving his Sudoku puzzles while Ning Xi lay on the sofa to browse the entertainment news. Akin to petting a kitty cat, her palm gently patted the little bun's head. Sometimes when she was too distracted with her reading and forgot to pat him, the little bun would look up, as if to ask for pats. Then, Ning Xi would realize and quickly compensate with more rigorous petting. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui sat in front of the surveillance monitors and watched for a long time. Yet they could not figure out any special tricks. Both were just enjoying doing their own thing. There were close to no interactions. However, the kind of heartwarming and intimate interaction between the both of them could be felt even through the monitor. Yin Rui exclaimed, "Even though this girl did not do anything, I can feel that as long as she is beside Little Treasure, there is a sort of spark, and he acts like any normal child." Lu Chongshan was not blind, and he could see this too, but he did not want to admit it. Instead, he replied, "What are you rushing for? Keep watching. I don't believe that she won't reveal any flaws at all." Little Treasure definitely only liked her so much because she tolerated him with no bottom line. She just pleased him as he wished. He definitely would not tolerate her spoiling Little Treasure like a honey-coated poison. Later I will let Tingxiao see this for himself, so he knows what kind of woman he has chosen, he thought. Ning Xi read the news for a while, then she put down her phone, rested her chin on her palm, and stared at the little bun. As compared to her phone, the little bun was definitely more entertaining. When the little bun felt Ani Xiaoxi's eyes on him, he suspiciously looked up and blinked at her. In Ning Xi's head flashed an idea. "Baby, let's not play this anymore. Come, let me teach you something. Fun." The little bun nodded obediently and let Ning Xi lead him into the courtyard. In front of the surveillance monitors, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui anxiously straightened up when they saw that Ning Xi was finally doing something different. They wanted to see what she was up to. Lu Chongshan's face darkened. "Wait for it. She's going to reveal her true colors very soon." Yin Rui nodded and watched the surveillance closely. Ning Xi led little treasure to the courtyard's empty field. Then she said with a satisfied tone, "Let's do it here." Then Ning Xi bent over to gently tell the little Bon, "Baby, you're usually too quiet, and you exercise too little. This is not good for your body. Of course, too much of exercise is bad too, and not too suitable for your little self. So, Ani will now teach you the 5-animal play Qigong. If you persevere for a long time, your body will be very healthy. Want to learn?" Chapter 328. She taught well? While little treasure did not look like he fully understood her, he nodded without any doubt. Ning Xi cleared her throat and started explaining. The 5-animal play Qigong is separated into 5 different plays: bear, tiger, deer, monkey, and bird. Each of them has a different effect on its own, and we'll start learning one by one. Firstly is the bear play. This set of actions has an effect of regulating your spleen and stomach. Observing this from the control room, Lu Chongshan was surprised. This little girl, she even knows the 5-animal play Qigong. 5-animal play Qigong? Isn't that the set of aerobics you've been trying to teach little treasure? Yin Rui asked. Lu Chongshan nodded, saying unhappily, "Even if that little girl really knows how to do it, she must be half-baked in it. She had better not teach little treasure the wrong thing." This 5-animal play Qigong was passed down by the legendary healer Hua Tuo, and it is very beneficial to those who practice it, but the motions must be correct for the effects to take place. I've been trying to teach little treasure, but little treasure did not even interact with him, much less learn anything from him. Yin Rui got a bit worried as well, and she voiced out her concern. "Let's get someone to stop them. It'd be bad if we let her teach something half-baked." Lu Chongshan nodded in agreement. "I'll get Xing Wu to go over now." He grabbed the walkie-talkie and pushed the talking button. "Hey, Xing Wu. Master, I'm here. What's your order?" "Get over to." Lu Chongshan stopped halfway, shocked when he looked at the monitor screen. Master. Lu Chongshan was still staring at the screen when he just told him, "Never mind. It's nothing already." He cut off the walkie-talkie. "What happened?" Yin Rui asked, not understanding. Lu Chongshan coughed softly, with an unnatural expression. "Let her teach him." It was Yin Rui's turn to be shocked, and she asked in surprise, "You mean, she is teaching it?" "Well." Lu Chongshan watched the girl on the screen and vaguely answered, "It was okay." Yin Rui stared at her husband. Okay. Was it okay, or was it great? She knew that with her husband's personality, even if it was just a little flawed, he would never have let the girl teach little treasure. Under their supervision, Ning Xi broke the moves down and taught little treasure in detail. "Do you know how to do it now?" Little treasure nodded. "Good. Then we'll do it again from the start." Little treasure followed her instructions, performing the whole set of actions smoothly. Because he was still little, he looked really cute doing the animal actions. Ning Xi happily clapped. "Little treasure, you are awesome. You learn really fast. If possible, practice this once every day from today onwards, okay?" Little treasure's eyes sparkled when he was praised, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Baby is the best." Yin Rui looked at her husband. "What do you think?" Lu Chongshan was deep in thought, with a dark face. "Don't forget that she's an actress, so she could easily fool us. She might have predicted that we would monitor her secretly. Maybe she prepared all this beforehand." Yin Rui nodded. "Then let's observe a while more." Time flew, and evening came. Ning Xi held hands with little treasure as they sat on the swings and watched the sunset together. There was one thing that Ning Xi had had on her mind for a long time. She had been thinking about it when she got here as well. Seeing that she had to leave soon, she could not hold it in anymore and said to little treasure, "Little treasure, Auntie has something to discuss with you." Chapter 329, As Long as You Like It. After monitoring for the whole afternoon, Lu Chongshan felt drowsy, but Ning Xi's words woke him up immediately. It was finally here, the moment of truth. "What do you think she wants to discuss with little treasure?" Lu Chongshan asked his wife. Yin Rui thought about it. She already knows how much little treasure means to us, and knows how we will listen to what little treasure says. Maybe she's trying to brainwash little treasure into saying something good about her in front of us. Lu Chongshan had on a cold, sarcastic smile on his face. That wouldn't be just it. I'm afraid she'll even have little treasure throw tantrums at us, so that we will let her marry into our Lu family. Yin Rui became worried. as she ruminated about more and more possible negative consequences. This is too much. How can one use a child like that? Lu Chongshan had a serious expression. Now you know how severe the consequences could be if we just let some woman with evil intentions into the Lu family? It might seem like a small issue to throw the whole household into chaos, but the fact is, an internal mess can be trouble for us externally too. The negative consequences are too much to bear. Yin Rui quickly nodded in agreement. You're right. Tingxiao has been working really hard, and if the household turns into a chaos, he will be distracted for sure. In the yard, under the sunset, Little Treasure tilted his head and looked at Ani Xiaoxi. Ning Xi thought about her words carefully as she looked at Little Bun seriously and spoke in a gentle tone. Little Treasure, I know you like Ani Xiaoxi. Ani Xiaoxi really likes you too. You told me before, to love someone, you have to set them free, and now Ani Xiaoxi wants to tell you that. There's not one person who can hold your entire world. There are a lot more wonderful things for you to discover in this world, waiting for you to experience and to love. Ani Xiaoxi really, really, really likes you. So I hope that you can grow up freely and happily. At this part, Ning Xi finally got to her main point. So, Ani Xiaoxi hopes that you can promise me one thing. The two oldies stared at the monitor screen intensely. Ning Xi looked at Little Treasure and said, Little Treasure, promise Ani Xiaoxi you'll go to school, okay? Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui looked at each other speechlessly. They then turned back to the screen with even more focus. What would Little Treasure's answer be? It was the first time that Little Treasure did not nod instantly at Ning Xi's request. Ning Xi was feeling very nervous at this moment, not confident that Little Treasure would agree to her promise. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. A minute. Ning Xi was trying not to rush him, so she just waited in silence, as she grew more and more anxious. What she did not know was that there were two other people even more anxious than her. Finally, Ning Xi could not wait anymore. She put her hands together and begged, Little Treasure baby, please? Little Treasure let out a helpless sigh. Then he started writing on his board. Ning Xi and the two oldies in the control room looked at him nervously. After a while, Little Treasure showed his board. Little Treasure doesn't want to go to school. Ning Xi's eyes lost their shine, and she looked disappointed. Her efforts still did not work. But soon, Little Treasure started writing again, and the second time he lifted his board up, it said, But if Ani Xiaoxi likes, Little Treasure promise. Ning Xi stared at the words. Little Treasure, you promised. You really promised. And his promise touched her so much. He really was the child of the devil, no doubt about that. Chapter 330. The Master is Back. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were dumbfounded in front of the monitor screen. They had no idea how to describe their feelings in that moment. Little Treasure promised. Little Treasure actually promised to go to school. That meant that Little Treasure had taken the most important step towards becoming a normal child. Yin Rui was too excited. Chongshan, did you see that? Little Treasure promised to go to school. This is great. It's unbelievable. Yeah, our baby has promised to go to school. Lu Chongshan then let out a long sigh. Even though we have tried convincing him for so long, even using whatever methods we could, she only needed to utter a few words to him to change his mind. Yin Rui sighed as well. I used to think that Jingli was exaggerating, but it seems that Little Treasure really listens to her. Waves of worry started flowing in after the initial excitement. It seems that this woman isn't as simple as she looks. She's able to hold it in well, and I've underestimated her. Did you realize that all the things she did were for Little Treasure's good, but on the surface? Yin Rui went along with him. I didn't understand before as well. Now I'm clear why Jingli and Little Treasure like her so much. Even Tingxiao is charmed by her. Lu Chongshan shook his head. Anyhow, Tingxiao is too young. Suddenly, a nervous voice came from the walkie-talkie. Master Lu, Big Master is back. Lu Chongshan frowned. If he's back, so be it. What are you freaking out for? As Lu Chongshan tried to bring up the monitor screen to see where Lu Tingxiao was, the screen went black. That little bastard. Lu Chongshan shouted angrily. I knew that we couldn't hide it from him. In the little garden in the backyard, Ning Xi was ecstatic that Little Treasure had promised to go to school. It was too bad that she had no one to share her happiness with at this moment. Suddenly, she saw a familiar shadow approaching. Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi's first reaction was to run over to him, but in her excitement, she almost crashed into him. He held her steadily, and she told him giddily, Tingxiao, little treasure promised to go to school. Seeing the girl's excited, bright red face, Tingxiao gave her an affectionate gaze, caressed her hair, and said, thanks for your hard work. The man's touch broke through her overjoyed spell, and she stood up straight and backed away, awkwardly saying, I didn't really do anything. I just talked to him. Crap. What was this? Why did she suddenly speed over to Tingxiao like a bird flying back to its nest? She wasn't behaving like herself. Well, since you're back now, I should leave first. As she prepared to run away again, she suddenly remembered something, squatted down, and spoke to the little Bon. Little treasure baby, can you let me talk to your father in private? Little treasure looked at Ani Xiaoxi and his father, and felt a little unhappy for being left out from the secret, but in the end, he agreed and nodded. After Ning Xi gave little treasure his goodbye hugs, she turned around and spoke in a serious tone. Co. Lu, I have something important to tell you. Chapter 331. Are you worried about me? What is it? Tingxiao's warm eyes calmed Ning Xi's unsettling mood in that moment. When Ning Xi gathered herself together, she deliberated to choose her words carefully before saying, you should be more cautious nowadays, you know. When you move around, have more bodyguards with you or something. Even a dozen is not too many. The other day, after she unexpectedly received a phone call outside the bungalow from a certain someone, she felt uneasy. She knew what Tingxiao was capable of. There was no way that guy could do anything to him, but she was still worried. She would even prefer if she herself could be his bodyguard and protect him 24/7. Tingxiao squinted at this piece of news, and his eyes revealed a coldness. He walked slowly towards Ning Xi. Ning Xi subconsciously retreated backwards until she felt her back pressed up against the wall filled with vines. Tingxiao used one hand to lean on the wall behind her and suddenly asked, this is a wall thud, right? Ning Xi, who was trapped, blinked and said, oh yeah. In fact, it was the perfect description. But why has the topic turned such a weird direction? The last time I heard you say you liked it, so I learned to do it. Tingxiao said. Ning Xi laughed awkwardly. She really wanted to tell the devil, there's no need for you to learn, really. In fact, when did she ever say that she liked this? She had actually said that girls could not stand this trick of backing them up against a wall. Great. Now she felt like she could not stand it too. She was initially slightly worried that Tingxiao would be unhappy about her alarm about his safety. It might seem like she was questioning his capabilities, and she was worried that she might cause him trouble too. Alas, Tingxiao maintained his flirtatious posture and leaned forward to ask softly, Ning Xi, are you worried about me? Ning Xi was a little dumbfounded. Yeah, you are my boss after all. Is that so? Well, I'm very happy. Tingxiao's eyes flooded with satisfaction, and then he said, then, I'll send you a message every day to tell you that I'm safe, okay? Huh? Well, of course it'd be a good thing you're safe. Ning Xi said, but then she felt that something was weird, though she could not pinpoint immediately what about it was odd. Tingxiao smiled smugly, then straightened up and eased off his predatory pose. I wanted to make you stay for dinner, but I'm guessing that you won't feel too comfortable here, so I won't ask you to stay. No need, no need. In that case, I'll make a move now. Bye-bye. Only when she finally reached home, Ning Xi realized what was odd about the earlier encounter. As soon as she was home, Tingxiao sent a message. Are you home? I'm having dinner with little treasure, and all is fine. Don't need to worry. Please. She was just reminding him to be more careful. It wasn't like he was her husband, reporting to his wife every day. She was really going to make this devil suffer. She did not dare say he did not know how to flirt with girls anymore. She would not teach him how to pick up girls anymore. Yet, it did not end there. It was followed by another message from Tingxiao. I'll take little treasure to register in the next few days. This is little treasure's first time to school. I hope you can come then. Ning Xi was speechless. With such a request, she could not reject him, no matter what. Okay. As soon as she sent this, Ning Xi crashed onto the pillow. Dead. She was clearly digging a hole for herself. However, the more she thought about it, the more she thought it was odd. What a coincidence that she was on her off day today. Then she was invited to accompany little treasure at the old residence, and coincidentally, she managed to advise little treasure to go to school. Then, It was followed by the devil's suggestion for her to accompany him in sending little treasure to school. When she thought about it, the drama she was acting in would soon be launching, so she would also be free. The flow of all these incidents was too serendipitous. Was it really pure coincidence? Chapter 332, Queen of Bad Acting. After 2 days of rest, Ning Xi restored her energy and returned to the drama team to continue work. She looked at the remaining work schedule and saw that her main scenes were completed and that the rest were mostly supplementary shots for her previous scenes with Jia Qingqing. She had already memorized all these scenes by heart, so she was not stressed about it at all. When she reached the set, it was not yet the turn for her scene. Xiao Tao saw her and quickly walked over to greet. Sister Xi, you're here. I was just going to text you to say that you don't have to be here so early. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows and joked. Why? Is director feeling generous enough to give me more holidays? Nah. Look over. Xiao Tao's lowered voice indicated for her to look at Guan Xiaoqi and Fang Ye, who were in the middle of a shoot. It's Guan Xiaoqi. She has already made so many mistakes. She's even worse than the original Jia Qingqing. Guan Xiaoqi. Ning Xi held her chin in her thumb and index finger and murmured. Yeah, it's that new singer that our company tried to promote. Her singing is so bad, but what can we do? She's rich, and she's been throwing around money like it is flowing water. I heard that she has always been making noise about going into acting right from the start, but after the company tested her foundation skills, they realized that her acting was worse than her singing. That was why they used all sorts of ways to advise her to become a singer. At least singing skills can be fine-tuned later. Alas, after all the money was put in, she only became a singer for a few months and said she wanted to quit. At last, she still demanded to act, and that was how she came to storm the entertainment scene. When Xiao Tao finished gossiping, she anxiously reminded Ning Xi. Even though we are from the same company, but it's best to stay away from people like that. Ning Xi nodded slowly and went deep in thought, recalling the last incident in her apartment, even though it might not have been her intention. Guan Xiaoqi did help her out once. But of course, she would not do anything carelessly without knowing someone well. After she heard about this situation, Ning Xi did not leave earlier, but sat down on a chair instead. She had quite a number of scenes with Guan Xiaoqi, so she felt like she needed to understand her level of skill first. At the end of the room, Guan Xiaoqi and Fang Ye's shoot continued. Guan Xiaoqi's character in the show was Meng Chang's rival, Princess Xian, and Fang Ye was acting as the other concubine, Princess Xu. Both characters usually fought a lot, so they had quite a number of scenes with one another. Ning Xi watched from afar. From what she observed, it was always Guan Xiaoqi's fault, and Guo Qixing was about to break down in frustration. Guan Xiaoqi, you are a beloved concubine. Concubine, you must be evilly charming and enchanting. Can your acting not be so stiff? As for your dialogues, our show is not using dubs, so the entire thing relies on receiving the live sounds and speech. How can we use this take if you're reciting dialogue as if you were reading a book monotonously? Expressions. What about your expression? Xiao Tao delivered a packet of melon seeds to Ning Xi and said, Sister Xi, see, I'm not exaggerating, am I? Her acting skills are just horrible. Sigh, you and Teacher John's collaboration is so smooth that everyone thought we could finish shooting much earlier. Alas, who knew we'd encounter this? Guan Xiaoqi, she is really the queen of bad acting. Ning Xi did not say anything. Objectively, the problem was not about good or bad acting. Guan Xiaoqi simply did not have any acting skills at all, like a blank canvas. Usually in such a situation, the person who was acting with her would be very important. The worst part was, the person who was acting with her was Fang Ye, who had had previous conflicts with her. In fact, Fang Ye's acting skills were only average. If Guan Xiaoqi could actually perform well when acting with her, that would have actually been odd. Chapter 333, An Unexpected Discovery. Finally, Guo Qixing could not stand this any longer and shouted, Cut. Then he said tiredly, Let's rest for 10 minutes. No, 20 minutes. Guan Xiaoqi, you had better make use of this break to come back improved. Ning Xi thought, 20 minutes. For Guan Xiaoqi, this break would not actually help her. If they continued on like this, Guan Xiaoqi would only continue to act horribly to no end. Guo Qixing definitely knew this too. Ning Xi looked at Guo Qixing and saw that he indeed had stepped aside to secretly make a phone call, guessing that he had called for help. Xiao Tao nibbled on the melon seeds as she shook her head and said, Director Gua is probably getting our company to substitute her, but this is not possible. Guan Xiaoqi's got such a strong backing. She definitely can't be changed. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Gua Qixing walked out from the corner sadly. One look and anyone would know that his cry for help had failed. Gua Qixing walked straight to Ning Xi and said apologetically, Ning Xi, there's been a bit of a delay. You might need to wait a little while more. Ning Xi smiled patiently and said nonchalantly, No worries, Director. Go on with your work. Don't worry about me. As Ning Xi spoke to the direction, Guan Xiaoqi and Fangya started to argue. Fangya was laughing mockingly and said insultingly to the rest of the crew, Haha, this is too funny. Someone here said to me at first that she has amazing acting skills. Alas, this is the amazing standards you speak of? Guan Xiaoqi's face stiffened and she stayed silent. Fangya became even more delighted when she saw that she had hit the insult jackpot and said, So what if you're rich? With such terrible acting skills, even if your family were made of silver and gold, you'd never make it. Such a waste. Guan Xiaoqi had never been a patient person, and now that she was getting further insulted, she burst. I'll be a waste of money. All right, that's on me. You've got no control over it. For someone like you, I don't even think that your family has got the money for you to waste. It's easy to despise what you cannot get. You're jealous, aren't you? Look at your poor face. You. Fangya was so angry that she could explode. At the same time, Guan Xiaoqi's words did not just anger Fangya, but had indirectly included other acting members of the drama team with similar family backgrounds. She had really done herself in and earned more enemies now. This was not surprising, from a princess like her who was spoilt since she was young and was not able to handle such insults. To be considerate of how others felt was the least of her worries. When he saw that the situation was getting more serious, Gua Qixing rushed over to stop the fight. Xiao Tao, who was watching from the side, felt like Guan Xiaoqi was being unfair. Please, Guan Xiaoqi, your words are too mean. You really can't blame everyone for hating her. Ning Xi did not express her opinion, but tapped Xiao Tao on the shoulder and said, I'm going to the restroom. Oh, okay. Right, Sister Xi, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll go get it for you. This will probably take quite a while. Ning Xi waved. No need for that. Thank you. You go get something for yourself instead. When Ning Xi walked out of the restroom and was on her way back, she saw someone squatting under a tree not too far away. Guan Xiaoqi? Why is she squatting over there? Ning Xi suspiciously stood there and watched for a while. She saw that Guan Xiaoqi was holding the script in her hand and practicing her dialogues. She looked very serious, not at all egoistic like how she had been acting in front of everyone. Ning Xi stood there and watched longer. Guan Xiaoqi did not notice that there was someone nearby at all, as she continued to practice over and over. Again, Chapter 334, Rearranging Scenes. Very soon, 20 minutes passed. Ning Xi returned to the resting area. Guan Xiaoqi and Fangya continued shooting, but the result was as terrible as ever. Ning Xi quietly walked towards the director, who almost wanted to bang his head on the camera, and said, Director, I have something to discuss with you. Gua Qixing turned around with a tired face. Oh, Ning Xi, what is it? Tell me. Ning Xi thought for a bit and asked, I have something urgent to do later, and it really can't wait. Is it possible for you to maybe rearrange for my scene with Guan Xiaoqi to be shot earlier? Gua Qixing felt troubled. Well, you can see for yourself how bad Guan Xiaoqi's acting is, and your scene with her is even more difficult. It's okay, director, let's try? Maybe she's just finds that scene too challenging. Perhaps it might improve if we change the scene? Ning Xi comforted. How can it be? Gua Qixing shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. With her acting skills, it would be the same. Anyhow, let's just follow your plan. If it doesn't work, then you don't need to waste your time with her, and you can go settle your matter first. Ning Xi quickly thanked. Thank you, director. Gua Qixing coughed softly and interrupted Guan Xiaoqi's mechanical lines. Guan Xiaoqi, stop for a while. Fangya, take a break first. Ning Xi has some urgent matters later, so we'll shoot her part earlier. Fangya was happy. All right, no objections to that. But as Guan Xiaoqi heard this, she froze and her fists tightened. Of course Fangya had no objections. Instead, she was excited when she went back to the resting area, chuckling. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi is going to be dead. Do you guys know which scene she's shooting with Ning Xi next? Ugh, it can't be. The one that Jia Qingqing failed 30 times, right? That's right. That's the one. Oh God. Then Guan Xiaoqi is in for it. Guan Xiaoqi's two assistants, 11 and 12, were nervous for her. Miss, let me go and discuss with the director and Ning Xi. This scene is too difficult. You definitely can't do it. Yeah, when Jia Qingqing was shooting with Ning Xi, they had to reshoot many times. Shut up. Who said that I can't do it? Guan Xiaoqi still bundled her fists tightly, scolding both of them fiercely. No one is allowed to say anything. I'll do this scene. Are you saying that I'm worse than Jia Qingqing? Both assistants looked at each other and thought, if Guan Xiaoqi was at least half as good as Jia Qingqing, they would be so overjoyed that it would be like a dream come true. Sigh, this Ning Xi. We're colleagues from the same company anyway, so why is she being like this? Can't she wait a while more? She knows that this scene is hard. So what if the both of you are from the same company? You're not really acquainted. With our Mrs. Personality, she almost made enemies out of everyone from the company. In the entertainment field, everyone only cares about themselves and never for others. After a few moments, the set for the next scene was ready. Ning Xi and Guan Xiaoqi got into their positions. Ning Xi sat on a luxurious wooden chair, while Guan Xiaoqi fell on the floor embarrassingly. Seeing Ning Xi's eyes look down on her, Guan Xiaoqi felt humiliated, and it was clearly expressed on her face. This time, Guo Qixing did not even care to give guidance before shooting. He just waved his hands and said, "Let's just begin." Chapter 335. What has gotten into her? Background: Cold Palace 1. Characters: Meng Chang'e, Princess Xian. In the ruined palace, Ning Xi sat on the wide, big chair and looked down arrogantly with contempt, while Guan Xiaoqi was full of anger and humiliation. Guo Qixing saw this, and his eyebrows softened. Guan Xiaoqi's expression actually looked good. Next, Ning Xi looked at her disdainfully, as if she was looking at a corpse. Princess Xian, do you know why I hate you so much? Why I must take away your chances of surviving? As Ning Xi finished her lines, Guo Qixing's eyebrows knitted, and he was already prepared to stop after Guan Xiaoqi's first line. The cameraman was adjusting his equipment casually as well. All the crew members and artistes had had enough of Guan Xiaoqi's usual arrogant ways, and everyone was waiting to see a good show. Which? You're jealous of me. You're jealous that the emperor likes me. Jealous that I'm favored. Guan Xiaoqi read out her lines angrily, as her eyes became red. Damn it. Fangya and all these people, all of them, they were jealous of her. Everyone was shocked by Guan Xiaoqi's lines. She didn't misread any of her lines, and actually had a really good expression and tone. Maybe it was luck. Even Guan Xiaoqi was shocked herself, but Ning Xi quickly continued her lines to avoid her losing focus. Me jealous? Jealous that you are favored by that dumb old man. Guan Xiaoqi went along with Ning Xi's line and acted the next part naturally. She pulled an unbelievable face. Princess Da, are you mad? I want to talk to the emperor. I will tell the emperor that you insulted. Ning Xi made Guan Xiaoqi back off with a harsh stare, and then spoke. Princess Liang, do you know who I am? Do you still remember the name of Meng Chang'e? As everyone watched up to this point, they held their breath and stared intensely. The atmosphere was tense, and they were whispering in disbelief. Guan Xiaoqi is in luck. She hasn't gotten cut off up till now. Fangya laughed coldly. Hee, it will be any time soon. Just wait and see. True, Jia Qingqing was cut off at the next line for 33 times. With Ning Xi's gloomy stare, Guan Xiaoqi's face was full of fear. You're Meng Chang'e? How is it possible that you're Meng Chang'e? Meng Chang'e is already dead. This is impossible. Impossible. Ning Xi closed in slowly. Zhao Wanru, if you're not dead yet, why would I be? Even if I was dead, I would crawl right back up from hell. Then I'll pull you down to die with me. Don't you come over here. Don't come over. Guan Xiaoqi screamed in fear. Zhang Rue reminded the director. Director, cut. Thanks to the co-director's reminder, the director returned to his senses and quickly shouted, cut. This scene had actually passed on the first take. The moment Guo Qixing shouted, cut, no one reacted. It was only after a while that everyone started discussing excitedly. Oh my God, did the sun just rise from the west? Guan Xiaoqi actually passed. And it was on first take. This is too shocking. What has gotten into her? Fanya had a livid expression as she stood up and objected. How is this possible? Director, how could you let her pass? She didn't do well at all. Her expressions and actions were too exaggerated. Chapter 336, Tinder or Cherishing. Guo Qixing looked at Fanya impatiently. Xiaoqi doesn't come from an acting school. It's already very commendable that she could perform this way. He saw that Fanya was unsatisfied and continued. Later on, please put in more effort into your scene with Xiaoqi. She can only follow if you're focused, understand? Director, it's her. Fanya was exasperated. Was now her fault that Guan Xiaoqi had bad acting skills? Suddenly, everyone around started to change their attitude. The director makes sense. At first I thought it was all Guan Xiaoqi's fault, but think about it. Fanya had some problems as well. Sure is. Otherwise, how would Guan Xiaoqi be able to do a one-shot take with Ning Xi? Guan Xiaoqi has bad acting skills, but Fanya isn't that great either. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. After the scene was over, Guan Xiaoqi skipped happily back to the resting area. One assistant helped fan her, and the other gave her water, gladly welcoming her. Miss, you were great just now. Yeah, you got it at the first shot. Marvelous acting. Guan Xiaoqi said proudly. I told you that my acting has no problem. It's just that I couldn't act well when I see Fanya's face. It makes me sick. Don't you trust me now? Yes, I do. Miss, you're the best. It's all Fanya's fault. Ning Xi glanced at Guan Xiaoqi's direction, then walked over to Guo Qixing's side. Director, how was the scene? Were there any problems? No problem. It was great. Guo Qixing said with a face full of life. Ning Xi acted casually and said, Director, I think Guan Xiaoqi is in shape right now. Wouldn't it be better to start shooting the next scene right now? You have a point. I'll let them prepare the next scene immediately. Oh right, you should attend to your urgent matter now. All right. Thank you, Director. Ning Xi nodded before she left. Xiao Tao followed Ning Xi with a doubtful look. Sis Xi, what's up with Guan Xiaoqi? She passed on first take. Must be her luck. Maybe. I knew it. Sis Xi, you have something urgent? Do you need my help? No, you can get off work now. All right. Thank you, Sis Xi. She thought she would have to work overtime tonight, but in the end she could get off earlier, so Xiao Tao left happily. Ning Xi finished removing her makeup and changed her outfit, then walked along the corridor towards the hotel. Suddenly an arm reached over and hooked onto her shoulder. TSK, Ning Xiaoxi. How nice of you. Playing the hero now. Ning Xi pushed Jiang Mai's arm away and brushed off the non-existent dust on her shoulder. Why? Do you have a problem with it? Jiang Mai just put his arm over her again. Aren't you the type to not meddle in other people's business? Why are you helping the nasty Guan Xiaoqi this time? Ning Xi touched her chin. Guan Xiaoqi kind of helped me before, so I'm just returning the favor. I don't like to owe people. Moreover, not taking into account of her behavior and personality, I can see that she really loves acting. She felt positive about people who truly loved and were passionate about acting. Jiang Mai was speechless. You're so tender and cherishing towards her. You don't need to care if I'm tender or cherishing. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I thought there weren't any scenes of you today. Why are you here? Chapter 337, Rarely Relaxing. Jiang Mai excitedly said, Since the rest of your scenes are easy, I'd like to invite you for a drink at the bar tonight. Ning Xi raised a finger and shook it. Apologies, even though I did plan to go relax at the bar tonight. I was planning to go alone, not with you. Jiang Mai suddenly became angry. Please, why not with me? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. You want us to be spotted together again like the last time? Wasn't that just an accident? Besides, that incident led to an easy spokesperson job. Jiang Mai said with righteousness. Who's going to guarantee that I get this lucky every time? The famous star Jiang, please do me a favor and let me go. Have fun alone. I don't want to give Sister Gigi any more trouble. 1 hour later, at Carlos Bar. Carlos Bar was a very exclusive place, where the lowest rank in society's food chain, especially the men, would never be seen or heard. To the outside world, mentioning that they were going to Carlos Bar would naturally imply that the poor and the dogs are not allowed to enter. And of course, those that attracted the wealthy first and second generations were naturally socialites or hookers with the looks, body, charisma, and more. Apart from power and wealth, a beautiful face was also the most effective pass to enter this place. When Ning Xi finally warded off the whiny Jiang Mai and reached the bar, it was already almost full, so she had to find a corner for herself. To Ning Xi, the best thing about this bar was that she did not need to dress up too much, because there was no one who would recognize her, a less than well-known actress. She could completely relax. Just as Ning Xi sat down, there were several men who were looking around. These middle-aged men acted like they were hunting for prey and immediately stared at Ning Xi's direction, revealing foul intentions. Her looks and charisma are outstanding, but the way she dresses is not too suitable for my taste. She doesn't seem like a socialite. If she's not a socialite, then she must be a hooker. Let's just look around. There are a lot of beauties in the bar tonight. No rush. These middle-aged men were sitting on a slightly more high-end sofa made of real leather, and they revealed lazy and comfortable postures, with voices that were not too soft nor too loud. However, the people around them could hear them clearly. Just as they finished speaking, several youths beside them suddenly stood up together. The young lad who led the group sported a branded shirt and trousers. He locked his long and narrow eyes on Ning Xi and said, "Haha, this chick's charisma and looks are of fine quality. Since she's not your type, my bros, and I will go ahead then." "As you please, Mr. Li." The middle-aged men on the sofa smiled a little nonchalantly. For them, their target was usually the real socialites. So even if women such as Ning Xi were prettier, they were uninterested in them. The guys around Mr. Li started to whistle at Ning Xi. "Hey, beautiful. Want to come over?" The bar played a light-hearted tune that was not too noisy or too piercing, so Ning Xi could hear them calling out to her immediately. Ning Xi's icy eyes skimmed across them nonchalantly, and she did not respond. She had encountered such situations many times, so much so that she was already used to it. She only came to Carlos' bar to relax, so she just pretended she did not see them. This bar was of elite status, so people usually would not cause too much of a ruckus. Chapter 338. She seemed more attractive. "Hey girl, Mr. Li is asking you to come over. Didn't you hear us?" When Ning Xi did not respond at all, the young men in front of Mr. Li became unhappy, and their tones instantly turned unfriendly. They completely did not expect the woman not to move an inch despite several invitations, and she continued with her drink, as if she did not hear them at all. "You big dash." Before he could finish cursing her, Mr. Li reached out to tap his shoulder and laugh. This is not the way to flirt with girls. The process of conquering is to be enjoyed, understood. When he heard what Mr. Li had to say, the youth laughed. "Mr. Li, you're telling me that I'm too rushed. We can't deal with girls like these. We will need Mr. Li to personally do this himself. We bros will just watch and learn from the side. Next time, we'll definitely not embarrass you." Mr. Li nodded his head with a satisfied expression and said with a tone of seniority, "To pick up girls like this one, you can't rush it. You have to take it slow." After he said that, he evaluated Ning Xi with a look, then walked back to his VIP seat with the guys. Ning Xi saw that the men did not continue to flirt with her, so she did not pay any more attention. She continued to enjoy her drink and listen to relaxing music. She depicted a sort of couldn't-be-bothered attitude in such a relaxed situation, and that seemed to make her appear more attractive. While she was waiting for her bill, Ning Xi logged on to her Weibo. She noticed that she had not updated her Weibo for a long time. Since the drama would be launched soon, it would be good to stir up her popularity a little. She thought for a while, then wrote a post and uploaded it. "As I listen to wind and rain against my window at night, the dreams start to come, counting down to the launch." Very soon, comments and likes started coming in, and many of the drama team members shared it too. Jiang Mai shared it and added on. Through thick and thin over 10 years, as they worry less and forget themselves, which very accurately reflected Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing's tragically touching relationship. As soon as Jiang Mai posted, all the fans online immediately exploded and started to discuss Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing, the ultimately popular couple shipped by many. At the same time, at Carlos Bar's highest floor VIP room, Lu Tingxiao was just drinking when the phone on the table buzzed with a notification sound. He clicked on it to see a new Weibo notification. It was the status that Ning Xi had just posted. He had set Ning Xi's profile to be a favorite and even set a program in his phone so that whenever Ning Xi updated, it would automatically buzz with a notification to remind him. Lu Jingli, who saw this, was quite amazed. Wow, brother, you really are too much. You even have a special setting to watch her every move. I really can't understand you logical men's idea of romance. Lu Tingxiao ignored his brother and focused on Ning Xi's Weibo status. It's only such a short sentence. You wouldn't be able to decipher anything, Lu Jingli mumbled softly. Then, he watched his brother's long, slim fingers type a message to send to Ning Xi. Lu Jingli daringly took a peek to see what was written, then closed his eyes and rolled over on his seat. Ah, damn it. My eyes. My precious eyes. I shouldn't have peeked. He was really looking for it. He thought that his brother was currently in an heartbroken situation, so reading it would not be a torture, but who knew that it was way worse? Chapter 339, The Seduction Move. Almost immediately, downstairs, a notification popped up on Ning Xi's phone. It was Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi drank the cocktail that the waiter had just served as she opened the message, thinking it was just Lu Tingxiao reporting that he was safe as usual. Alas, what she saw was, as I listen to wind and rain against my window at night, I dream of you. Uft. Ning Xi spit out the cocktail in her mouth and felt her face burning up. Jesus Christ. This devil is so savage that I cannot see straight. Since that day the devil had said, one day, you will realize that cabbage is yummier than carrots. She went home and thought for a long time, but she still did not understand what the devil's upcoming plans would be. In that moment, she finally understood. The devil was clearly ready to attack her with the seduction move. While Ning Xi was being hit on by Lu Tingxiao, from the corner of her eye, she saw something flying across her direction. She swiftly picked up the tray on the table and blocked the attack. In the next second, a piercing sound was heard as the bottle almost hit her on the head fell to the ground. Without Ning Xi lifting her head to look for the culprit, they came up to her first. A socialite lady clad in a shimmering red bodycon dress walked to her, full of confidence, with a group of people surrounding her. She said to Ning Xi with a condescending look, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't sure why, but the bottle suddenly flew out of my hands. It didn't hit you, did it?" Ning Xi looked at them coldly without responding. She did not like to stir up trouble, but she was not afraid of trouble either. She would forget it since it did not hit her, but if this bottle had hurt her, she would not mind using her martial art skills to teach them some lessons either. Since no one at this bar knew her, she could freely be herself. No worries. Ning Xi stood up and prepared to move somewhere quieter, since she did not want to have any contact with these people. The socialite then signaled to several other girls. The girls surrounding the socialite immediately took heed and walked over, blocking Ning Xi's way. "Don't go. That bottle almost hit you earlier. We feel bad about that, so we must compensate you." "Exactly. We were careless before this. If we just let it be, we'll feel very guilty." All the girls started to talk one after another, as if they really did feel guilty. Yet, there was no effort in disguising the nonchalance and condescending intent in their eyes. Then, the music in the bar started to get softer and many eyes around fell on them. They mostly stared at Ning Xi, as if they were waiting for something to happen. That girl is a real socialite. Even though she looks average, her family background definitely isn't. How did that chick offend her? Ha ha ha. How is that even a question? It's most probably because that chick hooked up with her man. I know this socialite. It's Wang family's eldest daughter, Miss Wang Rulin, right? She is a green-eyed monster. Hook up? That can't be it. I was looking at that chick. She didn't move from her seat at all. This is the Carlos bar. You just need to look at someone a little longer to hook up with them. Haven't you heard of flirting with the eyes? Don't be so conservative. Everyone around started buzzing with conversation. Such a situation happened almost every night at Carlos bar. Everyone was used to seeing this. Naturally, they were not too shocked by it, but they just liked to watch for the fun of it. Ning Xi side-eyed those girls and said with a poker face, "Compensation won't be needed. Your bottle didn't hit me." Chapter 340, Morons Full of Themselves. "That won't work. Even if we promised you, Sislon wouldn't, right, Sislon?" one of the girls said, looking at the lady beside her. The lady came forward and stared at Ning Xi, then said coldly, "It must be hard for you. Coming to Carlos bar this late, and dressing up like this, you must have spent quite some money. I can't let you go back empty-handed. This is a reward, no, a compensation for you." As the lady finished talking, she opened her Hermes purse and took out a stack of cash. then threw it beside Ning Xi's foot. 5,000. Is that enough? Sislan, you're so generous. Even if it hit her just now, 5,000 would have been enough. Right? Our Sislan is really generous. Even if she was a whore, it would be enough for one go. The few girls were full of sarcasm as they laughed coldly at her. In the bar, the scene was getting more and more heated up as more people surrounded them. Mr. Li smiled, continuing to enjoy his alcohol nonchalantly, waiting for the best time to step up. Ning Xi frowned slightly. These women were not here to apologize. They were obviously only there for trouble. What is it not? Enough? For prostitutes like you, your price of sleeping with those old men would at most be around this price, wouldn't it? The lady stared at Ning Xi in disgust. Without waiting for Ning Xi's reply, bam! Another stack of cash was thrown beside her leg again. Here's 10,000, plus the 5,000 earlier. That makes it 15,000. Is it enough now? The lady laughed coldly again. Sislan, this is too much. I think 3,000 would be enough. Women like her who see how rich you are will surely try to get more from you. Sislan is just too kind. Why not add another 10,000? Make it 25,000. 25,000? I like this number. The lady continued smiling coldly, while she took out another stack of cash and threw it at Ning Xi again. Ning Xi evaluated the woman in front of her, like she was looking at an idiot. People like her had too much money lying around. What they wanted was just attention. Too bad. She did not care about her. Too bad. They were too much of a moron. She did not even have the interest to insult them, because it would not feel good to insult morons. Pretty girl, just accept the money. 25,000 isn't much, but it's better than suffering throughout the night. A muscular, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man squatted down and collected all the money on the floor. He was prepared to give it to Ning Xi, and even gave her an ambiguous glance. Thank you, but I don't think I need this compensation, Ning Xi replied. Coldly. Which? The lady started scolding angrily and was clearly infuriated. I'm just pitying you, so I'm compensating you kindly. And now you're even seducing my Qingyan. She was ticked off earlier because her male partner kept on looking at this woman's direction, and now this woman was seducing Qingyun right in front of her. Who did she think she was? Ning Xi really did not want to talk to them anymore, but they kept on pestering her, and her patience had reached its limit. She sneered and looked at the Caucasian guy like she was looking at a cheap slab of pork. Me? Seducing him? Cut the crap. Of course it was you who seduced him, not the other way around. You're still looking. Have you never seen a handsome guy before in your life? Do you really need to salivate like this? TSK. She must have slept with so many old men that she has yet to see someone this handsome before. Chapter 341. The Devil's Grand Entrance. The lady caressed her manicured nails as she looked at Ning Xi's pretty little face and talked to her in an unfriendly tone. Now, you should kneel down and apologize to me. Promise that you'll never be involved with other people's men ever again. Crawl out of this bar, then I'll forget about what happened tonight. If not, don't even think about leaving this place. You want to leave after offending our Miss Li? Not so fast. The lady's bunch of thugs slowly closed in. Ning Xi glanced at those thugs and calmly cracked her finger joints. Hee, Sislan. What has this girl done to you that has got you so angry? Mr. Li, who had been enjoying his drink at the VIP seat, suddenly walked over and looked at the lady with a smile. Yo, Mr. Li. Seeing him, the lady's expression softened and she said, weren't you always unfavorable of poor and disgusting witches like her? Why are you helping out people like her today? Sislan, I really like this girl, so give me some face and don't bother her anymore. Mr. Li explained like a gentleman. Mr. Li, you're interested? The lady said, stunned. Fine. Since you like her, there's nothing much I can say. With the power you have, a night would get you at least $50,000. What a lucky girl she is. A few girls around tittered in secret. Mr. Li was infamous for being crazy in bed. Who knew how many women had been tortured by him? Any girl would have it coming rough for themselves if they were favored by Mr. Li. But if there was money involved, it probably wouldn't matter to a woman like this. Miss, I'll buy you for a night for $50,000. Just follow me now, or else you'll have a hard time leaving the bar after offending Sislan. Mr. Li acted as if he was confident of getting his way, as he swaggered towards Ning Xi like a hero and was about to hold her hand. The next second, Ning Xi slapped away Mr. Li's hand. You, humiliated, Mr. Li's face darkened in an instant. Without a word, Mr. Li's group of supporters and thugs joined in the fray as well. Ning Xi was now going up against two groups of people. It felt like a fight would blow up at any moment. What a lively night. Among the noisy, chaotic atmosphere, an ice-cold voice struck through the hearts of the people present like a frigid wind. Suddenly everyone was looking behind Ning Xi, speechless. Ning Xi herself was frozen as well. This voice was the devil? As Tingxiao appeared, the few ladies in front were stunned. This man who just made his sudden appearance could barely be described with just the word cool. His behavior could not hide his extravagance. Just one icy look of his was enough to let someone fall for him mercilessly. Oh my God! Who is this man? He's so cool. He's not just handsome. It's his aura. So charismatic. Very manly. I thought Qingyun was as manly as a man can get. But in front of this man he's nothing. Miss Wang just stared blankly at Tingxiao, blushing. The man in front of her was like a god. He was the definition of her dream man. Just by looking at him, she suddenly felt that all the cute boys she was proud of were trash compared to him. Chapter 342. She's the apple of my eye. When she saw the way Ning Xi was staring at this man who had just suddenly appeared, the lady spitefully sneered at her. Do you even have the right to stare at a man like him? Ning Xi was reaching a whole new level of patience, thanks to these morons. Mr. Lu, do you have any orders? The barman quickly came over and attended to the man. Carlos' bar was under the Lu Corporation. It was a good thing that the manager had seen this low-profile boss before, so he recognized him instantly after such a memorable first impression. The manager knew that the boss did not like people to know who he was, so he just addressed him as Mr. Lu. Put everyone's tabs on me, Tingxiao declared casually. Okay, no problem, the manager quickly replied. Everyone cheered hearing Tingxiao's words. Just by observing the manager's nervous behavior, one could decipher that this man was a big shot and was probably filthy rich. What he just did only further confirmed it. The lady looked at Tingxiao greedily since she just saw how generous he was. She could not wait anymore. She walked towards him with a pounding heart, introducing herself. So, Mr. Lu, I'm Wang Ruolin from the Wang Corporation. I wonder if you're working right now and if I would be fortunate enough to have a private conversation with you over some drinks. A handsome face combined together with a charm and a strong financial background. What a package. All the customers' bills tonight would easily reach tens of millions. But this man seemed like he did not care at all. How attractive was that? And his surname was Lu. Could he possibly be related to the legendary family from the Imperial? Tingxiao just glanced at the lady with a cold expression and told her, for this question, you need to check with someone else. If she's okay with it, then I have no objections. Who is it? The lady quickly asked. Tingxiao nodded his head towards Ning Xi. Her. Ning Xi was surprised and speechless. What? Asked this witch. The lady was shocked and confused. Tingxiao gave her a cold stare. Excuse me, miss, please take back what you've just said and apologize to her. She's the apple of my eye. As if his words were not shocking enough, he added further. Too bad. She still isn't mine. The apple of your eye? The lady yelled in disbelief. How is this possible? A man like this should only be worthy of someone of her own status. But he was going for such a dirty woman? You actually fancy a woman like this? Do you know how dirty she is and how many people she slept with before? The lady could not accept this truth. Ning Xi saw that Tingxiao was arguing for her sake and wanted to stop him, but he just calmly gave her a warning glance and softly said, It's okay, leave it to me. The lady's face turned really red seeing how gentle Tingxiao treated Ning Xi. She said, Mr. Lu, don't be deceived by someone like her. She's just playing hard to get. In the end, she just wants more money. She threw all her money and cards from her purse at Ning Xi's feet. Get away from this man. How much do you want? Name me a price. The few women beside the lady went along with her. Don't people like you just want money? Name a price. Our sis Lan will be able to afford it. Tingxiao just quietly looked at the lady crazily throwing her money, then calmly said, Aside from being the apple of my eye, she's my superior, as well as my boss. Tonight, the one who's really treating everyone to drinks is her. So, you're now not only drinking my boss alcohol, but also insulting her. If possible, please throw up all the drinks you've drank before. Regardless of everyone's expression of disbelief, Tingxiao looked at the speechless Mr. Li. Of course, you as well. Chapter 343. The wife protecting devil flares up. In that instance, everyone in the bar suddenly became as stiff as a statue, stunned. The man in front of them was clearly someone extraordinary, so his identity was already scary enough. And this man was now saying that the woman they kept accusing as a prostitute was his superior, his boss? Then, who in the world could this woman be? Which big shot had they offended now? This is crazy. This woman is his superior? His boss? Did I get it wrong? How? How could this be? You're definitely lying. But why would he lie to us? There's no need for that, right? Besides, this man Lu's attitude towards her was only filled with admiration, love, and utmost respect. Could it be that this woman is really his boss? Jesus. And just now she kept throwing money at her. She has really embarrassed herself this time. In reality, Carlos Bar had always had hidden gems and personalities. Going in, someone who dressed up less glamorously might be a big boss, so the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. Suddenly, everyone turned pale. They looked at Ning Xi as if they were looking at a ghost. We're toast. I kept calling her a witch earlier. Oh God, me too. We've done ourselves in. We've really gotten into trouble this time. We may offend just anyone, but not someone like her. While everyone was in shock, Ning Xi was expressionless because her thoughts were all jumbled up and there was so much she wanted to express, so she kept a straight face. Yet, anyone could see that she was in deep thought, which frightened those present even more. Shall I say something or not? She thought to herself. Since they offended someone like her, would they be able to leave the bar in one piece tonight? All of a sudden, no one could tell who started first, but the sound of retching filled the air. This seemed to spark off a chain reaction, and soon the entire place was gagging. Even though Tingxiao only called on Wang Ruolin and Mr. Li, many others had also insulted Ning Xi earlier. Those people were nobodies compared to Wang Ruolin and Mr. Li, so they felt like they had no choice but to vomit out the alcohol first. After all, it was only throwing up. It would still be better than getting into trouble with Ning Xi and Tingxiao. As she watched everyone around her regurgitate the alcohol one after another, Miss Wang turned pale. She lifted her head slowly to look at Tingxiao, as if hoping for mercy. Yet, when she looked up, all she saw was his proud eyes. Because she was too frightened, she could not help herself any longer, and she puked it all out. When he saw that everyone had thrown up, Mr. Li, who pretended to be headstrong, could not hold it in anymore and put his fingers into his throat to discharge the alcohol. He would not have thought that his plan of wanting to be a hero would turn into this ugly scene. The entire bar was filled with the unpleasant smell of guts and alcohol, and it was an ungodly sight. Tingxiao took off his coat nonchalantly and covered Ning Xi with it to prevent her from getting dirty. Then, he led her towards the door without even turning back. At the same time, on the second floor of the bar, Jingli held a bag of melon seeds in shock. Jesus! When the devil flared up to protect his wife, he turned terrifying indeed. Jingli shook his head as he mumbled to himself. But, bro, if you want to flare up, you should bear the consequences in mind. This is our bar and business might be affected. Fine, fine, this guy only has his wife in mind. To hell with the business, wasn't it? Chapter 344. You're too beautiful tonight. Outside the bar was a road flanked by ginkgo trees. The night was cold, as a couple strolled slowly along the quiet road. Are you all right? Tingxiao asked in concern. Ning Xi shook her head. She had not entirely calmed down from the scene earlier. How did you suddenly appear back there? I was discussing some matters upstairs and just finished. I saw you as I was about to leave, Tingxiao explained. Oh, Ning Xi did not really know what to say and just responded. Thank you for rescuing me from that situation. Tingxiao was shrugged nonchalantly. You don't have to thank me. I know that even if I didn't come forward, you would be able to resolve it by yourself. I just didn't want you to have to dirty your hands. Ning Xi's heart beat fast as his low, coarse voice lingered by her ear. She cleared her throat and tried to change the topic. Right? Why did you tell them that I was your boss? Clearly, you're the one who's my boss. You seem to have messed it up. What is a boss's role to you? Tingxiao did not answer her, redirecting her another question instead. A boss's role? Ning Xi thought about it, then answered, probably someone who provides me with a monthly salary, as I help him earn revenue, and follow all his orders? Lu Tingxiao nodded. Ning Xi was speechless and dumbfounded. What did that reaction mean? In the next second, she suddenly understood. Based on her explanation, wouldn't the definition of a boss be similar to that of wife's? Sigh. This was the longest road she had ever walked down in her lifetime. The road leading to the devil's trap. It's quite late now. I shall make a move first. Thank you for tonight. Ning Xi announced her departure. Lu Tingxiao was just walking to his parking spot, so he opened the passenger door to his car and said, I'll send you home. Ning Xi scratched her head and said, I don't think there's a need for that. I can just hail a taxi for myself. Lu Tingxiao then replied, You're too beautiful tonight. It's not safe. Ning Xi was tongue-tied yet again. She decided that from now on, she should shut up to be safe from his flirtations. Finally, Lu Tingxiao sent her to her apartment. Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief as she was finally home. She took a bow and said, Thank you, boss. I'll go up now. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao suddenly called to stop her. Yes. Can I hug you for a while? Lu Tingxiao asked in a soft voice, as if afraid that anyone except her would hear. Ning Xi was shocked. The stars shined brightly, and the wind blew softly. Under the moonlit sky, Lu Tingxiao's eyes were charmingly gentle. Damn it, his seduction skills were too smooth, and she felt like her gates of resistance could not hold up its guard much longer. She knew that he was trying to seduce her, and knew that every step he made was a plan that had a motive. Yet, she could not help herself. Who could ignore flirtations from someone that they liked? She definitely deserved an award for the fact that she could resist it all the while. What to do, what to do, what to do to agree or not to agree. As the atmosphere became increasingly taut with sexual tension, Ning Xi's handphone suddenly rang, abruptly interrupting the quiet midnight air. Ning Xi was still torn between how to react when she glanced at her phone reluctantly. When she saw the phone clearly, her blood ran cold. Across the phone screen was a sentence. My dear, agree to him and see what happens. I challenge you. Smiley face, YS. Damn it. Chapter 345. My dear, be good. CEO Lu, it's really late now and the moon is really pretty tonight. Haha, you should go home earlier. I'll go sleep now too, haha, bye-bye. Ning Xi blurted out her string of goodbye hastily and then disappeared within a second. She did not even know what she just said to Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao stayed at the same spot. First, he watched the back of the girl as she bolted away. Then he lifted his head and looked into the darkness. Not until she had managed to run into her apartment and close the door would Ning Xi's heart finally calm down. She ran so fast that she almost tripped. After taking in several deep breaths, she took out her phone again. My dear, agree to him and see what happens. I challenge you. Smiley face, YS. She did not misread the message. She recognized the evil smiley face that a certain someone liked to use when he threatened people. What was going on? Could it be that he was nearby? Ning Xi's hands were trembling as she walked back and forth in her apartment repeatedly. At last, she finally stopped speculating wildly and just called him. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to tease her intentionally by not picking up immediately. Only when the phone was about to go to voicemail did he slowly answer in a lazy drawl. Hello. Where are you? Ning Xi cut to the chase with her question. Las Vegas. Why are you messing with me? Huh. If I was really nearby, did you think you would be able to call me right now? The man teased in an unfriendly tone. Did you get someone to spy on me? Don't think so lowly of me. I don't care how you know. I'm asking you, what is it that you want to achieve? Ning Xi took a deep breath to calm herself down as she asked through gritted teeth. It's a secret. My dear, be good. I hope there won't be a next time for what happened tonight, understood? Hello, hello, hello. The phone went dead. Ning Xi was so angry that she slammed her fist on the bed. After that night, Ning Xi went about every day anxiously. Her fear of having the guy suddenly appear out of nowhere tortured her mentally. She safely endured this until the last day of shooting. Finally, it was the final scene to be shot. Ning Xi had been tense since last night and had not stopped preparing herself. This scene was the setting before Meng Changa's death, and it was the last scene of the entire drama. It was even more climactic than Sun Huanqing's death, so much so that even Ning Xi was not confident that she had what it took to deliver the scene. This was the first time in the entire drama shoot that Ning Xi was nervous. Because she was so deeply immersed in her character for the show, Ning Xi did not notice the weird looks she got when she appeared on set, until Fangya walked right up to her and said, "Ning Xi, you're finally here. There's a letter for you. It looks like you have an admirer." Ning Xi was still recalling Meng Chang's life story to refine her character's emotions before death. She was in a state of extreme nervousness, so even though she was physically present, her mind was elsewhere. Even though her eyes saw Fangya right in front of her, she did not hear what Fangya had said at all. Fangya held a pink-colored letter in her hand, and on the corner of the letter was carved two very subtle alphabets, YS. Fangya waved the letter in front of her and then said, "Ah, Ning Xi, you're going through the script, aren't you? Since you're so busy, I'll read this for you." Chapter 346, Wonderful Love Letter. People around could not help but laugh out loud at the contents of the letter. Fangya read it out loud. "Ah, my dearest Xi, I love you like how the mice love its rice, like how the cat loves its fish, like how the dog loves its bone." Fangya read in a comical, exaggerative tone as more and more people surrounded her, everyone laughing together. "Haha, this is too funny. This love letter is so old-fashioned. Did the person even graduate from primary school? Or maybe he stopped at kindergarten. There are still people who write love letter nowadays. I sure am drunk. Who is this guy? Is there still a need to ask? It must be some poor freaky fan. Be more serious. I'm not done with reading." Fangya glared at them, then continued reading. "Now, I present you my sincerest wishes and love for tomorrow night's celebration dinner. I'll bring you a present that will be the most honorable, most tempting, and most befitting of your wisdom and nobility." Reading up to this point, Fangya could not hold it in anymore. "Haha, I can't go on anymore. This is too funny. Somebody please save me. Not only does this man have no culture, he's such a moron. He sure talks big. A present that's the most honorable and most tempting. Is he going to send an excavator over to the dinner tomorrow? It sure fits Ning Xi's nobility." Everyone laughed. "Maybe even a tractor. It might also be a truck full of cornbread." "Stop guessing wildly. A truck full of cornbread would cost a lot, you know? TSK, still acting big while being poor. I've had enough of this. People like these disgust me. How did Ning Xi get such disgusting admirers? Hee hee. Isn't there a saying that goes, you attract the kind of people who are similar to you?" The place became even noisier. Ning Xi, who was in the middle, did not say anything at all this whole time. Then she silenced everyone sharply. "Quiet." Fangya kept her mouth shut, and everyone lowered their voice. Next, Ning Xi just stood up with her script and walked through the crowd, emotionlessly, straight towards Gua Qixing's direction. Actually, while Fangya and the group were rambling on, Ning Xi had just been making random grunting noises without even knowing what they were talking about. She did not even notice the love letter as she was just trying to avoid any distraction and to focus on getting into her act. Everyone started to gossip more right after Ning Xi left. Why is this guy acting all big for? Fangya tossed away the letter in disgust, thinking that Ning Xi just escaped in embarrassment. She sarcastically said, "Even she knows shame. Didn't she act all high and mighty before? Being the prettiest girl in the entertainment industry, having the most admirers and all, getting endless gifts like flowers and diamonds on the first day of shooting. What now? The quality of her admirers is getting lower and lower. Those flowers and diamonds must be sent by the uncultured goofball. How can they compare to a gentleman like Su Yan? Speaking of which, could it be that Ning Xi has found herself some supporters just to show her some face? It's possible, since Ning Xiuelaw was getting all the spotlight from that real handsome gentleman Su Yan at that time. Perhaps she just didn't want to feel inferior." Listening up to this point, Fangya's eyes shone and she lowered her voice, telling everyone in a secretive tone, "Speaking of Su Yan, I'm going to tell you guys a huge, shocking secret." Chapter 347, Mysterious. Surprise. A huge, shocking secret? What's the secret? Tell us quickly. Yeah, stop teasing us. Everyone loved gossip. What more if it was a secret? Almost everyone gathered in front of Fangya. Fangya was satisfied as everyone's anticipation was at a peak, and she announced dramatically, "During tomorrow night's celebration dinner, Su Yan will be proposing to Ning Xi." As she finished, everyone's jaw was gaping open. This was some really huge news. After a moment of stunned silence, Everyone bombarded her with questions for details. Oh God, is this true? A live proposal? How romantic. Fangya, how do you know about this? Fangya declared proudly, Ning Xi is my best friend. So of course, Su Yan's going to tell me beforehand and have me coordinate with him on the details. You had all better keep this a secret and don't let Shuelua know. Otherwise, the cat is out of the bag. Okay. We won't say anything. Everyone nodded in resonance. Fangya continued boasting. Our celebration dinner tomorrow, the hotel accommodation, and the banquet will all be sponsored by the Su family. It's probably going to be a big surprise. Wow, I'm so envious of Ning Xi. Oh my gosh, this has to be the biggest news of the year. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Such an excellent man, and he's putting in so much effort. Suddenly, someone from the group asked, since Ning Xi has always been competing against Ning Xi, isn't she going to get really pissed off this time around? Fangya scoffed. Haha, don't you guys realize? Ning Xi must have already heard about Su Yan going to propose. Didn't you see how unhappy she was today? Everyone thought for a while, then they suddenly realized. No wonder, she does look like she's down today. She's in such a terrible mood. Someone else suddenly laughed. Haha, I suddenly thought about this. Would the freaky fan of Ning Xi's prepare a surprise at tomorrow's celebration dinner? If it were to clash with Su Yan's plan, wouldn't it just make Ning Xi look bad? Haha. Thinking about the love letter makes me want to laugh. How can someone be so weird? Who knows what he will bring? Fangya mumbled in disdain. She brought it upon herself, affiliating herself with just anybody, having all the lowly people around her. One cannot blame her for being jealous of Shuelua. After everyone dispersed, Fangya felt accomplished. She then secretly texted Chongli a message. Sis Chong, everything is done. The rumors are spread. Even God is on our side because Ning Xi has a weird fan who's going to prepare her a surprise. At the same time, at Country F, Ledoyen, a Michelin 3-star high-class restaurant. As the kitchen crew was busy preparing for the banquet, the executive chef suddenly received a call from Las Vegas. Alan stopped what he was doing. He took off his apron and passed it to his sous chef and ordered them in a serious tone. I'm going to take off now to Country C to be a sous chef for a dinner that was called for at the last minute. I'll leave everything here to you guys. The other chefs were shocked, and they looked at each other in confusion. Right now? At this very moment? Your schedule usually needs to be booked at least half a year in advance, no matter how honorable the customer is. How come this time? Chapter 348. The world ended. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You said you were going to be the sous chef, so who is the head chef? Who is qualified enough for you to become his or her assistant? To be able to become this person's assistant is my honor. Alan spoke with respect. The other chefs were in disbelief. To be able to make Alan voluntarily become the sous chef, they could stab a guess at who this master was. But to be able to invite this master was another ball game altogether. So who was hosting this dinner? Out of curiosity, one of the chefs asked, I wonder whose dinner are you preparing for this time? Alan was not sure. I didn't ask much. I only know that one of them is a lady called Ning Xi. Ning Xi? Who is that? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, one of them remembered something and asked, Your student, William Fee, is from Country C as well. Maybe he might know who this honorable lady is. Will he be joining her for dinner? William, Alan asked, then shook his head. If I've been appointed as just the sous chef, he wouldn't be qualified. Oh, everyone's respect for Alan swelled. Ning Xi had no idea about this change in the Michelin-starred kitchen. She was focused on discussing her scene with Guo Qixing and the screenwriter Yiling Long. After some time preparing, Ning Xi gathered her confidence, took a deep breath and told Guo Qixing, Director, I can do it now. Good. Guo Qixing patted her shoulder and said, Let's begin. Guo Qixing informed all the departments to set up, then used the loudspeaker to shout, 3, 2, 1, action. Everyone went silent when the shooting started. It was finally the last scene, the ending for the world. All three of them were dead. The spy, Princess Xian, and the corrupted emperor. Meng Chang'e finally got her revenge. Her next target for revenge was the world that had abandoned and betrayed the brave souls in her Meng family. Yet, at the last moment, with the blood of historical generals in her lineage, she could not bring herself to do it. In the end, she chose to jump off the cliff, and in doing so, granted the male protagonist's wish. Ning Xi struggled a lot with this scene as she could not decide what feelings to portray when Meng Chang'e committed suicide. Was Meng Chang'e feeling angry? Was she unwilling? Or was she in despair? Ning Xi almost went crazy thinking about this. Nevertheless, Ning Xi performed the scene perfectly. Meng Chang'e was dressed in a bright red bride outfit as she held Sun Huanqing's memorial tablet to her chest. She was devoid of any anger and reluctance, and neither was there any despair nor nostalgia. She just had the apprehension of a little girl on her face, as if she was reliving her first meeting with Sun Huanqing. She closed her eyes, put on a contented smile, and jumped down. The way Ning Xi chose to portray the character was to perform as her original true self. She turned Meng Chang'e into the carefree little girl she once was in her final moments. The scene of jumping off the cliff was extremely poignant. There was not an obvious element of sadness, but almost everyone at the set teared up, feeling empty, and felt like they had lost something important. The original ending was to have Meng Chang'e die in the hands of the male and female protagonist. Yet, after this rearrangement, while it only seemed like a difference between suicide and homicide, it set a completely different tone to the ending. The last scene was finished. The world had ended. Chapter 349, Cursed Love Letter. We're done. We're finally done. Everyone started to cheer. Some were even so emotional that they could not stop their tears from flowing down their faces. Ning Xi too was grateful beyond words. Her first drama had finally come to an end. When she returned to her private restroom, Ning Xi slumped in exhaustion onto her dressing table without even changing out of her set clothes. This was when Xiao Tao rushed into her room exclaiming, "Sis Xi, you're finally done shooting." Ning Xi waved weakly. "What's wrong now, my dear? If there's anything, could you tell me later? My brain is a little foggy right now. I can't really think." Xiao Tao could not wait. "It can't wait, Sis Xi. Do you know what the drama team has been saying about you behind your back?" "What? What about me? She only shot a scene. What could possibly have happened?" Xiao Tao anxiously said. "Fanya already read out that love letter in front of you. Why are you still confused?" I think Fanya did read something, although I don't know what, in front of me earlier." "What did you say that was?" "A love letter." Ning Xi was surprised. She was immersed in her character in preparation for the scene earlier. All she knew was that the group of people had been making a lot of noise in front of her, but she was clueless as to what had happened. Xiao Tao threw her hands up in defeat. She handed the wrinkly, crumpled-up pink letter to her. "See for yourself." Ning Xi gathered her senses and scratched her head, and she took the letter. She started to read it to herself. My dearest Xi, I love you, like how a mouse loves its rice, like how a cat loves its fish, like how a puppy loves its bone." What is this? Ning Xi could not continue reading it any longer. She almost choked with laughter. What was this crap? Who knew that in her lifetime she would see such a cursed love letter? If one's Chinese was so poor, one shouldn't try to show off. It really was so terrible to read. It even hurt the eyes, and such horrible language was akin to committing a sin. What the hell is a present that will be the most honorable, most tempting, and most befitting of your wisdom and nobility? Honorable was okay, but what was up with the most tempting part? What nonsense was this bastard thinking of pulling? The more Xiao Tao thought about it, the more she became worried. "Sis Xi, you don't know this, but everyone is waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself. I even heard that for tomorrow night's launch, Su Yan is preparing to give Ning Xuelaw a big surprise. It's highly likely that he's going to propose. Your unknown admirer also said that he wants to prepare a big surprise for you. With the proposal in comparison, you're going to be so embarrassed. Sis Xi, for the celebration dinner tomorrow, please don't let him appear. The place will be filled with media, or else you would really be humiliated." Ning Xi laughed bitterly and sighed. "You think I want this to happen?" She thought to herself. "Even if I willed it not to happen, what power do I have?" Ning Xi clenched the letter in her fist and looked drearily. It seemed like she would not be able to evade him this round. Right now, she could only console herself that she would rather that asshole torture her than for him to mess with Lu Tingxiao. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the celebration dinner. Ning Xi's last scene yesterday used up so much of her energy that she still had not recovered. She looked listless. She usually went into character as quickly as she could revert to herself after shooting. However, With a situation like yesterday's, she had immersed herself entirely into the scene without any reservations. To detach herself from the character again would take quite some time. To put it simply, the current Ning Xi was still one half of Meng Chang's soul. Chapter 350. I will conquer the world for you. Xiao Tao became very anxious as she thought that Ning Xi had suffered from the blow of the gossip and could not bring herself to be energetic. She did not have any idea what to do, so she could only follow Ling Xi's orders to function as always and play by ear. Today's main highlight would definitely be Ning Xiaolaw, so Ling Xi's only request to Ning Xi today was only one word: stable. Ning Xi painted her face with makeup decently, not wanting to stand out, and she wore a champagne-colored Chanel gown from the latest fall-winter collection. The dinner was held at Imperial's only 6-star hotel. Ning Xi had reached a little early and saw that all around her were busy crew members still decorating the area. It was filled with red roses and heart-shaped balloons. It would have to take a blind person to ignore that these were clearly preparations for a marriage proposal. Apart from that, the hotel was also filled with all sorts of gift baskets. They were from collaboration companies and fans. It was so full that there was almost nowhere to walk. Ning Xi briefly skimmed the lavish gifts and saw that at the corner was a gift basket labeled Ning Xi's Global Fan Club. Her heart was warmed. She even had a fan club now. Even though it was not much compared to Ning Xiaolaw and Zhao Xizhou's gifts, she was already very happy. However, Xiao Tao clearly felt disappointed. She thought about how few gifts Ning Xi received. How stingy of them. When the reporters see this later, they wouldn't even know what to write. She recalled with a sigh that when she used to attend to Lung Manyun, every launch dinner of hers was filled with mountains of gifts. Now she might even be shamed together with Ning Xi, for even someone of Ning Xiaolaw's status to overshadow them. Her friends were going places in this industry, but only she went from being at the peak of everyone's envy to the bottom of the pit. The more she thought about it, the sadder she got. This was when Fangya and the bunch started to make an entrance with lots of noise. Wah! The place is decorated so beautifully. This is too dreamy. I wonder how much all these cost. Even just booking the entire hotel would cost an astronomical sum already. The hotel really earned it this time. Come on. The latest most popular female actress and the man with the highest net worth are romantically making a pact of their love here. With such a sensational news, this hotel could use it to promote itself too. Of course, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. When the crowd was done with their oohing and ahhing, they all giggled with their hands covering their mouths as they looked at Ning Xi's little fan-gifted gift basket. What's this that Ning Xi's fan gave her? Just a little gift basket. Why is she standing there then? She wouldn't be looking for that pleb surprise, would she? Expecting something from that weirdo? She must have been too provoked by Xiaolaw. Fangya's face was full of delight as she looked at Ning Xi, and she arrogantly repeated the words from the other night. Sigh. If there was nothing to compare to, there wouldn't be any hard feelings now. When she heard such a piercing insult, Xiao Tao could not tolerate it any longer, and she was so angry that she cried on the spot. These people are too mean. How can they do this? Ning Xi sighed and touched Xiao Tao's head. She said softly, Xiao Tao, be good. This is only temporary. I won't let you suffer with me. One day, I will conquer the world for you. Xiao Tao instantly laughed through her tears, as she said with red cheeks, Sis Xi, I hate you. You're teasing me again. Seeing the girl laugh, Ning Xi was finally relieved. Actually, she was fine with being unhappy for a short while. Such a petty thing was really nothing to her. But what she could not stand most was to let the people around her suffer with her, because of her. Chapter 351. Iron Chef William Fee. Night arrived and the hall was lit brightly. The drama team's core production members, partners, and media members entered the venue. As they explored the huge banquet hall to network, the drama team's members glowed in pride. My God, this is too amazing. Have you seen any other launching dinner this grand? I must take more pictures to make my friends jealous. Haha, then I might as well directly start a live feed. I think it would get many views. This time we've all got Xiaolaw to thank for. Right, where's Xiaolaw herself? Is she here yet? What's the rush? Of course, the lead character must make a grand final entrance. As soon as that was said, Ning Xi, who was dressed in a body-hugging white dress with a train, walked in gracefully while being surrounded by the media. Fangya and the rest immediately went up to her. Fangya clung onto Ning Xi's arm in a friendly way and said, "Xiuelua, you're finally here. You look so pretty today." Ning Xiuelua looked at her and said radiantly, "Nah, just the usual." Everyone around her started to compliment her one after another. "Xiuelua, your outfit today is really gorgeous. It's so elegant, and your figure looks so good." "Ah, what do you lot know? It's not about the dress, it's the glow of love," someone else added. Ning Xiuelua covered her face teasingly and said, "You guys are laughing at me again." Fangya intentionally picked up a spoon to pretend it was a mic and started mock interviewing. "Miss Ning Xiuelua, I'd like to interview you for a little. How do you feel like having such a perfect boyfriend?" Ning Xiuelua smiled sweetly. "Stop messing around. Everyone, eat more tonight. Su Yin has specially invited a 3-star Michelin chef from Hong Sing." The crowd instantly exclaimed, "Wow, Michelin! And 3-star too. My God, your Su Yin is too generous. How much would this meal cost?" "A Michelin star invited from Hong Sing? Could it be William Fee?" As Ning Xiuelua listened to the crowd's exclamation, she pretended to nonchalantly look towards Ning Xi's direction and casually answered, "It's him. The other day I saw him in a magazine and just casually mentioned him." Who knew? Su Yin really did manage to invite him over. All the girls around were jealous. Please have pity on us single ones and stop showing off your perfect boyfriend. Please, even if you had someone, you wouldn't be as loving as them." Ning Xiuelua looked at them and said, "All right, that's enough for now. You guys have fun. I'm going over there for a bit." Okay, stop talking to us. Go look for your Su Yin." Xiao Tao, who was accompanying Ning Xi in the corner, was so angry that her spoon was almost bent from her incessant hands fiddling and bending it. Damn it. They actually invited the Iron Chef, William Fee. My biggest wish is to enjoy a meal cooked by him. Who knew it would happen under such circumstances? This is making me lose my appetite. William Fee. Ning Xi seemed to mumble absent-mindedly. "Yeah," Xiao Tao said with much gusto. "If you don't know William Fee, you should know Alain Passa, right? He's the head chef at France's top Michelin restaurant. William Fee is his student, and he's especially famous and very difficult to book. To enjoy such a meal, commoners like me would go bankrupt to afford it." Ning Xi listened and did not say anything. Of course, she knew William Fee. Many years ago, there was a time when she loved to watch the MasterChef TV series. Her favorite chef was called William Fee, and every day after school, she would drool in front of the television screen. At that time, Su Yin had teased her and said, "Just you wait for the day of our wedding banquet. I'll invite William Fee to cook for us." Who knew it would be this painful to look back into the past? Chapter 352, A Grand Proposal. Before the banquet began, the producer, director, and main casts went up the stage to give their speeches. After everyone's turn, the MC came back up on stage. "Today, we have a gentleman who's going to borrow the stage and say a few words. Let's welcome him." Everyone cheered loudly as they realized it was time for Su Yan's proposal. All the media partners were ready with their equipment, and everyone took videos with their phones enthusiastically. Ning Xi sat on the left wing closest to the stage. Seated amongst the crowd, Ning Xiuelua excitedly looked at the man who was slowly walking up on stage and then sneered at Ning Xi's direction. Su Yan wore a white suit tonight, which matched Ning Xiuelua's white mermaid-cut dress. They fit each other like two peas in the same pod. Su Yin picked up the mic looking a bit bashful and said, "Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Allow me to calm myself down." The crowd chuckled lightly and waited in anticipation. After a few seconds, Su Yin looked at Ning Xiuelua with an affectionate gaze, and he slowly started in a gentle tone. "Xiuelua, it was 5 years ago that I first saw you in your garden. You looked like an angel in your white dress, and it was at that moment that I fell in love with you. The next time we met, you wore a blue school uniform, and you called me Bro Yin. It was at that moment that I made a lifelong promise to you. These 5 years, from meeting to knowing each other, we've shared laughter together, we've even shed tears together, we've been through happiness and also through setbacks. But thankfully, after all this, we're still together." Most of the girls could hardly stand such a heartfelt situation, and there was barely a dry eye in the room. Even Xiao Tao, who did not like Ning Xiuelua, felt touched after hearing what Su Yin said. It was then that she realized Ning Xi had an odd look on her face. Sis Xi, what happened? Are you all right? You don't look good. Are you feeling ill? Ning Xi frowned. It's all right. Huh. Fell in love at first sight. Lifelong promise indeed. When Su Yan had just known Ning Xiuelo, he had not even broken up with Ning Xi, but he had fallen in love with another woman and even given her his promise. Tears and setback? It seemed like she was their tears and setback, the obstacle on their path towards true love. On stage, Su Yan held a diamond ring, knelt down on one knee. Xiuelo, will you marry me? Let me take care of you forever. Say yes to him. Just say yes. Xiuelo, come on. The crowd was helping Su Yan to get a favorable reply from Ning Xiuelo. Ning Xiuelo covered her mouth as she shed tears of joy. Everyone cleared a path for Ning Xiuelo to walk slowly up on stage towards Su Yan, with Su Yan looking absolutely nervous before she said, I do. Oh, kiss already. Kiss him. Kiss him. With the crowd cheering on, Ning Xiuelo looked down victoriously at Ning Xi, who was drowned out by the people. Ning Xi, see? The man that you loved the most belongs to me now. Ning Xi had no expression on her face, not even sadness. Ning Xiuelo's only trick was to provoke her with the things she cared about. But what Ning Xiuelo was using against her now was already worthless to her. On the stage, the picture-perfect couple kissed each other passionately. Flashlights shined, as a lot of people were shooting the video live, fueling it as a hot topic online. This grand proposal would sit as the top news headline for quite some time. Soon after the proposal, the banquet began. Chapter 353, The Most Tempting Gift. After the proposal, the next highlight would be the dishes of the night. There was no shortage of food aficionados tonight, including some food columnists and famous food bloggers, all of them excitedly anticipating the main chef William Fee. Just the banquet itself was already stellar enough for the headline. Unexpectedly, among the crowd, Fang Ye yelled, Ah, I suddenly remembered something. Fang Ye's loud voice drew the attention of almost everyone. As she had everyone's attention, she faked curiosity and looked at Ning Xi, who was in the corner. Ning Xi, didn't the romantic admirer who wrote you the love letter yesterday mention that he was going to give you a surprise? Why haven't we seen anything yet? Upon this reminder, the crowd got excited and the hall was filled with chatter. Right. The love letter even mentioned that he would prepare something that was most honorable, most tempting, and make one wouldn't able to resist it. He's got all of us curious. How exciting. What surprise? Is there going to be another surprise? Some confused media reporters asked. Well, it's our other lead actress, Ning Xi. Yesterday, she received a passionate love letter, explained Fanya, taking out a pink letter. When she saw the letter, Xiao Tao turned pale and exclaimed, How in the world? I've already thrown the letter away. How did she get it? Ning Xi frowned. Sis Xi, it was my fault. I shouldn't have just thrown it away. I should have destroyed it. How, what should I do now? Xiao Tao anxiously stammered. Ning Xi patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. It was just a love letter. Fanya publicly violated my privacy, and the media won't take too kindly to that. We can fight back later on. Xiao Tao was about to cry. But you've already lost face. There are so many people today. It's all my fault. Fanya recited the contents of the letter all over again to the public, and even passed the love letter around. Almost everyone read through it, and there was even a reporter taking pictures of it while laughing hard. Su Yan raised his brows. Does Xiaoxi's admirer have some sort of mental problem? Will she be okay? Ning Xua hid her evil grin. From the tone of the letter, it's a little odd. Most probably from a poor pleb that found mental support by worshipping celebrities. There are actually a lot of people like that. It's just Ning Xi's luck that that guy chose her. When Fanya finished reading, she walked up to Ning Xi. How was it, Ning Xi? Why don't you say anything? Where's your surprise? Everyone's waiting. Yeah. Urge him for the surprise. We're really looking forward to it. Speaking of which, that pleb wouldn't really send a truck of cornbread, would he? I've never really eaten cornbread before. Looks like I'll get to try something new tonight. A lot of people were taking pictures, and some even took live videos. Everyone waited to watch what was going to happen. In the corner, Xiao Tao was really embarrassed and blamed herself, crying profusely. Ning Xi could not stand girls crying, so she tried really hard to comfort her. Then, there happened to be an annoying reporter who saw Xiao Tao and rudely pointed his camera in front of Xiao Tao's face. As Ning Xi was going to tell the reporter off, bam! The door to the banquet hall opened from outside. Everyone looked over to see the owner of the hotel himself standing at the doorstep, followed by a tall and heavy-built male Caucasian. Chapter 354, Awesome Food Plus Handsome Man Combo. Somewhere in the crowd, someone's utensils fell and made a loud clattering sound. The food journalist who kept on praising William Fee suddenly stood up, staring at the man behind the hotel owner, and excitedly said, "William Fee. People used to only see him on magazine covers, but tonight they got to see him in the flesh." Compared to the magazine covers, William Fee carried a commanding aura. A number of actresses tried to get their act together and attempted to get his attention. With his rugged Caucasian looks and his international fame, he looked very manly as well. The one at the entrance looks like the hotel owner, but who's the man behind him? Some guests who had never seen him before asked. "It's William Fee himself," the food journalist excitedly yelled. He's William Fee. What a handsome man. I thought he's some big-shot celebrity." Upon hearing that he was William Fee, many guests hurried over and asked for a picture together. William Fee smiled lightly, and he did not reject the requests, fulfilling them all one by one. Xiao Tao clenched her fists tightly and looked back at Ning Xi. Frustratedly, she said, "It was all for the hype." They even let William Fee take pictures with the guests so that there would be a lot more for the reporters to write about tomorrow. Romantic proposals, the famous William Fee, and whatnot. Ning Xi shook her head and hinted to Xiao Tao to stop talking. In a public event like this, it would be better to speak less to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble. Luckily, everyone was so focused on William Fee that they did not hear what Xiao Tao said. "It's true, Ning Xiueluo's acting skills aren't better than yours. Her looks and characters aren't even comparable to yours. But why is it that she always gets the limelight?" Xiao Tao complained, feeling unfair on behalf of Ning Xi. From Xiao Tao's perspective, Ning Xi's outlook and acting skills were far superior to Ning Xiueluo's, and most importantly, her character was so much better too. Ning Xiueluo had carved a very strong presence among the shooting crew and seemed very easy to get along with, but little did most people know. As Xiao Tao had been following Ning Xi, she could see through Ning Xiueluo's intentions. They had always said that Ning Xi was jealous of Ning Xiueluo and tried to compete for attention with her when in truth, Ning Xi did not care at all, and it was Ning Xiueluo who tried to provoke her every time. "I'm very honored to be serving dinner to Miss Ning personally tonight, and I'm happy for Mr. Su Yan's successful proposal." William Fee walked up the stage with poise and spoke to Ning Xiueluo and Su Yan warmly. "I'm honored as well to have you here, Mr. Fee," Ning Xiueluo smiled. "Thank you, my friend." Su Yan hugged William Fee like long-lost friends. The banquet hall was in an uproar. For a renowned chef like William Fee to be invited to a celebration dinner such as this was no easy feat. He was regarded as one of the top celebrities in the world. It was only because of Su Yan's relationship with him that he promised to show up. "Oh my God, Xiueluo must be the happiest woman on earth. If someone would put this much effort in for me." Stop daydreaming. Not everyone is able to invite William Fee to their dinner. There's only one Su Yan, and there's also only one William Fee. A bunch of actresses behind Ning Xiueluo talked endlessly in excited, high-pitched voices. A top chef like William Fee is so difficult to book. What more as he's a land passes student. With such an outstanding profile, there aren't many who can afford him. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will be preparing the banquet for everyone. Please wait patiently." William Fee left the banquet hall and went on to prepare dinner. As he left, a bunch of food journalists quickly trailed after him as they did not want to miss any opportunity to take his picture. A combination of mouth-watering cooking plus a handsome man. What a hot topic. A while after William Fee and the bunch of journalists left, the banquet hall door opened again. Everyone thought William Fee was done preparing dinner, but it wasn't him. Instead, it was a middle-aged foreign chef standing in the doorway. Chapter 355. Such a surprise, and so unexpected. Why is there another chef now? Fanya looked the man who had just entered, clad in a chef's uniform, and she was slightly suspicious. Anyone knows who this chef is? Everyone in the banquet hall shook their head and was lost. They were not gourmet journalists, thus naturally, they would not know who this man was. Only Ning Xi, who was in the corner, stared in complete surprise. Why did this chef look a little like Alan Passa, master to Iron Chef William Fee. But Ning Xi dared not confirm this, so she did not say anything. He probably only looked similar to the famous chef. Honorable guests, I am here to prepare the banquet for Miss Ning, the chef said. Prepare the banquet? That's weird. Is it for Shualua? But isn't the head chef of the banquet William Fee? Where did this chef come from? Ning Shualua looked at Su Yin, who was confused as well, and suddenly thought of something. She reminded softly to Fangya. I think this is for Ning Xi. Fangya suddenly understood and laughed out loud. She raised her voice and said, Ah, it turns out this is the chef that will be preparing the banquet dinner for our Ning Xi over here. Could it be that this was the pleb admirer's surprise for Ning Xi? Haha, this really is such an unexpected surprise. When they heard Fangya said that, everyone in the drama team suddenly understood and looked at Ning Xi. They laughed mockingly at her. Indeed, if there were no comparisons, there would be no hard feelings. This comparison and the damage done was beyond comparison. Su Yin had invited Michelin chef William Fee, who was known as the Iron Chef. So who did Ning Xi's admirer invite? Which back alley restaurant's head chef was this? He even specifically invited a Caucasian to look the part. Haha, that pleb admirer is really creative. He even thought of the same idea as Su Yin. But if you don't have the same capabilities, don't humiliate yourselves then. Look, that chef actually brought his own setup here. Maybe he wants to prepare and serve the dishes himself? He's indeed a big chef, The crowd started to laugh hysterically at the comments thrown. Some actresses even laughed until they teared up. Even though they expected that Ning Xi would be humiliated today, the extent of the humiliation was truly surprising. The Caucasian chef continued to be very calm throughout the sneers and jeers, continuing to take out his equipment. Anyone familiar with the food and beverage industry could easily see that these were luxurious knife sets being taken out. However, despite these equipment being expensive beyond comparison, it was hard to notice anything outstanding about them on the surface. Seeing that the chef bring out his own set of equipment, Fangya and everyone else laughed even more hysterically. The sneers droned on one after another, mercilessly. In the corner, Xiao Tao's face was beet red. She wished there was a hole she could hide in. Many eyes fell on Ning Xi as they waited for the joke to unravel further. She must already feel really embarrassed, and now the chef was putting on a comedy show. Ning Shualua was about to say something when the gourmet journalists who followed William Fee out earlier finally returned. They surrounded William, who had just finished preparing the banquet course. The hotel waiters carefully served the appetizer of scallop with white truffles to all the guests. Chapter 356. For Miss Ning. All the gourmet journalists were busy trying to record the serving of the appetizer. Then, one of the journalists suddenly saw the calm Caucasian chef, and in that instant, his mind turned blank like thunder had struck him. He suddenly forgot about taking pictures and spluttered in disbelief. My God. Alan Passa. No way, it's actually Alan Passa. Mr. Alan Passa, what are you doing here? Alan Passa? Who's that journalist talking about? I don't know, who's that? Why is that journalist being so emotional? The guests who were unaware of the man's identity looked at each other in confusion, while the other gourmet journalists were floored in awe. When the gourmet journalists had returned to their senses, they started to excitedly explain to those around them. Alan Passa. He is the head chef at F Country's 3-star Michelin restaurant, Le Doyen. F Country's recognized #1 master of cookery. Fangya's face was flabbergasted when she heard that. That Caucasian chef is someone famous? Can he compare to our William Fee? One of the gourmet show hosts looked at Fangya like she was an idiot and said, that William Fee is a so-called Iron Chef, but he can only go places in a restaurant like Hong Sing. This Mr. Alan Passa, on the other hand, is William Fee's master. He's the authentic Iron Chef. Do you understand? What? William Fee's master? Fangya finally reacted in shock. F Country's #1 master of cookery? That's so freaking cool. Why would he suddenly be here? Even money can't buy such a chef. You'd probably need to book at least half a year in advance. You're right. I remember now. The last time there was a very famous artiste who wanted to invite him for her birthday banquet and said that no matter how much it would cost her, she'd fork out the money. Alas, she didn't manage to invite him. Rumor was that he thought she was too low-ranking. Are you sure? How did the pleb manage to invite someone this amazing? Behind the gourmet journalists, William Fee was approaching them when he lifted his head and immediately saw the Caucasian chef in the banquet. He was bewildered. He quickly went up to greet the chef and said, "Master." Once William Fee addressed him as master, all the guests present were dumbfounded, and no one was doubtful anymore. This man was really William Fee's master. Alain Passa's expression was serious as he briefly nodded. Why are you here?" William Fee asked in surprise. Then, a guest explained, "Mr. Alain Passa is also here to be in charge of this banquet. He said it was for Miss Ning." Once that was clarified, all the gourmet journalists were blown away by the atrocity of the situation. Fanya quickly thought about something. She then exclaimed, "My God! Just now, Mr. Alain Passa said he was preparing this for Miss Ning, and I thought it was for Ning Xi. Who knew? It was actually Shuiluo he meant. Right? I'm so stupid. Shuiluo's surname is Ning too." When everyone else heard this, they echoed her. "You're right. Everyone's misunderstood. This is embarrassing. Actually, we shouldn't blame ourselves." Su Yin had already invited William Fee, who knew that he had also invited William Fee's master. "Shuiluo, you better watch your man." As she watched the crowd's envy for her, Ning Shuiluo's heart was full of surprise and happiness. She intimately clung onto Su Yan's arm and gave him a shy kiss. "Yin, thank you. I'm too surprised, too happy, and too lucky today." Chapter 357. Who's the head chef tonight? Su Yan's expression was stiff. "Shuiluo, actually." Ning Shuiluo laughed slightly. "Yin, don't be shy. Now, you're good to me, I know." Everyone started to tease them playfully. "Io, don't be shy now. There's nothing shameful about spoiling your wife. We almost thought that that pleb invited him for Ning Xi, but we were so wrong. How could he possibly have? This is so funny. How could she compare to our beautiful goddess Shuiluo?" Exactly. Su Yan's surprise is really mind-blowing. He's frightened all of us now. Exactly. Look at how emotional all those gourmet journalists were. And he almost made us have such a huge misunderstanding. Su Yin wanted to explain, but as he saw the crowd was complimenting him nonstop and his Ning Shuiluo full of pride, he did not have the chance to tell the truth in the end. The truth was that he really did not invite this person. Then, who could it possibly have been? Could it be that the hotel owner invited him to make him owe him one? Well, it could be possible. Once he thought about the possibility of that, he felt reassured. He put on a humble expression and no longer denied the crowd's compliments. In the corner, Xiao Tao was full of anger and sadness. "So what if you were rich?" "I'm so angry." He even invited the master over. "Even if it was really delicious, I won't eat it." Ning Xi sighed lightly and patted Xiao Tao to console her. At the same time, her eyes flashed as she felt suspicious. She had heard of F country's master of cookery, Alain Passa, too. However, logically, for such a small-scale banquet like this, even if they followed his rules and made a booking in advance and managed to get a slot with a hefty upfront payment, it was below him to have attended such an event. How did Su Yin manage to invite him over? Since his master was personally preparing the food, William Fee naturally took the place of second in command. He stood at the spot of sous chef. There was an open-style cooking table at the banquet, and it seemed like he was preparing to cook on the spot. This was such a visually and tastefully pleasing grand banquet. At the banquet, everyone watched Alain Passa with full anticipation. All their mouths involuntarily drooled as they anticipated the grand feast. Yet, for some reason, Alain Passa did not walk to the head chef's position as expected. Instead, he walked to the sous chef position where William Fee was at. "Master, you are?" William Fee was confused. Alain Passa's expression was serious as he looked at his student and said, "You can leave now for this banquet. I will be taking on the sous chef position." "What?" William Fee's face was full of shock as he asked. "You're going to be sous chef? Aren't you tonight's head chef?" "I'm not," Alain Passa denied. Then who's tonight's head chef?" William Fee was officially dumbfounded. Alain Passa said with utmost respect, "Wait till he gets here, then you'll know." After he said that, he paused and told his student, "This is also considered a rare opportunity to learn. Perhaps you should stay a while and watch from the side." When William Fee heard this, he was not too happy. Who was this person that denied him even the opportunity of being a sous chef, to only watch idly from the side? He received fame at a young age and was arrogant. How could he handle such an insult? Yet, he dared not go against his master's orders, and could only reluctantly move to a corner. Okay, understood. Initially, the guests watched William Fee take up the spot of sous chef. Then, they saw Alain Paso walk to the sous chef spot, and at last, William Fee unexpectedly had no place to stand at all and was sent all the way to the corner. Chapter 358. My thigh is bruised from pinching. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is happening? I don't know. Seems like someone else is coming. It seems like Alain Paso is just the sous chef. The actual head chef isn't here yet. A food journalist almost hyperventilated. Oh my God, this is crazy. At his level, Alain Paso's just a sous chef? Who is this head chef? Another food blogger made a praying gesture. I'm already grateful enough to have the opportunity to see one master in my lifetime. Maybe, I'd be honored enough to see the legendary one. Who is it? Someone asked. For Alain to only be the sous chef, who else could it be? The food blogger raised an eyebrow mysteriously. All the other food journalists and bloggers thought of the only one person that fit the criteria simultaneously, although it was unbelievable. The hall started to splutter in disbelief. This is impossible. I don't think it's possible. There's no way that anyone can invite that person. Or else I'll swallow this wine glass. And I'll swallow this spoon. Time passed slowly, and 5 minutes went by. With everyone's expectations in limbo, the banquet hall's door opened once again. The first person to walk in was an elderly foreigner in a neat uniform, followed by a team that was obviously well-disciplined. The old man led them in slowly and calmly. The hotel owner saw the old man and went up to him, stretching his hands out excitedly. Mr. Daniel, you're finally here. We've prepared everything already. It's all just waiting for you. The man nodded, politely shook hands with the owner, then walked to the position of head chef. Alain, who was at the sous chef position, took a stiff 90-degree bow, then personally tied an apron on Mr. Daniel and prepared some lemon water for him to clean his hands. When William, who was sulking at the corner, saw the older man, his eyes almost fell out, and he started stammering. Master Daniel, how is it possible? Am I dreaming? He pinched himself and winced at the pain. Master Daniel had been his idol ever since he started his chef career. The man had a special place in William's heart. He would have no regrets even if he could watch his idol from afar. What more now as he could observe him at such a close distance? His disappointment at not being able to perform dissipated into joy. Those who had said they would swallow wine glasses and spoons were all in shock. Someone please pinch me. Pinch me harder. I must be dreaming right now. You had better pinch yourself. I've been pinching myself since just now. My thigh is bruised from the pinching. It's not a dream. Who's this old man now? Fangya asked curiously. Some crew members who were confused echoed. Yeah, who's this? Someone better than William's master. One of the experienced food journalists stared at the older man's every move and explained in a respectful tone. If William represents the top among the younger generations of food practitioners, then his master Alain Paso is the pillar of the industry, representing the highest standard in the culinary field. What about Daniel then? Someone asked. Chapter 359. Don't let anything go wrong. Daniel Joseph, another food blogger, gasped. His existence is akin to a textbook for every practitioner, the Bible for all food lovers, the eternal classic culinary god, and Country F's treasured master. While the food journalist sighed, he seemed extremely excited as well. Everyone, please cherish the dinner. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Fangya blinked. I don't really get it. So are you saying that this man is famous? Some people expressed their ignorance as well. I don't really get what you are going on about that man, but his skills sound out of this world. Anyhow, I'm going to eat as much of this once-in-a-lifetime dinner as possible. It's a good thing I didn't eat anything today and save my stomach for this dinner. Fangya smiled and went to Ning Xi, cooing, Shueluo, your Su Yin must have thrown in a lot of money into this. It might not even be enough for you to just give yourself to him. Quickly get married and make him a baby. Haha, she's right. That makes sense. You have to make a few babies. Ning Shueluo was embarrassed. Hey, you guys stop it. Okay, that's enough already. Su Yin looked at his girl lovingly, and at this point, he thought that the hotel invited these two masters in order to get on the Su family's good side. So he just smiled and quietly received the praises from the crowd. Oh, someone's being protective. This is giving me goosebumps. I can't watch anymore. Fangya was knocking her plate, while slyly looking at Ning Xi's direction. Someone is trying to act calm, but I guess she's going to explode from all the jealousy? I thought she loves to compete against our Shualua. Come on now. Well, you can't blame her. Suyin really outdid himself this time. The top masters from 3 generations, each of them a legend of their time, and he gathered them all here at once. That's the Su family for you. What an outstanding background. Ning Xi acted well, but her assistant is still too young. Did you see her almost cry? When she heard people talking about her, Xiao Tao held in her tears and tried not to embarrass herself anymore. Sis Xi, I'm sorry. Ning Xi hugged her. It's all right, you've apologized countless times already, and even if anyone were to apologize, it should be me. I've let you down. I'm not strong enough to protect you from being blamed by these vultures. Xiao Tao started sobbing as she could not hold it in anymore, and she cried in Ning Xi's arms. While she was not really satisfied with the change in actresses from Lung Manyu to Ning Xi, she actually really liked Ning Xi. While Lung Manyu was very upper class, she had a very proud character and was not all that easy to interact with. On the other hand, Ning Xi was very easygoing, and she would try to make you happy. Even at times like these, she was comforting Xiao Tao when the roles should have been reversed. Luckily, Mr. Daniel started to cook, so everyone's attention was on him and no one noticed Ning Xi and Xiao Tao in the corner. Actually, what had happened tonight was one of the best scenarios Ning Xi could have imagined. Even though she received some supercilious looks, it was not that much of an issue. Still, she felt uneasy. With that person's evil character, he would not just sit back and do nothing since he mentioned a surprise. It seemed that it would not be easy to get through the night peacefully. Oh, Oscar, please grant your blessings and don't let anything go wrong. If that bastard ruined her career, she would definitely not leave him in peace. Chapter 360. The beautiful, honorable Ms. Ning. On the stage, the smug Ning Xi thought of something. She then smiled and looked at Ning Xi, gently calling out to her. Ning Xi, can you come over? Hearing Ning Xi asking Ning Xi to go on stage, Fangya and the rest were a bit confused. Why would she ask that woman to go on stage? But since it was Ning Xi's request, they did not have any objections. Xiao Tao stared at Ning Xi and felt angry. Sis Xi, just go. If not, others would think that we're afraid of her. What can she do under everyone's watchful eyes anyway? Under these circumstances, it would reflect badly on her if she rejected Ning Xi directly. Moreover, there were people shooting the scene live. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes. After fighting with her for so many years, she could pretty much predict what Ning Xi would do based on her past experience. Ning Xi did not hesitate and stood up slowly, then walked up on stage, right in front of Ning Xi. Seeing the both of them together, some actresses let out a cold laugh. This was one interesting scenario. If Ning Xi's freaky admirer were to come in with his surprise soon, it would be perfect. Ning Xi warmly welcomed Ning Xi to sit beside her. Ning Xi, I heard that you're really interested in these top masters in the culinary industry. You can't get a good view from the place you were sitting just now. You can see better from here. It's rare to get such a chance to see them up close. As she